Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 407 to Chapter 461. The next morning, Zhao Hai was invited by Charlie to the dining room for a meal. After the meal, Charlie invited Zhao Hai to the living room to drink tea. At this time, Trezebo came in and bowed to Charlie. "Your Highness, the store and goods prepared for Mr. have been prepared. Do you want to take a look now or wait?" Charlie turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, what do you think?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "In any case, there's nothing to do right now, let's go." Charlie smiled and said, "Alright, let's go take a look. Your new ships are almost done with their repairs. They can set sail tomorrow. The haven, on the other hand, is a bit more troublesome. We still have to wait for a few days." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "This is already beyond my expectations. Let's go take a look at the store first." After that, the group went out of the room. Outside, a carriage was already prepared. The group sat on the carriage and went straight to the place Trezebo told them about. Today, they rode Trezebo's carriage. His carriage was very useful in Jade Water City. When they came out, all the people on the street gave way to him. There was no other way, this was the city lord's carriage. It didn't take long before the carriage stopped near the east gate of Jade Water City. This place was a bit remote, so there weren't many people on the street. However, the shop was very large. In front of the shop was a 3-story shop, and the decoration was very good. Behind the shop was a large courtyard, and beside the courtyard was a side door. The door was very large, enough to accommodate 3 carriages side by side. The door was made of thick wood and looked very sturdy. At this time, 2 guards were standing in front of the courtyard. When they saw Trezebo's carriage, they immediately opened the door. Trezebo directly let the carriage enter the courtyard. The courtyard was very big, but there weren't any plants inside. One could see that it was a place used by merchants to store their goods. The ground was paved with stone slabs, the backyard was a barn and a warehouse. In the front was a master's room and a servant's room. The design was very simple, one could see that it was used for business. After the group got off the carriage, Zhao Hai and Charlie carefully looked at the courtyard. After looking around, Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Very good. Although the location of the house is ordinary, it's big enough. There's also a warehouse." "Very good. Thank you, City Lord Telai." Trezebo smiled and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai is too polite. Come with me, we'll take a look at the warehouse, there's a surprise there." Then he led Zhao Hai to the warehouse in the backyard. There were also people guarding the warehouse. When they saw Trezebo, they immediately gave him a salute. Trezebo waved his hand and they immediately opened the door. Zhao Hai discovered that the warehouse was full of things that he wanted. The solitary pottery was packed in wooden boxes, as well as some other daily necessities. The most important thing was that there was a staircase that led downwards. Trezebo led Zhao Hai to the basement of the warehouse. The basement was divided into 2 floors, and it was also filled with the things that Zhao Hai wanted. The staircase in the basement was very wide, allowing 2 carriages to pass in half. Moreover, the staircase wasn't a flight of steps, but a slope, allowing the carriages to go in, making it more convenient to transport the things inside. Moreover, the slope was very gentle, allowing the carriages to go in and out. Moreover, Zhao Hai discovered that the underground warehouse was much bigger than the one on the surface. He was afraid that the entire underground space of the courtyard had been dug out. However, the design of this underground warehouse was very reasonable. There were pillars supporting it, moreover, it was made of stone, making it very sturdy. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with this house. Although he couldn't use such a big warehouse, it was still better than nothing. It was also good to use it as a cover. Seeing Zhao Hai's satisfied expression, Trezebo felt relieved. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, are you satisfied? His Highness ordered us to give Mister this courtyard as well as the things inside. Mister doesn't need to be polite." Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he nodded and smiled, "Alright, then I won't be polite. Today, I'll also give His Highness and the city lord a gift." Then he turned his hand as 2 small pouches appeared in his hand. These 2 small pouches were naturally the space bags. Charlie was really good to him. Zhao also wanted to let Charlie know some things about him. The space bags were one of them. Charlie and Trezebo were puzzled as they looked at Zhao Hai. They didn't know why he took out these 2 pouches. Zhao Hai handed the 2 pouches over to each of them. Then he smiled and said, "These 2 pouches are spatial bags. They have 10 cubic meters of space inside, they can be used to store things." With His Highness' ability, he certainly wouldn't care about these small things. Just take them as playthings. Charlie and Trezebo were stunned. Although spatial bags weren't something that everyone in the continent owned, they were still very precious. Even Charlie only had 1 spatial bag. Naturally, it was impossible for him to take it out as a gift. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would just casually take out 2 as a gift, as if they weren't worth anything. Charlie looked at Zhao Hai in shock. "I didn't think that Mister would have such good things." "Mister, you've really lost out." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Your Highness is too polite, there's no need to be so calculative. We're just exchanging gifts, there's no need for your Highness to take it to heart." When Charlie heard Zhao Hai, he also laughed and said, "We've made Mister laugh. Alright, then we'll accept it. It's good that Mister is satisfied with this place. When will you send someone to receive it?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "My people have to follow the ship that was damaged in order to protect a friend. But they should arrive in 2 days." Charlie nodded and said, "That's good. Then I'll have Trezebo look after this place for 2 days. We'll wait for your people to come and take over." Zhao Hai smiled and nodded. After the group returned to the city lord's mansion, Zhao Hai went to rest. Today's warehouse was filled with equipment, so Zhao Hai knew that he wouldn't be able to transport all of it. Tomorrow, he would send out the armed merchant ships that he had plundered from the Marquis family. Then he would have them wait for him near Ape Island. When the haven is ready, he would go and trade with the shrimp tribesmen. Moreover, he could also use these few days to bring Laura's subordinates over and arrange for them to take over the store. No matter what, he had to open the store first. Zhao Hai also thought about it. He would only buy some daily necessities in the store, he wouldn't put too many good things in the store. This way, he wouldn't be able to attract attention. After he stabilized his matters, he would take care of the store. Laura's subordinates were all talented individuals. Their arrival would certainly replenish Iron Mountain Fort's management. Moreover, it would be more convenient for him to open a store in the continent. Therefore, this matter needed to be handled properly. Fortunately, they would arrive soon. When the time comes, he would take them out of the space and deliver them to Iron Mountain Fort first. As for those who needed to be locked up in Jade Water City, he would place them on the Swordfish. The next day, the 5-masted ships that were plundered from the Marquis family were ready to set sail. Zhao Hai also told Charlie to pack the things in the warehouse. Charlie agreed and had people deliver the items to the 5 ships. Although there were a lot of things in the warehouse, it still wasn't enough to fill all 5 ships. Therefore, the ships were only half full. Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't tell Charlie that these things were for the fishmen. He only said that these things were for the others to bring and had them delivered first. Charlie didn't think too much about it. These things were common in the continent and weren't treasures. Therefore, he didn't care too much about it. After sending off the 5 ships, Zhao Hai waited for the Swordfish to arrive. But the next day, Laura's subordinates were already prepared. There were more than 400 people in total, 80 of them were store managers and the rest were their family members. These people were absolutely loyal to Laura, so she could use them without worry. Zhao Hai and Laura immediately entered the space and received these people. Then they sent them to Iron Mountain Fort. Only one family was left behind, this family was going to head to Jade Water City. When the store managers saw Laura, they were very excited. These people had received Laura's grace and were loyal to her. There wouldn't be any problems and they could be trusted. Zhao Hai naturally believed in them. After these people were brought to Iron Mountain Fort, Zhao Hai handed them over to Kuan and had him arrange them to familiarize them with the environment. Most of these people had been in contact with Kuan before, so they were directly managed by him. Now that Kuan had arranged them, they were very happy. After all, they were acquaintances. One of the people who was chosen to head to Jade Water City was Laura's most capable subordinate. His name was Muan and he was 40 years old this year. Before he followed Laura, he was a small merchant. But later on, his business was ruined and he was almost sold as a slave. In the end, Laura saved him and he became one of Laura's store managers. His family was very grateful to Laura, and because they had done business before, they were very opinionated and were very valued by Laura. Although Muan was in his 40s, he looked very imposing and spirited. His wife also had a shrewd face. Aside from the couple, they also had 2 children. These 2 children were in their 20s and were currently learning how to do business from them. With such a shrewd family in Jade Water City, Zhao Hai felt relieved. He was very confident in Laura's choice of people. After settling the family in the Swordfish, Zhao Hai and the others returned to the city lord's mansion. The Swordfish would arrive in 2 days. By that time, the haven would be repaired and Zhao Hai would be able to trade with the shrimp tribe. After returning to the city lord's mansion, Zhao Hai didn't have anything else to do. He didn't go out and just stayed inside the space to practice his martial arts and metal control. He discovered that the more he practiced, the more metal he could control. At this point, he was able to control 2 fist-sized iron balls. His attack power was much stronger than before. Zhao Hai didn't intervene too much in Charlie's matters. Even if he wanted to help Charlie, he would need Charlie to take the initiative. After all, he hadn't been in contact with Charlie for a long time. If he were to rush into Charlie's matters, then Charlie might misunderstand him. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't ask too much and just lived his own life, leisurely and carefree. Charlie wasn't disgusted by Zhao Hai's actions. Instead, he appreciated it. Although he was very fond of Zhao Hai's mysterious origin made him feel uneasy. If Zhao Hai wanted to intervene in his matters, then he would need to think about it carefully. 2 days passed by quickly and the Swordfish arrived at Jade Water City. Zhao Hai had already informed Charlie, so when the Swordfish arrived, Zhao Hai and Laura went to the docks to greet them. Naturally, Charlie wouldn't follow them. Even if he was fond of Zhao Hai, it was impossible for him to do so. After all, he was still a prince. Now that Zhao Hai's subordinates had arrived, it would be too much for him to personally greet them. Muan's family was brought to the city lord's mansion. Then the Swordfish was directly driven to Charlie's shipyard for repairs. At the same time, Zhao Hai introduced Muan to Trezebo. After all, Zhao Hai wouldn't be staying in Jade Water City for a long time, so Muan would be in charge of dealing with Trezebo. This was a good opportunity for Muan to establish a good relationship with Trezebo. It can be said that Muan had some skills. He was a natural-born businessman, his speech and actions were very smooth. Although he might not immediately become friends with you, at the very least, you wouldn't dislike him. Trezebo's attitude towards Muan was very warm. He was very clear that Charlie was fond of Zhao Hai. And since Muan was sent here by Zhao Hai, it meant that Trezebo had absolute trust in Muan. Naturally, Trezebo wanted to establish a good relationship with Muan. During dinner, Charlie also went to see Muan. This made Muan startled. Not to mention the Rosen Empire's princes, he didn't even see the Purcell Duchy's princes. From this point, it can be seen that Zhao Hai was highly valued by Charlie. Muan wasn't a fool. When he saw Zhao Hai and Charlie talking and laughing, he knew that Zhao Hai's position in Charlie's heart wasn't low. Muan was very happy about this situation, because this meant that Laura didn't choose the wrong person. The next morning, Zhao Hai took Muan to the shop that Charlie had arranged for him. The shop would be handed over to Muan to manage. Zhao Hai also gave the shop a name. It was still the same as before, Taoyuan. Besides the shop, Zhao Hai also gave Muan a space bag and 100,000 gold coins. At the same time, he also gave Muan food and vegetables from the space as well as rations. These would be the main business of the shop in the future. When Zhao Hai first opened his shop in Jade Water City, he wanted to contact more merchants as well as nobles to form his own network. But now, he no longer needed to do so. He had already made contact with Charlie. Who was Charlie? He was a prince, a person who had the potential to become a king. It was much more reliable to have a relationship with someone other than Charlie. Even if Charlie didn't become a king in the future, he would still be a prince with strength. Even the king wouldn't dare to do anything to him. This was because behind a prince were too many benefits. Even if the king wanted to make a move, he would need to think twice. Just like the Oxu Empire's southern king, although he was only a prince, his strength wasn't any worse than the king's. Even the king's decree couldn't be carried out in the Oxu Empire's southern empress. This was because the people there only recognized the southern king. The reason why the southern king had such strength was because he was surrounded by a large group of nobles. These people's interests were intertwined with the southern king's. Even if the southern king didn't become a king, they still wanted to preserve his power, this way their interests wouldn't be damaged. However, the southern king was an exception in the continent. In the future, when the southern king and the old king of the Oxu Empire were fighting for the throne, their father suddenly passed away. Although the old king ascended the throne, the southern king's influence wasn't damaged. Therefore, he could only let the southern king become the southern king. In the Rosen Empire, the old king's body was still very healthy. When Charlie and the others fought for the throne, if the old king was determined to pass the throne to his son, he would suppress the other nobles, reducing their power and making it impossible for a second southern king to appear. However, the strength of the old nobles in the Ark continent was too strong. Sometimes, even the old king wouldn't dare to make a move against them. Therefore, all the kings wanted to establish a relationship with the old nobles. This way, even if they failed, at least they wouldn't be harmed. Zhao Hai also knew that if he relied on Charlie, it would be very difficult for him to cooperate with the old nobles. One must know that the old nobles wouldn't participate in the fight for the throne. This was because if the person they supported failed, they would be suppressed by the new king. Although the old nobles had a deep background, being suppressed would cause their strength to slowly decrease. This wasn't a good thing for them. If they didn't participate in the fight for the throne, then no matter who the new king was, they would still be treated with courtesy. In this case, why would they help the other princes? Because of this, the fights between princes, but the old nobles rarely participated in them. Now that Zhao Hai had established a relationship with Charlie, it meant that he was part of Charlie's group. In this case, the old nobles wouldn't have too much contact with Zhao Hai. This was because they were afraid that if they got in touch with Zhao Hai, it would give the impression that they were on Charlie's side. This would be tantamount to taking a side, which wouldn't conform to the old nobles' principles. Zhao Hai was also aware of this situation, so he didn't have Muan contact the old nobles, he just had him look after the shop. However, Zhao Hai believed that his shop's business wouldn't be bad. Even if the old nobles didn't participate in the fight for the throne, it didn't mean that other people wouldn't. In fact, there were a lot of nobles who wanted to participate, especially the small and medium nobles. They wanted to bet on a treasure. As long as they bet correctly, then their family would be able to soar. Now that Zhao Hai was Charlie's subordinate, even if he wasn't famous, Charlie would still tell his subordinates about Zhao Hai's identity. These people would then inquire about some information from Trezebo. He believed that they would immediately come to cooperate with him. Zhao Hai was still very confident. Charlie's attitude towards him in the past few days had already explained the problem. If the nobles who followed Charlie knew about Charlie's attitude towards Zhao Hai, then they would certainly come to cooperate with him. At the same time, Zhao Hai believed that Trezebo would also inform the nobles about Charlie's attitude towards him. This was because Trezebo was Charlie's closest confidant. Trezebo would do what was most beneficial to Charlie, and this was also what Trezebo wanted to do. This was because their strength would be the greatest if they were united. Because of this, Trezebo would certainly inform Charlie's subordinates about Zhao Hai's attitude, making them respect Zhao Hai. After dealing with the matters of Jade Water City, Zhao Hai decided to leave. He already gave Muan a storage bag as well as a flying hawk. He also left 100 undead in the second basement of the warehouse in order to deal with any unexpected situations. Now that Jade Water City's safety was no longer a concern, the haven had been repaired. Therefore, Zhao Hai was ready to go and trade with the shrimp tribesmen. He was afraid that if he didn't go for a long time, the shrimp tribesmen would forget about this matter. After greeting Charlie, Charlie actually personally escorted Zhao Hai to the haven. This made Zhao Hai very moved. It also made Charlie's subordinates very surprised. Charlie's identity was a prince. For him to get close to Zhao Hai in such a high-profile manner, it was very surprising. Most importantly, Charlie didn't only show his closeness, he also didn't show any respect towards Zhao Hai. This made them even more surprised. What Zhao Hai didn't know was that the Kelsey family had been in an uproar because of Zhao Hai's matter. Smith wrote a letter to his brothers, telling them to support him and not let Juan offend Zhao Hai. At the same time, they also wanted the family to cooperate with Zhao Hai, instead of forcing him. However, Smith didn't expect that his brothers wouldn't support him immediately. Actually, Smith's brothers couldn't be blamed, after all, they hadn't seen Zhao Hai before. Moreover, Zhao Hai's relationship with their family was very short. Therefore, they wanted to observe Zhao Hai. However, what they didn't expect was that while they wanted to observe Zhao Hai, the others didn't. This was especially true for Juwen. Juwen had never suffered such a big loss in his life. This time, Zhao Hai directly robbed his ship and threw him into the sea. Moreover, Smith had to rescue him. For Juwen, this was an unprecedented humiliation, so he wanted to take revenge. After returning to the family, Juwen recounted his meeting with Zhao Hai. Naturally, it was inevitable for Juwen to embellish his story. He said that Zhao Hai didn't see the Calci family, portraying himself as a good man and a punching bag. Because of this, the Calci family's impression of Zhao Hai became worse. Although Smith wrote a letter praising Zhao Hai's good points, the effect of a crying letter couldn't be compared to the effect of a crying letter. Additionally, the Calci family was eyeing Zhao Hai's things. Therefore, they wanted to force Zhao Hai and see if Zhao Hai would make a mistake. But at this time, they suddenly received news that Zhao Hai had arrived at Jade Water City. Moreover, he was now living in the city lord's mansion. His relationship with Charlie was very good. Most importantly, Charlie also treated him very highly. Because of this, he had a conflict with the second prince. When this news reached the Calci family, Smith couldn't help but feel regret. He even wrote a letter to the family. This letter wasn't about Zhao Hai's good deeds, but about his grievances. At the same time, he wanted to tell the family that if they forced Zhao Hai to become their enemy, then the family wouldn't be able to live a good life. However, the Calci family didn't think so. In their opinion, Zhao Hai was a traitor, an ungrateful person. Because of this, they were very angry. Not only did they not listen to Smith's advice to restore their relationship with Zhao Hai, they even wanted to teach Zhao Hai a lesson. Because of this, they sent out spies to collect information about Zhao Hai's situation in Jade Water City. But what made them disappointed was that Zhao Hai was very low-key in Jade Water City. He didn't go out at all, just like how he was in Sky Water City. Zhao Hai's character made the Calci family not know what to do. Even if they were old nobles, even if they had tyrannical strength, they still didn't dare to attack Jade Water City's city lord's mansion. This was because Charlie was currently living there. However, they quickly found out that Zhao Hai had a shop in Jade Water City. This made the Calci family very happy. They wanted to destroy Zhao Hai's shop in Jade Water City to teach Zhao Hai a lesson. But after inquiring, they gave up on this idea. This was because this shop was actually given to Zhao Hai by Charlie. If it was only Zhao Hai's shop, then they wouldn't care if they destroyed it. But since it was given by Charlie, then it was a different story. Even if these great nobles didn't care about Charlie, they still had to give Charlie face. Otherwise, they wouldn't only be targeting Charlie, they would also be targeting the Rosen imperial family. One shouldn't think that only old nobles cared about face, the imperial family did. No matter what, the Rosen Empire belonged to the Calci family. If they were forced into a corner, then they wouldn't be polite. If the imperial family were to go against an old noble, then the one who would suffer in the end would be the old nobles. Since the Calci family couldn't touch the shop in Jade Water City, then they could only make a move on Zhao Hai. They didn't believe that Zhao Hai would stay in Jade Water City forever. Sure enough, the time came when Zhao Hai was about to leave Jade Water City. But what the Calci family didn't expect was that Charlie would personally send Zhao Hai to the docks. The Calci family was very clear about what this meant. Zhao Hai didn't know much about what happened to the Calci family. He thought that Smith had already taken care of the family's matters, but he didn't think that Smith still didn't have the support of his brothers. Relying on his own strength, he was still lacking. However, he soon found out that on the second day after Zhao Hai left Jade Water City, Zhao Hai received a letter from Smith. The letter told him about the recent situation of the Calci family. Naturally, Smith didn't advise Zhao Hai to be patient, on the contrary, he wanted Zhao Hai to teach the Calci family a lesson. This didn't mean that Smith wanted to betray the Calci family, but he wanted to use Zhao Hai to teach the stubborn old men of the family a lesson. He wanted them to understand that there were people in this world who weren't afraid of the old name. At the same time, he wanted the family to know about Zhao Hai's strength. Zhao Hai didn't think that Smith would say this. He handed the letter to Laura and smiled. "Take a look, I didn't think that Brother Smith would be such a radical person." Laura took the letter and looked at it. Then she coldly snorted and said, "There's nothing great about it. I think that Brother Smith is right. If the Markey family had people like Brother Smith, then they wouldn't be in this situation today. What do you think, Brother Hai?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Why wouldn't we agree? What relationship do we have with the Kelsey family? Our relationship with Brother Smith isn't bad, so we might as well teach the Kelsey family a lesson and let them understand that Brother Smith is right. Also, in 2 days, you can take the gold medal fruit. When the time comes, your strength will increase. We can also use this opportunity to test our skills." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare. Then her face immediately lit up. Just like what Zhao Hai said, the gold medal fruit was already ripe. It's just that they still haven't harvested the last season. As long as they harvest the gold medal fruit this season, Zhao Hai would have 80 gold medal fruits. The gold medal fruit was a level 60 crop. It had 8 seasons, and each season only produced 10 fruits. This showed how precious it was. Zhao Hai wanted to be on the safe side. Although the gold medal fruit had already been harvested, he didn't let Laura and the others eat it. Instead, he had them drink the liquid of life from the space every day. Then they would practice and consolidate their strength before eating the gold medal fruit. For this reason, Zhao Hai decided to spend a lot of gold coins to get some low-level potions from the universal processing machine for Laura and the others. Although these potions couldn't increase their strength, they could still strengthen their bodies. Since the last season of the gold medal fruit would be harvested tomorrow, Zhao Hai was prepared to let Laura and the others eat the gold medal fruit. Zhao Hai turned to Laura and said, "Laura, what kind of mount do you want to use? Now that Grandpa Kuan is teaching me how to ride, how about we get a good mount in the future?" Laura shook her head and said, "I don't want to get a mount so soon. I saw that the space had a lot of strange magic beasts. When the time comes, we can raise them and use them as mounts. Let's forget about it for now." Zhao Hai didn't oppose. There were already some divine beasts recorded in China's ancient records. These divine beasts were the sons of dragons, each of them was very strong. Their fighting strength was a lot stronger than 9th ranks in this world, they were god-level characters. If they were used as mounts, then they would be very safe and cool. Zhao Hai had just started learning how to ride a horse. Although he was able to ride a horse, he was still far behind when it came to fighting. However, his martial arts had progressed very quickly, he was now able to defeat a 6th rank expert. The day passed by quickly. The next day, Zhao Hai and the others entered the space early, waiting for the last season of the gold medal fruit to be harvested. It didn't take long before Kyer harvested the last batch of gold medal fruits. Then she began to plant other things. Zhao Hai took out 3 gold medal fruits. One of them was for Laura, while the other 2 were for Blockhead and Rockhead. It must be said that Blockhead and Rockhead's strength wasn't bad, but they couldn't level up. This made the 2 very distressed. Now that they finally found something that could help them level up, the 2 were very happy. Laura's gold medal fruit could only be eaten in half, but Blockhead and Rockhead could eat it all. Zhao Hai gave 2 gold medal fruits to Blockhead and Rockhead, then he cut the remaining half and gave it to Laura. The remaining half was stored in the warehouse. The 3 looked at the gold medal fruit in their hands with excitement. Meg and the others were envious, but they also knew that they weren't suitable to eat the gold medal fruit, they felt that it was a pity. Zhao Hai looked at the 3, then he smiled faintly and said, "Eat it quickly. After eating it, familiarize yourself with your situation. Don't forget, we might have to fight in the next few days." The 3 nodded and suppressed their excitement as they ate the diamond fruit. Blockhead and Rockhead immediately had a reaction as soon as they ate the diamond fruit. The 2 of them felt that their battle chi had started to rapidly increase. Although this was a happy thing, if they didn't deal with it immediately, they might suffer from chi deviation. The 2 of them didn't have time to say anything as Ma Kai sat down cross-legged and started to circulate his battle chi to break through to the next level. Laura's situation was similar, but her situation was much milder. This was because she only ate half of the gold medal fruit, but she immediately started to circulate her battle chi. Zhao Hai and the others looked at Laura and the others nervously. They knew that this was a very important time for Laura and the others. Although the space said that the gold medal fruit that Laura and the others ate was something that they could bear, Zhao Hai was still very worried. However, Laura and the others didn't wake up immediately. Instead, it took them 8 hours to wake up. At this time, Kuan, Green, and the others also entered the space and looked at the group nervously. The first one to wake up was Laura. She looked at the people around her and smiled faintly. Everyone is here, I've made you worry. Zhao Hai immediately said, don't talk about that. Tell me, how do you feel right now? How are you? Did you level up? Looking at the nervous face of Zhao Hai, Laura couldn't help but feel warm. She smiled and said, I'm fine, I feel very good. My strength has reached the peak of 6th rank. I believe that after eating the gold medal fruit tomorrow, I'll be able to reach 8th rank. Zhao Hai and the others let out a sigh of relief. Their faces were filled with joy. Kuan laughed and said, very good, young lady. You finally leveled up. In this continent, everyone worked hard to cultivate. Not only for their own safety, but also for their own lives. An ordinary person's lifespan was only about 100 years, but an 8th rank expert could live up to 200 years. In order to live longer, everyone worked hard to cultivate. This was especially true for the nobles. They didn't have to worry about their own livelihood, so they had a lot of time to cultivate every day. At this time, Blockhead and Rockhead also woke up. The two had happy expressions on their faces. Because there wasn't any accident, they had reached 8th rank. Suddenly, they had 2 8th rank experts. For them, this was a very good thing. Green pulled the two out, saying that he wanted to see how strong they were. Perhaps because they hadn't fully adapted to their own strength, Blockhead and Rockhead were somewhat restrained when they fought against Green. But slowly, the two began to adapt and were able to block Green's attacks. One must know that Green was a peak 8th rank expert. Even an average 8th rank expert would be killed by him in seconds. Now, Blockhead and Rockhead were actually able to block his attacks. Although it was just practice, it could be seen from this point that Blockhead and Rockhead were able to block his attacks. After some time, Green laughed heartily as he put away the Spirit Wind sword. Then he looked at the two and said, good, you two brats did well. Your joint attack already has the strength of a peak 8th rank expert. If an average 8th rank expert were to encounter you two, then they would only have bad luck. Ha ha ha, now I can finally rest assured. You two brats listen to me, from now on, you must protect the young master. If the young master loses a single hair, then see how I'll deal with the two of you. Blockhead and Rockhead were orphans since childhood. Although they were raised by the Buddha clan, the one who truly took care of them was Green. Because of this, their feelings towards Green were very complicated. They respected him just like how sons respect their father. Therefore, the two would definitely listen to Green's words. Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, Grandpa Green, forget it. Let them help you. I don't need their protection right now. Green laughed and said, that's right. But letting these two go to Iron Mountain Fort isn't a problem. The teachers there are undead, so they wouldn't be able to help much. Let them train with the young master. Zhao Hai looked at Blockhead and Rockhead, then he smiled and nodded, all right, let them follow me. These two should also be trained properly. In the future, they will have to be independent. Green and the others laughed. At this time, Zhao Hai remembered that he hadn't left the space for a day. He immediately returned to the haven. Fortunately, nothing happened on the ship, so Zhao Hai felt relieved. When Zhao Hai returned to the space, he discovered that Laura was already fighting with Kuan. It seems like Kuan also wanted to test Laura's strength. While Zhao Hai and the others were practicing their martial arts inside the space, the haven was calmly sailing on the sea. Although there was only one ship, as long as they didn't have any enmity with them, then they wouldn't attack the ironclad warship. After all, the ironclad warship's fighting strength was very strong. Unlike Zhao Hai's leisurely life, Smith was now worried to the point where his hair turned white. He couldn't help but worry. Although he told Zhao Hai about the family's plan to deal with Zhao Hai, he didn't know how Zhao Hai would react. Would he still cooperate with the family like before? If Zhao Hai no longer cooperates with the family, then the family's losses would be very big. But even though he tried to persuade the family, no one listened. Smith began to wonder if the elders in the family had stones in their heads. Why were they so stubborn? He already knew that the family had sent people to deal with Zhao Hai. Moreover, they were experts, a total of 10 eighth ranks and 20 armed merchant ships. This kind of strength was already very strong, but Smith knew that this kind of strength wouldn't be good in front of Zhao. He was very clear that even if Zhao didn't show off his strength, he still had goods in his hands. His fighting strength absolutely couldn't be underestimated. However, it was useless to say these things right now. The family wouldn't listen to him. What Smith was worried about was that if the family suffered a loss in Zhao Hai's hands, then they wouldn't ignore his dissuasion and attack Zhao Hai again. When they attacked Zhao Hai twice, Smith was still able to let his friendship with Zhao Hai go, so that Zhao Hai wouldn't be too angry. But if the family were to attack Zhao Hai again, wouldn't Zhao Hai go all out to deal with them? The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. Smith sighed as he sat on the sofa and looked at the ceiling. He couldn't say anything. At this time, a gentle voice was heard. "Father, what's wrong? Are you unhappy?" Smith raised his head and saw that it was Megan. Although Smith was upset, he still put on a happy expression in front of his most beloved, most sensible, and most well-behaved daughter. He said, "Megan, why didn't you go out to play today?" "It's fine, you don't need to worry about me. Go out and play with your friends." Megan shook her head and said, "I don't want to play with them, it's too boring. Laura and the others are much better. Although Laura and the others have been playing with me, they taught me a lot of things. On the other hand, my friends don't seem to have any goals. Besides eating, drinking, and having fun, they have nothing else to do. It's too boring. It's too boring." Smith looked at Megan in shock. He didn't think that Megan would say something like this. Because Megan was still young and was the only daughter of the family, she had always lived like a princess. Everyone spoiled her, she didn't suffer any setbacks. All the dark things were kept away from her, and they were all blocked by Smith and the others. Because of this, Megan's world was filled with sunshine, there wasn't a trace of darkness in it. Because of this, when Megan and the others were attacked, the Kelsey family couldn't help but get angry. This was also the reason why Megan was at a loss. Moreover, Smith had already prepared the inheritance rights for Megan. So when Megan marries in the future, her dowry would be very rich. She didn't need to worry about money at all. It can be said that aside from eating, drinking, and having fun, there was nothing else for her to do. Now that Megan suddenly told him that eating, drinking, and having fun was the most boring thing in the world, Smith couldn't help but feel confused. He didn't know what was going on. Smith looked at Megan in confusion and said, "Megan, why did you suddenly have this idea? Did someone say something?" "Don't worry, baby, our family isn't like other families. Our family is the Kelsey family. With our family's current strength, you don't need to worry about these things." Megan shook her head and said, "I didn't say that I want to make a lot of money, I just want to do something for the family. I don't want to be like my friends, doing nothing every day, eating and waiting for death. Look at Sister Laura, Sister Meg, and the others, they follow Mr. Zhao Hai everywhere." Smith stared blankly at Megan. He didn't think that Megan would say something like this. This made him feel very surprised. Smith looked at Megan and couldn't help but sigh. He discovered that his beloved daughter had finally grown up. Smith looked at Megan and said, "Megan, why do you have this idea? You should know that the reason why Laura and the others did what they did was because they had to. But you don't need to do that at all. Dealing with those things is very tiring." Megan pouted and said, "I know that dealing with those things is very tiring, but women like that are very beautiful. Otherwise, I would feel very useless." Smith shook his head and sighed. He didn't know what to say. Looking at the graceful Megan, Smith couldn't help but sigh at the passing of time. In a blink of an eye, Megan had already reached the age of marriage. Is there anyone in the continent who is worthy of Megan? A father would always love his daughter. Smith always thought that his daughter was the best, no man was worthy of her. Because of this, even though Megan had grown up, she still didn't have an engagement. For a great family like the Kelsey family, there was no need for them to have an alliance through marriage. Moreover, their family had more males than females, so they could have an alliance through marriage. In any case, Megan was out of the question. Because of this, Megan still didn't have an engagement. But today, when Smith was thinking about who would be worthy of Laura, he couldn't help but think about Zhao Hai. This made Smith startled. He quickly shook his head and got rid of this boring fantasy. However, this idea was like a devil, it kept circling his mind, making him unable to get rid of it. Smith couldn't help but sit there and think about Zhao Hai. He had to recognize that Zhao Hai was a very outstanding young man. He was very sentimental, knew when to advance and retreat, and was very strong. Although he had 2 fiancées, in the continent, every noble had several wives. Moreover, seeing Megan and Laura getting along so well, Smith was very surprised. Megan stood there and looked at Smith, who didn't speak for a long time. She couldn't help but feel strange. Father, what happened? What are you thinking about? Smith recovered, he looked at Megan and smiled. I'm not thinking about anything. If you want to do something, I'll have Phil arrange it for you tomorrow. You should go and talk to your mother first. If you're not there, she'll blame me. Megan nodded. Megan excitedly complied, then she turned around and left. Looking at Megan's departing back, Smith couldn't help but sigh. Maybe marrying her to Zhao Hai isn't a bad choice. Zhao Hai didn't know that Smith actually had the idea of marrying Megan to him. To be honest, he didn't have much contact with Megan, he didn't even think about what would happen between them. He was now very satisfied with his life. To be honest, having 2 fiancées like Megan and Laura made him very satisfied. Zhao Hai was a person who was easily contented. When he was on Earth, although he only received a small amount of royalties and lived a poor life, he was still very satisfied. He had enough to eat, he had warm clothes, he had a place to live, and he could do what he liked. Because of this, he was very satisfied. After arriving in the Ark continent, he was also very satisfied. He had a space where he could plant, he had 2 beautiful fiancées, he had a large number of loyal subordinates, and he also had a lot of undead. He was very satisfied with his life. It was just that when he was content, he was still a little discontented. What he was discontented with was that he could still do better now. It was just like the famous words he heard from the famous father of Chinese surgery, Professor Qiu Fazu. On Earth, one must know when to be a person, one must know when to do things, and one must be discontented with learning. This famous saying had always been Zhao Hai's motto. He was very satisfied with being a person, but when he did things, he always wanted to be perfect. He always wanted to find his own shortcomings. When he did things that he liked, he always wanted to do his best. Just like now, he was very satisfied with his current life. But he knew that he was no longer an otaku writer, he was now the lord of a territory. He was doing business, so he needed to do well in his business and develop his territory. Although his territory was developing well, he always thought that he could do even better. This was the reason why he wasn't satisfied. In order to achieve his goals, he could overcome any difficulties. Because of this, he wasn't afraid of any challenges. When difficulties came, he would always face them head-on. This was because he knew that difficulties were like an enemy. If you turned around and ran away when facing an enemy, then your life and death would no longer be under your control. On the contrary, if you faced an enemy, then you might be able to defeat him. Even if you didn't have the confidence, at least you could fight to the death, and you wouldn't have to give your orders to others. Because of this, he chose to face Southern King and the Radiant Church. Although he was able to hide in the prairie, this was because he had repelled the Radiant Church's pursuit. He could calmly leave, but leaving wasn't the same as running away. At this time, Zhao Hai was practicing martial arts inside the space. He wanted to improve his strength, but at the same time, he also liked to practice martial arts. As long as one was a Chinese, they would have a dream of becoming a martial artist. Zhao Hai was also a fan of novels. Now that he finally had the opportunity to become an expert, he naturally wanted to grasp it. Actually, Zhao Hai was also waiting, he was waiting for the Kelsey family to arrive. Smith said that he wanted to teach the Kelsey family a lesson, so naturally, Zhao Hai would do it. Even if Smith didn't say so, he would still do it. He believed that Smith also understood this point. The reason why Smith sent the letter was to maintain their relationship, leaving a way out for the future. Jiao Hai didn't oppose it, he was disgusted with the Kelsey family. But to be honest, he treated Smith very well. He also wanted to maintain this relationship with Smith, so he replied to Smith's letter. Although the content of the letter was very ordinary, he believed that Smith already understood what he meant. Jiao Hai didn't care about the Kelsey family's attack. He knew that the Kelsey family wouldn't send a ninth-rank expert. Otherwise, Smith wouldn't have told him to teach the family a lesson. Instead, he would have told him to run away. At this time, Jiao Hai was more concerned about the situation with the fishmen. To be honest, this was his first time doing business with the fishmen, the first time in the history of the continent. He didn't know how the fishmen would react. What he didn't understand was that the continent and the fishmen had been living in peace for many years. Did they really not do business with each other? This was something that Jiao Hai couldn't believe. Jiao Hai knew that almost all the ships in the distant sea were pirate ships. These pirate ships didn't have any strong experts. If they were attacked by the fishmen, then their ships would be destroyed. How could they do business with the fishmen? If he wasn't strong enough, then he would have already been eaten by the shrimp tribesmen. How could he do business with them? Moreover, the humans of the continent looked down on the demi-humans. Adding on to the fact that the fishmen were very mysterious and lived in the sea, the humans didn't have any contact with them. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to do business with the beastmen like the humans did with the beastmen. The reason why Jiao Hai was welcomed by the beastmen and was able to talk to the fishmen was because he saw the two races as equals. He didn't look down on them as outsiders. If a human expert were to encounter the situation that Jiao Hai encountered the other day, then they would immediately kill the shrimp tribesmen. They wouldn't be able to talk to the fishmen, let alone do business with them. What Jiao Hai was worried about was how the fishmen would view this cooperation. Would they really treat him as a merchant that they could cooperate with? Or would they just trick him into their territory and then deal with him? Although this operation was very risky, Jiao Hai still did it. This was because he knew that if he succeeded in doing business with the fishmen, then it would be hard for the Buddha clan to not develop in the future. On the 5th day after leaving Jade Water City, Jiao Hai left the protection of the Rosen Empire's navy and officially entered the high seas. However, this also meant that trouble had arrived. Jiao Hai knew that the Kelsey family would deal with him soon. Just as Jiao Hai thought, on the 2nd day after he entered the high seas, the Kelsey family's people arrived. They had 20 armed merchant ships, 15 3-masted wooden ships, and 5 5-masted iron-armored ships. Such a force was very strong, only a great family like the Kelsey family would be able to make such a big move. Jiao Hai didn't think that Juwen would dare to appear. But when he looked at the monitor, he understood why Juwen dared to appear. This was because he was accompanied by 5 people, 2 of them were mages while the other 2 were warriors. From their auras, one could see that they were 8th rank experts. Jiao Hai looked at the other ships and saw 2 mages and 3 warriors. All of them were 8th rank experts. Upon seeing these people, Jiao Hai's eyes couldn't help but shrink. 10 8th rank experts, the Kelsey family was really willing to spend a lot of money. But would this be useful to Jiao Hai? Jiao Hai also paid attention to the ships. These ships were all armed merchant ships. Moreover, the strength of the people aboard weren't weak. One could see that they were elite soldiers. Jiao Hai couldn't help but coldly snort. Laura and the others were also looking at these ships. When they heard Jiao Hai snort, Laura asked, "Brother Hai, what do we do? Do we kill all of them?" Jiao Hai replied, "If we don't make them feel pain, they wouldn't learn their lesson. We'll only leave the 8 experts and Juwen's people behind. But we'll also cripple the 8 experts. We'll also take their ships. Pass down my order, the cannoneers are not to attack. Lower the sails of the ships, we'll be playing a big game today." Jiao Hai nodded and said, all right. Jinan immediately passed down the order. Laura and the others didn't oppose. At this time, they only had 1 ship, the Haven. Although the other ships were stored inside the space, this wasn't the time to take them out. Of the 20 ships in Jiao Hai's hands, besides the Haven and the Swordfish being repaired in Jade Water City, the other ships were stored inside the space. Even the 5 ships that he took from the Marquis family were also stored inside the space. But if he were to release those ships at this time and fight with the Kelsey family, then his secrets would be exposed. He didn't want this to happen, so he had Jinan lower the sails of the ships. The cannoneers were also forbidden from firing. This way, when the other side saw them, they wouldn't fire and would only board the ships. This way, Zhao Hai wouldn't be afraid of them. There was also a reason why Zhao Hai didn't want to engage the cannoneers. This was because he already regarded the 20 ships of the Kelsey family as his property. If they were to be destroyed, then he would feel heartache. Laura looked at the 20 warships that were slowly approaching. Her eyes were full of eagerness. Now that her strength had stabilized at 8th rank, and she had been training since she was a child, Zhao Hai wouldn't be Laura's opponent if they were to fight. Although Laura was a knight, her spearmanship and swordsmanship were very formidable. Even if she were to fight against Blockhead and Rockhead, she wouldn't be defeated. Someone like Zhao Hai who was only halfway through his training was naturally not her opponent. At this time, Laura's confidence had been greatly boosted. Just practicing with Kuan and the others made her feel bored. She wanted to fight with real swords and spears. Zhao Hai couldn't do anything about it, so he took out some metals from the warehouse and made a tang sword for Laura using the Universal Technique machine. It must be said that the weapons of the Ark continent were very well developed. However, Zhao Hai had a preference for Earth's products. Moreover, the tang sword was the ancestor of Japanese katanas. Not only was it powerful, it was also very powerful. Because of this, Zhao Hai made a tang sword for Laura. He didn't expect that when the tang sword was made, Kuan would take a fancy to it. Since Kuan wanted one, Zhao Hai had no other choice but to make one for Kuan. Now, Laura and Kuan were almost always using their swords, which made Zhao Hai feel very helpless. But he didn't expect that. After making a sword for Kuan, Blockhead and Rockhead would also want it. However, the tang sword itself wasn't a heavy sword, while Blockhead and Rockhead both used two-handed heavy swords. Such a weapon really wasn't suitable for them. Zhao Hai had no other choice but to make Blockhead and Rockhead a large machete with a thick back. He also lengthened the hilt, making it more suitable for them to use. Sure enough, these two guys were very happy. Although swords and sabers had different styles, in the Ark continent, martial artists generally paid attention to strength. Even if they used swords, they would use heavy swords. Only women would use lighter swords. In China's martial arts, swords were light and agile while sabers were hard and fierce. It was obvious that heavy swords weren't easy to use. Because of this, Zhao Hai saw that swords in the Ark continent were mostly used for slashing and chopping. There were very few swords that were used for stabbing. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to make them use sabers instead. This was because sabers were more suitable for slashing and chopping. After getting their new weapons, they spent a few days familiarizing themselves with them. They discovered the advantages of the new weapons, making them very happy. They practiced every day inside the space, so now that they finally had a chance to fight, they were very happy. The Kelsey family's armed merchant ship slowly surrounded Zhao Hai's haven. Juwen's flagship was next to Zhao Hai's ship while the other armed merchant ships kept a distance from Zhao Hai's ship. They also aimed their cannons at the haven. Zhao Hai looked at the ships that didn't approach, he smiled faintly and said, "Not bad, you've learned to be smart." "Haha, but you're still not that smart." Laura smiled and said, "It's not that he isn't smart, he just wanted to see how frightened people are. This is a common problem among nobles. In his opinion, since he lost face in front of you last time, he must return in a dignified manner. Seeing you lose face would make his heart feel comfortable." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "What an idiot. If it was me, I would have already opened fire. I'll remember this, I won't make the same mistake in the future." When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but laugh. At this time, Juwen's ship had already stopped next to Zhao Hai's ship, the gangplank was already set up. Juwen had an arrogant look on his face as he walked towards the haven. At his side were his 8th ranks as well as the housekeeper sent by his family. Besides these 6 people, Juwen also had more than 20 people behind him. These people were 6th and 7th ranks, each and every one of them looked at Zhao Hai's group with scrutinizing eyes. Zhao Hai calmly looked at Juwen while Juwen looked at Zhao Hai proudly. Then he turned his head to Laura and the others, his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Zhao Hai looked at Juwen and couldn't help but frown. He coldly snorted and said, "Juwen, why are you here? Do you need something from me?" Juwen stared blankly at Zhao Hai's question. He stared blankly at Zhao Hai. He didn't know why Zhao Hai would say such a thing. In the past, Zhao Hai had stolen more than 10 ships from him. Could it be that this matter didn't happen? After some time, Juwen recovered, his complexion paled as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, don't play dumb. You really don't know why I came here today? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I really don't know why you came here today. Tell me. Juwen's face turned black, the veins on his forehead bulged. He gasped for breath as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Don't play dumb. Last time, you stole my ships and threw me into a small boat. Do you really want to pretend that nothing happened? Let me tell you, stop dreaming. Today, we'll settle the old and new accounts. Today, you must return the ships that you stole from me. You must also compensate me for the fire fishes that you raised. Also, you must have your beauties accompany me. Otherwise, I'll have you feed the fishes in the sea. Zhao Hai looked at Juwen with a cold expression and said, Juwen, is this what you want to say? Is this what a Calci family's young master wants to say? Aren't you afraid of losing face for the Calci family? Juwen's complexion changed, then he said, Don't waste your breath, just do as I say. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Zhao Hai looked at Juwen, then he suddenly laughed and said, Good Juwen, good Calci family. You really think that you can defeat me with just a few 8th ranks? When he heard Zhao Hai, Juwen's complexion couldn't help but change. The faces of the 8th ranks behind him also changed. However, Zhao Hai didn't make any move, he just looked at Juwen and smiled faintly, You're really naive. You think that you can come to my ship and show off your strength? Today, I'll let you know my methods. Then he waved his hand as a large number of undead appeared on the sea's surface. At this time, Juwen and the others discovered that the surface of the sea was already covered with ice. While their complexions changed, Laura and the others had already rushed forward and entangled them. Juwen didn't think that Zhao Hai would have such experts among his subordinates. What made him angry was that Zhao Hai was actually holding a sword and fighting with one of his subordinates. It was as if he was fighting a warrior. Although Zhao Hai's undead didn't make a move against Juwen, Juwen's face still paled. He knew that Zhao Hai's subordinates didn't make a move against him not because they were afraid of him, but because they wanted to give face to the Calci family. If Zhao Hai really wanted to make a move, then Juwen and the others would already be dead. Naturally, his idea was correct. Just as he was thinking about this, the ships that he brought along had already been captured by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't want to become a mortal enemy of the Calci family, he wanted to teach them a lesson. Therefore, he had his undead capture the people of the Calci family and bring them along. Zhao Hai didn't want to become mortal enemies with the Calci family, he wanted to teach them a lesson. Therefore, he had his undead capture the people of the Calci family. Seeing these people being captured, Juwen's complexion changed. He knew that he wouldn't be able to make a comeback in the future. At this time, the 8th ranks who were fighting with Zhao Hai were also captured. Only the one who was fighting with Zhao Hai was still standing. However, Juwen could see that Zhao Hai's martial skills weren't very high, he was at most a 6th rank warrior. However, Juwen didn't dare underestimate Zhao Hai. This was because he knew that Zhao Hai wasn't a martial artist, he was a mage. Everyone knew that practicing both magic and martial arts wouldn't lead to any good results. In the end, both magic and martial arts would be useless. However, Zhao Hai's strength wasn't any worse than a 6th rank warrior. On the contrary, his strength was much stronger than a 6th rank warrior. If he didn't use magic before, then Juwen might have thought that Zhao Hai was a pure warrior. Juwen also saw Zhao Hai's age. In his opinion, for someone of Zhao Hai's age to become a 6th rank warrior was already very good. But he soon found out that he was wrong. Zhao was only using a sword in his hand. His sword moves were very ordinary, but his 6th level warrior, who had the upper hand at the beginning, was now slowly falling into a disadvantageous position. Although Juwen didn't have a good understanding of martial arts, he still had a good eyesight. He was very clear that the reason why Zhao Hai was at a disadvantage was because he didn't have enough experience. It wasn't because his level was low. Juwen was so angry that he didn't know what to say. He wasn't a fool. When he saw Zhao Hai's appearance, he knew that Zhao Hai was using his subordinates to practice. However, he couldn't do anything about it. This was because in front of him, a large group of undead were eyeing him. These undead were holding weapons in their hands. Moreover, their levels weren't low. Moreover, they were very close to him. Even if he wanted to use magic, it would be too late. Suddenly, Zhao Hai's group retreated. Juwen didn't have any experts, instead, his expression changed. He wanted to have his subordinates entangle Zhao Hai, but it was already too late. Zhao Hai's group had already retreated from the attack range of his subordinates. At the same time, his subordinates were surrounded by Zhao Hai's undead. Zhao Hai held his sword as he calmly looked at Juwen and coldly said, "Juwen, don't think that I'm afraid of you. Your strength isn't enough to make me afraid. I stopped because I wanted to give Brother Smith some face. I hope that you can understand that I, Zhao Hai, am not a dog of your Kelsey family that you can order around. If you want to cooperate with me, then show me some sincerity. I'll accept the ships that you brought, they will be my ships in the future. I hope to cooperate with the Kelsey family, but I hope that you don't touch my bottom line." After he said that, Juwen discovered that the 8th ranks that came with him had already been taken down by Zhao Hai. The only ones left in front of him was the housekeeper that the family sent. Naturally, Juwen didn't dare to make a move. Zhao Hai looked at him and smiled faintly, "I won't kill you. Rest assured, I won't even touch your 8th ranks. However, I'll be taking your ships. You should know the rules from last time, so this time will be the same." Juwen smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you." Juwen's face turned even uglier. He knew that the last time they attacked Zhao Hai, it was in the coastal waters where they cooperated with the Rosen Empire's navy. They were only 3 days away from Skywater City. But this time, they weren't cooperating with the Rosen Empire's navy. The closest port to Skywater City was 7 days away. If they were thrown into the sea, then they would suffer a lot of losses. Zhao Hai didn't care too much about this. He directly placed a lifeboat below the ship and had Juwen and the others board it. Juwen could see that the 10 8th ranks that came with them had already been taken care of by Zhao Hai. But what Juwen didn't expect was that Zhao Hai didn't kill them, he just threw them onto the ship. Juwen looked at Zhao Hai's method and his complexion changed. He knew that for an 8th rank expert, being crippled and unable to use their battle chi and magic was worse than being killed. Zhao Hai's move was really ruthless. After Zhao Hai's ship left, Juwen's face turned gloomy as he looked at the crippled 8th ranks. His complexion paled as he turned to his housekeeper and said, "Throw them into the sea and tell the family that they were killed by Zhao Hai." When the housekeeper heard Juwen, he couldn't help but stare, then his complexion changed as he said, "Fifth young master, this isn't good. The family's rules say that 8th ranks who are injured must be provided for by the family. If the young master does this, then it would violate the family's rules." Juwen coldly snorted and said, "You don't need to talk nonsense. Killing them would only anger the family. If you bring them back, then the old fogies would be afraid of Zhao Hai." As soon as he finished, Zhao's voice was heard. "The 5th young master's methods are ruthless enough. Ha ha ha, but you forgot that mages have memory magic and sound magic. I have already recorded down what you said. Ha ha ha, if you don't touch these people, then don't blame me for handing these things over to your family." Zhao's voice was heard as soon as the 5th young master's words were heard. "Ha ha ha, if you don't touch these people, then don't blame me for handing them over to your family." When Juwen heard Zhao Hai's voice, his complexion changed. This time, he felt very embarrassed. He was very clear that memory magic and sound magic were very difficult to learn. They were a type of mixed magic. Moreover, only mages with wind, water, and earth could do this. If Zhao Hai could really use this type of magic, then it would mean that he or his subordinates could use all 3 types of magic. Juwen was very clear about what a triple-element advanced mage meant to a family. However, Juwen was also very clear that although memory magic and sound magic weren't offensive magic, they were still known as honest magic. This was because these types of magic couldn't be faked. They were generally used as evidence. If Zhao Hai really used this type of magic, then Juwen's actions today would be recorded by Zhao Hai. When that time comes, Juwen would be out of luck. Don't underestimate these 8th ranks. Although the death of these 8th ranks didn't mean anything to the Kelsey family, if Zhao Hai really let the family know what he did, then it would be a huge matter for him. Generally, 8th rank experts would be consecrated figures in a family. And these consecrated figures all had one thing in common. Their missions were very important to the family. They could be said to be very dangerous missions with a slim chance of survival. Because of this, all 8th rank consecrated figures had a common characteristic: it was inevitable that there would be casualties during their missions. These 8th rank experts also had family members. If they died or were injured, then what would happen to their family members? Without a source of income, what would happen to their family members? The 8th ranks were naturally aware of this, so they made an agreement with the nobles. This agreement was that regardless of whether the 8th ranks died or not, their families would receive the best care. If they died, then it would be fine. But if they were injured, then their families would have to take care of them for the rest of their lives. Moreover, they would have to take good care of them. If they don't take good care of them, then the other 8th ranks would turn against the family. For a family, this would be a fatal blow. If the Xianxia family knew about Juwen's actions, then the consecrated figures in the family wouldn't let Juwen off. If the family's consecrated figures knew about Juwen's actions today, then Juwen's position as the patriarch would be lost. Although these consecrated figures didn't seem to care about the family's affairs, once they unite, their strength couldn't be underestimated. These consecrated figures were the strength of the family. If these figures were to know that Juwen treated them like this, then they wouldn't support him anymore. At that time, Juwen would be done for. If he wanted to compete for the throne, then the most important thing was to gain the support of these people. If these people were to know that these people no longer supported him, then what hope would he have? Losing 20 ships didn't hurt Juwen's heart. For a great family like the Xianxia family, losing 20 ships wasn't a big deal. What was more important was that Zhao Hai got what he just said. In the future, he wouldn't be able to be rude to Zhao Hai. As long as Zhao Hai had any bad intentions towards Zhao Hai, then all Juwen had to do was hand over the information recorded in the magic to the family. Juwen would then be finished. The Xianxia family sent Guan Ai to monitor Juwen. When he saw Juwen's appearance, he knew that Juwen was finished. Although he was sent to monitor Juwen, his fate was closely linked to Juwen. Therefore, he didn't report Juwen's actions to the family. He hoped that Juwen would be able to fight for the throne, so that he could soar in the future. But now, it seems like that would be impossible. Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't just throw Juwen to the sea, so he immediately sent Smith to take care of him. Smith had already expected this result. So he sent his ships to patrol the sea. As long as they received Zhao Hai's message, they would immediately go and rescue Juwen. Although Juwen didn't live up to expectations, he was still his younger brother. Because of this, Smith decided to protect Juwen. At the same time, he also knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't take Juwen's life. When Smith received Zhao Hai's letter, he immediately sent a letter to the family's ships, telling them to pick up Juwen as soon as possible. This was because Smith knew that the last time Juwen acted, they were within the Rosen Empire's naval patrol range, so their safety was guaranteed. But this time, Smith was afraid that Juwen wouldn't act within the Rosen Empire's naval patrol range. If Zhao Hai were to throw them into the sea, then they would be in danger. A large clan would have many descendants, and some large clans would have many direct descendants as well. Some of these direct descendants would be able to become heirs, while others would not be able to become heirs. Juwen was very favored in the Xianxia family, his position in the hearts of the elders was even higher than Smith's. Because of this, when Juwen said that he wanted to deal with Zhao Hai, the elders of the family agreed. For a great family like the Xianxia family, they generally didn't have much respect for their foreign elders. Because of this, Juwen wanted to throw the 8th rank foreign elders into the sea. As long as they weren't seen, he could just give some money to the families of the foreign elders. Nobody would care about the fate of these foreign elders. Because of this, Zhao Hai only killed the foreign elders to teach the Xianxia family a lesson. This way, they wouldn't dare to mess around with him. Zhao Hai's enmity with the Xianxia family wasn't very deep. But if he really did make a move against Juwen, then the enmity between him and the Xianxia family would be huge. It can be said that he wouldn't rest until he was dead. No family would be able to resolve their enmity after their direct descendants were attacked. This was especially true for an old family like the Xianxia family. Because of this consideration, Zhao Hai decided to let Juwen go. Moreover, he sent people to protect his safety. Zhao Hai was very clear that with the video of what Juwen did to the 8th ranks, Zhao Hai would lose his right to compete for the patriarch's position. The video wasn't much for Smith, but for Juan, it was something that he needed. If Smith had the video, then he could rely on it to gain Juan's support. This would greatly increase his chances of becoming the patriarch. Juan was indeed a playboy, but his position in the hearts of the elders of the family couldn't be underestimated. As long as Smith had Juan's support, it would be the same as having a person who would speak good words for the elders of the family. This would be a huge help to Smith. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to talk about this right now. He had the undead drive the ships that Juan brought to the open sea. After that, he had the Haven head towards the place where they met the shrimp tribe. It wasn't that Zhao Hai didn't want to enter the deep sea, he could just find a place to do so. However, he didn't know how big the shrimp tribe's territory was. If the shrimp tribe's territory was very small, then it would be easy for him to enter their territory. When that time comes, it would be troublesome. It didn't take long before Zhao Hai arrived at the shrimp tribe's territory. However, he didn't stop, instead, he directly headed towards the depths of the sea. At the same time, he was also very careful, he was prepared to be attacked by the fishmen at any time. There wasn't a clear boundary between the coastal waters and the depths of the sea. However, people who frequently traveled the sea knew that Ape Island was the boundary between the coastal waters and the depths of the sea. As long as one passes through this line of islands, then one would be in the fishmen's territory. Fishmen would kill them in vain, the ninth ranks of the continent wouldn't go to war with the fishmen just for a few people. Zhao Hai's ship slowly entered the deep sea. But what made Zhao Hai feel strange was that they didn't receive any attacks. Everything seemed very normal, it was as if they were just sailing in the coastal waters. Zhao Hai looked at the monitor, his brows wrinkled. This was because he didn't see any shrimp tribesmen, he didn't even see any fishmen. This made him very puzzled. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly noticed something moving in the sand. Zhao Hai carefully looked at it and discovered that there was a fish in the sand. It was a very strange fish. This fish had the same color as the sand in the sea. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't notice it at first. However, this fish wasn't a fishman. Zhao Hai was currently worried about the fishman, so he wasn't in the mood to catch it. Although this fish wasn't present in the space. But what Zhao Hai didn't expect was that a group of shrimp tribesmen suddenly appeared in the monitor. These shrimp tribesmen looked very aggressive, it seems like they wanted to sink the haven. When Zhao Hai saw this, he immediately used ice magic to freeze the surrounding water. This made the shrimp tribesmen stare, they didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to discover them. These shrimp tribesmen were very clear that if Zhao Hai didn't discover them, then Zhao Hai wouldn't have used ice magic. They immediately stopped and looked at the ice wall with puzzled expressions. Zhao Hai discovered that their mouths were moving, but he didn't hear any sound. This made Zhao Hai very puzzled. But he immediately said, "Friends of the fishmen, I was invited by Crag to do business with you. Please come out and meet me." While speaking, Zhao Hai looked at the shrimp tribesmen. When the shrimp tribesmen heard Zhao Hai, they stared for a moment before they came out of the sea. The leader of the shrimp tribesmen came out of the sea, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Did you really come to do business with us?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Friends of the shrimp tribe, I've already made an agreement with Crag to do business with you. If you don't believe me, you can ask Crag." The shrimp tribesman had a happy expression on his face as he said, "Wait here. Although I've heard about this from Crag, I don't know if it's you or not. I'll immediately call him over." Then he disappeared into the sea. Zhao Hai looked at the appearance of these fishmen and couldn't help but laugh. He discovered that these fishmen were very cute. These fishmen weren't as playful as humans. In their opinion, friends were friends, enemies were enemies, there was no such thing as a mess. To be honest, getting along with these people made Zhao Hai feel very good. Before long, another group of shrimp tribesmen appeared in front of Zhao Hai. It was possible that Crag was among them. Why did Zhao Hai say that it was possible? It was because in Zhao Hai's eyes, these shrimp tribesmen all looked the same. Just like in the eyes of Chinese, foreigners looked the same. In the eyes of outsiders, Chinese people also looked the same. One of the shrimp tribesmen appeared on the surface of the sea, he looked at Zhao Hai and laughed, "Human friend, you finally appeared. Ha ha ha. These days, I've become a joke in my tribe. They said that I'm lying. My friend, come with me to see the patriarch. The shrimp tribesman laughed and said, you're finally here. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, all right, but my friend, you have to lead the way. Moreover, you have to be on the sea. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to find your tribe. This shrimp tribesman was naturally Crag. When Crag heard Zhao Hai, he smiled and said, that's not a problem. My friend, you can just follow my mount. After he said that, he sank into the sea. Then a large shrimp appeared on the surface of the sea. This shrimp was as big as the ones that Zhao Hai received from the space. After the prawn came out of the water, it immediately sank back down. Then a whisker appeared on the surface of the sea. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. He discovered that the fishmen were smarter than the beastmen. He followed the shrimp's whisker. Although he could see the situation in the sea, he didn't want the fishmen to know about it. Zhao Hai didn't expect the place that Crag was talking about to be so far away from them. Their ship sailed for 3 days before the shrimp stopped. At this time, Zhao Hai, who was sunbathing on the deck, didn't look at the monitor. When he saw the ship stop, he immediately went to the side of the ship. Sure enough, Crag appeared. He smiled and said, my friend, our patriarch will come and see you in a moment. Please wait for a moment. Zhao Hai quickly returned the salute. He didn't dare be rude to the fishmen in the sea. At the same time, Zhao Hai took 2 steps towards the ship and turned on the monitor. When he turned on the monitor, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Laura, who was behind him, was also stunned. They didn't think that they would see such a scene. At this time, there was a large coral reef in the sea. This coral reef was very big, it looked like a city in the sea. The shrimp tribesmen were swimming around. They could also see some other marine businesses as well as various kinds of fish. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. Before long, Zhao Hai saw a shrimp tribesman appear on the monitor. This shrimp tribesman didn't bow because he was a shrimp tribesman, it was because he was old. His face was full of wrinkles, his whiskers were hanging down on both sides of his head. In his hand was a wooden cane. This made Zhao Hai want to laugh. Seawater was very buoyant, but this shrimp tribesman was actually holding a cane. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. What use would a cane have in the sea? However, Zhao Hai still went to the ship and waited for the shrimp tribesman to arrive. Before long, Crag and the old shrimp tribesman appeared on the surface of the sea. The old shrimp tribesman looked at Zhao Hai and coughed twice before saying, hello, my young human friend. I am the rock shrimp tribe's patriarch, Crag Liben. Zhao Hai quickly bowed and said, respected patriarch, I am human merchant Zhao Hai. I'm very happy to see the patriarch. Liben was very satisfied with Zhao Hai's attitude. He looked at Zhao Hai and nodded, young man, you surprised me. Among all the humans I've met, you're the first one to speak to me with such an attitude. Liben smiled and nodded. Zhao Hai stared and said, patriarch has met other humans? I didn't think that I would be the first one to come in contact with the shrimp tribe. Crag Liben smiled and said, I've tried to come in contact with other humans, but in the end, I failed. When they saw us, they would shout and yell. This made me feel very annoyed. Young human friend, I heard that you want to trade with us. What do you want? When Zhao Hai heard Crag Liben, he immediately said, respected patriarch, I'm a merchant. Naturally, I'm here to trade. I just want some marine specialties, such as marine magic beasts, marine plants, pearls, corals, and the like. I also want some marine specialties as well as marine specialties. I'll also give you some of our human specialties, such as food, pottery, ironware, and household utensils. Crag Liben looked at Zhao Hai and said, my young human friend, take a look and see how much my things are worth. Then Crag Liben took out a shell that wasn't too big and gave it to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai received the shell and gently opened it. Naturally, the shell didn't have any meat inside. Instead, it was something similar to a human's pouch. However, what was inside the shell made Zhao Hai startled. This was because inside the shell was a huge pearl. This pearl was as big as Zhao Hai's fist. Zhao Hai hadn't seen such a big pearl before. Moreover, this pearl's surface was lustrous and light yellow. It was very beautiful. Laura, who was standing behind Zhao Hai, exclaimed. Then she took the pearl from Zhao Hai's hand and happily said, Brother Hai, we got a treasure. This pearl is comparable to the things that Charlie gave us. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Krag Liben and said, "Respected patriarch, this pearl is very precious. It's worth 4 ships worth of goods. Do you agree to the exchange?" Liben looked at Zhao Hai, then he suddenly laughed and said, "Honest young man, I agree to the exchange. You're an interesting young man. You might not know, but the reason why I can become the rock shrimp patriarch is because I can understand a person's mind. And I just discovered that you weren't lying. Alright, young man, take out my things." Liben looked at Zhao Hai, then he suddenly laughed and said, "You're an interesting young man." When Zhao Hai heard Liben, he couldn't help but be startled. He didn't think that Liben would have this kind of ability. He couldn't help but wipe his sweat. Although the pearl was very precious, it could only be exchanged for 4 ships worth of goods. Moreover, 4 ships worth of goods wasn't anything good. Zhao Hai didn't think that Liben would have such an ability. Zhao Hai wanted to cooperate with the shrimp tribe for a long time. Therefore, he didn't want to deceive the shrimp tribe. He knew that if the shrimp tribe were to know the value of these things, then they wouldn't cooperate with him anymore. The gains wouldn't make up for the losses. This was something that Zhao Hai wouldn't do. Zhao Hai waved his hand as 4 ships with 5 masts suddenly appeared on the sea. This startled the shrimp tribesmen. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to release so many ships. One must know that the fishmen didn't have space mages, so naturally, they didn't have any spatial equipment. Because of this, when they saw Zhao Hai's actions, the shrimp tribesmen couldn't help but get nervous. However, Krag Liben didn't seem to be nervous. He looked at his tribesmen and coldly snorted, "Why are you panicking? This is the magic of the human race, it's very mystical. Alright, young human friends, throw your things into the sea. My tribesmen will take them away." Zhao Hai noticed that as soon as the things were thrown into the sea, the shrimp tribesmen immediately caught them and transported them to the coral reef. Many of the shrimp tribesmen's eyes turned red when they saw these things. One must know that these things belonged to the human race, they were definitely rare things in the sea. The fishman race was also a very hierarchical society. They were just like the beastmen, everything was based on strength. On the other hand, the shrimp tribe was almost the same as the beastmen. Just like the fragrant pig tribe and the barbarian bull tribe, they were at the bottom of the hierarchy. They were on the verge of becoming slaves. Otherwise, they wouldn't have lived so close to the human race. Tribes like them had to provide a large amount of supplies to the fishmen every year. Otherwise, they would be demoted to slaves and become food for the fishmen. When it comes to barbarism, the beastmen couldn't compare to the fishmen. At the very least, the beastmen didn't eat humans. On the other hand, the fishmen were different. Once a tribe fell into slavery, then whether it was humans or beasts, they would all become food for the fishmen. Such a tribe had a name in the fishmen. They weren't called slaves, they were called food. Although the shrimp tribesmen were busy all year round, and although there were countless treasures in the sea, they still had to pay a lot of taxes every year. Sometimes, they simply couldn't collect enough to pay the taxes. In the end, they had no choice but to rob the humans. Fighting the humans in the sea gave them an innate advantage. In the fishmen, human goods were very rare. For a tribe like the shrimp tribe, as long as they handed over a small amount of human goods, they would be able to pay a year's worth of taxes. Because of this, if their harvest wasn't good, then they would rob the humans and hand over some human goods. However, this kind of thing couldn't be done for a long time. After all, the fishmen and the humans had an agreement. If they were to rob the humans and cause a war, then their small shrimp tribe would immediately become food. Because of his contact with the human race, Liben had some understanding of the human race's prices. The pearl that he just gave Zhao Hai was the one that had the best appearance. This was something that couldn't be helped. In the fishman race, the ones that produced the best pearls were the shell race. Most of the pearls were in the hands of the shell race. And this pearl was something that Liben inadvertently obtained when he was young. He took out this pearl to see if Zhao Hai was honest or not. If Zhao Hai's price was reasonable, then they would make Zhao Hai their merchant. If Zhao Hai's price wasn't reasonable, then they would sink Zhao Hai's ship. They would rather make this transaction than to be cheated. It had to be said that these foreign races were just so direct sometimes. In their world, good and evil seemed to be so simple. Enemies and friends could be decided with just a few words. Zhao Hai's performance made Liben very satisfied. Liben was already prepared to cooperate with Zhao Hai for a long time. He immediately gave some instructions to his people before he floated on the water's surface. Zhao Hai received the pearl. Before long, everything on the ship was unloaded. Zhao Hai turned to Liben and said, "Respected patriarch, I have some human food here. Do you want it?" Liben nodded and said, "Yes." Liben smiled faintly and said, "Of course I want it. I'll use these things to exchange for it." Then he waved his hand as his patriarch took out a pile of things. When Zhao Hai saw these things, he couldn't help but smile. This was because these things were magic beasts, aquatic plants, and corals. Zhao Hai smiled as he looked at the magic beasts and said, "These things are very good. I can exchange them. Patriarch, I'll be taking these things first." Then with a wave of his hand, the things in the hands of the shrimp tribesmen were carried by the water to Zhao Hai's ship. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand as a large amount of food was sent to the sea. After the shrimp tribesmen carried the food away, Zhao Hai turned to Liben and said, "Patriarch, today's transaction will end here. May I know when Patriarch will be able to trade with people again?" Liben smiled and said, "Whenever Mr. comes, we'll trade with Mr. Mr. can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good. Then I'll be taking my leave." Then Zhao Hai gave Liben a bow before he led the fleet away. At this time, Crag went to Liben's side and excitedly said, "Patriarch, these things are enough for us to pay our taxes. It seems like this human didn't deceive us." Liben looked at Liben and smiled, "Liben, it's all thanks to you this time. This human merchant is very upright, he's willing to cooperate with us. However, what we need to do now is to contact the other races and have them cooperate with us." Liben smiled and said, "Liben, we have to thank you this time." Crag was puzzled, "Why Patriarch? Wouldn't that be too easy for them?" Liben sighed and said, "Little Hui, you're too naive. Although these goods are good, if we're the only ones who can get them, then it would be too conspicuous. The benefits are too great, we can't swallow them all. Only by pulling in the other races can we truly unite and prevent ourselves from being exterminated. Moreover, this way, we'll have more things to exchange with the merchant. This way, our cooperation with the merchant will last for a long time." Crag nodded as if he understood. Liben didn't say anything else, so he waved his hand and led the shrimp tribesmen back to the reef. At this time, Zhao Hai was inside the space. The aquatic plants that the shrimp tribesmen gave him weren't ordinary, they were edible. Zhao Hai even saw kelp in them. The majority of the aquatic magic beasts were shrimp tribesmen. It seems like the shrimp tribesmen were very good at raising shrimp. Zhao Hai received these things into the space. Unsurprisingly, the space didn't level up, the level of these things was still too low. However, this time, Zhao Hai really made a profit. He obtained a fist-sized pearl, which wasn't something that could be exchanged with his ships. And now, he also obtained more than a dozen beautiful corals. These things were very popular in the continent. This time, Zhao Hai really made a big profit. Although his trade with the fishmen was fair, because of the scarcity of fishmen products, these things could be sold for a high price. Looking at the beautiful corals in the space, Laura couldn't help but feel a sense of fondness. These things were really too beautiful. Zhao Hai looked at Laura's appearance and smiled faintly, "All right, if you like them, then you can keep them. With other things, we wouldn't have suffered a loss this time." When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she was happy at first, but then she shook her head and said, "Forget it, we'll give these things to Charlie. Although we don't lack money, we still need to maintain a good relationship with Charlie." "Right, Brother Hai, how do you plan to deal with those magic beasts? The heads of those prawns aren't small, they're very rare in the continent." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We'll raise them inside the space and let them breed. When we return, we'll take them out of the space and freeze them." Laura nodded and said, "We can't go back right now. We've only been out for a few days. If we go back, Charlie would be suspicious. I think we should look for an island to mine some stones. We did this last time, but because of the matter with the shrimp tribe, we couldn't do it." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, we'll look for an island and have them mine stones there. Then we'll go and see little Jean. He's really comfortable right now. Little Jean was still on Ape Island, but his current life was much better than before. Because of his good relationship with Kyer specially left a piece of red soil in the space for Little Jean to grow all kinds of fruits that he likes to eat. Zhao Hai didn't oppose this situation, he also liked Little Jean very much. Zhao Hai didn't want Little Jean to be away from his people for a long time. No matter what, his people needed him as their patriarch. In any case, Ape Island had a transmission point, so they could go there at any time. In the next few days, Zhao Hai looked for an uninhabited island according to their previous discussion. The island had nothing on it, only some stones and some weeds. It was just right for Zhao Hai to mine stones. Zhao Hai anchored the ship near the island and released the undead to mine stones. Then he went to Ape Island with Laura and the others. Although the gorillas on Ape Island were very scary, they weren't as cute as Little Jean. However, after interacting with the gorillas for a long time, Zhao Hai discovered that the gorillas were very cooperative. They had the intelligence of 5 to 6-year-old children, they were very happy to be with each other. Zhao Hai also wanted to build a base on Ape Island. These past few days, they had been strolling around Ape Island for quite some time. Needless to say, they found a very good place. On the island, besides the water cave and the gold medal fruit tree, there was also another cave. This cave was very well hidden, even Little Jean didn't know about it. This was because the entrance to the cave was actually a hole on top of a big tree. The breadfruit tree was very big, and the breadfruit tree was located on the periphery of the island. Little Jean and the others rarely went there to pick fruits. The breadfruit tree had a diameter of more than 50 meters, and the hole in the middle had a diameter of more than 30 meters. Below the tree hole was a huge cave. Besides the tree hole, there was also another cave that was underwater. Moreover, this cave was connected to the ship's entrance. However, this cave was underwater, so Zhao Hai and the others didn't notice it before. However, the cave wasn't very useful to Zhao Hai, it was much better to store things than the space. However, it was still useful to Xiao Jin and the others, this was because the cave could be used to store some breadfruit. To be honest, there weren't many things on Ape Island. Besides Xiao Jin and the others, there were only breadfruit trees. Strangely enough, there weren't any other things on the island besides breadfruit trees. This made Zhao Hai very curious. Although he was curious, Zhao Hai didn't have the ability to research this matter. In the end, he concluded that it might be because of the gold medal tree. Although Zhao Hai was on Ape Island, he was still very concerned about the situation on Quarry Island. However, Zhao Hai quickly discovered that his worries were unnecessary. Letting the undead mine the rocks was a very good choice. This was because the undead could turn themselves into skeletons. When mining rocks, they didn't need any tools at all. This was especially true after Zhao Hai brought the Shirling duo to the island. The Shirling duo's best magic was to summon stone golems. Summoning a few stone golems on the island was equivalent to mining rocks. Zhao Hai didn't think that they could mine rocks this way. This time, Zhao Hai and the others stayed on Ape Island for more than a month. Naturally, they didn't stay on the island every day. Sometimes, they would go back to Iron Mountain Fort to take a look and then practice their martial arts inside the space. At this time, Zhao Hai spent most of his time practicing martial arts. After more than a month of training, Zhao Hai's strength was now very strong. He shouldn't have any problem defeating a 7th-rank warrior. These days, Zhao Hai also had some good sparring partners, these were Xiao Jin and the others. These great clans were very powerful, and their movements were also very flexible. Zhao Hai used them as sparring partners, and the results were very good. Besides practicing martial arts, Zhao Hai also learned how to control metal. At this time, he was able to control metal the size of a football. In order to allow himself to communicate with the metal, Zhao Hai used a day to turn the football-sized metal into an inner armor and wore it on his body. This inner armor had the appearance of a chain armor. Because of this, Zhao Hai used it for a long time. He also discovered that the more he wanted to control the metal, the harder it was to do so. The more complex the metal was, the more difficult it was to do so. However, Zhao Hai also discovered that after this armor was made, it wasn't that difficult to make another one. This made Zhao Hai feel relieved. A month quickly passed by. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others were very familiar with the gorillas on Ape Island. Zhao Hai and the others even gave each gorilla a name. The gorillas also liked to be with Zhao Hai. After a month, the quarrying team and the undead worked hard to flatten the island. The island was now dug into the shape of a fire mountain. In the middle of the island there was a big hole that went deep into the sea. Only the rocks around the island were left. If the rocks around the island were dug out, then the island would be submerged by the sea. Although it was only a month, the amount of stones they obtained was already a lot. Although it wasn't enough to expand Iron Mountain Fort, it was enough to build houses for 10,000 people. Zhao Hai also knew that it was time to turn around. He took the undead back to the space and immediately took a ship back to Jade Water City. During this time, Zhao Hai didn't receive any letters from Smith. He didn't know what the Kelsey family thought about the 20 ships that Zhao Hai stole from them. Would they want to deal with him, or would they want to negotiate with him? To be honest, Zhao Hai still wanted to cooperate with the Kelsey family. No matter what, they had a common enemy. However, Zhuwen's actions made Zhao Hai feel very sad. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to deal with Zhuwen twice. Now, he just hoped that the Kelsey family would treat him as an equal and cooperate with him. There was another thing that Zhao Hai was worried about. It was Southern King Boris. The attack on Ryan's warship should have been sent by him. This meant that he wanted to deal with the Purcell family. Although Zhao Hai had already sent a letter to Evan, he was still worried. No matter what, Grand Duke Evan was a great help to him. Moreover, the Grand Duke also had some friendship with the Buddha clan. Moreover, this matter was also because of him. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't want anything to happen to the Purcell family. While the ship was sailing on the sea, Zhao Hai was playing with 2 small iron balls in his hands. It looked like he was playing with a fitness ball. This was a habit that he had recently developed. It allowed him to exercise his control over metals. The Haven's days were very peaceful. Zhao Hai received the other ships into the space and didn't release them. He didn't want Charlie and the others to know how many ships he had. He believed that most people wouldn't know how many ships he had. Seeing Jade Water City getting closer and closer, Zhao Hai couldn't help but get excited. No wonder people were social animals, it was better to be in contact with them. As the ship slowly approached Charlie's pier, the people on the pier recognized the Haven. Naturally, they also knew about Zhao Hai's identity, so they were very respectful towards him. The people on the pier knew that when Zhao Hai went out to sea, Charlie personally escorted him. For the prince to personally escort him, it could be seen that Zhao Hai's identity wasn't ordinary. These people didn't dare to receive him carelessly. Also, this pier was Charlie's private pier. The people who used this pier were all Charlie's confidants, they couldn't afford to offend them. Zhao Hai and the others disembarked from the ship and directly took a carriage to their shop in Jade Water City. The shop wasn't very far from the pier, so Zhao Hai wanted to go there first. When they were still quite far from the shop, Zhao Hai saw that the Haven's shop was very lively. When he saw the scene, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that there would be such a scene here. According to Zhao Hai's thoughts, the shop was just a contact point. It didn't matter whether the business was good or bad. But now, it seems like the business here was very good. Zhao Hai went around in a circle before arriving at a small door behind the shop. This door was specially made for people of the shop. Ordinary people wouldn't go there, so there weren't many people there. After the group got off the carriage and entered the small courtyard, they discovered that the courtyard was very busy. They could see a lot of people with slave marks on their heads. They were moving things around the courtyard, this made Zhao Hai surprised. However, Zhao Hai immediately understood that these slaves were bought by Mu'en. This place really needed people, it seems like Mu'en's work was very good. At this time, the slaves also noticed Zhao Hai, but they were startled. These slaves knew that this courtyard only had 3 doors. The first door was the front door, the second was the side door, which was used for loading and unloading carts. The last door was the back door, which was guarded by undead. Besides Mu'en's family, ordinary people weren't allowed to enter. These people obviously didn't come from the front door or the side door, they must have come from the back door. Looking at their appearance, they didn't look like they were here to cause trouble. Could it be that they were familiar with the store manager? At this time, Shun led Mu'en to the backyard. Upon entering the courtyard, Shun immediately went to look for Mu'en. When Mu-En saw Zhao Hai and Laura, he immediately gave a salute and said, "Young lady, young master, you've returned." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Mu-En, arrange for the haven to have a lot of marine goods. Have someone bring them back. Remember, there are a lot of frozen goods inside the ship. Be careful when you move them, don't hurt anyone." Mu-En nodded and said, "All right." Mu-En complied, then he said, "Young master, Prince Charlie isn't in Jade Water City right now. It seems like he went back to Carson City. Do you still want to go to the City Lord's mansion?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "I still need to go. The seafood that I brought back this time will be handed over to Prince Charlie." "Right, go and prepare a few rooms for us. We'll go back and rest at night. It's not good to stay in the City Lord's mansion all the time." Mu-En complied, then Zhao Hai said a few more words before the carriage headed towards the City Lord's mansion. Halfway through the journey, they met a group of guards from the City Lord's mansion. When the guards saw Zhao Hai's giant horned ox carriage, they immediately stopped. The leader of the guards jumped down from his horse and faced Zhao Hai's carriage. "Is this Mr. Zhao Hai's carriage?" Zhao Hai opened the front door and got out, then he looked at the guard and said, "I am Zhao Hai, and you are?" The guard quickly replied, "Mister, I am the City Lord's mansion's guard commander. Today, I received the City Lord's order to receive Mr. The City Lord has already prepared a banquet to welcome Mr." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then lead the way." The guard complied, then he jumped on his horse and escorted Zhao Hai's carriage towards the City Lord's mansion. At this time, the people on the road also noticed Zhao Hai. Among them, there were a lot of people from Jade Water City who already knew who was inside the carriage. This was because Zhao Hai's carriage was very easy to recognize. They knew that this person wasn't someone they could afford to offend. Even the prince was very polite to this person, so they didn't dare to offend him. Before long, they arrived at the City Lord's mansion. Zhao Hai noticed that Trezebo was actually standing in front of the mansion's gate to welcome him. When the carriage stopped, Trezebo came out and laughed at Zhao Hai. "Mr. Zhao Hai's movements are really fast. Why didn't you inform me in advance? I would have sent someone to receive you at the pier." Zhao Hai quickly got down from the carriage and smiled, "Then I'll have to trouble the City Lord." "The City Lord is too polite, how could I trouble you to personally come out and receive me?" When the group entered the City Lord's mansion, Trezebo immediately turned to the housekeeper and said, "Send Mister's luggage to Purple Bamboo Courtyard." When Zhao Hai heard this, he quickly replied, "City Lord doesn't need to be polite. I already have a property in the city, how could I still live in Purple Bamboo Courtyard? That is His Highness' residence, it wouldn't be good for me to live there for a long time." Trezebo laughed and said, "Mister doesn't need to worry. Actually, His Highness can't live there for a long time. Moreover, His Highness has already given the order that you can live in Purple Bamboo Courtyard." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but have Shun and the others settle down in Purple Bamboo Courtyard. At the same time, he also sent someone to inform Mu-En that it would be impossible for them to return to the inn. When they arrived at the dining room, Zhao Hai found out that there were only 2 seats for the 2 of them. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He looked at Trezebo with a puzzled expression. Trezebo smiled and said, "Let my wife accompany Laura and the others. Today, we'll be here, we can discuss some things." Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything. After the 2 sat down, the housekeeper immediately came over and poured wine for the 2. At this time, the dishes were also placed on the table. After the 2 sat down, Trezebo raised his glass and said, "Come, let me offer Mr. a toast. Mr. must have worked hard on this journey, being exposed to the wind and the sun. I'm really worried about Mr." Zhao Hai also raised his glass and smiled, "City Lord is too polite. Actually, I didn't do anything, I just gave some commands. It wasn't hard on me." Then the 2 clinked their glasses and drank the wine. After drinking a glass of wine, Trezebo looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Looking at Mister's appearance, it seems like your harvest this time wasn't small. Did you find anything good?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This is the noblest thing." Then he waved his hand, more than a dozen huge corals appeared in the dining room along with a shell on the table. Zhao Hai gently opened the shell, revealing a huge pearl inside. Trezebo stared at the pearl blankly, although he had seen a lot of good things, he had never seen a pearl as big as this one. One must know that in the Ark continent, pearls and corals weren't just valuable because they were beautiful, but also because they could be used as magic materials, very precious magic materials. Of course, these pearls and the like were also the favorite of women. As for those corals, very few people would use them as magic materials now. They were generally collected by some nobles and placed in their homes to play with. Trezeba was also a person who had seen big scenes. He took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, I didn't expect Xianxia to have such a big harvest, I really didn't expect it. Zhao Hai smiled and said, these are the most valuable things. There are also some sea magic beasts, most of them are shrimp. I've already frozen them and moved them to my store's warehouse. As for the rest, there are only some seaweed and other things that aren't worth much. Trezeba nodded and said, that's also good. Right now, there are fewer and fewer things in the continent's sea. In the past, those water mages were too ruthless, they almost wiped out the coastal waters. Even people like us who live by the sea wouldn't be able to eat seafood easily. So I'm sure that your things will be very popular. Zhao Hai smiled and said, that's good, as long as I can sell these things, I'm afraid that I won't be able to sell them. Right, you can take them away in 2 days. In any case, I've already told His Highness that I'm only responsible for taking them. As for how to deal with them, it's up to His Highness. Trezeba laughed and said, don't worry, His Highness has already prepared them, he's just waiting for you. Right, when will you deliver the fire fishes? Those are good things, I've already prepared them. Zhao Hai smiled and said, don't worry, it'll arrive in 2 days. You just need to wait for the reception. Right, is His Highness doing well? Why is he in such a hurry to return to Carson City? Did something happen? Trezeba forced a smile and said, even if nothing happened, His Highness can't leave for too long. Carson City is the center of the Rosen Empire, almost all of the major forces are concentrated there. If His Highness leaves for too long, someone might try to hinder him. Zhao Hai nodded, then he sighed and said, His Highness is really working hard. Right, did His Highness give you any tasks? Trezeba smiled and said, don't worry, under normal circumstances, we don't have anything to do. As long as we do our own things, we'll be fine. Zhao Hai nodded and said, my things will arrive in 2 days. You can find someone to receive them. I think His Highness needs money right now, all we can do is to earn more for His Highness. Trezeba also sighed and said, we can only do this for now. After all, the Emperor's health is still good, His Highness can't win over those people. Therefore, all we can do now is to increase our strength. Zhao Hai nodded, tell His Highness that if there's anything he needs me to do, he doesn't need to be polite, he can just ask me directly. Money, I only have these things in my hands right now, there's no way for me to earn more. But if there's anything else, he doesn't need to be polite. Trezeba smiled faintly and said, rest assured mister, if there's anything, His Highness wouldn't be polite. Right, since Mr. came back, will you be staying for a while? God's Grace Day is coming soon, the entire continent will be celebrating. Zhao Hai smiled and said, right, the entire continent will be celebrating. But isn't this the best time for business? I'm preparing to go out to sea in 2 days and bring back some seafood. I believe that seafood will sell well in the continent this time. Trezeba smiled bitterly and said, you're really a businessman. It's God's Grace Day, yet you're still thinking about business. Haha, it would be strange if people like you don't get rich. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, there's no other way, I have a big family to feed. If I don't think of ways to make money, then I won't be able to survive. Trezeba's eyes lit up, he looked at Zhao Hai, but he didn't say anything, he just smiled and said, right, who doesn't have a big family to feed? Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and didn't say anything, he just took a sip of wine. Trezeba saw that Zhao Hai didn't want to talk about it, so he didn't ask any more. He just kept drinking and eating, at the same time, he also told Zhao Hai about Charlie's forces. Zhao Hai carefully listened to Trezeba's words. He was now part of Charlie's group, so naturally he would pay attention to Charlie's forces. The two chatted casually for a while. After eating, Zhao Hai returned to Purple Bamboo Courtyard. Laura and the others had already returned. When they saw Zhao Hai, Laura and the others immediately greeted him. Laura quickly said, Brother Hai, what did Trezeba say to you? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, nothing much, we just chatted for a while. Laura, God's Grace Day is coming, I'm afraid that we won't be able to pass it peacefully. I'm preparing to go out to sea in 2 days. Laura stared and said, God's Grace Day is less than a month away, we should go back to Iron Mountain Fort when the time comes. Why are we going out to sea this time? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, naturally, we're going to trade with the shrimp tribe. God's Grace Day is a holiday for the people of the continent. Everyone wants to eat something delicious. If we trade with the shrimp tribe, we should be able to get a lot of seafood. These things are very popular in the continent. Laura thought for a moment and said, that's a good idea. If we can get some things, then that would be good. But we need to have Trezebo prepare some things for us. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, alright, we can trade some things and bring them to Iron Mountain Fort. We can also send some blood hawks to Brother Whales. Laura smiled and said, Brother Hai, did you forget that Brother Whales and the others don't celebrate God's Grace Day, they celebrate the 10,000 Beasts Festival. Hee hee. Zhao Hai stared, then he patted his head and said, right, I forgot about this matter. Brother Whales and the others are beastmen, so they celebrate 10,000 Beasts Day. On the other hand, we celebrate God's Grace Day. Hee hee, it's quite interesting. After God's Grace Day, we would have known each other for almost a year. It was currently winter, when Zhao Hai woke up, it was still early spring. After God's Grace Day, spring would arrive. Thinking about it, the days passed by very quickly. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly, time really flies, we've known each other for almost a year now. When she and Zhao Hai first met, it was also spring. Now it was already winter, almost a year had passed. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, after some time, if we're not that busy, then we can talk to Grandpa Green and have him take care of our matters. What do you think? Laura and Meg's faces turned red, they naturally knew what Zhao Hai wanted to do, it was naturally their wedding. Naturally, they wouldn't have any objections. Looking at the two, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, don't be shy. The reason why I want to hold the wedding at this time is because of the water of nothingness. Also, I don't want you to silently marry me. I want everyone in the continent to know who you are marrying. I want everyone to know that the Buddha clan is standing up again, and that you are the madam of the Buddha clan. I want everyone in the continent to know that you are the Buddha clan's madam. I want everyone in the continent to know that you are the Buddha clan. Laura and Meg looked at Zhao Hai with a gentle expression, then Laura whispered, Brother Hai, we don't care. As long as our Buddha clan is strong, it doesn't matter if people don't know when we hold the wedding. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, you can't say that. Marriage is an important matter, we can't be careless about it. Alright, this matter needs to be discussed with Grandpa Green and the others first. Right now, the Buddha clan should find a time to let everyone in the continent know about our identity. Laura knit her brows and said, young master, this isn't good. If we let them know about our identity, then wouldn't Iron Mountain Fort be in trouble? If they find out about Iron Mountain Fort's secret, then it would be very bad for us. Zhao Hai replied with a serious tone, so what if they know? Iron Mountain Fort's 7-colored poison mist isn't any worse than the one in the Carrion Swamp. Even a 9th-rank expert would be poisoned if they enter the Black Wasteland. Additionally, the space has strengthened the Black Wasteland, 8th ranks wouldn't be able to survive while 9th ranks would have their strength greatly reduced. When the time comes, I'll release my undead along with the Hawks, Kai and Zhao Wen. I want to see who would dare to enter the Black Wasteland so easily. Zhao Hai nodded and said, then I'll send my undead along with the Hawks, Kai and Zhao Wen. Laura thought about it and agreed. They had always underestimated their strength. Now that their strength wasn't weak, the Black Wasteland was almost the same as the Carrion Swamp. If someone really dared to enter, then they would have the ability to make sure that they wouldn't be able to return. Meg chuckled and said, Brother Hai, you forgot to mention the blood-devouring mosquitoes. Don't forget that we have a large number of them inside the space. You can release as many as you want. Who would be able to withstand the attacks of so many blood-devouring mosquitoes? If they really dare to go to war with us, then Brother Hai can do the same as you did with the Purcell family. We'll see what they can do when the time comes. When Zhao Hai heard Meg, he couldn't help but laugh and said, Meg, when did you learn to be so bad? Ha ha ha. But your idea is really good. Before, my body wasn't good, so I couldn't act recklessly. Now that I'm in good health, I want to take my revenge on those fellows from the Oxu Empire. I hope they don't provoke me." Laura and the others also smiled. Hearing Meg's words, Laura and the others felt that they were strong enough to deal with any enemy. Actually, Zhao Hai and the others had been consciously ignoring the fighting strength of the undead. One must know that Zhao Hai had nearly 700,000 undead, and these undead were all 8th ranks. If Zhao Hai were to release all of these undead, then the Oxu Empire would surely be turned upside down. Although Zhao Hai was aware of this, he still consciously ignored it. This was because he didn't want to use too many undead to fight against the humans. If he did, then he would become the public enemy of the entire continent. Zhao Hai didn't want this. He wasn't a madman who wanted to dominate the world. He was just an ordinary person who didn't oppose humanity. Naturally, he didn't like war. Going back to a few days ago, Smith was sitting in his study. Phil was standing beside him, looking at him with a pained expression. Phil was very clear about Smith's mood. This was because Smith received a letter from the Kelsey family. They wanted to deal with Zhao Hai, and this time, they would send 9th ranks. Smith couldn't understand. He thought that his clan was wise and powerful, but when it came to dealing with Zhao Hai, why would they be so stupid? It was as if they were talking about love with a cow. And because of Smith's words, the family was now dissatisfied with him. This made Smith's head hurt even more. He was very clear that Zhao Hai was no longer alone. Behind him stood Prince Charlie. Moreover, he heard that Zhao Hai was valued by Charlie. If the family really killed Zhao Hai, then it would be the same as making an enemy out of Charlie. If Charlie really came to power, then the Kelsey family wouldn't have any good fruit to eat. Smith also knew that the family didn't put Charlie in their eyes. Charlie was only the 3rd prince, he wasn't the crown prince. Although he had the right to inherit the throne, he was still very low-key. This was also the reason why the family didn't put Charlie in their eyes. But Smith knew that Charlie wasn't being ignored, on the contrary, he was very valued. This was evident from the fact that the Rosen Emperor gave him Jade Water City. Although the influence of the Rosen Empire's imperial family was very big, there were only a few cities that could be considered as having a high income. Jade Water City, Rising Water City, and Carson City were all included in this list. Carson City was the empire's capital, the center of the empire. The crown prince lived there, helping the emperor with some government affairs. It can be said that the crown prince's influence in Carson City was the greatest. However, Carson City was filled with dragons and tigers. The crown prince's influence was only relative to the other princes. There were a lot of forces in Carson City that were stronger than the crown prince. Even the Kelsey family's influence in Carson City wasn't any smaller than the crown prince's. Additionally, Carson City was under the emperor's watch. It would be very difficult for the crown prince to do anything. Because of this, Smith wasn't very optimistic about the crown prince. The 2nd prince's control of Rising Water City was a good place. It was similar to Sky Water City's geographical location. However, Smith wasn't optimistic about the 2nd prince. The 2nd prince was too short-sighted. He managed Rising Water City for the sake of making money. Now, there were a lot of merchants who didn't go to Rising Water City to do business. If it wasn't for its geographical location, Rising Water City would have already been ruined. The 3rd prince, Charlie, managed Jade Water City. Regarding this 3rd prince, the major forces of the Rosen Empire didn't seem to pay much attention to him. This in itself was very strange. The 3rd successor of the continent's most powerful nation didn't seem to be paid much attention to him. This could only mean that he was very low-key, very low-key. Because of this, nobody paid attention to him. But Smith knew that people like this were very frightening. If you don't pay attention to him, you wouldn't know how many cards he had in his hand. This time, Zhao Hai was personally poached by him from Rising Water City to Jade Water City. Because of this, he almost had a conflict with the 2nd prince. A low-key person like him was willing to have a conflict with the 2nd prince for Zhao Hai. This in itself showed the importance of Zhao Hai in his heart. How could this not be enough to attract the attention of the family? But the people in the family seemed to have turned a blind eye to this. They didn't even think about it. They only wanted to deal with Zhao Hai. Not only did this offend the 3rd prince, it also dealt a blow to the Kelsey family's reputation. Zhao Hai's identity was now known to the entire continent. He was a dark mage. Why did he come to Skywater City? This was something that the people of the continent had already guessed. It was because he offended Boris and the Radiant Church, so he had no choice but to come to Skywater City to seek refuge with the Kelsey family. Even if the other powers of the continent didn't know about the existence of the League of Dark Mages, they knew that the Kelsey family was the head of all dark mages in the continent. And the reason why dark mages were willing to join the League of Dark Mages was because the League could provide them with help. In this case, the Kelsey family's attitude towards Zhao Hai was very inappropriate. What do you want those dark mages to do? Will they still join the League? Will they still work for the League? In the future, even if dark mages are in trouble, they wouldn't dare to seek refuge with the Kelsey family. This was because they were afraid that they would end up like Zhao Hai, their treasures would be snatched away by the Kelsey family. In the eyes of outsiders, Zhao Hai had a fire fish that the Kelsey family wanted. They wanted to snatch it away, but Zhao Hai didn't give it to them. Outsiders didn't care about the internal affairs of the Kelsey family, they only knew that Juan was also a member of the family. Without the support of the Kelsey family, it was impossible for him to stop Zhao Hai from snatching his things. Smith was worried about this matter. The Kelsey family's image in the hearts of the Dark Mages wasn't very good. If this continues, then the League of Dark Mages might fall apart. What Smith didn't understand was that Peter, who was the one who understood the League of Dark Mages the most, should know about this. But why didn't he stop it? Not only did he not stop it, even when Smith sent a letter to him, he didn't agree. This was what Smith was most confused about. Phil, as Smith's housekeeper, naturally understood what was going on. But he didn't have any good ideas right now. Smith was only the second successor of the family. Above him was the Patriarch, the Elder Council, and the other successors who were eyeing him covetously. What he could do was limited. At first, Phil thought that the family wouldn't go too far with Zhao Hai. After all, this matter was the Kelsey family's fault. Moreover, it was a dark mage who came to seek refuge with them. But he didn't think that things would turn out like this. Zhao Hai had now snatched more than 30 battleships from the Kelsey family. Although he didn't kill the 8th ranks, he still crippled them. To be honest, when Phil heard this news, he was very angry. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this ruthless. 10 8th ranks were crippled. But he also knew that Zhao Hai was already giving face to the Kelsey family, otherwise, Juan would have already died. What Phil didn't expect was that the family would send a 9th rank expert to deal with Zhao Hai. For the family, this wasn't a wise decision. Can a 9th rank expert be easily dispatched? Moreover, for this reason to deal with a dark mage, the family would have to pay a huge price to send a 9th rank expert. Most importantly, if they were to deal with Zhao Hai, what would the dark mages of the League of Dark Mages think about it? Would they still be able to count on those dark mages to help them in the future? Just as Phil was having a headache over this matter, Smith suddenly said to Phil, "Uncle Phil, what do you think those people in the family are thinking? Why do they have to deal with Zhao Hai? Now that things have reached this point, I'm afraid that 5th young master wouldn't be able to control it." Phil nodded and said, "Indeed, inviting a 9th rank expert is a big matter, it's not something that 5th young master can do. It seems like this decision was made by the Patriarch or the Elder Council. But why did they make such a decision? This old servant doesn't understand. Could it be that because of what happened a while ago, they became confident that Zhao Hai had swept away the family's face? This doesn't seem like something the Patriarch would do." When Smith heard Phil, his eyes suddenly lit up and said, "Uncle Phil, do you think that the family is afraid of Zhao Hai?" Phil stared, he looked at Smith and said, "Afraid? What's there to be afraid of about Zhao Hai? Even if he's strong, it's impossible for him to face a 9th rank expert. Why would the family be afraid of him?" Smith let out a long breath and said, "The family isn't afraid of Zhao Hai's strength, they're afraid of Zhao Hai's brain. Wasn't the method of suppressing the Radiant Church a while ago Zhao Hai came up with Zhao Hai's idea? They're afraid that if Zhao Hai knows more about the Dark Mage Alliance, it would slowly weaken the family's control over the alliance. Therefore, they want to use this matter to get rid of Zhao Hai, removing this hidden danger. But Dark Mages are people who only care about themselves, they wouldn't care about Zhao Hai's life or death. Because of this, the family dared to make such a decision, they aren't afraid that the dark mages would leave the alliance. Phil stared, then he muttered, "Is it really like this? Even if the dark mages don't leave the alliance, I'm afraid that they wouldn't let the alliance know too much about them. This would be a huge blow to the alliance." Smith coldly snorted and said, "I'm afraid it's not that simple. Zhao Hai's idea made the entire empire start to have dark mages. The family's influence in the empire is huge. In the future, those who want to learn dark magic would become disciples of the family. Now that the family doesn't have to worry about the inheritance of dark mages, the Dark Mage Alliance is no longer important to them. Because of this, they want to deal with Zhao Hai." Phil stared at Smith and said, "Is it really like this? Would the family really do this?" Although he was doubtful, in his heart, he had already agreed with Smith's words. It was possible that the family would deal with Zhao for this reason. Phil had served the Kelsey family for his whole life, so he understood the people in the family very well. Although the Kelsey family was now very low-key, they still haven't gotten rid of the great nobles in their bones: greed for wealth, and greed for power. Because of Zhao Hai's plan, they no longer needed to be afraid of the Radiant Church's suppression. Because of this, they turned their sights to the dark mages. They wanted to eliminate anyone who could threaten their family's position, and Zhao Hai was undoubtedly one of them. In the eyes of the Kelsey family, Zhao Hai's strength was only 7th or 8th rank. He wasn't a big threat to them. However, the idea that Zhao Hai gave them was very good. It was also because of this that they were afraid of Zhao Hai. For Zhao Hai to give them such an idea, it showed that Zhao Hai was a very capable person. If he was given the opportunity, he might be able to establish a great family. When that time comes, the Kelsey family would no longer be the most successful dark mage family in the hearts of the dark mages. Moreover, in their view, Zhao Hai already had the qualifications to establish a family. He was young, his strength wasn't bad, he had a lot of goods that could be sold for a lot of money, and he was smart. All of these factors were enough for the Kelsey family to deal with him. Phil didn't agree with the family's approach. In the past, it was because of the family's approach that the dark mages suffered heavy losses. Only the Kelsey family was able to become a major force. In the end, when the Radiant Church suppressed the dark mages, the entire dark mage profession was in danger. Now that the situation was getting better, the family's actions were very short-sighted. Smith didn't answer Phil's question, he just said, "The family's head is starting to get dizzy. Do they want to help the Radiant Church do something that they couldn't do? No, Zhao Hai must be protected." Phil also sobered up at this time. He looked at Smith and sighed, "Young master, I'm afraid this won't be easy. How can we protect Zhao Hai? The family needs to mobilize 9th rank experts. Not to mention Zhao Hai, even the 3rd prince doesn't have any 9th rank experts." Smith's face was calm, but his mind was quickly turning. He was thinking of ways to protect Zhao Hai. In his opinion, Zhao Hai was a talent, a great talent. With such a talent, the development of the dark mages would be immeasurable. Moreover, the nature of the League of Dark Mages couldn't be changed. It must be maintained as it was now, serving the dark mages and not managing them. Otherwise, the dark mages would be in a state of disunity. It was precisely because the family's management of the dark mages was too strict. It was as if dark mages who didn't listen to them were sinners who would be killed. Because of this, although the dark mages respected the Kelsey family, they also feared and loathed them. Because of this, when the League of Dark Mages was first established, the Kelsey family only helped. They didn't stand up and say that the Kelsey family wanted to establish the League of Dark Mages. This was because they knew that there wouldn't be many dark mages who would participate. But now, the family's approach was really inappropriate. If the dark mages were to be managed by the family, then it wouldn't be good for the development of the dark mages. It would only benefit the Radiant Church. When the time comes, the Radiant Church would only need to deal with the Kelsey family, they wouldn't need to look for dark mages all over the world. Although Zhao Hai's idea was to allow the dark mages to develop in the Rosen Empire, it would still take time. For a child to start learning and become a talent, it would take at least 20 years. 20 years, who knows what would happen after 20 years? If the Rosen Empire was afraid that the dark mages would develop too quickly, they would start to suppress them. Then with the Radiant Church, the Kelsey family would be in big trouble. Because of this, the League of Dark Mages couldn't disappear, it had to grow. Xiaohai couldn't die, he had to live. Otherwise, the hearts of the Dark Mages would scatter. The League of Dark Mages would only exist in name. However, it wouldn't be easy to protect Xiaohai. The family was determined to deal with Xiaohai, and with Xiaohai's character, they feared that he wouldn't make any compromises. This matter would be very troublesome. At this time, the devil inside Smith's mind suddenly woke up. It began to occupy Smith's mind, and its territory was getting bigger and bigger. This devil wasn't someone else, it was Smith's idea a few days ago, the idea of marrying Megan to Xiaohai. This idea had been in Smith's mind for a long time, and at this time, it appeared once again. It wouldn't be easy to protect Xiaohai, but if Megan was married to Xiaohai, then Xiaohai would become a member of the Calci family. This way, the family would have to think twice before making a move against Xiaohai. Moreover, Smith would have a reason to stand up for Xiaohai. This idea got more and more intense, Smith couldn't help but stand up. Phil looked at Smith's face and saw that he seemed to have thought of a way, but he still had some scruples. He couldn't help but ask, "City Lord, did you think of a way?" Smith turned his head to Phil and nodded, "There is a way, but it requires the consent of a person. If she doesn't agree, then the method would be useless." Phil looked at Smith, puzzled, "Who? Is it the young master?" "But the young master seems to have agreed to the family's plan?" Smith shook his head and said, "It's not Big Brother, it's Megan." Hearing Smith's words, Phil immediately understood Smith's thoughts. His expression couldn't help but change. He had been with Smith for many years and had watched Megan grow up. Regarding this pure little princess of the family, Phil had always treated her as his own granddaughter. Now that he heard Smith's words, Phil's first thought was to disagree. However, he was also a person who had seen big scenes, so he immediately calmed down and thought about Smith's words. Smith looked at Phil, he was very clear about Phil's feelings towards Megan. Therefore, he said, "Megan told me a few days ago that she doesn't want to live a life of eating, drinking, and playing. She wants to do something for the family. Moreover, she absolutely doesn't want to marry a noble who only knows how to eat, drink, and play. But if she marries a legitimate successor of a great family, then she would be bullied in the future. We have protected her too well these past few years, she simply doesn't want to play tricks with others." "Uncle Phil, you have also met Xiaohai. Although he has 2 fiancées, their personalities are very good. They also get along well with Megan. Most importantly, Xiaohai is very strong. Even if he becomes stronger in the future, he still wouldn't be stronger than us. We can suppress him and support Megan, what do you think?" Phil quietly listened to Smith's words. From Smith's words, Phil could tell that Smith had been thinking about this for a long time. He had already considered it thoroughly. Phil's impression of Xiaohai was very good. He was a low-key person, but he was also very down-to-earth. Moreover, he was also a person who did proper things. Although he didn't know about Megan's background, he couldn't deny that Megan's future was limitless. If Megan can marry Xiaohai, then it would be a good choice. However, Phil still said, "What we think isn't important. What's important is Megan's opinion. If Megan doesn't agree, then I won't agree to marry Megan to Xiaohai." When he heard Phil, Smith knew that he had already agreed. But just as Phil said, the most important thing was Megan's opinion. As long as Megan agrees, then everything would be fine. If Megan doesn't agree, then he wouldn't force her. Regarding this daughter of his, Smith still loved her very much. Smith nodded and said, "Uncle Phil, rest assured. If Megan doesn't agree, then we'll think of another way. But we have to think of another way to ask. If we ask directly, then even if Megan agrees, she wouldn't agree. That little girl's face is very thin." Phil smiled faintly and said, "Yes, sigh, time really flies. In the blink of an eye, Megan is already at the age where she can get married. Hee, City Lord, I think that the madam should be the one to ask. This way, the effect would be better." Smith nodded and said, "All right, then I'll go to the madam's place. I need to make this matter clear to the madam. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the madam wouldn't agree." Then he walked towards the back of the mansion. Phil shook his head gently as he followed. Smith's wife was also a young lady of a noble family. Because the Kelsey family had a rule that they weren't allowed to marry girls, they could only marry boys. Because of this, the status of the wives of the Kelsey family's men wasn't low. However, although Smith's wife was born in a noble family, after marrying Smith, she had been taking care of her husband and children. She didn't ask about the family's matters. Usually, when she was at home, she would take care of flowers and plants. Additionally, she was also a pharmacist, so she spent most of her time researching potions. Because of this, she didn't care much about the family's matters. But because of this, Smith was very fond of his wife. The feelings between the two didn't change even after several decades, and Smith didn't have a lover. The relationship between the two was very good, it was enough to make others envious. When Smith arrived at his courtyard, he couldn't find the madam. So he immediately went to the madam's medicine garden. The madam's herbs were planted there as well as the madam's laboratory. Very few people would come here, even the servants wouldn't enter the medicine garden, this was because of the madam's rules. Upon arriving at the medicine garden, Smith saw the madam watering the herbs. The madam was currently wearing cotton clothes, she had a kettle in her hand as she carefully watered the herbs. Her serious appearance was very charming, Smith couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. After some time, the madam put down the kettle and looked up to see Smith standing in front of the courtyard. She couldn't help but stare, then she smiled faintly and said, "Master, why are you here? Is there something you need from me?" Smith recovered, he quickly nodded and said, "Yes, I have something important to discuss with you. Come with me to the courtyard." When the two arrived at their room and sat down, maids immediately served them tea. Smith waved his hand and had the maids leave, leaving only the two of them in the room. When the madam saw this, she couldn't help but stare, then she turned her head to Smith and said, "City Lord, what's the matter? Why are you being so secretive?" Smith's face sank, he looked at the madam and said, "This matter is too big. Today, I received a letter from the family is preparing to send a 9th-rank expert to deal with Xianxia." The madam stared, then she knit her brows. She didn't care about the family's matters, but she still knew about Xianxia. This was because her impression of Xianxia was very good. In her opinion, Xianxia was an honest and reliable young man. Moreover, he was also very capable. Such a person wasn't easy to find nowadays. Before, the madam didn't care about what Xianxia did. In her opinion, it was just Juwen's doing. She believed that Smith would be able to deal with it. But she didn't think that Smith would actually send a 9th-rank expert to deal with Xianxia. This was too frightening. If a 9th-rank expert was sent, then it would be a matter of life and death. How could it reach this point? Seeing that the madam didn't speak, Smith continued, "What I mean is that we need to protect Xianxia. If Xianxia was really killed by the family, then no dark mage would trust the Kelsey family. This would be a huge blow to the family." The madam frowned and said, "But master, didn't you say that the family would send a 9th-rank expert? If they want to send a 9th-rank expert, then it would be father and the elders' decision. How can we protect Xianxia?" Smith looked at the madam and said, "Madam, Megan isn't young anymore. It's time for her to get engaged. I want you to ask her what her impression of Xianxia is." When the madam heard what Smith said, her expression changed. However, she didn't jump up to oppose him like other women. Instead, she sat there quietly and thought about it. Smith was very happy with the madam's reaction, he looked at the madam and said, "I think madam already knows what kind of person Xianxia is. You've also met Laura and Meg. I think that if Megan marries Xianxia, then she wouldn't suffer any hardships in the future. This way, Megan would have a good home. We can also protect Xianxia." The madam thought for a moment, then she nodded and said, "Xianxia is a good young man, but I have a condition. Even if Megan agrees, Xianxia must tell us his background. Otherwise, I won't let Megan marry him." Smith nodded, Xianxia's background had always been a mystery, nobody in the continent knew about it. This was the only thing that Smith was worried about. But now that the madam had agreed, he could proceed to the next step. Smith looked at the madam and said, "Since you agreed, then it's easy to handle. I want you to ask Megan for my opinion. After all, as a father, it's not appropriate for me to ask. You don't have to ask directly, just ask Megan about her impression of Xianxia. After all, they haven't known each other for a long time." Then you can slowly ask her about it. But remember, you only need a few days. I want to send a letter to Zhao Hai as soon as possible and have him come to Skywater City. This way, even if Megan doesn't agree, we can still deal with the ninth ranks of the family. The madam nodded and said, all right, leave this matter to me. Master, do you really like Zhao Hai? Sending a ninth rank expert was the decision of the majority of the family. If you really protect Zhao Hai, then you would offend the majority of the family. Smith sighed and said, I don't think too much about it. The family's recent victory has made them dizzy. If they do this, then the Kelsey family would be doomed. Then Smith told the madam about his and Phil's conjecture about the family's plans. The madam frowned. Although she didn't manage the family's affairs, it didn't mean that she didn't understand the twists and turns. She grew up in a great family, so she was very clear about this matter. She also agreed with Smith's conjecture. After Smith finished, the madam couldn't help but sigh and said, the family has been suppressed by the Radiant Church for too long. Because of this, we felt that the world belongs to us. Alas, that young man Zhao Hai is really good. But now that he's with the third prince, this is very dangerous. Has Master thought about this problem? Smith forced a smile and said, how could I not think about it? But this result was forced upon us by the family. You think that Zhao Hai is a fool, he's very smart. When he saw the family's situation, he immediately prepared a way out for himself. But this isn't a big deal. Although our great families don't participate in the struggle between the princes, Zhao Hai still isn't part of our family. Even if he agrees to Megan's marriage, he's still an outsider, so there shouldn't be any problems. Also, if the third prince succeeds, then our family would have a lot of benefits. The madam nodded and said, all right, I'll ask Megan in 2 days. What about you? When are you going to send a letter to Zhao Hai? Use the blood hawk that he gave you. Moreover, you have to do it as soon as possible. If the family sends a ninth rank expert, then it would be too late. Smith nodded and said, I'll wait and see. Recently, I received news that Zhao Hai isn't in Jadewater City, he went out to sea. This makes it very difficult for us to find him. Even if he comes back, he would directly go to Jadewater City, where he should be safe. Because of this, I want to wait for Zhao Hai to return to Jadewater City before sending him a letter to Skywater City. The madam knit her brows and said, will Zhao Hai come? Smith said in a deep voice, he will definitely come. From the way he handled things these 2 times, it seems like he doesn't want to be in a deadlock with the family. However, he also isn't the type to suffer losses. However, his impression of us should be pretty good. I'll send him a letter, he will definitely come. The madam nodded and said, all right, then I'll ask Megan's opinion as soon as possible. Smith nodded, then he sighed. The madam looked at him and knew that he was embarrassed, so she comforted him, it's all right, master. The Kelsey family has been through many ups and downs for many years, but it still stands strong. It wouldn't be easy for us to collapse. Smith sighed and said, it's precisely because the Kelsey family has existed for so many years that my father thought that nothing would happen. If the Radiant Church didn't place a blade on our neck, then the family wouldn't have reacted. Although we won, the Radiant Church's overall strength didn't affect us much. Our biggest enemy is still there, but the family can't wait to clean up. It's really sad. Smith sighed and said, that's right. The madam also sighed, she knew how much effort her husband had put in for the family. Now that the family had done something like this, it was no wonder that Smith felt sad. In the afternoon, the madam went to find Megan, who was reading a book in the study room. Megan didn't go out to play recently. In her opinion, going out to play wasn't very interesting. She had already played before, she had also eaten all the delicacies in the city, so there wasn't anything new to her. Naturally, the madam knew what Megan was thinking. She quietly stood in front of the study room and looked at her daughter who was reading. She couldn't help but sigh, her daughter had finally grown up and reached the age of marriage. After staring for a moment, the madam coughed, waking Megan up. She looked up and saw the madam, she immediately put down the book in her hand and stood up. Mother, why did you come to the study room? You didn't go to the medicine garden today? The madam smiled and said, I can't stay in the medicine garden all day. Megan, I saw that you didn't go out to play these days. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Megan shook her head and said, I'm not, I just feel that it's boring. Going out is just eating and drinking, it's very boring. I might as well stay at home and read. The madam went to Megan's side and gently stroked her hair. Then she smiled and said, My little Megan has grown up, you've become sensible. Hee hee, your father must be very happy. Megan pouted and said, No, I already told father to find something for me to do. But up until now, he hasn't arranged anything for me. I can only stay in the study room and read books, I'm bored to death. The madam couldn't help but laugh, then she looked at Megan and said, Silly girl, do you think that handling those things is fun? It's even more boring than reading books. Otherwise, why would I hide in the courtyard and plant herbs every day? I don't want to take care of the family's matters. Silly girl, you actually want to take care of it. Megan stuck out her tongue and giggled. The madam looked at Megan and couldn't help but sigh. However, she still whispered, Megan, do you miss Laura and the others? When Megan heard the madam, her expression couldn't help but turn gloomy. Then she nodded and said, I miss them. Sister Laura and the others are my best friends, they even saved my life. But now, the family wants to force them. Mother, can't father stop them? The madam sighed and said, Silly girl, do you think that your father is the patriarch? Sometimes, your father can be very impatient, he has to listen to the family. Megan didn't say anything. Although she didn't care about the family's matters, she was still a child who grew up in a great family. She had a certain understanding of these matters. She also knew that her father could be very impatient sometimes. When the madam saw Megan's expression, she knew what her daughter was thinking. She whispered to Megan, this time, the family was wrong. I don't know what happened to Xiao Hai and the others. Right, Megan, what do you think about Xiao Hai? When Megan heard the madam, her heart couldn't help but skip a beat. To be honest, Megan's impression of Xiao Hai was very good. When she was assassinated, she asked Laura and Meg about it. The two said that it was Xiao Hai who reminded them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to save Megan. Because of this, Megan was very grateful to Xiao Hai. However, Megan was a girl, her face was thin. Therefore, she didn't take the initiative to thank Xiao Hai. However, when Xiao Hai lived in Skywater City, she had some contact with Xiao Hai. In her impression, Xiao Hai always had a gentle smile on his face. He doted on Laura and Meg, this kind of doting made Megan jealous. Most importantly, Xiao Hai was very respectful towards them. He let Laura and Meg do their work, he trusted Laura and Meg very much. Such a man always had something that attracted Megan. Because of this, when the madam asked about Xiao Hai, Megan's heart couldn't help but beat faster. Her face couldn't help but turn red. The madam was an experienced person, so when she saw Megan's appearance, she knew what Megan was thinking. She couldn't help but sigh, this was truly a case of a grown girl. However, she still said, Mr. Xiao Hai recently beat up your fifth uncle. Your fifth uncle led a 20-year-old ship to rob Mr. Xiao Hai. Instead, they were robbed by Xiao Hai. I heard that he is still at sea. Megan stared, then she looked at the madam and said, Mother, why is fifth uncle like this? Why does he always look for trouble with Mr.? The madam sighed, then she said, It's not just that. Today, your father received a notice from the family. The family is preparing to send a 9th-rank expert to kill Mr. Xiao Hai. I'm afraid that Mr. wouldn't be able to escape this time. Megan's face turned pale, she looked at the madam and said, Mother, is what you said true? The family is really going to send a 9th-rank expert to kill Mr.? How can the family do this? This won't do, I have to go and find my father. I must save Mr. The madam quickly pulled Megan and said, Megan, wait a moment, don't worry. Your father and I have already discussed this matter. This time, the family will send a 9th-rank expert to kill Mr. Xiao Hai. This isn't something that a single person can decide. This includes your grandfather's idea, as well as the elder's idea. If you want to save Mr. Xiao Hai, it will be very difficult. At least, your father's status isn't enough. Megan's face was filled with panic, she anxiously said, Mother, what should we do? Do we just watch the family's 9th-rank expert kill Mr.? The madam looked at Megan's appearance and knew what she was thinking. The madam patted Megan's hand and said, If you want to save Mr., your father has already thought of a way. Megan, you aren't young anymore, it's time for you to find a husband. I already told your father that I'm going to arrange a marriage for you. Which family's young man do you fancy? Tell me, I'll help you. When she heard the madam, Megan's pale face turned red. She pouted and said, Mother, we are talking about Mr. Zhao Hai's matter, why are we talking about me? Megan looked at her mother's expression and knew that she had no choice but to say it today. However, she didn't take a fancy to anyone in Skywater City. She didn't take a fancy to any of the people in Skywater City. This made her feel embarrassed. At this time, a figure slowly appeared in her mind. Moreover, it was getting clearer and clearer. The figure had a gentle smile on his face, he was wearing a decent robe, and he was talking in a relaxed manner. All of this slowly formed a person, Zhao Hai. When she thought of Zhao Hai, Megan's face couldn't help but turn red. And when she thought of Zhao Hai's current situation, her face turned pale. However, Megan was much stronger than before. In the past, she would be at a loss whenever she encountered something. But after being attacked last time, she learned how to think. There was no doubt that she cared about Zhao Hai. Therefore, when her mother told her about Zhao Hai's current situation, she became anxious. At this time, her mind was constantly being stirred by two things. One was Zhao Hai's matter, and the other was her marriage. However, when Zhao Hai's figure appeared in her mind, these two things became one in a short time. Megan seemed to have been enlightened, she suddenly combined the two things in her mind. When the madam saw that Megan didn't speak for a long time, her complexion changed again and again. She felt strange, she looked at Megan and said, Megan, what's wrong? What are you thinking about? Megan turned her head and looked at the madam, then she said, Mother, how can father save Mr. Zhao Hai? Can you tell me? The madam looked at Megan and said, Megan, you don't need to worry about this matter. It's not something you can worry about. You should talk about your own matter. Megan looked at the madam and said, Mother, if I marry Mr. Zhao Hai, will father be able to save Mr. Zhao Hai? Megan's question was very sudden. When the madam first told Megan about Zhao Hai's situation, she wanted to see Megan's reaction. She wanted to see if she had any feelings for Zhao Hai. If she did, then the madam would slowly tell her about Zhao Hai's situation and persuade Megan to marry Zhao Hai. As long as Megan agrees, then it would be much easier. The madam didn't think that Megan would say this. This was because there were too many things involved. The madam didn't think that Megan would think of these things. Now that Megan said this, the madam couldn't help but stare. Then she immediately understood that her daughter didn't just have a good impression of Zhao Hai. She was afraid that she had already fallen for him. When Megan saw that the madam didn't speak, she thought that this wouldn't work. So she quickly said, Mother, if I marry Mr. Zhao Hai, then Mr. Zhao Hai would be part of our family. Wouldn't the family stop sending people to kill him? The madam recovered and looked at Megan. Then she sighed and said, Megan, have you thought about it? If you really do this, then you would have to marry Zhao Hai along with Laura and Meg. Megan's face turned red, but she still firmly nodded and said, Mother, I've thought about it. I want to marry Mr. Zhao Hai, not only because I have a good impression of Zhao Hai, but also because of the Kelsey family. The madam stared, then she looked at Megan in shock and said, Megan, why do you say that? Megan replied, Mother, although I don't care about the family, I still know about the family's recent situation. Mr. Zhao Hai has the ability and strength. If he really becomes a part of our family, then it would be a great help to the family. I know that our family has an ancestral rule that women shouldn't be married off. But Mother, I have a good impression of Mr. Zhao Hai. Moreover, the family has already mobilized 9th rank experts. I'm afraid that father wouldn't be able to save him easily. But if I marry Mr. Zhao Hai, then Mr. Zhao Hai would be part of our family. Father would also have a reason to ask Mr. Zhao Hai, right? The madam stared blankly at Megan, she didn't think that Megan would say something like this. The madam hugged Megan and said, My woman has grown up. Megan, is what you said true? Do you really have a good impression of Zhao Hai? If you don't, then your father and I wouldn't agree to let you marry Zhao Hai. Megan replied, Mother, I've already made my decision. The madam's heart was filled with an indescribable feeling. She understood that Megan had feelings for Zhao Hai, but it wasn't to the point where she would marry him. Megan decided to marry Zhao Hai because of the family. This made the madam's heart feel uncomfortable. However, the good thing was that Megan still had feelings for Zhao Hai. This was more important than anything else. The madam softly said, "Megan, you can rest assured. If Zhao Hai dares to treat you badly, then I'll have your father deal with him. Now that you've said this, your father will have a way to save Zhao Hai. I'll go and tell your father to send a letter to Zhao Hai as soon as possible." Megan nodded, then the madam stood up and left the study. Megan was still sitting in the study, thinking about what she just said. Now that she thought about it, Megan felt her face become hot. She didn't know what happened, but she unconsciously said those words. Now that she thought about it, her face was still red and her heart was beating fast. But no matter what, the matter had already been decided, it was impossible to change it. Megan didn't want to change it, she just felt strange that she was about to get engaged. On the other hand, the madam's mood was very complicated. She returned to her courtyard and looked for Smith. Then she told him about Megan's situation. Smith didn't think that Megan would make a decision this quickly. He felt relieved, but at the same time, he was also angry at Zhao Hai. He didn't know when Zhao Hai managed to capture his daughter's heart. Although Smith was very optimistic about Zhao Hai, any father wouldn't have a good impression of someone who stole their daughter's heart. After the madam finished speaking, she looked at Smith and said, "Master, do you want to write a letter to Zhao Hai now?" Smith thought for a moment, then he shook his head and said, "I can't do it now. Let's wait until Zhao Hai returns to Jadewater City. In any case, we have a blood hawk in our hands. When the time comes, he should receive the news as soon as possible." The madam nodded, then she sighed and said, "I hope that this matter doesn't go wrong. Otherwise, Zhao Hai would be in danger. I think that the family would send people to deal with Zhao Hai in the shortest time possible." Smith nodded and said, "Right, we can only wait and see how fast Zhao Hai moves." When Zhao Hai saw the blood hawk, he knew that it was the one he left for Smith. He immediately went out of the room and took the letter from the blood hawk. When Zhao Hai saw the contents of the letter, his complexion changed. Naturally, Smith didn't say that he wanted to marry his daughter to Zhao Hai. He only said that the family didn't agree to his reconciliation plan and was prepared to send a ninth-rank expert to deal with him. But now that he had a way to deal with it, he asked Zhao Hai to come to Skywater City as soon as possible and discuss it with him. Zhao Hai didn't think that the Kelsey family would actually send a ninth-rank expert to deal with him. Although he wasn't afraid of the other party's ninth rank, he also didn't want to be too stiff with the Kelsey family. If he had a grudge with the Kelsey family, then it would be very detrimental to his plan. The Kelsey family might put pressure on Charlie, and Charlie wouldn't offend the Kelsey family for him. When that time comes, Zhao Hai was afraid that he wouldn't be able to establish himself in the Rosen Empire. Zhao Hai returned to his room and gave the letter to Laura and the others. When Laura saw Zhao Hai's expression, she knew that something big had happened. She immediately took the letter and read it carefully. Her expression changed, then she handed the letter to Meg and turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, what do you think?" Zhao Hai replied, "It seems like we have no choice but to go to Skywater City. We can only see what Smith can do. Otherwise, we can only kill the Kelsey family's ninth-rank expert. I hope that the Kelsey family wouldn't deal with us after that." Laura thought that this was impossible. If they really killed the Kelsey family's ninth-rank expert, then the Kelsey family wouldn't just let them go. A ninth-rank expert was too important for a family. After Meg and the others read Zhao Hai's letter, their expressions changed. They knew what it meant to send a ninth-rank expert to deal with them. This meant that the Kelsey family was determined to eliminate them. Laura asked, "Then when do we leave?" Zhao Hai replied, "I'll go and say goodbye to Trezebo, then we'll immediately depart. We'll have the Haven head towards Ape Island first. We'll leave the remaining ships behind and have Muin fill them up. We'll have the Blood Hawk take the Ghost Staff and leave first. When we reach Skywater City, we'll use the space to go there. For us, the sea is no longer safe." Laura understood what Zhao Hai meant. If the Kelsey family really sent a ninth-rank expert to deal with Zhao Hai, then the sea would no longer be safe. A ninth-rank expert wouldn't need a ship to go out to sea, they could just fly. Laura nodded and said, "All right, then we'll immediately inform Muin. You go and look for Trezebo." Zhao Hai nodded, then he immediately left the room and handed the ghost staff over to the Blood Hawk. Then he went to look for Trezebo while Laura and the others immediately rushed towards Muan. Although using this method to go to Sky Water City might expose some of his secrets, Zhao Hai didn't care about that right now. If he couldn't deal with the Kelsey family's matter, then they would have another strong enemy. This was something that he didn't want to see. Trezebo was currently resting in his room. He drank a lot of wine today. Suddenly, a servant came in and reported that Zhao Hai wanted to see him. He stared for a moment, but he immediately invited Zhao Hai in. When Zhao Hai came in, Trezebo couldn't help but stare. This was because he saw that Zhao Hai's expression was very ugly. He quickly said, "Mr. Zhao Hai? What happened to you?" Trezebo looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. "Mister, if you have something to deal with, then you should leave. Do you need my help?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "This matter can only be handled by us. I just came to inform the city lord that I'll be leaving soon." Trezebo looked at Zhao Hai and knew that he shouldn't say anything, so he quickly nodded and said, "All right, then Mr. should go." "Right, Mister, if there's anything you need, please don't hesitate to tell me. If I can help you, then I'll certainly do so." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, if there's anything, then I won't be polite. City Lord, then I'll take my leave." Trezebo quickly sent Zhao Hai out. When Zhao Hai left the city lord's mansion, Shu and Shun were already waiting for him outside. The three of them got on Trezebo's carriage and immediately headed towards the docks. When they arrived at the docks, they immediately boarded the haven. This was also done to let people know that they were leaving Jade Water City by ship. Not long after they boarded the haven, Laura and the others also arrived. Zhao Hai knew that Muan had already made arrangements, so he left the 5 masted ships that he robbed from the Marquis family behind and left Jade Water City on the haven. What Zhao Hai didn't know was that when he left Jade Water City, Trezebo immediately sent someone to check what happened to Zhao Hai. At the same time, Trezebo also sent a letter to Charlie. Trezebo was very clear about how important Zhao Hai was to Charlie. Now that he saw Zhao Hai leaving in a hurry, he knew that Zhao Hai must have encountered something very troublesome. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a hurry. Therefore, Trezebo was very concerned. At this time, Zhao Hai was sitting inside the cabin, looking at the monitor. He was very annoyed. He really wanted to stop looking for Smith and instead attack the Kelsey family. However, his reason told him that this wasn't possible. In the end, Zhao Hai endured his anger. He wanted to see what Smith would do. Laura and the others were also calmly looking at the monitor. To be honest, they weren't worried about the Kelsey family's attack. They believed that with Zhao Wen and Kai even if the other party had 3 or 4 ninth ranks, they would still be able to kill them. The Kelsey family couldn't afford to lose so many ninth ranks. Naturally, it was impossible for them to send so many ninth ranks to deal with Zhao Hai and the others. However, even if they weren't worried about their own safety, they still needed to consider the impact of this matter. After all, they didn't have any influence in the continent, they wouldn't be a threat to the Kelsey family. The Hawk's speed was very fast. After a few hours, the Hawk arrived at Sky Water City. Sky Water City didn't have a curfew, so it was very lively at night. Zhao Hai had the Hawk place the magic staff outside the city. Then they immediately went to the city lord's mansion from the space. But this time, Zhao Hai didn't sit in his eye-catching ox carriage. Instead, he released several horses from the space and went straight towards the city lord's mansion. At this time, Zhao Hai had already changed into his warrior's clothes. Laura and the others were the same. Only Meg was still wearing her magic robe. When they walked together, most people would only think that they were young nobles who came out to play. Nobody would pay attention to them. Zhao Hai and the others quickly arrived at Sky Water City's city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion still looked the same as before, but Zhao Hai had already sent a message to Smith, telling him that he would be waiting for Smith at the side door of the mansion. Sure enough, when Zhao Hai arrived at the mansion's side entrance, Phil immediately opened the door and let Zhao Hai and the others in. Zhao Hai jumped down from the horse and looked at Phil. "Uncle Phil, this matter is very troublesome. How does Brother Smith intend to solve it?" Phil looked at Zhao Hai strangely and said, "Let the city lord tell you, please." Then he led Zhao Hai to the living room in the mansion's backyard. Smith was already waiting for Zhao Hai. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would arrive this quickly. When he saw Zhao Hai appear outside the living room, he immediately responded and invited Zhao Hai inside. Phil gave Smith some tea, then Smith said, "Zhao Hai, I really didn't think that you would arrive this quickly." "How did you do it?" Zhao Hai replied, "Let's not talk about this first. How did this happen? Does the Kelsey family want me dead? They actually sent a 9th rank expert to deal with me?" Smith smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't think that the family would react this way. But it's a pity, the family has already informed me that they are preparing to make a move." Zhao Hai looked at Smith and said, "How do you intend to solve this matter? If you can't solve it, then I'll solve it myself." Smith stared. He looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. "You want to solve it? How do you want to solve it?" Zhao Hai's eyes flashed with a cold light. "I'll kill the 9th rank expert they sent. I want to see how many 9th ranks the Kelsey family has for me to kill." Smith stood up and looked at Zhao Hai. He understood the meaning of Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai was telling him that he had the strength to kill a 9th rank expert. This made Smith very surprised. A rank 9 expert wasn't someone an ordinary person could invite. Even a small family wouldn't have a rank 9 expert overseeing it. Smith looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Are you serious? That's a 9th rank expert, not an 8th rank." Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "I'll tell you the truth. If the Kelsey family only sends one 9th rank expert to deal with me, then he would die without a doubt. If they send 2, then they would also die. Let's put it this way, as long as they don't send 5 9th ranks, then they wouldn't be able to keep their lives. If they send more than 5, then I can guarantee that I'll be fine. But I can't guarantee the safety of the Kelsey family in the future." Smith stared, his face turned ugly as he said, "What? Are you threatening me?" Zhao Hai's eyes flashed with a cold light. "You want my life, so why can't I threaten you? What's wrong? Are you afraid?" Smith looked at Zhao Hai, then he suddenly laughed and said, "Good kid, you're good. Ha ha ha, good, very good. Then I'll tell you my method." Seeing Zhao Hai looking at him, Smith's expression couldn't help but calm down. "Looking at your appearance, I'm afraid that you don't want to have a falling out with the Kelsey family, am I right?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "To be honest, I'm not afraid of the Kelsey family, I'm not even afraid of the Kelsey family. But I don't want to have a bad relationship with the Rosen Empire. I have a lot of things in my hands right now, but I need to exchange them for things that I can use. Besides the Rosen Empire, the Radiant Church's influence in the other empires is too big. And since I'm a mortal enemy of the Radiant Church, it would be very difficult for me to sell my things in the other empires. Because of this, I don't want to lose my ability to move around the Rosen Empire. If I really go to war with the Kelsey family, then I wouldn't be able to exchange my things for money. This would have a huge impact on me." Smith nodded and said, "It seems like my guess is correct. Then I'll tell you my method. Not only will the Kelsey family not deal with you, it will also make the family value you, train you, and help you." Zhao Hai stared. He looked at Smith with a puzzled expression. "What method?" Smith smiled faintly and said, "Get engaged to Megan." Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at Smith with a shocked expression. "Are you joking? With Megan? Are you crazy?" Smith shook his head and said, "No, I'm not crazy. If you marry Megan and become a member of the Kelsey family, then the family would fully support you. What do you think?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "That won't do, Megan wouldn't like me. We don't have any emotional foundation, this would be unfair to Megan. You can't do this." At this time, Megan's voice was heard. "Big brother Zhao Hai, I already know about this matter. I already agreed to it. I like people, I don't want to see you get into an accident. I also don't want to see you having a conflict with the Kelsey family." Zhao Hai and the others looked at the source of the voice. It was Megan. She was standing in front of the living room's door, looking at Zhao Hai with a calm expression. Zhao Hai stared at Megan, then he smiled bitterly and said, "Megan, why are you doing this? We don't have any feelings for each other right now. You know too little about me, this is unfair to you." Megan shook her head and said, "There's no reason to like a person, there's nothing unfair about it. I just like you. I don't know when it started, we haven't been together for a long time. Moreover, I know that you don't think of me as a woman, but I just unconsciously fell in love with you. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, he didn't know what to say. Just like what Megan said, they haven't been together for a long time. Even when they were together, Zhao Hai didn't talk to Megan for a long time. He really didn't know what attracted Megan to him. At this time, Laura smiled and quickly ran to Megan's side. She smiled and said, "Megan, this is great. From now on, we can be sisters forever. Isn't that right, Megan?" Megan also smiled and said, "Right, we'll be sisters from now on." Zhao Hai looked at the two crazy women, he couldn't help but be speechless. Didn't they know that there was another woman who wanted to share her husband with them? Why were they so happy? Smith looked at Zhao Hai's expression and couldn't help but coldly snort, "Kid, you're really lucky. I don't know what kind of luck you have, but you actually managed to kidnap my precious daughter. But shouldn't you tell me your identity? Kid, where did you come from?" At this time, Laura and the others pulled Megan to the side to talk. The madam was also invited to the living room by Phil. She was sitting there and looking at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "Actually, my identity isn't a secret, it's just that very few people think about it. My surname is Buddha, Zhao Hai is the name I changed." Upon hearing Zhao Hai say that his surname was Buddha, Smith stared, then his expression changed as he loudly said, "You're really surnamed Buddha? Then you're the successor of the Buddha clan that was sent to the Black Wasteland by the Aksu Empire, Adam Buddha?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, I'm Adam Buddha, but I changed my name to Zhao Hai. The previous Adam was already dead." Smith looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and said, "Didn't you drink the water of nothingness? Then how can you still use magic?" "Right, according to Bell, what you used wasn't magic, but a divergent ability." "So you can't use magic?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, I can use magic. The poison of the water of nothingness has been detoxified. I'm now a dual cultivator. My battle chi has reached 8th rank, and my magic is also 8th rank." Smith looked at Zhao Hai in shock and said, "The poison of the water of nothingness has been detoxified? How is that possible? Are you lying to me?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, I didn't lie to you. The water of nothingness has indeed been detoxified. But there's only one antidote, and it took me a long time to obtain it. Otherwise, why do you think Laura and the others are still my fiancés and not my wives?" Zhao Hai understood why Smith was so shocked, it was because of the water of nothingness. If Zhao Hai's water of nothingness hadn't been detoxified, then Smith wouldn't let Megan marry Zhao Hai. This was because even if they had children in the future, they wouldn't be able to learn magic and battle chi. It was precisely because he guessed Smith's thoughts that Zhao Hai said those words. He wanted to tell Smith that the poison in his body had been cured. When Smith heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but turn his head to Laura and the others. Laura smiled faintly at Smith and said, "Right, Brother Hai's poison has indeed been detoxified. If you didn't tell us today, then he would have been married to us in 2 days." Smith relaxed and said, "Good, it's good that it's been detoxified. No wonder people couldn't find your origin, you're actually a member of the Buddha clan. Ha ha ha, nobody in the continent thought that the water of nothingness would have an antidote." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This isn't strange, if there's a poison, then there must be an antidote. But about the engagement, why don't you think about it?" Smith stared at him and said, "What? You don't want to? Is my family's Megan not worthy of you? If you dare to oppose, then I'll have the family's 9th ranks hunt you down." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "All right, then I'll discuss this with the elders of the family. Then we'll decide when to announce our engagement." Smith coldly snorted and said, "There's no need to think about it, we'll announce it tomorrow, the earlier the better. Otherwise, if the family sends a 9th rank expert, then we'll be in big trouble." Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown, but why would the Kelsey family send a 9th rank expert? Isn't this too strange? How did I offend the Kelsey family? Smith shook his head and sighed. Then he told Zhao Hai about his and Phil's conjecture. After Zhao Hai heard it, he looked at Smith with a shocked expression. "Just because of this? Just because I'm good at handling matters? Because they want to kill me? If things continued to develop like this, then the dark magicians would really be finished. Every time a strong or smart person appeared, they would have to kill them. Then wouldn't the dark magicians be a bunch of idiots? How can this continue?" Smith smiled bitterly and said, "That's right, but what can I do? This is the family's way of doing things. Even if I wanted to stop them, I wouldn't be able to. Jiao Hai smiled bitterly and said, I thought it was very strange. Why is it that the Radiant Church doesn't dare to provoke the other mages in the continent? Only the dark mages are suppressed by the church. So this is the root of the problem. The Calci family wants to destroy the dark mage profession. Smith smiled bitterly, he didn't know what to say. He sighed and said, all right, you should go back and rest. Tomorrow, I'll announce your engagement with Megan. Not only will I tell the family, I'll also tell everyone in the continent. Jiao Hai knit his brows and said, what about Prince Charlie? If the news of my engagement with Megan were to spread, how would it affect the Calci family? Have you thought about this? Don't the great clans of the continent not participate in the struggle for the throne? Wouldn't this make the people outside misunderstand the Calci family? Smith smiled bitterly and said, I don't care about that right now. But it doesn't matter, Prince Charlie would certainly be happy. What about the others? That's a matter for the future. Right now, the most important thing is to keep your life. Jiao Hai nodded impatiently. Smith looked at him and said, it's already late, you should go and rest. There are still a lot of things to do tomorrow. Jiao Hai nodded, then he led Laura and the others back to the apricot courtyard. After entering the courtyard, he immediately entered the space and returned to Iron Mountain Fort. He called Green and the others and told them about this matter. When Green heard Jiao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, good, very good. Ha ha ha, young master, this is definitely good news for us. With the support of the Calci family, the Buddha clan's recovery wouldn't be a problem. I didn't think that the young master would be this formidable. Kuan looked at Jiao Hai and sighed, kid, how can your luck be this good? First it was Laura who fell in love with you, then it was Megan. God, the women of this world are really crazy. Is it because of your looks that popular? Jiao Hai smiled bitterly as he listened to the ridicule of the two. He didn't think that things would turn out like this. But since things have already happened, there was nothing to say. Marine didn't care too much. When she heard that Jiao Hai had a fiancé, she couldn't help but be happy. Good, very good. Young master, I think we should find a time to arrange your marriage. The Buddha clan should be able to flourish as soon as possible. Green nodded and said, before, I didn't arrange a wedding for you and Laura because of the poison in your body. Now that the poison has been cured, it's time for you to get married. Jiao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Jiao Hai smiled bitterly and said, I also want to. I also told Laura and Megan about this matter today. Originally, I wanted to find a time to arrange Laura and Megan's marriage. But I always felt that I've wronged them. Our Buddha clan still hasn't officially become famous in the continent, it would be unfair for them to have a marriage like this. But I didn't think that Megan's matter would happen. What is Megan's status? She's the Calci family's little princess. Even if she gets engaged, it's impossible for her to get married right away. If I were to marry Laura and Megan now, the Calci family would certainly not agree. It seems like this matter will have to be delayed. Green sighed and said, it seems like this is the only way. The Calci family is one of the most powerful great nobles in the continent. Moreover, I heard that there are some special rules in their family. I heard that they value girls very much. It seems like this marriage will take some time. Kuan nodded, actually, it doesn't matter if it's a bit late. In any case, the poison in Little Hai's body has been detoxified. His body is much better compared to before, he wouldn't have a short lifespan like before. The most important thing right now is to not fall out with the Calci family, otherwise, there would be more troubles. Green nodded and said, you're right. Then let's do it like this. Will you announce your engagement tomorrow? Does that mean that you need to reveal your identity? Do you need me to make an appearance? Jiao Hai shook his head and said, I don't think that it's the right time to reveal my identity. Let's wait and see. Now that Smith has announced my engagement with Megan, I don't know how the Calci family would react. I want to wait and see. Green nodded and said, that's good. It seems like Smith wants to simplify the engagement and just announce it directly. This is a very special time, we need to use special means. First, we need to settle the engagement. Then when the time comes, we'll have to make some noise. Jiao nodded and said, yes, my engagement with Laura is very simple. I don't want to be too special in front of Megan. That would be unfair to Laura. I'll talk to Smith about this matter. Zhao nodded. Green nodded, then he said, right, Zhao Hai, the beer was officially released yesterday. It's really good, the taste is very good. Zhao Hai's eyes shone, it's out? That's great, how was it? How many kinds were released? Green smiled and said, there were several kinds. One was golden yellow, one was gray, and one was black. Moreover, the wine that you asked us to brew is also ready. The taste of the wine is very good, very good. Zhao Hai's grain wine wasn't a mixed grain wine, it was a kind of rice wine. Relatively speaking, the method of brewing it was much simpler. However, rice wine also had its advantages, its low alcohol content and mellow taste. Moreover, rice wine was also very nourishing. Men, women, old, and young could all drink it, it was a very rare drink. Marine immediately went to give Zhao Hai several kinds of wine. Zhao Hai tasted them, these beers tasted much better than the ones he drank in his previous life. The rice wine was also very good, after all, the rice came from the space. Naturally, the wine was also very good. Zhao Hai put down his glass and nodded, good, very good. Grandpa Green, I think we can start brewing on a large scale. What do you think? Green nodded and said, yes, young master, I think you should leave behind some undead as well as the stones that you mined. I'll direct the undead to build a winery. You should know that there isn't enough space in the castle right now. If we build a winery, then there won't be enough space. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, I'll leave behind 10,000 undead as well as the stones. The rest will be up to you. Right, I'll also leave the Shirling twins behind. They're both earth mages, they can also summon stone golems. Building a house shouldn't be a problem. Green nodded and said, that's good. Alright, young master, you should go back and rest as well. Just released the stones and the undead yesterday. Zhao Hai nodded, then he returned to the space to rest. The next morning, Zhao Hai and the others were called by Smith to the front courtyard to eat breakfast. After eating breakfast, Green had Phil spread the news of Zhao Hai and Megan's engagement back to the family. At the same time, it was also announced to the entire continent. Smith did this in order to put pressure on the family so that they couldn't destroy the marriage. Naturally, this also meant that they couldn't kill Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also told Smith that there wouldn't be any ceremony for the engagement. Smith didn't say anything, this was a special time, so there was no need for such things. However, after saying this, Smith still had Zhao Hai take Megan and the others out to play. Megan was somewhat embarrassed, she blushed as she followed Zhao Hai out of the city lord's mansion. At this time, the news of Megan's engagement had already spread throughout Skywater City. This was no doubt a bomb that had been dropped in the calm Skywater City. One must know that in Skywater City, there were a lot of people who wanted to marry Megan. However, they didn't think that Megan would suddenly get engaged. Moreover, this engagement didn't have any ceremony, there was no banquet. Megan didn't belong to them anymore. The people of Skywater City were going crazy. When Zhao Hai and the others went out to play, they had already met more than 20 young nobles who wanted to rescue Megan. When they heard Megan say that this was true, their faces turned ashen as they turned around and left. When Zhao Hai saw this situation, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. It must be said that Megan was very popular in Skywater City. It seems like this was a very troublesome matter. What was more troublesome was that Zhao Hai didn't know how the Kelsey family would react to his engagement with Megan. Smith letting Megan get engaged at this time meant that he wanted to protect Zhao Hai. Moreover, the Kelsey family had already issued an order to kill Zhao Hai, so Smith's action was like slapping the family's face. The faces of the elders of the Kelsey family wouldn't look good. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but turn his head to look at Megan, who was chatting with Laura. Looking at Megan's smiling face, Zhao Hai couldn't help but make a decision, no matter how the Kelsey family reacts, I will marry Megan. Just as Zhao Hai thought, when the Kelsey family received the news of Zhao Hai and Megan's engagement, their first reaction was disbelief, and their second reaction was anger. The people of the Kelsey family were people who had been fighting with others for their entire life. Naturally, they knew why Smith did this. Smith wanted to protect Zhao Hai to the death. Originally, Smith was prepared to not recognize the engagement even if he was beaten to death. But in the end, they discovered that if they didn't recognize the engagement, then it would be equivalent to having a falling out with Smith. Although Smith was also a member of the Kelsey family, he had a strong sense of autonomy. If they forced Smith into a corner, then it wouldn't be good for the family. Moreover, the Kelsey family also understood that Zhao Hai was now engaged to Megan. This meant that the Kelsey family would have an additional force in their ranks. For them, this was a good thing. Although the Kelsey family had an ancestral rule that women cannot be used as marriage tools, for a great family like the Kelsey family, no matter what kind of marriage it would always be related to politics. In the end, it would become another form of marriage. Megan was very favored by the Kelsey family. She was the family's little princess. Naturally, the family didn't want to use her as a marriage tool. But at the same time, the family would still consider who Megan would marry. At the very least, it would be someone of equal status. From this point of view, Zhao Hai and Megan's status didn't match. But if the family didn't recognize the engagement, then the family would lose its reputation and would become a laughingstock to the other great nobles. Similarly, Megan's reputation would also be ruined. However, they couldn't just swallow their anger. In the end, the patriarch of the Kelsey family, Smith's father, Randolph, couldn't sit still. He decided to personally go to Skywater City to see Zhao Hai. Although Randolph was a patriarch, he was also a person. He loved Megan dearly, so he decided to meet Zhao Hai personally. He wanted to see what kind of person Zhao Hai was and then decide how to deal with this matter. Ever since he heard of Zhao Hai's name, he hadn't seen Zhao Hai. His impression of Zhao Hai came from the reports of his subordinates, such as Bells, Smiths, and Juans. However, these three people had the same evaluation of Zhao Hai. According to Bell's evaluation, Zhao Hai was a very strong divergent ability user. Moreover, he had a lot of businesses that could make a lot of money. Smith's evaluation of Zhao Hai was very high. After all, in Smith's opinion, Zhao Hai was a very smart person. He was very capable and had a lot of good things in his hands. Most importantly, his strength was unfathomable. On the other hand, Juan didn't say anything good. In Juan's opinion, Zhao Hai was a domineering person who didn't know when to advance or retreat. Combining the opinions of the three people, Randolph thought that Zhao Hai was an ambitious and ruthless person. Therefore, he wanted to kill Zhao Hai. But now, Smith's words made Randolph embarrassed. He had no choice but to stop the family from sending ninth ranks to deal with Zhao Hai. Instead, he decided to personally go to Skywater City to see Zhao Hai. At this time, Charlie also received the news. When he received the news, he was very happy. But then he felt that something was wrong. He knew that Zhao Hai had a conflict with Juan of the Kelsey family not long ago. How could he be engaged to the Kelsey family's little princess? Charlie knew a lot about the Kelsey family. He was a prince who wanted to compete for the throne, so naturally, he knew a lot about the old nobles. When it came to Megan, Charlie knew that he couldn't do anything about it. This was because Megan was now the Carl family's little princess. So when Grand Duke Lionheart made a move on Megan, Charlie knew that he wouldn't live long. The Kelsey family wouldn't let him off easily. But this time, Zhao Hai suddenly got engaged with Megan. This made Charlie feel that it was inconceivable. He wanted to know what was going on, so he immediately sent a letter to Trezebo, asking him to investigate this matter. Trezebo was also confused. When Zhao Hai left in a hurry, Trezebo wanted to find out what happened. The next day, Zhao Hai and Megan got engaged. Trezebo was very surprised. This was because when Zhao Hai left, his expression didn't look like someone who was going to get engaged. On the fifth day after Zhao Hai's group arrived at Skywater City, Randolph also arrived. This time, he didn't come in secret, but he didn't make it too obvious. When he got off the ship, Phil and Smith were already waiting for him at the pier. Randolph looked around the crowd but didn't see Megan. He also didn't see anyone who looked like Zhao Hai. He couldn't help but get angry. He looked at Smith with a gloomy face and said, "Where's Megan?" Smith quickly replied, "She went out to sea 3 days ago." Little Hai wanted to go out to sea to do something, but Megan insisted on following, so she went. Randolph snorted. He looked at Smith and Phil and said, "Let's go to the city lord's mansion first." Then he got on the carriage and rushed towards the mansion. When they arrived at the mansion's living room, Smith and Phil invited Randolph to sit down. Then Randolph waved his hand, driving everyone out of the living room except for Smith and Phil. Smith and Phil already thought that this day would come, so they calmly stood there, ready to welcome Randolph's anger. Randolph looked at the two who were acting like dead pigs that weren't afraid of boiling water. He couldn't help but get angry. But he still suppressed his anger. He looked at Smith and Phil and said, "Tell me, what's going on? Why did you let Megan and Xiaohai get engaged? Why didn't you wait for me before running away? Is it because you don't want to see me?" Smith calmly replied, "It's because Megan likes Xiaohai, so I let her get engaged to Xiaohai. As for why they went out to sea, it's because God's grace day is approaching. Xiaohai had already made an agreement with King Charles that he would give Prince Charles a batch of goods on God's grace day. Therefore, they went out to sea a long time ago." Randolph looked at Smith and coldly snorted, "What's wrong? You're now old, your wings have hardened, you don't even listen to my words. I already gave the order to kill Xiaohai, but you actually let Xiaohai get engaged to Megan. What are you thinking? Are you still a member of the Kelsey family? Why are you helping an outsider?" Smith looked at Randolph and calmly said, "Of course I'm a member of the Kelsey family. I'm doing this for the sake of the Kelsey family. Megan is my daughter, my favorite daughter. Do you think that I want her to get engaged to Xiaohai without any ceremony? You're the one who forced her to do this." After saying this, Smith was almost shouting. Randolph looked at Smith and coldly snorted, "Good, you dare to shout at me. Are you doing this for the good of the Kelsey family? Are you doing this for the good of the Kelsey family? What do you think?" Smith looked at Randolph and coldly snorted, "Of course I'm doing this for the good of the Kelsey family. You shouldn't have treated Xiaohai like that from the beginning. If you treat Xiaohai like that, what will the other people in the League of Dark Mages do? Do you really want to dissolve the League of Dark Mages? Do you want to turn the Dark Mages into scattered sand and let the Radiant Church deal with them one by one?" Randolph coldly snorted and said, "What do you know? I'm doing this to fight against the Radiant Church. As long as the Dark Mages are under our rule, we would have the ability to fight against the Radiant Church." Smith didn't care so much. He coldly snorted and said, "Is that so? Before the Radiant Church dealt with us, didn't our family do the same? What happened in the end? Those Dark Mages are still Dark Mages. Did they listen to the Kelsey family? On the other hand, the number of people in the Dark Magician profession is getting fewer and fewer. In the end, as long as the Church of Light oppresses them, the Dark Magician profession almost ends. Is this what you mean by unification?" Randolph's face was also ugly. He knew about the previous matter, but he thought that the situation was different now. With Xiaohai's plan, the Dark Mages would be able to develop boldly. Their Kelsey family would be able to rest assured that the Dark Mages would be under their rule. When the time comes, the Kelsey family would be able to become as powerful as the Radiant Church. But when he thought of this, Randolph couldn't help but feel embarrassed. This was because he was relying on Xiaohai's idea, and now he was targeting Xiaohai. Smith looked at Randolph and said, "Are you thinking that by using Little Hai's idea, the Dark Mages would be able to develop greatly? If that's the case, then even if all the Dark Mages were to die, it wouldn't be a big deal. But have you thought about it? How long do you think it would take to train those Dark Mages? 20 years? 30 years? 40 years? Do you know what would happen in those 20 years? Yes, with Xiaohai's idea, the Dark Mages would be able to develop. But there would be a problem. All the schools in the Rosen Empire would need to have Dark Mages as their teachers. If all the Dark Mages were to join the Kelsey family, then we would be able to influence them. Our Kelsey family's influence would increase greatly. But what difference would there be between us and the Radiant Church? Why would the Radiant Church be suppressed? Why would the Radiant Church not be able to develop in the Rosen Empire? Do you want the Kelsey family to become the second Radiant Church? The Radiant Church was suppressed by the Rosen Empire, but they could still develop in other countries because of their climate. What about us? If we were to be suppressed by the nobles of the Rosen Empire one day, where would we go? Leave the Rosen Empire? Don't forget, outside of the Rosen Empire is the Radiant Church's domain. Smith's words made Randolph sweat. He wanted to turn the Kelsey family into another Radiant Church, but he forgot that in the Rosen Empire, The Calci family was only a great noble. There were several great nobles that were on par with them, and above them was the imperial family. If they were to become another Radiant Church, then it would be a serious threat to the imperial family's rule. Would the imperial family let them off? Would the great nobles let them off? If everyone were to unite and suppress them, then what would they do? Outside of the Rosen Empire, the Radiant Church already had an absolute advantage. If they were to leave the Rosen Empire, then they would certainly be crushed to death by the Radiant Church. Before, Randolph was indeed dazed by the victory. But after all, he was the patriarch of a great family. He had experienced a lot of ups and downs, so when he heard Smith's words, he immediately sobered up. After weighing the pros and cons, he couldn't help but recognize Smith's words. As a leader, Randolph knew that the Rosen Empire's imperial family wouldn't allow a power that could threaten their rule. The great nobles were the same. If they were to develop according to Randolph's plan, then the first ones to suppress them would be the Rosen Empire's imperial family and the great nobles. Smith looked at his father's expression and knew that he had understood the key points. He didn't say anything and just stood there quietly. He believed that his father would figure it out. If he didn't, then he wouldn't be worthy of being the patriarch of the Calci family. After some time, Randolph let out a long breath and said, "Even if you're right, you don't have to marry Megan to Zhao Hai. What's so good about him?" Hearing Randolph's tone soften, Smith couldn't help but let out a long breath. He knew that Randolph had thought it through, so he immediately said, "Father, I'm doing this for the Calci family. If we really send ninth ranks to deal with Zhao Hai, then I'm afraid that it would be more troublesome. Those ninth ranks might not be able to return." Randolph stared, then his expression changed. He looked at Smith and said, "Do you know what you're talking about? That's a ninth rank expert. Do you really think that Zhao Hai is that strong?" Smith forced a smile and said, "I don't know if he's that strong or not, but Zhao Hai did tell me that as long as we don't send 5 ninth ranks, then those ninth ranks wouldn't be able to return. Even if we send 5 ninth ranks, he would still be able to retreat." Randolph coldly snorted and said, "Just listen to him bluffing, you actually believe what he said?" Smith forced a smile and said, "Yes, I believe him." "Father, do you know how long it took for him to travel from Jade Water City to Skywater City? It only took him a few hours to travel that fast, even faster than a wind falcon. This kind of speed, even ninth ranks wouldn't be able to do it. So I think that he might really be able to do what he said." Randolph looked at Smith with a shocked expression. "Is what you said true? Is his speed really that fast?" Smith forced a smile and said, "If you don't believe me, you can ask Uncle Phil." When Randolph heard Phil, he couldn't help but frown. Skywater City wasn't very close to Jade Water City. Even if a wind falcon flew, it would still take a few hours. But Zhao Hai was able to arrive at the same time as a blood hawk. This really surprised Randolph. He had seen the blood hawk that Zhao Hai gave to Smith. It was incomparably divine. Whether it was speed or strength, it was much faster than an ordinary wind falcon. For Zhao Hai to be able to arrive at Skywater City at the same time as a blood hawk, his speed was truly extraordinary. Smith looked at Randolph and whispered, "Father, I heard some news from Shelley family. They said that Zhao Hai is a space mage. I don't know if it's true or not." Randolph couldn't sit still. He stood up and said, "Space mage? Are you sure?" Smith nodded. "It's true, Shelley family had issued a gag order. I only managed to find out about it after inquiring about it, but this news is still uncertain." Randolph turned around twice and said, "If he's really a space mage, then he's worthy of little Megan. But what about your identity? We haven't been able to find out about it. How can you be relieved to hand Megan over to such a person?" Smith smiled bitterly and said, "Father, I already know about his identity. Although it's unexpected, I think it shouldn't be wrong." Randolph stared. "You investigated it? How is that possible? Almost all the great clans in the continent have been investigating, but nobody has been able to find out about it." "How did you find out?" Smith smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't find out, it was Zhao Hai who told us about it. I asked him about his identity before he got engaged to Megan, so he took the initiative to tell us." Randolph looked at Smith and frowned. "What? Is his identity special? Is he really from a hidden family or a great force?" Smith shook his head and said, "No, we were wrong from the beginning. He isn't from a hidden family or a great force. His surname is Buddha. He used to be called Adam Buddha, but now he changed his name to Zhao Hai Buddha. Randolph stared, then he stared and said, Buddha? You mean the Lord of the Black Wasteland? Buddha clan? Smith nodded and said, right, the Lord of the Black Wasteland, the Buddha clan. Therefore, the place where he first appeared was the Black Fortress, and also the Purcell Duchy. Randolph nodded, but then his expression changed as he said, bastard, if he's really from the Buddha clan, then didn't he drink the water of nothingness? Then how can Megan marry him? Are you crazy? Smith looked at Randolph and couldn't help but sigh. Looking at Randolph's appearance, it was as if he was looking at himself. When he found out about Zhao Hai's identity, his reaction should be similar to Randolph's. However, he couldn't just ignore Randolph's question. He smiled bitterly and said, if Zhao Hai really has the water of nothingness, then how could I let Megan give it to him? The poison in his body has already been cured. Randolph was stunned. Solved? It's really solved? Smith nodded and said, it's really solved. I had him demonstrate his magic and battle chi. Right now, his magic has reached 8th rank, and his battle chi has also reached 8th rank. However, he didn't practice his battle chi before, so if he fights with his battle chi, then he would at most be equivalent to a 7th rank warrior. However, he's a mage of all elements, proficient in all types of magic, and can also use mixed magic. According to my estimates, if he fights with magic, then I'm afraid that even a 9th rank expert wouldn't be his opponent. Randolph looked at Smith and said, are you serious? Is he really a mage of all elements? Or is he a dual cultivator? Did he have a fortuitous encounter? Smith smiled bitterly and said, I think so too, but he didn't say anything. Maybe he would tell Megan later, but I can see that he wouldn't easily tell people that he doesn't trust. Randolph knit his brows and said, your vigilance isn't small, but that's also how it should be. Good, you did the right thing this time. I didn't think that this kid would be this strong. If we were to fight against him, then we would suffer a loss. However, this kid actually abducted my granddaughter. I won't forgive him. Randolph frowned and said, you're right. Smith smiled bitterly, then he said, Father, you should know that because of the previous matter, Zhao Hai is now entangled with Prince Charlie. Will this affect our family? Randolph thought for a moment, then he shook his head and said, it won't. Zhao Hai is only engaged to Megan, they haven't married yet. Even if the engagement is dissolved, he's still a member of the Buddha clan, not our Kelsey family. It won't affect us. We just need to pay attention to not get too close to Prince Charlie in the future. Smith nodded, then he looked at the sky and said, Father, it's already late, let's go eat something. Right, Zhao Hai said that he'll be back soon. I think it would be better if you stay in Skywater City for a while. When the time comes, you'll be able to see Zhao Hai. Randolph thought for a moment, then he nodded and said, all right, I still haven't seen Megan this time. I'll stay here for a while. Smith nodded, then he and Phil led Randolph to the dining hall. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others were on their way to the shrimp tribe. After getting along with each other for a few days, Zhao Hai and Megan had become very comfortable. Although they still haven't reached the level of Laura and Meg, it was still very good. However, Zhao Hai still didn't decide to tell Megan the secret of the space. Megan's situation was different from Laura and Meg. Laura had a falling out with her family, so it was impossible for her to return to the Marquis Dell family. On the other hand, Meg had always been with him, so her loyalty wasn't a problem. Because of this, Zhao Hai felt relieved to share the secret of the space with them. However, Megan was different. Behind Megan stood a huge family, one of the most powerful families in the continent. Moreover, Megan's relationship with the family was very good, she was very favored by the family. This made Megan's feelings towards the Kelsey family very deep. If Zhao Hai told Megan the secret of the space, then as long as Smith asked, she would immediately reveal it. At that time, Zhao Hai's biggest secret would be exposed. This wasn't something that Zhao Hai wanted to see. Megan didn't feel anything. At this time, they were sitting on the haven. The ships that they seized from the Marquis Dell family were right next to them. Growing up, this was the first time that Megan went out to sea. In the past, when Megan returned to the family, she would at most walk along the Law River, she wouldn't go out to sea. And since the family didn't need her to do business, she would at most sit on a ship and have some fun. This was the first time that she was able to go out to sea with a ship. For the first 2 days, Megan was very excited. But on the third day, she couldn't help but feel bored. Sailing the sea was a very boring thing. Aside from the sea and the people on the ship, you couldn't see anyone else. Xianxia and the others were already used to it. Since Megan was on the ship, it wasn't convenient for them to enter the space during the day. They could only wait until the night before going in. During the day, they could only look for some fun on the ship. Actually, the ship wasn't that big, so there wasn't much fun to look for. But because Xianxia and the others were used to being quiet, they chatted together, drank some tea, and ate some food. Unknowingly, the day passed by. It was already the third day since they left Skywater City. Megan was feeling bored. She stood on the deck and looked at the sea. She frowned and didn't say anything. At this time, Laura discovered that Megan wasn't happy. She immediately went over and smiled. "What happened, Megan? Why aren't you happy? Are you homesick?" Megan turned her head to Laura and said, "I'm not homesick, I'm just bored. We're stuck on this ship, I'm bored to death." Laura smiled and said, "There's no other way, sailing on the sea is like this. It's only been a few days, it would take us 7 days to reach our destination." Megan rolled her eyes and said, "Heavens, I don't know if I'll go crazy. This is too scary, I can't believe that you're able to endure it." Laura smiled and said, "What's there to endure? You should find some fun for yourself. There are books on the ship, we can chat when we're free, or we can learn how to cook. If we can't do that, we can go fishing. If you're bored, then you'll be bored forever." Megan smiled and said, "All right, then you can teach me. I also want to learn how to cook." Laura smiled and said, "It's not time to eat yet, just wait. Actually, you don't need to be bored. Sometimes, we'll encounter pirates or get attacked. Those times are the most exciting. Arrows would fly everywhere, and magic cannons would explode." Megan forced a smile and said, "I really don't see what you're talking about that is interesting. I'd rather be bored than get attacked." Laura smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm just talking about it. It's not certain that we'll encounter them. Especially now that we have 6 5-masted ships, pirates wouldn't dare to provoke us. Generally, pirates have 3-masted ships, 5-masted ships are very rare. Even if they have 5-masted ships, they wouldn't dare to attack us." At this time, Xianxia came over, he looked at the two and smiled, "What's wrong? What are you talking about?" Xianxia also saw that Megan seemed to be unhappy. Actually, he didn't plan to take Megan with him this time. However, Megan wanted to come along, even Smith couldn't stop her. So he could only bring Megan along. When they went out to sea, Xianxia thought that Megan might not be able to adapt to life on the sea. And sure enough, it only took 3 days for her to show it. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "It's a bit boring, but using the undead also has its benefits. They won't betray us, and we don't need to pay them. They also won't go crazy, and they won't bother us. Hee, isn't this good?" Megan pouted and said, "What's good about it? I don't see it. Anyway, Brother Hai, tell me about your past. What happened to the Buddha clan after they were sent to the Black Wasteland?" Xianxia smiled bitterly. "A lot of things happened to the Buddha clan after they were sent to the Black Wasteland. But these things were all related to the space. If he told Megan about these things, then the space's secret would be exposed." Xianxia didn't want to lie to Megan, so he didn't know what to say. Laura also saw Xiaohai's dilemma, so she quickly took over and said, "What's the point of talking about these things? Megan, let's go and cook. We'll let Brother Hai taste our meal at noon." "Right, call Meg, otherwise I'm afraid that Brother Hai would be poisoned to death." Megan was amused by Laura's words, so she smiled and left with Laura. The 4 girls ran towards the ship's kitchen. Xianxia looked at the backs of the 4 girls, then he turned to Blockhead and said, "Blockhead, what do you think about my current situation? How about I tell Megan about the space's secret?" Blockhead smiled and said, "That depends on the young master. Actually, even if we tell the secret of the space, there would be few people in the continent who would dare to make a move against us. We have the space, and we also have a lot of undead. We have an absolute advantage against any force. If we can't deal with them, then we can just run to the Beastman Prairie and those people would only be able to stare at us. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, your ambition isn't small. But what you said is right, we don't need to be afraid of anyone. Moreover, I feel that we are being unfair to Megan. In any case, if I didn't trust her, then I wouldn't have agreed to be engaged to her in the first place. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, you're right. Blockhead smiled and said, I don't understand these things. Young master, do as you see fit. Zhao Hai looked at Blockhead, then he suddenly smiled and said, speaking of which, you and Rockhead are quite young. It's time for you to get married. When I see Grandpa Green today, I should tell him about this matter. I can't let the two of you be like this all the time. I need to find a woman to look after you. When Blockhead heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but blush as he said, young master, don't make fun of me. You're already very happy that Blockhead and I can follow you. Zhao Hai smiled and said, following me and getting married are two different things. Even if you get married, you still have to follow me. It seems like I have to talk to Grandpa Green about this. After eating lunch, the group took a nap. In the afternoon, Zhao Hai practiced his battle chi and martial skills on the ship. Meg taught Megan how to use magic to fight. Although Megan was a 5th-rank water mage, her magic practice was very good. However, she didn't have any combat experience. Because of this, Meg taught her a bit. Actually, Zhao Hai understood that this kind of guidance had its limits. What Megan lacked right now was experience on the battlefield. The atmosphere was completely different when compared to practice. A lot of people who practiced their martial skills were very good, but when they went to the battlefield, they would be killed. This was because they weren't able to adapt to the atmosphere of the battlefield. They were scared by the enemy's momentum, they would only be able to use 20 to 20% of their strength. This was the most frightening thing for them. After Megan went to sleep, Zhao Hai and the others went to the space. Green and Kuan were already waiting for them. After Zhao Hai practiced for a while, the group went to the living room and sat down. Zhao Hai turned to Green and said, Grandpa Green, I want to tell Megan about the space. Green stared, then he knit his brows and said, why do you suddenly want to talk about this? A few days ago, you didn't want to tell her about the secret of the space. You were afraid that she would tell Smith and the others, and then the Kelsey family would know about it. Zhao Hai nodded, indeed, if I tell her about this secret, then the Kelsey family would know about it. But if I don't tell her, then I would feel sorry for her. If I didn't trust her, then I wouldn't have agreed to this marriage. This would be unfair to Megan. Green nodded and didn't say anything. Kuan frowned and said, is this okay? If we do this, then the entire continent would know about this secret. Let's not talk about the Kelsey family's reaction, we should also think about how the other powers in the continent would react. There are too many greedy people out there. Zhao Hai nodded. I know. But with the Kelsey family's current strength, we don't need to be afraid of them. If we can't do anything, then we can just fight them. When Green heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but knit his brows, if we do that, then we might become the common enemy of the continent. We wouldn't have any way to gain a foothold in the continent. Zhao sighed. I know, but in the continent, strength is what counts. We have strength, but other people don't know about it. Therefore, some small troubles will always come to us. If we show them our strength, they won't dare to come to us, right? Zhao sighed. But if we show them our strength, they won't dare to come to us. Green knit his brows, it was obvious that he didn't agree with Zhao Hai's proposal. But he also felt that what Zhao Hai said was right. If they let the Kelsey family know that they have 9th ranks, then the Kelsey family wouldn't treat them with such an attitude. However, Green still thought that it wasn't safe. The number of 9th ranks they had right now was too few. If they went all out, then they would only be able to hide in the Black Wasteland and not come out. At this time, Kuan said, Little Hai, have you thought about subduing all of the 9th ranks in the Carrion Swamp? With Zhao Wen and Kai subduing those 9th ranks shouldn't be too difficult. Subduing them would increase our strength while the Flower Protection Alliance would decrease their strength. In the end, they would all be subdued by us. They are magic beasts, they are different from humans. As long as they enter the space, they would be automatically subdued. We don't need to worry about them betraying us. If we have those ninth ranks in our hands, then we would be on the same level as the humans, beastmen, fishmen, elves, and dwarves, becoming a powerful force in the continent. Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think about this. At first, he only thought about the Flower Protection Alliance's strength, but he didn't think that these ninth ranks would have their own territories. If he could subdue all of them, then his strength would definitely be at the forefront of the continent. Green's eyes also shone. This idea is good, I think it's possible. But there's no time for that right now, we'll talk about it later. Right, young master, I think you can tell Megan about the secret of the space. But at the same time, we need her to keep it a secret. Let's see how far she can go. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Green and said, Grandpa Green, there's another thing. It's about Blockhead and Rockhead. They aren't young anymore, do you think it's time for them to get married? As for Shu, I think it's time for him to find a partner. They can't just follow me and not get married for the rest of their lives. Wouldn't that be unfair to them? Before Green could speak, Merlin smiled and said, Good, young master's idea is good. Blockhead and Rockhead should start a family. Even Thousand Shadows isn't young anymore. He should have started a family long ago. Blockhead and Rockhead had already turned into boiled prawns, even their necks were red. Shu, on the other hand, was very calm. He turned to Zhao Hai and Marine and bowed. I thank young master and manager Marine for your good intentions, but I'm not going to get married for the rest of my life. Zhao Hai stared. He looked at Shu's appearance and gently nodded. He didn't say anything. He knew that Shu had his own reasons. He was afraid that asking would make Shu sad. Marine also didn't ask, she just looked at Shu and sighed. That's good, let's leave everything to fate. But young master, I think you should tell Megan about the space tomorrow. Since you're already engaged to Megan, you should trust her, otherwise, it wouldn't be fair to her. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Laura and Meg. Laura, Meg, you won't be angry, right? I just feel that if I don't tell Megan about the space, then I would be lying to her. Laura smiled and said, We won't, we'll be angry. Brother Hai, you don't know, but we've been wanting to tell you about this for a long time. If we're talking about feelings, then our relationship with Megan is much better than yours. Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. If you say that, then I'll feel relieved. Actually, I'm very lucky to be able to get the favor of good girls like you. The heavens have really taken care of me, so your position in my heart is the same. I don't want you to be awkward because of me. Not only would my days be hard, my Buddha clan's days would also be hard. Laura smiled and said, Rest assured, we won't. You don't have to fight. If you're biased towards anyone, then we won't agree. We're now in the same group. Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh even louder. Green and the others also laughed. To be honest, Zhao Hai's marriage with Megan made Green afraid that Laura and the others would have some ideas. If Zhao Hai's backyard was really on fire, then it wouldn't be a good thing for the Buddha clan. The next morning, Megan woke up very early. Although she had been at sea for 4 days, she still wasn't used to sleeping on the ship. She couldn't sleep soundly every day. This was also the reason why Megan's mood wasn't good these past few days. If a person didn't sleep well, then their temperament wouldn't be good. Because of this, Megan's mood was very depressed. After washing up, Megan went out of the cabin. She wanted to enjoy the sea breeze outside. This time, she didn't bring any servants, she didn't even bring her personal maid. However, Megan didn't regret it. Since she was going to marry Zhao Hai, then she needed to get used to Zhao Hai's lifestyle. She didn't want Zhao Hai to think that she was a young lady who needed to be served. When Megan appeared on the deck, she saw that Zhao Hai and Laura were already up. Megan quickly went over and said, Brother Hai, Sister Laura, you're all up. I'm sorry, I woke up late. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at Megan, who had dark circles under her eyes. He couldn't help but feel apologetic. He smiled and said, What's wrong? You didn't sleep well? People who have just arrived at sea always feel like they're sitting in a cradle, constantly swaying. Haha. Megan forced a smile and said, I don't know. I've already forgotten about the cradle when I was a child. If I lived in such a place when I was a child, then I wouldn't be able to sleep. Megan's words made Zhao Hai and Laura laugh. Megan also smiled. Although she had suffered a bit in the past 2 days and her mood had been affected, she had learned a lot from Zhao Hai and the others. She was able to endure hardships, persevere. and be optimistic. It was precisely because of this that she was able to make jokes in this kind of situation. At this point, Megan knew what attracted her to Xiao Hai. It was his optimistic spirit. No matter what he encountered, Xiao Hai would always be optimistic. And most importantly, no matter what he did, Xiao Hai would always do things step by step. This was what attracted Megan. Looking at Megan's expression, Xiao slowly calmed down. He looked at Megan and said, "Megan, we are already engaged, so in the future, you will be a member of my Buddha clan. So today, I want to tell you the most important secret of the Buddha clan. I hope that you can keep this secret, even if it's from your father. Can you do that?" Megan nodded and said, "You will be a member of my Buddha clan." When Megan heard Xiao Hai's first two sentences, she couldn't help but blush. But when she heard Xiao Hai's words, she couldn't help but stare. She looked at Xiao Hai with a serious expression, but she didn't immediately agree. She calmly thought about Xiao Hai's words. Right, she was now engaged to Xiao Hai. Although they weren't married yet, this matter had already been settled. She was now a member of the Buddha clan. No matter what other people did, it was impossible for her to leave Xiao Hai. However, it was very difficult for her to hide this matter from her parents. Her feelings for Smith and the madam were too deep. Therefore, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to hide this matter from them. Seeing that Megan didn't immediately reply, Xiao Hai didn't get angry. On the contrary, he was very happy. Megan didn't immediately reply. This showed that she valued her feelings. At the same time, it also showed that her feelings for him were real. Otherwise, Megan would have immediately replied and sold Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai looked at Megan and said, "Megan, you should know that this secret is known by Laura, Meg, and everyone in the Buddha clan. Now that you're engaged to me, I hope that you can have the same status as Laura. Otherwise, it would be unfair to you. At the same time, I also believe in you. If I don't believe in you, I would still be engaged to you and marry you in the future. This would be unfair to you. Therefore, I hope that you can think about my words carefully." When Megan heard Xiao Hai's words, she understood what Xiao Hai meant. Xiao Hai wanted her to have the same status as Laura. This also meant that in Xiao Hai's heart, she already had the same status as Laura. This made Megan very happy. She looked at Xiao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, rest assured, since you trust me, I won't fail to live up to your trust. I will certainly keep the Buddha clan's secret. Even if my parents ask me, I won't tell them." Xiao Hai looked at Megan, then he suddenly laughed and said, "All right, since you said that, then I'm relieved. Are you ready? Are you going to know the Buddha clan's biggest secret?" Megan took a deep breath, then she firmly nodded and said, "I'm ready." Xiao Hai smiled faintly, then with an intention, a white light flashed in front of Megan's eyes before she appeared in front of a villa. Megan stared blankly at everything in front of her. This place was clearly a grassland, and it was covered with green grass. Not far from the villa was a piece of farmland, and there were all kinds of plants growing there. However, these weren't important. What was important was that she didn't know why she was here. Weren't they on the ship? At this time, Meg opened the villa's door and walked out. When she saw Megan, she smiled faintly and said, "Megan, you came? Come in, dinner is ready. Let's eat while we talk." Megan was still in a daze as she was pulled into the house by Meg. When they entered the dining room, Meg brought out breakfast while Shu and the others also sat down. This was one of Xiao Hai's rules. When there wasn't anything special, Shu and the others would eat with him. They would chat a bit and increase their relationship. Although Shu and the others had the blood oath, they wouldn't betray Xiao Hai. However, Xiao Hai didn't want them to be bound by the blood oath. He wanted Shu and the others to work for him wholeheartedly. Megan was still in a daze as she sat down. She was puzzled as she looked at the villa. Megan was used to seeing big houses, so she didn't care much about it. However, the environment inside made Megan very puzzled. At this time, Xiao Hai also sat down, then he smiled at Megan and said, "This place is actually the Buddha clan's biggest secret." "Right, Laura, you tell Megan about it." Laura didn't oppose, she just smiled faintly and told Megan about the space. At the same time, she also told Megan about the mystical aspects of the space. Megan had already forgotten to eat, she just listened to Laura's explanation. There were too many mystical aspects of the space. Laura only talked about it briefly for an hour. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others had already finished their breakfast. Only Megan hadn't eaten yet. After Laura finished speaking, Megan couldn't help but look outside the window and said, "You're saying that this is a subspace that only belongs to Brother Hai? Brother Hai is God here?" Laura smiled and said, "You can think of it that way. This is the subspace that belongs to Brother Hai alone. Brother Hai is the god of this place. But his god is quite pitiful. If he wants to do something, he has to pay the space. He also needs to level up. Otherwise, he can't do anything." Megan didn't care too much, she just muttered, "This place is actually Brother Hai's, this place is actually Brother Hai's. This is too mystical, too mystical." Laura looked at her and smiled faintly. She didn't say anything and just went to the kitchen to heat up the food. She needed to heat up the food for the two, no matter what, they couldn't not eat. After some time, Megan woke up and discovered that she was the only one left in the dining room. Laura was busy in the kitchen while Zhao Hai and the others were in the living room. Megan didn't go to the living room, instead she went to the kitchen and asked Laura about the space's situation. Laura also told her about it. Before long, the food was heated up and the two returned to the dining room. After eating a simple meal, they returned to the living room. Zhao Hai and the others were staring at the monitor, it was showing the situation on the sea. Megan looked at the various images on the monitor and couldn't help but feel that the space was very mystical. Zhao Hai looked at her and smiled faintly. "Megan, did Laura tell you about the space's situation? This is the Buddha clan's secret. You should now know why I have so many good things in my hands, right? Those are the products of the space. Hee, it can be said that without the space, you wouldn't be able to see me." Megan nodded and said, "Big Brother Hai, rest assured, I won't tell anyone about the space's situation. You can rest assured." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, I believe you. Megan, you haven't rested well these past few days. You should rest inside the space. I'll have Laura and Meg accompany you while we head outside. There's no one outside for a long time, so although we can drive normally, I still don't feel relieved." Laura also said, "Right, we haven't rested well these past few days. Let's have a good rest inside the space. Megan, let's go and sleep." Then she pulled Megan and left. Zhao Hai also led Blockhead and the others out of the space, leaving the space to the girls. Laura didn't immediately go to sleep, instead she took Megan to take a bath. The space had a hot spring pool, so they could soak in it and relax. The space's hot spring pool was located in the basement of the villa, which was originally Karen's laboratory. Later on, Karen moved his laboratory to Iron Mountain Fort, leaving the basement empty. Under Laura's proposal, Kyer turned the basement into a hot spring pool. This hot spring pool had running water, and at the bottom of the basement there was a small hot spring. Similarly, there was also a small outlet on the side of the basement, which made it difficult to maintain the balance of the water in the basement. Megan sat in the hot spring and felt an unprecedented comfort. She hadn't soaked in a hot spring before. Skywater City was a coastal city, so there weren't any hot springs there. This was her first time soaking in a hot spring. While soaking in the hot spring, she felt that the hot spring was really good. Soaking in it was very comfortable. She took a piece of fruit that was floating on top of the hot spring and ate it. This was simply an immortal level of enjoyment. She took a sip of red wine and then sighed. Then she turned her head to look at Laura and Meg, who were also soaking in the hot spring and drinking red wine. Megan pouted in dissatisfaction and said, "You two, you actually said that you're good sisters. You actually secretly enjoyed such a good thing and only told me about it today." Humph, Laura and Meg laughed. After laughing, Laura said, "It's not that we didn't want to tell you, but this space is very important to the Buddha clan. If this secret were to be known by others, then the Buddha clan's last card would be gone. Therefore, we didn't dare to tell you. This time, we wanted to tell you because of Brother Hai's proposal." Although Laura also wanted to tell Zhao Hai and have Zhao Hai tell Megan about the space, she didn't want to do so at this time. No matter what, this matter was still proposed by Zhao Hai. Moreover, if she said this, then Megan's impression of Zhao Hai would be better. Megan's heart would then be more inclined towards Zhao Hai. One couldn't help but recognize that Laura was really considerate towards Zhao Hai. She even thought about these small details. This was because Laura understood that if she wanted to be with this man for the rest of her life, then she would have to do her best to help him and solve all of his problems. Therefore, Laura thought of these things. When Megan heard Laura, she snorted and said, "I forgive you. You can rest assured that I won't tell anyone about this matter. It's very comfortable, you really know how to enjoy life." Laura smiled and said, "It's all right. Actually, some of the proposals here were made by Brother Hai. However, he rarely comes here to enjoy himself. He has too many things to do and is too busy." Megan also sighed. She had seen what Zhao Hai needed to do these past few days. Although Zhao Hai wasn't like her father, signing documents after documents, Zhao Hai still needed to think about the Buddha clan's development. Just like what Laura said, Zhao Hai was very busy. After the group soaked in the hot spring for a while, they went upstairs to rest. The Spaces villa had more than 20 rooms, so there were still empty rooms. Megan hadn't had a good rest for several days, and since she had soaked in the hot spring, she immediately fell asleep after lying on the bed. This time, she slept until the afternoon. When she woke up, she discovered that there was no one inside the space. Megan had just finished dressing when she discovered that she was already on the haven. She stared for a moment, but she immediately understood that this was Kair's doing. Zhao Hai had already introduced Kair to her yesterday. However, Zhao Hai didn't tell Megan that Kair was a 9th-rank expert. When Megan arrived on the ship, Laura and the others immediately saw her. Laura immediately greeted her and smiled, "You just woke up. Seeing you sleep so much during the day, I wonder if you can still sleep at night." Megan smiled and said, "You just woke up." Megan stuck out her tongue and said, "I haven't slept well in the past few days. I finally had a good night's sleep, but I didn't expect to oversleep." Hee hee. Zhao Hai also smiled faintly. He didn't mind and said, "Later on, you can rest inside the space at night. The space is very quiet and the air is very good. It's very comfortable to rest there." Megan nodded, then she looked at the scenery of the sea and smiled. "I can see the prairie inside the space, but I can also see the sea on the ship. This kind of life is very good." Hearing this, Zhao Hai and the others couldn't help but smile. After some time, Megan turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Big Brother Hai, what are we going to do this time? Why do I feel like we're heading towards the deep sea? Are we going to the deep sea?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Right, we're going to the deep sea. We're going to Ape Island, it's also one of our bases." Megan was reading a book a few days ago and had read about Ape Island. When she heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare. "Ape Island? The one written in the book, the one with reefs on the outside and magic beasts on the inside?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Right, it's that Ape Island. We've already subdued the magic beast on the island. That magic beast is called Little Jean, I'm sure you'll like him. Moreover, that island is rich in bread fruits." Of course, Megan also knew about the bread fruit, she had eaten several of them. She didn't think that the bread fruit would be produced on the infamous Ape Island. After a few days, Zhao Hai's group finally arrived at Ape Island. Upon arriving, Little Jean immediately came to pick up Zhao Hai's group. However, Zhao Hai didn't plan on staying here for long, he only stayed for 2 days before leaving the island. But this time, Little Jean insisted on following him. Zhao Hai didn't oppose. In any case, Ape Island had a transmission point, so Little Jean could come back at any time. Megan also liked Little Jean very much. Although Zhao Hai and the others told her that Little Jean was very frightening, Megan still didn't believe that Little Jean was that frightening. After leaving Ape Island, Zhao Hai's group naturally went to trade with the shrimp tribe. Zhao Hai also told Megan about the purpose of their trip. This time, Megan was really alarmed, she didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to trade with the fishmen. Zhao Hai also told Megan to keep this matter a secret. Naturally, he also told Megan that in the future, the fishmen would cooperate with the Calci family. However, the matter of trading with the shrimp tribe cannot be told to the Calci family. Megan didn't oppose. Ever since Zhao Hai told her about the space, Megan had already regarded herself as a member of the Buddha clan. What she wanted to do now was to help the Buddha clan as much as possible. Also, what Zhao Hai did didn't harm the Calci family's interests. On the contrary, if she cooperated with the Calci family would be able to obtain a lot of benefits. Megan's change in thinking wasn't entirely because of Zhao Hai, the space also played a part. Although the space's influence on intelligent beings like humans wasn't very big, it wasn't completely negligible. And with Megan resting inside the space every night, Megan's thoughts slowly changed little by little. Naturally, the space's influence on people was very limited, so Zhao Hai didn't notice this point. Before long, the group arrived at the area controlled by the shrimp tribe. The shrimp tribe immediately greeted them and took them to the coral reef where the shrimp tribe lived. However, when Zhao Hai arrived, he was stunned. This was because he discovered that it wasn't only the shrimp tribe that traded with him, but also the crab tribe and the shell tribe. The things that these two tribes traded with Zhao Hai were very special. Needless to say, the shell tribe had a lot of pearls while the crab tribe gave Zhao Hai a lot of crab-shaped magic beasts. These crab-shaped magic beasts were very big, each of them was lying on the ground with their claws extended for about 10 meters. This time, Zhao Hai obtained a total of 100 gene of pearls, 100 corals, 200 giant crabs, 100 prawn-shaped magic beasts, as well as a variety of magic beasts and marine plants. It can be said that Zhao Hai's harvest this time was very big. Moreover, Liben also told Zhao Hai that he was in the process of contacting other fishmen, hoping that more of them would be willing to trade with Zhao Hai. Naturally, Zhao Hai was happy, so he gave the shrimp tribe a lot of bread fruits as well as a lot of milk wine. As for how the shrimp tribe would get their hands on the wine, this wasn't something that Zhao Hai could control. When Zhao Hai left the shrimp tribe's territory and returned to the inland sea, Megan couldn't help but let out a long breath. After looking at the shrimp tribe's territory, she turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, aren't you afraid of those shrimp and crab tribesmen?" Zhao Hai had seen the shrimp tribesmen before, but this was the first time that he saw the crab tribesmen. These shrimp tribesmen's upper bodies were somewhat similar to the shrimp tribesmen, but they didn't have as many legs as the shrimp tribesmen. Their heads were very similar to humans, but their eyes were different. Their eyes were like antennae that extended from the top of their heads, allowing them to turn their heads 360 degrees to see their surroundings. Their arms were very similar to human arms, but their hands had a pair of huge claws. Their lower bodies had crab-like feet, and they had a hard shell. It can be said that these shrimp tribesmen looked like a crab with half a human's body. On the other hand, the shell tribesmen were very similar to humans, but they had a pair of hard wing-like shells on their backs. These hard shells were very large. As long as the shell tribesmen shrank their bodies, the hard shells could wrap them up. When Zhao Hai saw the appearance of the shell tribesmen, he couldn't help but think about Shell Girl. However, the shell tribesmen weren't very beautiful. It was precisely because of these strange-looking fishmen that Megan asked Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "What are you afraid of? They are also a race with intelligence that isn't inferior to ours. It's just that they look strange. Just like how humans look at us, in their eyes, we look strange. Megan, you need to remember, just think of them as humans. In the future, our Buddha clan will be in contact with other races. There are some races that hate humans looking down on them. Therefore, if you show any expression of fear or disgust, it would only anger them. They might even go all out against you." Megan smiled and said, "You don't have to be afraid of humans looking down on you." Megan stared, then she turned her head to Laura. Laura smiled and said, "Yes, I'll take you back to Iron Mountain Fort in a few days. Iron Mountain currently has a giant horned bull tribe. They have huge bull heads. When we first saw them, we weren't used to it. But after a long time, you'll find that dealing with them is much easier than dealing with humans." Megan nodded, then she turned her head to look at Laura. When Megan saw Green, she was very nervous. She had already heard from Laura that Green was Megan's grandfather, the Buddha clan steward. He was the one who watched Zhao Hai grow up. Now, he was no different from Zhao Hai's grandfather. Although Green still called Zhao Hai young master, Zhao Hai was very respectful towards Green. If he wanted to be recognized by the Buddha clan, then he would need to pass through Green's grandfather. This made Megan very nervous. When she saw Green, she didn't know what to say. This made Green and Megan very happy. Megan naturally knew that Laura was teasing her, so she chased after Laura for a long time. But because of this, Megan's relationship with Green and Megan became even better. However, Zhao Hai and the others had been sailing at sea. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't bring Megan back to Iron Mountain Fort. He wanted to wait for an opportunity to do so in the future. Now that Megan heard Laura, she became curious. She had heard about Iron Mountain Fort for a long time. Laura and the others had talked about it a lot. She also knew that milk, wine and other things that were in high demand in the continent were produced by Iron Mountain Fort. Because of this, she wanted to see it for a long time. However, Zhao Hai didn't have much time to go back to Iron Mountain Fort these past few days. Therefore, she could only wait. But now that they were on their way back, they had a lot of time. Naturally, they would have time to go back and take a look. Just as Megan was about to ask Zhao Hai when he would take her to Iron Mountain Fort, a hawk's cry was suddenly heard from the sky. Zhao Hai stared. He knew that it was the cry of a blood hawk. However, he didn't know which blood hawk it was. He immediately called the blood hawk down and took the letter from its body. When he looked at it, Zhao Hai's expression sank. When Laura saw Zhao Hai's expression, she knew that something big had happened. She quickly asked, "Brother Hai, what's wrong? Did something happen?" Zhao Hai gave the letter to Laura. When Laura saw it, she frowned and muttered, "It's actually Uncle Zhao Hai. 200,000 mercenaries? How is this possible? Do you really think everyone in the world is a fool?" Meg looked at Laura and asked, "Sister Laura, what's wrong? What happened?" Laura gave the letter to Meg and said, "This is a letter from Uncle Evan. He said that Carson City was suddenly besieged by a large number of mercenaries. In addition to the 100,000 mercenaries attacking Carson City, there were also 100,000 mercenaries blocking the Purcell family's reinforcements. Now, Carson City wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer, it would fall within 5 days." Although Megan hadn't seen the information, she still stared when she heard Laura's words. Although she didn't understand military affairs, when she heard that there were 200,000 mercenaries, she couldn't help but feel that it was absurd. Were those mercenaries crazy? 200,000 mercenaries joining forces to attack a duchy? Megan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big Brother Hai, did the Purcell family offend someone important? Otherwise, why would there be so many soldiers attacking them? 200,000 mercenaries, even people who don't understand military affairs would know that it was the army in disguise." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's Southern King Boris. Last time, when we escorted Ruyan home, Southern King wanted to attack Ruyan. But in the end, under the escort of the swordfish, Ruyan was able to return safely. Now, it seems like Boris is really prepared to destroy the Purcell family." Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, what are you going to do?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "Let's discuss this with Grandpa Green first. Then we'll discuss it with Uncle Smith. They are both political veterans, they should be able to give us an opinion. As for the fleet, let's have them head to Jade Water City and have Muen arrange things there." Laura nodded and said, "Let Muen handle it. In any case, we'll just hand over the things to Trezebo, the money can only be collected later. Muen shouldn't have any problems handling it. As for the Purcell Duchy, we should ask Grandpa Green's opinion. But Grandpa Green hasn't been in contact with the continent's people recently, so he might not be clear about the current situation. In this regard, we should listen to Uncle Smith's opinion." Zhao Hai nodded, then he immediately handed the ghost staff over to the Blood Hawk and had it fly towards Skywater City. At the same time, he had the 5-masted ships that he seized from the Markey family head towards Jade Water City. He also had the goods that he obtained from the transaction on the ships. He also had an undead water mage on board so that he could freeze the marine creatures on the ships. Then he and Laura entered the space and returned to Iron Mountain Fort. Megan didn't think that she would be able to return to Iron Mountain Fort under these circumstances. Upon arriving at the fort, Zhao Hai had Meg take him around for a tour. Then he had Green and the others go to the living room and told them about Evan's letter. Green frowned and thought for a moment before he said, "We need to save them, but wouldn't saving them expose our identity?" Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "If they're exposed, then so be it. We'll use this opportunity to let the people of the continent know that our Buddha clan has returned. Grandpa Green, our Buddha clan's wild dragon flag hasn't appeared in the continent for a long time. Isn't it time to take it out?" Green stared, then he stood up and laughed. His body emitted a murderous aura that belonged to a battlefield. In an instant, the temperature in the room dropped by several degrees. Green turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, have you really decided?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I've decided. The wild dragon flag will return to the continent. I want everyone to know that the Buddha clan has returned." Green laughed and said, "All right, the wild dragon flag should be passed down. Young master, sooner or later, the wild dragon flag will be handed over to you. Now that our Buddha clan's strength has increased, it's time for us to spread the wild dragon flag." "Young master, wait a moment, I'll go get it." Before long, Green came out with a neatly folded piece of red cloth. When he arrived at the living room, he unfolded his hands and unfolded a large flag. The flag was 2 meters wide and 4 meters long. It was red and embroidered with a wild dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. This wild dragon wasn't a Chinese dragon, it was a Western winged dragon. However, this dragon's drawing was very abstract. Moreover, it was a dragon's side. Its mouth was also spitting flames, making it look very awe-inspiring. But what surprised Laura and the others was that the flag was somewhat damaged. There was even a hole in the middle. However, the dragon in the middle wasn't damaged. On the contrary, it was shining with golden light. It was actually embroidered with golden thread. Zhao Hai looked at the flag with excitement. He had obtained all of Adam's memories, so he naturally knew the significance of this flag. This flag was used by the Buddha clan's first-generation patriarch. The flag itself was made of the most common red cloth. The dragon was also embroidered with ordinary yellow thread. But during a battle, the patriarch was seriously injured and the flag was cut down. The Buddha clan's patriarch picked up the flag and wrapped it around his body. He went all out and finally won the battle. The clan's blood dyed the flag even redder. Later on, the Oxu Empire's king personally ordered people to weave this flag out of fire silkworm silk and embroidered the dragon on it with fine gold thread. Then he personally bestowed this flag to the Buddha clan. Later on, the Buddha clan carried this war flag and went through several large and small battles. Even with the tenacity of the fire silkworm silk, it was still damaged in battle. But the Buddha clan never changed the flag. Finally, when they left the Oxu Empire's imperial capital, Green sold everything except for this flag. This flag could be said to be the symbol of the Buddha clan. Green looked at the flag and then looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, this flag is the testimony of our Buddha clan's honor. Today, I will give this flag to you. I hope that you will remember the Buddha clan's past. Moreover, you must let the people of the continent know that with the wild dragon flag, we are invincible." Then he handed the flag over to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai reached out and took the flag. He nodded and said, "Grandpa Green, rest assured. I will certainly let the people of the continent remember this flag." "I will." Green laughed, but at the same time, his tears also flowed out. It had been more than a year since the Buddha clan was banished. Green had been thinking about making the banner appear in the continent for more than a year. Now, the opportunity had finally come. "Everyone in the continent, look, my Buddha clan has returned." Green smiled and said, "I'm going to take a look at the Buddha clan." Meg and Marine were also silently shedding tears. After experiencing the Buddha clan's tribulation, at this moment, the flag seemed very heavy. But at the same time, it also seemed very noble. Zhao Hai turned to Green and said, "Grandpa Green, I'll be leaving. This time, our Buddha clan will once again appear in the continent. Do you have anything else to say?" Green looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, I only have one thing to say. We must display our Buddha clan's prestige, we must not discredit this flag." Zhao Hai nodded, then he folded the flag and placed it inside the space. But just as he placed the flag inside the space, he immediately heard a prompt from the space, "Special inheritance item detected. This item is passed down from generation to generation. It is a special item. This item can be used in war. It is bound to the host. Cannot be damaged, cannot be dropped. Can upgrade soldiers, can stimulate the host's subordinates to attack, can increase the host's prestige, can increase the host's charisma, can increase the host's loyalty to the host, can increase the space's attack power." Zhao Hai was stunned. He didn't think that this flag would be so useful. He quickly told Green about what happened. When Green heard this, he laughed and said, "Good, the space is truly worthy of the young master. It actually knows about the clan's treasure. Good, it's good that the young master can help. Young master, let's go. If there's anything you need from us, just look for us. Xiaohai nodded, then he led Laura and the others back to the space. When he looked at the monitor, he saw that the hawk was about to reach Skywater City. Xiaohai immediately looked at the haven. The ship was still sailing, there were no other ships nearby. Xiaohai immediately received the haven into the space. Then he sat in the living room and looked at the monitor. Laura gently sat beside Xiaohai and said, Big Brother Hai, now that we've displayed the Buddha clan's flag, would those people know that we're in the Black Wasteland? What if they sent people to the Black Wasteland to inquire about us? Xiaohai looked at the monitor, then he coldly snorted and said, they won't be able to return. This time, I'm only going to send 10,000 undead to attack. Too many wouldn't be good. As for the rest, I'll send 100,000 undead to the Black Wasteland. Along with Kai, even if the other side sends 9th ranks, we'll still be able to keep them in the Black Wasteland. Laura didn't oppose, she looked at Xiaohai and said, isn't 10,000 too little? Xiaohai shook his head and said, 10,000 is already a lot. There are only a few dark mages in the continent who can command 10,000 undead to fight. If I show them 10,000 undead, then it should be enough to deter some people. Laura nodded and said, alright, 10,000 is also a lot. If we attack, then we can also turn those people into undead. This way, nobody would be suspicious. Xiaohai nodded. At this time, the Blood Hawk had already arrived outside of Skywater City. Xiaohai and the others flashed out of the space and then rode their horses towards the city lord's mansion. Xiaohai followed the same routine as before, he had the Blood Hawk inform Smith and the others that they had returned. It was already afternoon, Smith and Randolph were in the living room talking about Xiaohai. Meg had been gone for more than 10 days, so they were somewhat worried. At this time, a hawk's cry was heard from outside. When Smith heard it, he knew that it was the Blood Hawk. He immediately went out and took the letter from the Blood Hawk. After reading the letter, he immediately had Phil go to the side door to meet Xiaohai and the others. At the same time, Smith returned to the house and said to Randolph, Father, Xiaohai and Meg have returned. But it seems like they have something important to do, they seem to be in a hurry. Randolph knit his brows and said, what can they do? Alright, let's just wait for them here. Seeing them return in such a hurry, they must have something to discuss with you. Smith nodded. At this time, Xiaohai and the others arrived at the side door of the city lord's mansion. Phil opened the door and bowed to the group, son-in-law, young lady, you're back? Come in quickly, the patriarch has arrived. Xiaohai couldn't help but be shocked by this title. But no matter what, he was now the son-in-law of the Calci family, so he didn't say anything. Meg's complexion changed as she said, Grandpa came? Did Grandpa come to oppose my marriage with Big Brother Hai? Grandpa Phil, what did Grandpa say? Phil smiled and said, young lady, you don't need to worry. The patriarch has already agreed to your marriage. He and the city lord are waiting for you in the living room. Come in quickly. Xiaohai and the others followed Phil to the living room. Smith was standing outside the door. Xiaohai quickly bowed to Smith and said, Uncle Smith. Because they weren't married yet, and because of the rules of the great clan, Xiaohai could only call Smith Uncle Smith. Smith nodded and said, alright, let's go inside and see Megan's grandfather. Megan, hurry up, your grandfather has been waiting for you for several days. Megan complied and then ran inside the house. Xiaohai led the others to follow Smith inside the house. When Xiaohai entered the house, he saw Megan sitting beside an old man acting like a spoiled child. The old man didn't look young, his hair was gray, but it was combed very neatly. He had a serious expression on his face. Most importantly, the old man had an imposing aura. This aura was much stronger than Smith's, it could be seen that he had been in a high position for many years. Smith looked at Xiaohai and said, Xiaohai, greet Megan's grandfather. Xiaohai quickly took a step forward and bowed, Xiaohai has seen Grandpa Patriarch. Randolph nodded, then he looked at Xiaohai. Xiaohai had also experienced this situation, so he calmly stood there and looked at Randolph. Randolph said, sit down. Xiaohai complied and sat down. Randolph didn't speak, he just looked at Xiaohai. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to care about what Randolph was thinking. He turned to Smith and said, "Uncle Smith, I came here today because I have something to discuss with you." Smith stared. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What is it?" Zhao Hai told Smith about the Purcell family's matter. He also told him that he wanted to help. Smith and Randolph frowned as they listened to Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai finished, Smith looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Do you really want to help? Moreover, you want to use the Buddha clan's banner?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, I have the ability to help him. Moreover, the Purcell family has done a favor for our Buddha clan. Also, the Purcell family is an old noble of the Oxu Empire. Helping him would bring us a lot of benefits." Smith didn't say anything. Randolph spoke first. "Go out, you should provide support. You're planning to use your undead to attack, right?" Zhao Hai nodded. He looked puzzled at Randolph. When he entered the room, Randolph didn't seem to like him. He didn't even want to talk to him. Zhao Hai didn't think that Randolph would support him at this time. Randolph didn't let Zhao Hai think for a long time. He opened his mouth and said, "In the past few years, because there hasn't been any major wars in the continent, we dark mages haven't fought on the battlefield. People have already forgotten about the might of the dark mage army. This time, you're going to help the Purcell family. You're going to use your undead to fight. You're going to let the people of the continent see what a dark mage can do on the battlefield. Therefore, not only do you have to fight, you have to win beautifully, you have to show the might of the dark mage army." Zhao Hai nodded again, but at this time, Smith said, "I've also heard about this matter. 200,000 people, and they're mercenaries. This can only be used to deceive people. People with discerning eyes can see what's going on. However, you still need to think about this matter. From what I've received, the other party's attack on Casa City isn't very fierce. I think they're just waiting for you to ask for help. As long as you go, they will certainly deal with you. They might even dispatch a 9th rank expert." "Are you really sure?" When Zhao Hai heard Smith, he couldn't help but stare. He turned to Smith and said, "Are they really coming for me?" Smith nodded. "I didn't think so, but now that you mention it, I think it's quite likely. They don't know your identity, but they do know that you're a dark mage. And when you were Zhao, you were secretly in contact with the Purcell clan. And with Ryan's matter, they might have guessed that you would save the Purcell clan, so they attacked the Purcell clan. This way, they would be able to lead you there, and then send an expert to destroy you and the Purcell clan. This way, it would be easy to get rid of both of your enemies." Smith nodded. "That's right," Smith said, "you're right." Zhao Hai frowned and said, "Southern King's influence in the Oxu Empire is that big? I really didn't think about it. Don't the other nobles of the Oxu Empire care about it?" Smith shook his head and said, "It's possible that Southern King paid a price, so the other nobles wouldn't care about it. But what's certain is that Southern King's actions won't last long. Moreover, they will certainly minimize the damage. Similarly, they won't attack other people. Their only target is you and the Purcell family." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's also good. We'll give them a good beating so that they won't dare to mess around. Rest assured, as long as there are less than 5 9th rank experts, they won't be able to return alive." When Smith heard Zhao Hai, he knew that Zhao Hai wasn't joking. Even Randolph couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he heard Zhao Hai. Before, they didn't believe Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai said that he was from the Buddha clan. Naturally, they knew that the reason why the Buddha clan fell to this point was because they didn't have any 9th rank experts. But now, Zhao Hai said that as long as there were less than 5 9th rank experts, they wouldn't be able to return alive. In other words, if there were 4 9th rank experts attacking him, then he would be able to make them unable to return alive. In order to deal with 4 9th rank experts, one would need at least 7 or 8 9th rank experts. Otherwise, it would be impossible to deal with them. How could the Buddha clan have so many 9th rank experts? But now that Zhao Hai said it, they had no choice but to believe it. This wasn't just bragging. Zhao Hai was about to go support the Purcell family. When the time comes, they might really encounter 9th rank experts. If Zhao Hai wasn't confident, then he wouldn't have said such a thing. Smith looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and knew that he must go. He nodded and said, "Then when do you plan to leave?" Zhao Hai replied, "I'll leave immediately. This time, Megan shouldn't follow, it's too dangerous." We'll leave immediately, the Purcell family won't be able to hold on for long. Smith nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, do you need our family to send people to support you? No matter what, you're now engaged to Megan, you can be considered as a member of our Kelsey family. Randolph also nodded, right, you're already engaged to Megan. I don't want you to be in any danger. Kid, do you really want to go alone? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, we're more than enough. Uncle Smith, Grandpa Patriarch, I'll be leaving first. Then he turned around to leave. At this time, Megan suddenly said, wait for me, Brother Hai. I want to go with you. Zhao Hai stared, then he frowned and said, Megan, forget it. This time, we're going to war. Although there wouldn't be any danger, I don't think you'd like that kind of scene. Smith and Randolph also frowned, then Smith said, Megan, you should stay at home. You can't help even if you go. Megan shook her head and said, I don't want to, I want to go. Big Brother Hai, let me go. Zhao Hai looked at Megan and didn't know what to do. At this time, Laura said, Big Brother Hai, let Megan go. In any case, there wouldn't be any danger. Zhao Hai looked at Megan and saw her firm expression. Her eyes were filled with tears, he couldn't help but soften his heart and said, all right, then you can go as well. Smith's complexion changed as he said, Little Hai, are you sure? If Megan gets hurt, then I won't let you off. Smith also knew Megan's temperament. Although Megan usually didn't have a temper, when she was stubborn, she wouldn't listen. Randolph also knew Megan's temperament, so he frowned as he looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the two and smiled faintly, don't worry, there won't be any problems. When we come back, if Megan loses a single hair, then you can look for me to settle accounts. Smith turned his head to Megan and said, Megan, have you thought about it? Do you really want to go? Megan nodded and said, yes, I've thought about it. Smith couldn't help but sigh, it was really hard to keep a grown girl. He nodded and said, all right, if you want to go, then go. But you're not allowed to go to the battlefield. Megan nodded. Zhao Hai looked at the time and said, it's already late, we need to hurry. I'm afraid that the Purcell family wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Then he said goodbye to Smith and Randolph before he turned around and walked towards the side door of the city lord's mansion. Phil quickly arranged mounts for them. Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the side door of the city lord's mansion and mounted their mounts. Then they directly left Skywater City. Just as they left the city lord's mansion, Zhao Hai turned to Kai and said, Kai, see if there are any people in Stony Mountain. Find a place where there's no one. Kai complied and went to carry out the order. They had a transmission point in Stony Mountain. In the past, they could only use the transmission point as the center. They could casually appear in a location with a diameter of 2 kilometers, which was also within the range of the monitor. But now that the space had increased, the distance they could teleport to had increased by 5 times. Because of this, Zhao Hai had Kai look for a place. He knew that Southern King and the others were beginning to suspect him. They suspected that he might have obtained a transmission magic tool. Because of this, they would certainly send people to monitor Stony Mountain. If Zhao Hai and the others appeared from there, then they would certainly confirm their suspicions. This would bring them a lot of trouble. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't want them to find out. Kai complied, and after a while, she found a place. Zhao Hai didn't go out. Instead, he released the blue-eyed rabbits and had them take the ghost staff out of the monitoring range. Then he sent a blood hawk out and took the ghost staff into Casa City. Kai's movements were very fast, it didn't take long before she informed Zhao Hai that the rabbit had been released and that the hawk would be released soon. Zhao Hai wasn't anxious, he had just left Skywater City, he needed to find a place where nobody would enter the space. But as soon as they left Skywater City, Zhao Hai immediately released Undead and led everyone into its body. This time, the space had been upgraded, so Undead's body had also become bigger. It was now nearly 20 meters tall and 10 meters tall. The space inside its body had also become 2 floors, adding up to more than 50 square meters of space. Zhao Hai and Laura were now sitting on the upper floor while Blockhead and the others were sitting on the lower floor. Zhao Hai and the others were now sitting on the upper floor while Blockhead and the others were sitting on the lower floor. As soon as they entered Alien's body immediately turned and passed through the Law River. Alien can swim, but it can't swim for a long time. After all, it's not a water-type undead. When Alien entered the water, Kai immediately informed Zhao Hai that the hawk had been released. After a few hours, they would arrive at Skywater City. From Stony Mountain to Skywater City, it would only take half a day on a horse. If they were to transport goods, it would take about 2 days. But if they were to use the hawk, it would only take about 2 hours. Zhao Hai wasn't anxious. He commanded Alien to swim towards the sea. But at this time, Alien had already sunk into the water. It was swimming underwater. Alien wasn't a water-type undead, so it would take too long for it to swim underwater. At this time, Zhao Hai really wanted to make a water-type undead. The blade scale whale was a good choice. Although he was thinking about this, Zhao Hai also knew that this wasn't the time to think about it. After 2 hours of swimming underwater, the hawk had already arrived at Casa City. Zhao Hai and the others immediately entered the space. This made Laura and the others feel a bit regretful. This was the first time they saw the sea like this. Although it was already late, they could still see a faint light in the sea. They could see all kinds of small fishes swimming in the sea. This was the first time they had experienced something like this. It wasn't only their first time, it was also Zhao Hai's first time. He hadn't played in the sea before, let alone sitting inside Alien and carefully looking at the sea. Unfortunately, Alien wasn't a water-type magic beast, so it couldn't dive too deep. They could only play in shallow water. They didn't dare to go too deep. When Zhao Hai and the others entered the space, they immediately came out. This time, they went to the courtyard that Green bought. This courtyard was originally used by Zhao Hai and the others as a temporary transmission point. But after they retreated, the courtyard became useless. However, since the courtyard was bought by Green, nobody would go there. Therefore, Zhao Hai and the others appeared in the courtyard. Zhao Hai didn't stay in the courtyard for long. When he appeared, he immediately released his horse and rode towards the Grand Duke's mansion. He didn't ride Alien. Casa City was currently in a war. If he rode Alien, then it might cause a misunderstanding. Although Zhao Hai already knew that Casa City was in a war, when he came out of the courtyard, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because Casa City couldn't be compared to its original appearance. Originally, Casa City was the capital of the Purcell Duchy. It was also known as the Pearl of the North. The city's commerce was very developed. Usually, people would come and go, making it very lively. But now, there wasn't a single pedestrian in Casa City. It was desolate, as if it was a ghost town. At this time, a sudden boom was heard. Zhao Hai stared. He discovered that the sound came from the city walls. He couldn't help but stare. His expression changed. He didn't think that the other side would still attack at night. No wonder Evan said that they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Zhao Hai's expression changed. He didn't say anything and just urged his horse to go straight towards the Grand Duke's mansion. When they ran in the city, they immediately alerted the city's defenders. Immediately, the defenders rushed towards them. The people in the city also closed their windows and doors. Zhao Hai didn't care too much and went straight to the Grand Duke's mansion. Zhao Hai was naturally familiar with the Grand Duke's mansion. Before long, they arrived at the mansion's entrance. However, when they arrived, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. There were 1,000 running bull cavalry gathered there. They were eyeing Zhao Hai like tigers eyeing their prey. The leader of the cavalry had already lowered his mask and his spear, ready to charge. When Zhao Hai saw this situation, he quickly stopped his horse. Then he bowed to the cavalry and said, "Greetings, Purcell Clan's running bull cavalry. My name is Zhao Hai. I'm here to see the Grand Duke. I'll have to trouble you to report my arrival." The cavalry stared blankly for a moment. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You said that you're Zhao Hai? You're the one who helped our Buddha clan, Mr. Zhao Hai?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I wouldn't dare. I'm indeed Zhao Hai. This time, I received a letter from the Grand Duke. I'll have to trouble you to report my arrival." The cavalry was obviously very excited. He immediately raised his spear and gave a knight's salute to Zhao Hai. Then he loudly said, "Mister, please wait for a moment. I'll be right back. The Grand Duke is currently on the city walls." Then he turned his horse around and ran towards the city walls. Zhao Hai didn't care. This was a special time, so he should be careful. Zhao Hai and the others quietly sat on their horses and looked at the running bull cavalry. They were the elites of the Purcell clan. Each of them had a strong physique. The weakest of them was a 4th-rank warrior, while the strongest was a 6th-rank warrior. This kind of strength wasn't low. The Purcell clan was worthy of being called a great clan, it really had a deep heritage. Zhao Hai looked at the cavalry while the cavalry looked at Zhao Hai. Regarding Zhao Hai, the cavalry had heard of Zhao Hai's name. In the Purcell Duchy, no one didn't know about Zhao Hai. In any case, Zhao Hai had helped the Purcell Duchy a lot. The most important thing was the legendary love story between Zhao Hai and Laura. It was a topic that people talked about during their leisure time. Although Zhao Hai had left for a few months, when Zhao Hai was mentioned, there wasn't anyone in Kasa City who didn't know about him. However, there weren't many people who had actually seen Zhao Hai. Now that they saw Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but feel disappointed. He looked too ordinary. He wore an ordinary robe and held a beautiful magic staff in his hand. His appearance was also very ordinary. Sitting on a horse, he wasn't conspicuous at all. Then they saw Laura and Megan behind Zhao Hai. Laura was very famous in Kasa City. Many people had seen her before. Naturally, there were people who recognized her. These people were now sure of Zhao Hai's identity. Before long, the sound of hoofbeats was heard. 2 figures came from behind the cavalry. Zhao Hai looked at them and saw that they were Evan and the knight who went to look for him. When Evan arrived in front of Zhao Hai, he pulled the reins and jumped down from the horse's back. Then he laughed and said, "Little Hai, you've come. You really made me anxious. If you came a few days later, then you wouldn't be able to see me." Evan nodded and said, "Good." Zhao Hai also jumped down from his horse. He bowed to Evan and said, "This nephew has seen Uncle Evan. Uncle Evan's luck is very good. How could you care about these small thieves?" Evan laughed heartily and said, "Only you know how to talk. This isn't a small thief. His grandmother, it must be that bastard Boric. Just wait, if he doesn't kill me this time, then I won't play with him anymore." Evan was originally a warrior, he had gone out to explore before. Although he had been concentrating on being a Grand Duke for the past few years, he didn't lose the heroic spirit of a warrior in his bones. Now that the war had started, he had to go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. This heroic side of a warrior was naturally revealed. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This nephew has also heard about this matter. It must be said that this matter was caused by this nephew, so naturally this nephew needs to deal with it." Therefore, after receiving the news, this nephew immediately rushed over. "Let this nephew introduce Laura, Meg, and Mir. These 2 are Rockhead and Blockhead, you must have seen them before. This is Shu, this is Shun, and this is my fiancée, the Kelsey family's princess, Megan. Megan, this is Uncle Evan, the Grand Duke of the Purcell Duchy." Megan's face blushed as she bowed to Evan and said, "Uncle Evan, nice to meet you." Evan laughed and said, "Good, good. Kid, you really have a lot of luck with women. After going out for so long, you already have a fiancé. Alright, let's not talk here, let's go inside." Zhao Hai quickly said, "Uncle Evan, it seems like someone was attacking the city. Are you going to be alright?" Evan shook his head and said, "It's nothing. It's already night time, those guys can't do anything. It's fine, we'll talk about it during the day." Then he pulled Zhao Hai into the Grand Duke's mansion. The knights were stunned, they knew that Zhao Hai had a good relationship with the Purcell family, but they didn't expect it to be this good. Evan obviously didn't treat Zhao Hai as an outsider. This made those who didn't know about Zhao Hai's identity feel very strange. They didn't know about Zhao Hai's identity. Although they heard that Zhao Hai had a good relationship with the Purcell family, Zhao Hai and Evan didn't seem to have much contact. So why did it seem like the 2 were very familiar with each other? When the group entered the city lord's mansion, Zhao Hai discovered that the inside of the mansion was different. There weren't many servants in the mansion. Instead, there were warriors everywhere, as well as people dressed as mages. These people were the Purcell clan's consecrators. Now that the Purcell clan was in trouble, they naturally had to contribute. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I've also heard about this matter. Megan's family received information that those people didn't go all out when they attacked the city. It seems like they were waiting for us. Hee hee, it seems like they want to catch us all in one fell swoop. Evan knit his brows. He knew about the Kelsey family. They were an old family that was much more formidable than the Purcell family. Such an old family's information must be true. It seems like this time, they were really targeting him and Zhao Hai. After so many years of training, Evan was no longer a warrior with a single intestine. Evan thought about it and understood what was going on. He knew that the enemy was deliberately attacking him, giving him time to spread the news. Then they would lure Zhao Hai over and eliminate him together. Thinking about this, Evan's complexion couldn't help but change. He looked at Zhao Hai with an apologetic expression and said, "Little Hai, this time I didn't think about it properly, I even implicated you. How about this, since they still haven't discovered you, you should immediately leave the Purcell Duchy. I will select a few of the family's younger generation to go with you. No matter what, the Purcell Duchy cannot be destroyed." Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately understood what Evan meant. He smiled faintly and said, "Leave? Why would I leave? This time, not only will I not leave, I'll also bring the Buddha clan's Wild Dragon War banner. This time, I want everyone in the continent to know that our Buddha clan hasn't died yet. Our Buddha clan has once again appeared in the continent." Just as he finished speaking, a bang sound was heard. Zhao Hai looked towards the direction of the sound and saw Ruyan standing in front of the living room's door. The sound came from her dropping the kettle on the floor. Ruyan heard that Zhao Hai had arrived. For Zhao Hai to appear at this time meant that he was a true friend of the Buddha clan. In addition, when they were on the way to Rosen Empire, Ruyan received a lot of care from Zhao Hai. Because of this, she wanted to thank him. She took the kettle from a servant and prepared to serve it to Evan and Zhao Hai. She didn't expect that when she arrived at the door, she would hear Zhao Hai's words. She also heard that Zhao Hai was a member of the Buddha clan. Zhao Hai's identity was obvious. Zhao Hai was her former fiancé, Adam Buddha. Evan and Zhao Hai turned their heads and saw Ruyan. Evan's expression couldn't help but sink as he said, "Why are you here? Come in and greet Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai also stood up. He was now able to calmly face Ruyan. He bowed and said, "Miss Ruyan, nice to meet you." Zhao Hai is very polite. Ruyan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Your surname is Buddha? Are you Adam?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "My surname is Buddha. Adam is my previous name. My current name is Zhao Hai." Ruyan felt that she didn't have the face to look at Zhao Hai. She covered her face as she turned around and ran away. At the same time, when she left, intermittent crying could be heard. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hai didn't know what to do. He didn't think that things would turn out like this. At this time, Evan's voice was heard, "Forget it, don't worry about her. Zhao Hai, come and sit down. Did you really bring the wild dragon flag? Listen to me, Zhao Hai, let's go. A 9th rank expert isn't something that you can deal with." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Is a 9th rank expert great? Don't worry, even if the other side sends a 9th rank expert, I can still deal with them. There won't be any problems. Today, I'll rest in the mansion. Tomorrow, I'll go with you to the walls and let those people know that the Buddha clan has returned." Evan looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and sighed. He didn't say anything else, he just nodded and said, "All right, you can rest tonight. Tomorrow, we'll go and take a look at the walls." Evan wanted Zhao Hai to go to the walls and see the strength of the other side. He believed that after seeing Zhao Hai's strength, he wouldn't think of going against them. When the time comes, he would persuade Zhao Hai to leave. He believed that Zhao Hai would leave. Evan didn't think that Zhao Hai's strength would be this strong. He thought that by letting Zhao Hai see the strength of those people, Zhao Hai wouldn't think of attacking them. As long as he persuaded Zhao Hai, Evan would leave. He didn't think that Zhao Hai came here in order to establish his prestige, so how could he just leave? After arriving at the residence that Evan had prepared for them, Zhao Hai turned to Laura and Megan and smiled, "Tomorrow, I'll go to the city walls and take a look. Then I'll send some troops to deal with them. I want to see how long those 9th ranks can endure. Tomorrow, you can go to the space and look outside through the monitor. Don't come out." Megan nodded and said, "All right." Laura nodded and said, "All right, then we'll watch your play. But Brother Hai, this time, you should invite Grandpa Green." This is a crucial time for the Buddha clan to reappear in the continent. If Grandpa Green doesn't appear, then it wouldn't be good. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "Alright, let's go. We'll immediately invite Grandpa Green." Then they immediately went to Iron Mountain Fort and told Green about this matter. Green immediately agreed. Marine also wanted to go. Naturally, Zhao Hai also agreed. Green and the others stayed inside the space that day. Naturally, Zhao Hai also stayed inside the space. However, Green and Marine couldn't sleep that night. The two had been waiting for this day for a long time. Now that the day had finally arrived, they were very excited and couldn't sleep. The next morning, after Zhao Hai and the others got up, they immediately left the space. Green and the others also followed. They didn't eat inside the space because they knew that Evan would invite them to eat. Therefore, they didn't eat inside the space. Sure enough, after they left the space, Evan sent someone to invite Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai immediately led Green and the others out of the courtyard. When they came out, the servant who came to invite Zhao Hai stared. This was because there were two more people in Zhao Hai's group. Green and Marine were very imposing, so the servant naturally wouldn't forget them. However, the servant also knew that this matter wasn't something he could manage. The servant respectfully invited Zhao Hai and the others to the dining room. When Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the dining room, Evan stared. He naturally knew Green and Marine, but he didn't think that Green and Marine would appear here today. Evan quickly went forward to greet them. He respectfully gave the two a salute and said, "Uncle Green, Aunt Marine, when did you arrive? I wanted to ask Zhao Hai why you two didn't come, but I was afraid that you would be busy. I didn't expect to see you today, it's great." Green smiled faintly. He bowed to Evan and said, "Young Master Evan, this old man still has to thank you, grandfather. If it weren't for your help, our Buddha clan would have already been exterminated." "This old man thanks you." Evan quickly replied, "I wouldn't dare." "Uncle Green, aren't you just cutting my lifespan?" "Don't say that, please come in and have a seat. I've already prepared a meal, and I also have something to tell you too." Then he invited the group into the room. After the group sat down, Evan immediately said to Green, "Uncle Green, it's good that you're here." This time, Zhao Hai insisted on going against the people outside. "I didn't agree to it. Right now, there are 200,000 troops outside, and there are no less than 108th ranks. Moreover, according to the ancestor, there are at least 4 9th ranks outside. It can be said that they want to destroy our Purcell clan. Now, it seems like we won't be able to escape this calamity. At that time, I didn't think about this, so I sent a letter to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai came, but now it seems like the other party really wants to destroy us. We don't even have a chance. Moreover, one of their targets is Zhao Hai, so no matter what, we can't let Zhao Hai have an accident. I also want to leave some roots for the Purcell clan, so I'm going to select a few of the clan's younger generation to leave Casa City with Zhao Hai. Although I don't know how Zhao Hai and you came to Casa City, but based on the fact that you weren't discovered by the enemy, there shouldn't be a problem for you to leave. Therefore, today, you must persuade Zhao Hai to leave quickly. For the Buddha clan, for our Purcell clan, we need to leave some roots." Evan's words were very honest. Green and Marine understood what Evan meant. To be honest, if they didn't have enough strength in their hands, then they would have done what Evan said. But this time Evan wasn't right. With the strength in their hands, dealing with the people outside would be too easy. Therefore, Green looked at Evan and faintly smiled, "Young Master Evan, you can rest assured. This time, Marine and I didn't come here to persuade the young master to leave. We're here to witness the Buddha clan's wild dragon banner once again fluttering in the continent. Young Master Evan, you can rest assured that the 4 9th ranks won't be a problem. The 200,000 troops outside also won't be a problem. This time, we want to let everyone in the continent know that our Buddha clan has returned. We want those who offended us to tremble when they think of the Buddha clan." Evan stared blankly at Green. He didn't think that Green would say such words. He quickly said, "Uncle Green, those are 9th ranks, 9th ranks." Green smiled faintly and said, "Yes, I know that they're 9th ranks. You can rest assured. If it's really only 4 9th ranks, then I'm afraid that Origin Sword Saint wouldn't even need to make a move. We can deal with them ourselves. those 8th ranks that you mentioned wouldn't be a problem. Right, it's useless to talk about this right now. Let's eat first, then we'll go to the city walls to take a look. Evan looked at Green and Marine's calm appearance. He also calmed down. He knew that Green and Marine weren't impulsive people. In the past, the two of them were able to save Zhao Hai's life, and also save the Buddha clan. Because of this, they regarded Zhao Hai as more important than their own lives. How could they let Zhao Hai take such a risk? But now, they actually agreed to let Zhao Hai help him out. Does this mean that they have full confidence? When he thought of this, Evan couldn't help but loosen up. But at the same time, he was very puzzled. He was very clear that the Buddha clan's strongest experts were Green and Marine. Although the two of them were formidable, they weren't 9th ranks. But the other side had 4 9th ranks. How could they have such a performance? Could it be that they had the support of a 9th rank expert? That shouldn't be the case, right? How could a powerhouse of the 9th rank fight against 4 powerhouses of the 9th rank? What kind of cards does the Buddha clan have? When Evan invited Zhao Hai today, he didn't let his own family participate. He knew that his family and Zhao Hai didn't have a good relationship. In the past, when the Buddha clan was defeated, his family didn't give the Buddha clan a good face. Now, meeting them would only make things more awkward. After eating, Evan led the group to the city walls. It can be seen that Kasa City was now under martial law. There weren't any civilians in the city, only groups of mobilized soldiers could be seen on the road. However, Kasa City's garrison wasn't a lot. Altogether, there were only 20,000 people. This number included the city lord's mansion's warriors. Most of their troops were stationed at Iron Wall Fortress to defend against the Beastmen, and at Beniyu Fort to protect the Purcell family's old home. Because of this, Kasa City's garrison wasn't a lot. If it weren't for Kasa City's high and thick walls, they might not have been able to hold on. After Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the city walls, they discovered that there were a lot of places on the walls that were damaged. From the traces of damage, some were caused by magic attacks, while some were caused by magic cannons and ballistas. The city walls were now full of defenders. These defenders were the Purcell family's elite Beniyu guards. If it weren't for the elite Beniyu guards, then Kasa City wouldn't have been able to hold on until today. Zhao Hai and the others looked outside and saw that the outside of the city had been surrounded by earth mages. They used earth magic to create deep trenches outside of Kasa City's gates. This was to prevent the Beniyu guards from charging in. It seems like they were determined to trap Evan and the others. Zhao Hai looked at the situation outside the city, then he turned to Evan and said, "Uncle Evan, the other side sent these people to besiege the city. Do you really not have any reinforcements?" Evan smiled bitterly and said, "How could there be no reinforcements? But reinforcements are useless. They have sent 100,000 people to besiege the city, while the remaining 100,000 went to snipe the reinforcements. Moreover, they are well prepared this time. Besides the reinforcements from our family, the other nobles who are on good terms with us have been stalled by the Empire. They simply don't have time to save us. Therefore, we are now at the end of our rope." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "This time, Boris's preparations are very good. Last time, when he attacked Ruyan, I should have been vigilant. However, I didn't think that he would actually dare to attack the Purcell family. In the end, the Purcell family and him don't have a big enmity. Moreover, the Purcell family is an old noble family. We didn't dare to attack you because of him, but we didn't think that he would actually attack you. Moreover, he would be so ruthless that he actually wants to destroy you." Zhao Hai didn't know that this would happen. He looked at Evan and said, "I didn't think that Boric would have such thoughts. This is also good, we'll clean them up today. Let's see if Boric can still be so arrogant." Then he turned around and walked down the city wall. Evan and the others quickly followed. When Zhao Hai arrived at the city wall, he immediately released Alien. Then he took out the Buddha clan's Wild Dragon War flag and attached it to the pole before he flipped it over to Alien's back. After that, Green and Marine entered Alien's body. Evan looked at the situation and wanted to follow. Zhao Hai didn't stop him, he just let him enter Alien's space. The group sat on the second floor of the space. There was a full set of tea sets there. After Zhao Hai sat down, he turned to Evan and said, "Uncle Evan, have them open the city gate. The rest is up to us." Evan looked at Green and Marine's calm expression. He didn't hesitate and immediately gave the order. This time, Evan didn't enter Alien's body alone, he also had 2 guards at his side. Evan was still a Grand Duke, how could he not bring a single person with him? After the guards gave the order, the city gate was immediately opened. When Zhao Hai and the others came out of the city, the enemies outside immediately noticed their movements. Everyone lined up and waited for them. The people besieging Casa City didn't know that Zhao Hai had arrived, but they knew that the Purcell family's bull cavalry were afraid. The bull cavalry was in existence that could fight against the Beastman cavalry, so how could they be weak? It was because of this that they made several ditches outside the city to prevent the bull cavalry from charging. But this time, they guessed wrong. Just as they were preparing to welcome the Purcell family's cavalry, they suddenly saw a huge undead slowly coming out of the city gate. This undead was more than 20 meters long and had more than 10 mago. Its dark green skeleton was covered with sharp thorns, making it look very fierce. On top of this undead's head, there was also a large flag. This flag was blood red in color, and on top of it was a dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. The flag was somewhat damaged, but it still gave off a murderous aura. One could see that this flag had been in battle for a long time. However, the mercenaries who were lining up outside were stunned. They didn't think that this time an undead would come out. At this time, the leader of the mercenaries thought of their other target. Wasn't it a dark mage? He immediately shouted loudly, and the group behind him immediately became more compact. Then the group of people gathered around them, ready to meet Zhao Hai. At the same time, the leader went to the barracks and asked the mages there to move out. They knew that Zhao Hai was a dark mage, and the best way to deal with a mage was to use another mage. This time, in order to deal with Zhao Hai and the Purcell family, they brought no less than 50 mages. These 50 mages were specifically used to deal with Zhao Hai and act as mobile turrets. Because of this, they would usually rest in the barracks and only come out during the most critical times. When these soldiers attacked, they would use ballistas and magic cannons. Under the watchful eyes of the soldiers, the undead slowly crawled through the trenches that they made. Although the trenches were wide and not narrow, it was nothing for the tall undead. It didn't take long for it to crawl through the trenches. The leader knew that the undead wasn't easy to deal with. He wanted to wait for the mages in the barracks to come out before dealing with the undead. Because of this, he had his troops retreat a bit to give the undead some time to react. However, their mistake was to give Zhao Hai some space to move. When Zhao Hai came out of the trenches, he didn't immediately attack the soldiers. Instead, he stopped. This made the soldiers wonder what Zhao Hai wanted to do. At this time, Zhao Hai's mind moved. Large groups of undead cavalry appeared around the undead. These undead were all beastmen. They had tall bodies and were sitting on their mounts. In their hands were huge mace. Just their appearance alone was enough to scare people. This time, Zhao Hai released 10,000 cavalry. Although the army besieging Casa City had 100,000 people, it was impossible for them to completely encircle the city. Casa City wasn't a small city, it occupied a large area. Therefore, the focus of the encirclement was still placed on the 4 gates of the city. Zhao Hai's army didn't dare to attack Casa City. Casa City wasn't a small city, it covered a large area. This way, the number of troops stationed at each gate wouldn't be too much, only 20,000. And with the losses that they suffered in the past few days, it would be good if 20,000 troops were stationed at each gate. At this time, these people were staring blankly at the undead beastman cavalry, they didn't know what to do. At this time, Alien's mouth suddenly opened as a voice came out, "Wild Dragon Banner, I'm invincible. Kill." This voice, of course, belonged to Zhao. This was one of the abilities of the undead that Zhao had recently discovered. As long as he stood in front of the door of the undead space and shouted, the undead would open its mouth and transmit his words. And in the process of transmitting, the undead could also increase the volume of his voice, just like adding a megaphone. As soon as Zhao Hai's voice came out, the undead cavalry immediately raised their weapons and charged towards the mercenaries. In the Ark continent, there were almost no races that could block the beastman's charge. The beastman's charge was too sharp. Ordinary armies simply weren't their opponents. In order to deal with the Purcell family, these people were disguised as mercenaries. However, mercenaries didn't have any mounts. In order to not arouse the suspicion of the Purcell family, these people didn't have any cavalry. Moreover, they were only wearing mercenary armor, which was equivalent to light infantry. Letting light infantry line up to block the beastmen's charge was no different than courting death. 10,000 beastmen's undead cavalry charged towards the mercenaries. This caused a commotion among the mercenaries. They were all veterans, so they naturally knew how strong the beastmen's cavalry were. Naturally, they weren't willing to face the undead cavalry head-on. However, the captain still had a lot of prestige. Since he didn't order them to retreat, the mercenaries didn't dare to retreat. In fact, the captain still had a glimmer of hope. This was because he knew that the level of the undead used by mages wasn't too high. Their fighting strength wasn't too strong. Therefore, although they looked scary, they weren't that scary. In his mind, Zhao Hai's undead weren't too strong. Therefore, he decided to block the undead cavalry. However, it was clear that he was wrong this time. The fighting strength of Zhao Hai's undead was too strong. It wasn't something that the mercenaries could block. Even the heavy infantry couldn't block the attack of the undead, not to mention the light infantry. When the undead cavalry and the mercenaries' formation came in contact, the captain knew that things had gone south. The fighting strength of the beastmen was too strong, even stronger than the real beastmen. The mercenaries simply couldn't block the impact of the undead cavalry. Their formation was instantly broken. Zhao Hai wasn't idle at this time. He sat inside Alien and charged along with the troops. However, he just sat there and watched. All the mercenaries who dared to approach Alien were eliminated by it. Evan was sitting inside undead as he stared blankly at what was happening outside. He didn't think that Zhao's undead would be this strong. In the face of the infantry, it was as easy as crushing dry weeds. The infantry simply couldn't withstand a single blow. After Zhao Hai broke the formation of the mercenaries, he didn't stop and directly rushed towards the enemy camp. Moreover, Zhao Hai wasn't idle at this time. He kept releasing dark magic and the mercenaries who were killed by the undead immediately got up and began to chase the fleeing mercenaries. At this time, the mercenaries started to panic. Seeing their former comrades turn into undead in an instant and then chase after them with weapons, they couldn't help but feel an indescribable feeling. As the Beastman cavalry killed more and more people, the number of undead also increased. Slowly, in addition to the undead that Zhao Hai released, Zhao Hai now had more than 2,000 undead. These undead were the corpses of the mercenaries. At this time, the mages in the enemy camp also reacted. A row of magic attacks went straight towards the undead, some of them even went straight towards Alien. Zhao Hai didn't care about these things at all. He was sitting inside Alien's body, leisurely drinking tea. The magic attacks that hit Alien's body were like scratching an itch, they didn't have any effect at all. At this time, the mages also started to panic. They discovered that not only were they unable to deal with the huge undead, they were also unable to deal with the Beastman cavalry. When the 8th ranks who were resting in the camp saw this situation, they immediately made their move. In their opinion, even if the undead were strong, it would be good if there were at most 5th or 6th ranks. Once they made their move, the undead would fall one by one. But when they fought, they discovered that they were wrong. The undead were very strong, ridiculously strong. A single undead could fight them to a draw. If 2 undead ganged up on them, then they would lose without a doubt. If several undead ganged up on them, then they would be dead for sure. This discovery made the 8th rank stunned. They didn't think that such a thing would happen. What kind of undead were they? How could they have such strength? This time, the people besieging Casa City panicked. Nobody could stop Zhao Hai's footsteps anymore. Only some high-level mages could use magic to help them escape. The other low-level mages were directly killed. Then they were turned into undead and used magic to attack other mercenaries. This made the people even more confused. Because of the suppression of dark mages, there were many countries that didn't have any dark mages in their armies. The Oxu Empire was one such example. Because of this, the soldiers had already forgotten how terrifying dark mages were on the battlefield. The most terrifying thing about dark mages was that they could summon a large number of undead at any time. Even if these undead weren't as strong as Zhao Hai's, they were still able to put a lot of pressure on people. Because of this, dark mages were known as the Grim Reaper on the battlefield. In the past few years, there had been no major wars in the continent. And with the suppression of dark mages, they had almost disappeared from the army. Even if the ordinary soldiers had been in battle, they had never encountered a dark mage. This time, when they met Zhao Hai, they were really afraid. Evan looked at the undead that were chasing the mercenaries outside and was completely dumbfounded. He had seen Zhao Hai before, and he also saw Adam. The last time he saw Zhao Hai, he was a playboy. He felt that Zhao Hai had changed, he became more sensible and powerful. But this time, seeing Zhao Hai sitting there calmly drinking tea, Evan was scared. Yes, he was afraid. He was a warrior who had killed people, a Grand Duke of a duchy. He had seen a lot of vicious and merciless people, but he had never seen someone like Zhao Hai, who didn't even blink an eye and turned those people into undead. Then he went on to kill more people. This was the first time he had seen someone like Zhao Hai. He couldn't help but recognize that when he saw Zhao Hai like this, he was afraid. Many people could kill people expressionlessly, but someone like Zhao, who was killing people outside, was actually drinking koya in his room. At the same time, he was casting magic to turn more people into undead, making them kill people. In this case, he could still drink koya. Such a person was too terrible. Evan felt that this Zhao Hai wasn't the Adam that he knew. He had become cold-blooded, strange, and creepy. Zhao Hai noticed Evan's expression. He thought for a bit and understood. Putting down the cup of tea, Zhao Hai looked at Evan and said, "Uncle Evan, do you think that I'm too ruthless? Too cold-blooded?" Evan looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and sighed, "Zhao Hai, I know that the Buddha clan's upheaval has stimulated you. But you should know that a lot of these people are innocent. We just need to repel them." Zhao Hai looked at Evan and shook his head. He sighed and said, "Uncle Evan, do you think I want to do this? But I have no other choice. They are now our enemies. You can see how pitiful they are right now. But have you thought about it? If we don't have enough strength, then they will chase after us. When that time comes, whether it's me or the Purcell family, we will all be destroyed. Do you think that they would be soft-hearted and let us go?" Evan certainly understood this truth. If it was a war between two armies, he wouldn't have any hesitation. But now, it was the undead that were killing people. This made him feel somewhat unbearable. This might be the relationship between people of the same race. In fact, there were a lot of people in the continent who had the same idea as Evan. Otherwise, dark mages wouldn't have become unpopular. But they didn't think that the existence of a dark mage could reduce the number of deaths of their soldiers. No matter what a dark mage used to attack the enemy, they would still attack the enemy. Whether it was a sword or a gun, the result would still be death. There was no difference. Green was an old man, he didn't want to listen to Evan anymore. He coldly snorted and said, "What's wrong? You don't need these undead to chase down those people. Do you think you'll feel better if your subordinates do it? I think you've been poisoned by those guys from the Radiant Church." When Evan heard Green, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He still respected Green very much. Because of Green's status in the Buddha clan, Evan also regarded Green as his elder. Therefore, he could only listen to Green's words. At this time, the people at the other gates also discovered the changes here. They immediately sent reinforcements, but the reinforcements they sent had no way to deal with the undead. They were also scattered in front of the undead. At this time, the 100,000 people who besieged Kasa City panicked. They immediately gathered a large number of people to surround Zhao Hai. But Zhao Hai didn't seem to see them as he continued to command his undead to kill them. Zhao Hai didn't seem to notice them as he continued to command his undead. If one were to look down from the sky, they would see a very strange phenomenon on the battlefield. Some people wearing mercenary uniforms were surrounding the undead in the middle. It seems like they had surrounded the undead and were preparing to exterminate them. But if you look carefully, you will see that the people wearing mercenary uniforms were falling down one after another. And after they fell down, they were immediately wrapped in black gas and turned into undead creatures. Then the undead creatures grabbed them and attacked the people wearing mercenary uniforms. The battle continued for the entire morning. In the end, the mercenaries couldn't resist and retreated. They no longer dared to surround Zhao Hai's group. This was because they discovered that the people around them were constantly dying. Out of the 100,000 people, more than 30,000 had died. Nearly 40,000 people had died. This loss was too great. What puzzled these people the most was that even if the undead were very powerful, they shouldn't have been able to kill so many people. Some of them were only slightly injured and died after a while. Later on, they found out that the undead's weapons were actually poisoned. As long as they were hit by those weapons, even if they were only slightly injured, they would die in a short time. However, when these people retreated, they weren't prepared. It can be said that they were retreating in disorder. When they retreated, Zhao Hai's undead naturally chased after them. These undead didn't know how to be tired. One side was made up of infantry while the other side was made up of cavalry. Naturally, the gap between them was huge. But that was only because they had a lot of people, which made it easier for them to run. But even so, the number of people who managed to escape didn't exceed 50,000. After chasing these people for the entire afternoon and obtaining more than 50,000 undead, Zhao Hai's group returned to Kasa City. After eating a simple meal, Zhao Hai returned to the place that Evan arranged for them to rest. Evan couldn't sleep at this time. Today, Zhao Hai's performance was too shocking. Not only was he shocked by Zhao Hai's attitude in the face of death, but he was also shocked by the strength of the undead in Zhao Hai's hands. Now Evan understood why he didn't know Zhao Hai's identity before sending people to deal with Zhao Hai. None of them were able to return alive. With Zhao Hai's strength today, it would be strange if those people were able to survive. At the same time, Evan had to face the strength of dark mages. Indeed, he didn't pay much attention to dark mages in the past. This was because the suppression of dark mages in the continent was too severe, especially in the Oxu Empire. Because of Boris's collusion with the Radiant Church, the suppression of dark mages was even more severe. Moreover, Evan had heard people speaking ill of dark mages when he was young. This kind of preconceived idea made him very disgusted with dark magic. It was also because of this reason that when Zhao Hai entered Stony Mountain, he sent people to deal with Zhao Hai. There weren't any dark mages in the Purcell family's army. But after seeing Zhao Hai's performance today, Evan really regretted it. He was very clear that in a frontal assault like this, the casualties of the soldiers would be the greatest. In the past few years, they had also encountered a lot of friction with their surroundings. Every time, there would be a lot of casualties. But if there were dark mages, these casualties would be reduced a lot. Thinking of this, Evan couldn't help but regret not having any dark mages in his army. But it was too late to regret, there weren't many dark mages in the continent. Moreover, they weren't very trustworthy. It was almost impossible for them to recruit dark mages into their army. At this time, Zhao Hai was hiding inside the space. Green and the others were also inside. But Green was very happy, his face was slightly red. He was very excited because today, they finally managed to display the Buddha clan's wild dragon banner. Moreover, they also won a big victory. Zhao Hai was very happy. Zhao Hai looked at Green's appearance and faintly smiled. "Grandpa Green, I think you should return to Iron Mountain Fort tomorrow. I think that Kasa City's matter can be solved in 2 days." The other side found out that their ordinary army couldn't stop my undead, so they will certainly send a 9th rank expert. When that time comes, not only you, but I will also need to go to the space. The battle there can only be left to Kair and Zhao Wen. Green thought for a moment, then he nodded and said, "All right, I'll return to Iron Mountain Fort tomorrow. In any case, my wish has already been fulfilled. But young master, you need to pay attention. If the other side really sends a 9th rank expert, you must hide inside the space. Moreover, I'm afraid that the Radiant Church will make a move. Their main target this time is you can't have an accident." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I'll be fine. If I hide inside the space, they can't do anything to me. But you're right, the Radiant Church has been very honest recently. I'm afraid that after they find out about my identity, they would send people to Iron Mountain Fort to investigate. Therefore, it would be better for you to return to Iron Mountain Fort." What Zhao Hai didn't know was that after they returned to Kasa City, all of their actions were under the watch of Origin Sword Saint. A 9th rank expert can use their telekinesis to observe the situation around them. And today, Zhao Hai's display of strength made Origin Sword Saint take notice of him. To be exact, Origin Sword Saint has been paying attention to the situation in Casa City for the past few days. No matter what, he was still a member of the Purcell family. He didn't want anything to happen to the Purcell family. Zhao Hai's appearance made Origin Sword Saint very curious. His telekinesis has been paying attention to Casa City, but he didn't see how Zhao Hai entered the city. Similarly, he didn't see how Zhao Hai rested last night, nor did he see how Green appeared. For a 9th rank expert, this was very strange. This was because when his telekinesis entered Zhao Hai's courtyard, it disappeared. He simply couldn't sense what they were doing. Most importantly, even during the day, he could sense everyone in the city. However, he couldn't sense Zhao Hai. It was as if Zhao Hai's place was just empty air. This was very strange. Because of this, Origin Sword Saint arrived at Zhao Hai's courtyard. But even at such a close distance, he still couldn't sense Zhao Hai's presence. It was as if Zhao Hai's group had disappeared. This made Origin Sword Saint very confused. Finally, when he saw that the lights in the courtyard had been turned off, he descended from the space and went to the courtyard to check. When he looked around, he discovered that there was no one in the courtyard, not a single person. When Origin Sword Saint saw this, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed. He immediately thought of a possibility: the other party had a spatial divergent ability, or a spatial mage. It was strange to say that there were very few spatial mages in the continent. But among divergent ability users, there were many who had spatial divergent abilities. This might be a balance. One had to recognize that among all mages, spatial magic was the most difficult to deal with. And among all divergent abilities, spatial divergent abilities were the most troublesome. Because of this, when Origin Sword Saint discovered that Zhao Hai's group wasn't in the courtyard, he immediately thought of spatial divergent abilities. Besides spatial divergent abilities, he couldn't think of anything else that could make people silently leave the courtyard. Origin Sword Saint stood in the courtyard for a while. Then his figure moved and disappeared. Then he appeared in Evan's courtyard. When he arrived at Evan's door, Origin Sword Saint said, "Evan, come out." Evan wasn't asleep, but with his strength, he simply couldn't detect Origin Sword Saint. So when he heard Origin Sword Saint's voice, he immediately knew who was calling him. He immediately jumped out of bed and ran out wearing only his pajamas. When Evan came out, he saw Origin Sword Saint standing outside his door. Evan immediately went over and bowed to Origin Sword Saint. "Ancestor, do you have any orders?" Origin Sword Saint turned to Evan and said, "I already know about Zhao Hai's matter. I know that you owe the Buddha clan a favor. Originally, I didn't approve of what you did to the Buddha clan. But now, it seems like you've done the right thing. If Zhao Hai isn't a spatial divergent ability user, then he must have a spatial divergent ability user in his hands. Moreover, it's very likely that he has the help of a mysterious force. Otherwise, the water of nothingness poison in his body wouldn't have been cured. Additionally, he has powerful undead, and if he can invite 9th rank experts, then his strength would be even more formidable. Most importantly, he is now the son-in-law of the Calci family. These identities cannot be underestimated. In any case, you must make sure that he maintains a good relationship with the Purcell family. Right, wasn't there an engagement before? I think it would be better to carry out the engagement." Evan couldn't help but have a bitter expression. He knew about the engagement. If he was still in power at that time, then the engagement wouldn't have been cancelled. Unfortunately, he didn't have the final say at that time, so the engagement was cancelled. And now, Zhao Hai had 3 beautiful fiancées. In this case, how could Zhao Hai get married? Evan couldn't just agree to Origin Sword Saint's request, so he had no choice but to tell Origin Sword Saint about his difficulties. When Origin Sword Saint heard Evan, he frowned and said, "It seems like this matter isn't easy." But it doesn't matter. Marriage doesn't necessarily need Ruan. Our Purcell family doesn't have any other girls of the right age. Can't we just change the girl? Evan forced a smile and said, "Ancestor, you don't know. Zhao Hai is a very arrogant person. Moreover, I've asked his fiancés, and they all have feelings for him. If he doesn't have feelings for them, then he wouldn't agree. I've also inquired about him, and he seems to be very opposed to the marriage. If we tell him about it, then he definitely won't agree." Origin Sword Saint nodded and said, "Alright, I don't want to manage these things. Right now, you're in charge of the Purcell family. I'm just telling you about Zhao Hai's strength. You have to be careful in handling your relationship with him. Also, you should pay attention to these days. If you have any magical medicines, it would be best to take them back. The family has a person who is about to break through to rank 9. Now that Buffy is dead, I can't take care of the family by myself. Therefore, I want to cultivate another rank 9 expert in order to protect the safety of the Purcell family." When Evan heard this, he stared for a moment, then he immediately said, "Ancestor, please rest assured. If there's anything you need, just tell me and I'll find a way to get it." Origin Sword Saint looked at Evan, then he sighed and said, "Actually, you're the one most likely to break through to 9th rank. But since you're taking care of the family's affairs, you're distracted. How about this, wait a few years and find a successor. Then you can hand over the family's affairs to him while you focus on breaking through to 9th rank." Evan nodded and said, "Yes, Ancestor, please rest assured." Origin Sword Saint nodded and said, "You have to remember, whether a clan can survive or not depends on a 9th rank expert. I think Zhao Hai must have the support of a 9th rank expert. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so unyielding. A 9th rank expert can guarantee the safety of a clan for 100 years. Don't look at how fierce those people were this time. If it weren't for me, then they would have already destroyed the Purcell family. With me here, they would be afraid of losses, so they wouldn't go too far. Therefore, you have to find a candidate as soon as possible." Evan nodded, then Origin Sword Saint's body flashed and disappeared. Looking at Origin Sword Saint's disappearance, Evan sighed. He didn't think that Origin Sword Saint would attach so much importance to Zhao Hai. He even went so far as to look for Zhao Hai. Evan couldn't help but sigh. He didn't need Origin Sword Saint's reminder to know that Zhao Hai was now very powerful. Today, he revealed his Buddha clan's identity to the entire continent. This was to tell everyone that the water of nothingness's poison had been cured. One must know that the water of nothingness's poison wasn't something that everyone in the continent had. The ones who used it the most were the Radiant Church and the great clans. The Radiant Church generally used it to deal with dark mages who didn't do too much evil. Naturally, they didn't know if they used it for other purposes, but at least on the surface, they used it for righteous purposes. But the great clans weren't the same. They had a lot of uses for the water of nothingness, but the water of nothingness wasn't easy to obtain. Moreover, they didn't have an antidote for it. Because of this, the experts of the continent were afraid of it. Now that Zhao Hai suddenly appeared, and even though he drank the water of nothingness before, he was now able to use magic. This meant that he had a way to cure the water of nothingness. For the Radiant Church and the great clans, this was a very heavy blow. It was equivalent to them losing their trump card. Moreover, the strength that Zhao Hai displayed today was very surprising. Adding on to the fact that Zhao Hai was engaged to Megan from the Kelsey family, all of these things were focused on Zhao Hai. Nobody in the continent dared to look down on Zhao Hai. The reason why Southern King Boris dared to scheme against Zhao Hai was because he was from the Aksu Empire and wasn't under the control of the Rosen Empire. Secondly, it was because he was from the Radiant Church, making him an enemy of the Kelsey family. Because of this, he didn't have any scruples. Just because they didn't have any scruples didn't mean that they didn't have any scruples. There were a lot of people in the continent who were afraid of the Kelsey family. And Zhao Hai's current status wasn't much worse than Boris. In this case, if he didn't know how to deal with his relationship with Zhao Hai, then he would be a patriarch in vain. But Evan also knew that this relationship wasn't easy to deal with. The matter with Ryan and Caesar were like thorns between the Purcell family and Zhao Hai. If it weren't for this matter, then Zhao Hai wouldn't have his current attitude. He would have been able to treat Zhao Hai as his nephew instead of thinking about how to deal with his relationship with Zhao Hai. With this thought in mind, their relationship had already deteriorated. After sighing, Evan returned to his room. Although he knew that he wouldn't be able to sleep, he still laid down on his bed and closed his eyes. He needed to rest. There were still a lot of things that needed to be done tomorrow. Not only Zhao Hai, but Evan also thought that the other side would use their ultimate weapons, the rank 9 experts, once they saw that the ordinary army was useless against them. Only by dealing with these 9th ranks would they be able to achieve victory in this war. But now, Evan was worried that Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to deal with these ninth ranks. If Zhao Hai could really deal with them, then it would be fine. If Zhao Hai couldn't, then they would be in big trouble. Evan's mind was spinning rapidly. The next morning, Zhao Hai and the others appeared in the courtyard. When Kair woke up in the morning, she told Zhao Hai about Origin Sword Saint's visit yesterday. She also told Zhao Hai about the conversation between Origin Sword Saint and Evan. Zhao Hai didn't think that Origin Sword Saint, a 9th rank expert, would actually value him this much. However, he didn't think about having a marriage alliance with the Purcell family. Just like what Evan said last night, Rian was no longer worthy of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't care about these things. The reason why he helped the Purcell family was because of the Purcell family's grace in the past. The second reason was because he wanted to use this occasion to raise the Buddha clan's banner. The third reason was because the Purcell family was close to the Black Wasteland. For the Purcell family to be here was a good thing. Having a friend by your side was always better than having an enemy. When Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the dining hall, Evan was already there waiting for them. Evan didn't have anyone to accompany him, only he accompanied Zhao Hai and the others. Seeing Zhao Hai and the others arrive but not seeing Green and Marine, Evan stared, then he quickly asked Zhao Hai, "Little Zhao Hai, where's Uncle Green and Aunt Marine?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "The two of them left because they had something to do. In any case, we don't need their help today. I think that the 9th ranks will make their move today." Evan nodded and said, "It's about time. Yesterday, you killed a quarter of their army. Now, they don't have enough troops to surround us. They also can't block the reinforcements. At this time, the 9th ranks should make their move. If they don't, it would be too late." Evan nodded. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'm waiting for them. I hope that they aren't too weak. Otherwise, I would be very disappointed." At this time, a voice was heard, "Arrogant kid, come out and meet your death." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then his figure flashed and appeared in the courtyard. Looking at the sky, he could see 4 silhouettes. Of these 4, 3 were wearing warrior robes while 1 was wearing a magic robe. However, the magic robe of the mage was white. Zhao Hai looked at the group and smiled, "Good, 3 warriors and a 9th rank light mage. Right, very good. It seems like I'll have a few more undead in my hands." Just as Zhao Hai's voice fell, the light mage shouted, "Shut up, devil reborn in the human world. Your end has come, accept the baptism of light." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "You gave me another name, what's wrong? I'm now the incarnation of a devil in the human world? You really dare to say that? Can light really baptize the darkness? Then why does dark sky still exist? Don't deceive yourself. People who think that they are righteous aren't necessarily better than me. If you want to take my life, then you'll have to show some real ability." Zhao Hai also saw that the 3 9th rank warriors were following the mage's lead. In other words, these 4 9th rank warriors were most likely sent by the Radiant Church. This made Zhao Hai even more unscrupulous. The enmity between him and the Radiant Church couldn't be resolved. This was a good opportunity to eliminate these 9th ranks and weaken the Radiant Church's strength. The light mage saw that Zhao Hai wasn't nervous at all. He couldn't help but coldly snort, "Young man, don't be too insolent. Insolent people often don't live long." Zhao Hai didn't reply. An old voice was heard, "You came to the Purcell family to behave atrociously? You don't look like much. I really don't know who gave you the courage. Young man, don't be too insolent. Insolent people often don't live long." Zhao Hai turned his head and saw an old man standing behind him. This old man's stature was very majestic. Although he had white hair, he looked like a beast lying on the ground, ready to attack at any time. When the light mage saw the old man, his complexion couldn't help but change as he said, "So it's Origin Sword Saint. Haha, Origin Sword Saint, you aren't young anymore. Can you still move your old legs?" Origin Sword Saint smiled faintly and said, "Yes, I'm old and won't be able to live for long. I'm not like you young people who shout and shout for death every day under the guise of charity. I'm old, killing is killing, I can't use the guise of charity." When Zhao Hai heard Origin Sword Saint, he couldn't help but laugh. This old man was very interesting. His sarcasm towards the Radiant Church was very satisfying. When the light mage heard Origin Sword Saint, his complexion turned pale. His eyes flashed with a cold light as he looked at Origin Sword Saint and said, "The Radiant God is omnipotent. The Radiant God's greatness isn't something that ordinary people like you can understand. Only by believing in the Radiant God can you enter the kingdom of eternal happiness. Otherwise, you can only enter the hell of eternal suffering." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "What qualifications does the Radiant God have to punish me? Is he worthy? You guys use the Radiant God's banner. If the Radiant God knows what you're doing, then he would punish you first." The light mage didn't want to talk nonsense with Zhao Hai. He looked at Zhao Hai's Origin Sword Saint and coldly snorted, "Do you really think that you can deal with us with just the two of you? You guys are too naive." Just as he finished speaking, two people suddenly appeared beside him. These two people were not dressed as magicians, nor were they dressed as warriors. Their attire was very ordinary, and their clothes were very luxurious. They looked like two nouveau riche businessmen. Zhao Hai was puzzled as he looked at these two people. He had already started to learn Do Qi, but he didn't feel any magic or Do Qi from these two people. This made him feel very strange. Although they were warriors and mages, as long as they reached 9th rank, Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to easily sense them. However, with the help of the space, Zhao Hai was able to roughly sense other people's magic and Do Qi. However, these two people didn't sense anything at all. At this time, Origin Sword Saint softly said, "So it's the rich and noble duo. Good, you spent a lot of money to invite two of the continent's most famous divergent ability users. It's not easy for you." Zhao Hai stared, he looked at the two people and then turned to Origin Sword Saint and said, "Sir Origin Sword Saint, are you saying that these two are divergent ability users? What kind of divergent ability users are they?" Origin Sword Saint replied, "The rich and noble duo are the continent's most famous metal divergent ability users. They are a pair of twin brothers who love money as much as their own lives. They have always been doing business for a living. One time, they made a loss in their business and were cheated of all their money. The two of them were anxious and fell ill. They didn't expect that after they recovered, they would have divergent abilities. The two of them are metal divergent ability users. They can control up to 100 gene of metal at will. Moreover, they are also freelance assassins. They want 100 gene of gold the first time they make a move." Zhao Hai stared, he turned his head to look at the two and said, 100 gene of gold isn't a lot, it's about 2 gene of metal. Could it be that experts like them want to kill people for 20,000 pieces of metal? Origin Sword Saint shook his head and said, "It's 100 gene per person. In other words, if you want to invite them, you would need at least 40,000 gold coins. Moreover, they have a natural obsession with gold coins, that's why they want gold coins. I didn't think that they would come to help the Radiant Church today. It seems like the two of them haven't made a move for a long time." Just as Origin Sword Saint finished speaking, he heard one of the rich and noble duo say, "Origin Sword Saint is really fierce. You've already seen through us. We brothers don't want to kill too many people, but this time, the Radiant Church gave us 400,000 gold coins to kill you. Naturally, we'll agree." Origin Sword Saint couldn't help but stare, then he said, "For 100,000 gold coins, the Radiant Church is really willing to spend a lot of money." Origin Sword Saint didn't mean that 400,000 gold coins was a big number. In fact, for any power in the continent, 400,000 gold coins wasn't a lot. However, if a person had 400,000 gold coins, it didn't mean that they would be able to take out 400,000 gold coins immediately. These gold coins would generally be stored in a bank, they would only have a crystal card in their hand. Nobody would really take out 400,000 gold coins to make a transaction. However, the rich and noble duo had a problem, they only accept gold coins. They absolutely wouldn't accept crystal cards and the like. Because of this, ordinary people wouldn't be able to invite them. This was because it was very difficult for a bank to take out 200 gene of gold. Zhao Hai didn't know about this, he also didn't want to think about it. He was just curious about the rich and noble duo. This was because he was also a metal ability user, and these two were also metal ability users. He wanted to see if he could learn something from these two. However, Zhao Hai didn't have time to think about this at this time. The light mage said, "Don't talk nonsense, let's do it." Then he rushed towards Zhao Hai. With a thought from Zhao Xingfei, Zhao Wen appeared in front of him. Then Zhao Wen's figure moved and turned into a giant mosquito that pounced towards the light element mage. The light mage stared, but he immediately joined Zhao Wen. At this time, the 3 remaining warriors also rushed towards Zhao Hai. Origin Sword Saint was about to block the 3, but he was blocked by the rich and noble duo. Because of this, the 3 warriors had no one to block them as they rushed towards Zhao Hai. In their minds, Zhao Hai was already a fish on the chopping board. However, before they could even get close to Zhao Hai, a group of vines suddenly appeared behind Zhao Hai and rolled towards the 3. When the 3 saw Zhao Hai's appearance, they couldn't help but stare. However, they didn't take it to heart. They thought that Zhao Hai was an uncommon plant mage. Plant mages weren't very strong, so vines were their most commonly used weapons. Other than in the forest, plant mages were very weak. Moreover, the weapons in their hands could also be used to deal with plant mages. Metal element weapons were the bane of plant mages. They brandished their swords and chopped at the vines. However, when they chopped at the vines, they felt that something was wrong. In their minds, with their 9th ranks and their swords, they should be able to cut the vines easily. However, they didn't think that the vines would be this tough. Their swords didn't manage to cut the vines at all. Instead, the vines wrapped around their swords. While they were stunned, the vines had already wrapped around their bodies. Then they felt a sharp pain in their bodies. After that, they discovered that they couldn't use their strength. The one who attacked the 3 was naturally Kair. Kair was an existence that surpassed 9th ranks. Otherwise, those experts in the Carrion Swamp wouldn't have been afraid to approach Flower City. Now that Kair met these fellows, he immediately gave them a show of strength. This show of strength was very serious. This was because the 3 9th ranks underestimated their enemy. Because of this, Kair injected her poison into their bodies. Was Kair's poison a joke? Before her evolution, her poison could already take the life of a 9th rank expert. Now that her poison was strengthened by the space, how could these 9th ranks resist it? In just one exchange, the 3 9th ranks were trapped. They weren't far from death. If it wasn't for their strength and vitality, then they would have already died. After attacking the 3 warriors, Kair didn't stop and directly went towards the Riches and Honor Twin Stars. Although the 2 of them weren't weak, they were still lacking when compared to Origin Sword Saint. However, because of their metal divergent ability, Origin Sword Saint's understanding of divergent abilities was too low. Because of this, the 2 of them were able to entangle him. Now that they had Kair's help, the matter was much easier to handle. Before long, the 2 of them were also surrounded by Kair. It was estimated that they would die before the 3 9th ranks. The remaining light mage was even more finished. This light mage simply wasn't Zhao Wen's opponent. One must know that Zhao Wen was a 9th rank magic beast. She wasn't someone that an average 9th rank human could compare to. Additionally, after living in the space for so long, her level had also increased. Although she didn't exceed 9th ranks, she was still a mid-high rank. And with the advantage of being a magic beast, Zhao Wen wasn't at a disadvantage when facing the light mage. On the contrary, she had the upper hand. The light mage also discovered that something was wrong. He was now thinking of running away. Zhao Hai looked at him and knew what he wanted to do. He smiled faintly and said, "You still want to run?" Then with an intention, Little Jean suddenly appeared on Zhao Wen's back. Little Jean had already transformed into a violent ape. One must know that Little Jin's innate talent was unparalleled. Although he was only 8th rank, his fighting strength wasn't any worse than an average 9th rank expert. Because of this, Zhao Hai threw him on Zhao Wen's back. Little Jean was now more like a knight, but he didn't have a warrior's weapon. However, with his long arms and overbearing strength, the light mage was struggling to deal with him. The light mage was also in disbelief. He really didn't know where Zhao Hai found these beasts. One must know that 9th rank magic beasts were very rare, but one appeared today. Although there was only one 9th rank magic beast, the other one wasn't even at 9th rank, otherwise, it wouldn't be riding on the other's back. However, this 9th rank magic beast's attack and defense were very strong. It wasn't any weaker than a 9th rank magic beast. This made the light mage very puzzled. Although a 9th rank magic beast was stronger than a 9th rank human, an 8th rank magic beast couldn't be compared to a 9th rank human. This was a difference in level, it wasn't something that could be made up for by racial differences. This was the consensus of the people of the continent. But today, this consensus didn't apply. This was because a 9th-rank magic beast appeared in front of the light mage, but it had the attack power of a 9th-rank magic beast. This was really inconceivable. Origin Sword Saint retreated. He didn't participate in the siege of the light mage. He knew that the light mage wouldn't be able to escape. At the same time, he was also very surprised. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would have so many cards in his hand. At this time, Little Jean suddenly roared, the golden light on his body shined brightly. Then his figure moved and left Zhao Wen's back. His figure floated in the air and directly attacked the light mage. He actually made a breakthrough at this time. At this time, it wasn't only Origin Sword Saint and the others, even Zhao Hai was stunned. But then he immediately understood why Little Jean made a breakthrough at this time. Then a prompt was heard from the space, discovered a large amount of metal element energy entering the space. The space is upgrading. The space can now produce 100 tons of metal ores per day. Because the metal element energy is the same as the host's metal element ability has been upgraded. The host's metal control has increased by 200 gene. Because the Golden Silk Ape's ability is the same as metal element energy, the Golden Silk Ape's ability has been strengthened. The Space Ranch has been upgraded to level 28 and the Space Farm has been upgraded to level 35. Because the Space Farm has been upgraded, the Space Monitor's range has been increased to 15,000 meters. The fixed transmission points have been increased to 20. Because the Space Farm's plants have absorbed too much metal element energy, the Space Farm has been upgraded. Zhao Hai listened blankly. He didn't think that killing the 2 metal element experts would give him so many benefits. The Space Farm has been upgraded by 5 levels, while the ranch has been upgraded by 8 levels. Moreover, the space can now produce metal ores every day. His ability to control metal has also increased. The strength of Kai-Er and Little Jean has also increased. This was too inconceivable. However, Zhao Hai also knew that the space's prompt wouldn't lie to him. If it said that the space has been upgraded, then the space must have been upgraded. In other words, Zhao Hai's strength has increased once again. This was definitely a good thing. While the light magician was stunned by Bu Jin's sudden change, Zhao Wen seized the opportunity and plunged his mouthpart into the light magician's body. The light magician turned around and was sucked until only his skin was left. Zhao Hai recovered and quickly stopped Zhao Wen. Then a black gas appeared as Little Jean and Zhao Wen disappeared. At this point, there weren't any enemies left in the space. 4 9th-rank experts and 2 metal ability users had been wiped out in less than a day. Origin Sword Saint stared blankly at all of this. He couldn't believe that this was real. One must know that when 9th-rank experts fought, it was very common for them to fight for 1 or 2 months. Some might even fight for 1 or 2 years. But now, it only took less than a day. Origin Sword Saint carefully calculated that the battle was over in less than 2 hours. The other side was completely wiped out while Zhao Hai and the others were completely unharmed. This kind of strength was too amazing. Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to care about what Origin Sword Saint was thinking. He turned to Origin Sword Saint and said, "Sir Origin Sword Saint, this matter has been resolved. I'll go out of the city and deal with the mercenaries who escaped. I'll drive them out of the Purcell Duchy." Origin Sword Saint recovered. He was a person who had seen many storms, so he immediately stabilized his mind. Then he looked deeply at Zhao Hai and said, "All right, mister, please." Then his figure flashed as he disappeared from his place. Zhao Hai's expression changed. At this time, Laura and the others appeared by Zhao Hai's side. Meg was still holding Little Jean in her arms. Meg looked at Little Jean with a surprised expression. She didn't think that Little Jean would be this formidable after transforming. The situation outside was clearly seen by the space. Meg didn't think that Little Jean, who she had been holding as a pet, would be this strong. Zhao Hai turned to Laura and said, "Laura, did you hear that? Did Sir Origin Sword Saint just call me mister?" Laura smiled faintly and said, "Sir Sword Saint called you mister because he treats you as an equal." "Brother Hai, I didn't think that Little Jean and Kai-Er would level up." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I really didn't think that Little Jean and Kai-Er would level up. Moreover, the space also leveled up. For us, this is definitely a good thing. Later on, the processing machine wouldn't be idle inside the space. The space can now produce metal ores. We can use the processing machine to make weapons. At this time, Shu suddenly knelt in front of Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, Shu has something to say." Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at Shu and said, "Get up, if you have something to say, stand up." Shu didn't get up, he just kowtowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master." Shu was originally very disappointed with this world. But after following the young master didn't treat Shu as an outsider. Shu thanks the young master. Shu saw that after the space absorbed the two divergent ability users, it was able to level up. Young master, Shu asks the young master to kill Shu so that the space can level up. Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others stared, then their expressions changed. They didn't think that Shu would make such a request. Zhao Hai said, "Who told you that the space leveled up after attracting the two divergent ability users?" Shu replied, "This is Shu's own calculation. Young master space has a lot of ordinary undead, a lot of mages, and a lot of warriors. However, these people couldn't make the space level up. Only when the two divergent warlocks did the space level up. Young master, Shu believes that as long as the space attracts the divergent warlocks, it would certainly level up. Shu has nothing to repay the young master, he can only use his life to repay the young master's kindness." Shu's anger was attracted to the space, making the space level up. This is the only way to help the young master. Zhao Hai looked at Shu, then he suddenly slapped Shu to the ground. Zhao Hai used all of his strength to slap Shu. Shu's face swelled up and two of his teeth were knocked out. Zhao Hai looked at Shu and said, "This slap is to tell you that your life is mine. I can do whatever I want with it. You're not allowed to talk. What kind of person do you think this young master is? Do you really think that I'm a magic beast? This young master wants the space to level up, but I haven't reached the point where I need to use the lives of my subordinates to do so. Remember this clearly, if you dare to say such things again, I'll drive you away. Scram, stand in the back." Although Shu was knocked to the ground, he immediately got up. When he heard Zhao Hai's words, he didn't make any more noise. He just kowtowed 3 times to Zhao Hai before standing up and standing behind him. But this time, Shu's heart truly regarded Zhao Hai as his master. Even if Zhao Hai wanted him to commit suicide, he wouldn't have any complaints. At this time, footsteps could be heard as Evan led his subordinates over. When the 9th ranks appeared, Evan also wanted to stand with Zhao Hai. However, he was called to the back by Origin Sword Saint to make arrangements for his family. Because of this, he didn't appear until the battle was over. When Evan saw Zhao Hai, he looked at him with a complicated expression. Then he suddenly laughed and said, "Good, little Hai, you're very good. You're much stronger than your father. I believe that the Buddha clan will definitely flourish in your hands. When the time comes, don't forget about your Uncle Evan." Zhao Hai looked at Evan's expression and smiled faintly. "Uncle Evan is too polite. As long as Uncle isn't afraid of being implicated by me, then I'll be fine. You should know that I have enemies all over the world." Evan laughed and said, "I'm not afraid, it's useless to be afraid. Right now, your enemies are counting their debts on me. What's the use of being afraid? Ha ha ha. Little Hai, what are you going to do next?" Zhao Hai coldly smiled and said, "They seem to have more than 100,000 troops in the Purcell Duchy. Do you think that they can safely withdraw? Isn't that too easy?" Evan looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but ask, "What do you want to do?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing, I just feel that the undead in my hands are still lacking. I want to increase them." Evan couldn't help but shiver. Although he didn't know that Zhao Hai already had several 100,000 undead, he knew that Zhao Hai already had more than 60,000 undead. A dark mage having 60,000 undead was something that he had never heard of before. Now that Zhao Hai wanted to increase it, this was too crazy. Zhao Hai didn't seem to see Evan's expression. He released Alien and said, "Uncle, do you want to come with me? I will drive them out of the Purcell Duchy in the shortest time possible." All the major forces of the continent didn't think that the war would end this quickly, it was beyond everyone's expectations. The war ended too suddenly, too quickly. Moreover, the side that won was the Purcell family that seemed to be in a disadvantageous position. Everyone in the continent could see that the victory of this war was entirely due to Zhao Hai. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would turn out to be a member of the Buddha clan. They also didn't think that Zhao Hai, a dark mage, would be so powerful on the battlefield. His enemies were simply waiting to be killed by him. Most importantly, the biggest feature of dark mages was that they could control more and more armies. Naturally, for an average dark mage, they could control a certain amount of undead. But this problem didn't seem to exist for Zhao Hai. The number of undead that he could control had already reached about 100,000. This was almost the number of undead that a 7th-rank dark mage could control. Although almost every dark mage could summon undead, there were still some dark mages who specialized in summoning undead. These people spent all of their energy on summoning undead. Because of this, when they reached the peak of 6th rank or 7th rank, they would be able to control about 100,000 undead in battle. Naturally, the undead that they could control were the most common ones. They couldn't be compared to Zhao Hai's undead. However, those who didn't face Zhao Hai didn't know how powerful his undead were. Therefore, although these people were surprised that Zhao Hai could control 100,000 undead, they didn't pay attention to this matter. Instead, they paid attention to several other things. First, Zhao Hai's identity. When Zhao Hai showed the wild dragon banner, these people already knew that Zhao Hai was a member of the Buddha clan. Adam had changed his name to Zhao Hai. This made the people of the continent very surprised. It must be said that the Buddha clan wasn't very famous in the continent before. This was because the Buddha clan was just a new clan in the Oxu Empire. In the eyes of others, they weren't that great. But ever since the Buddha clan was sent to the Black Wasteland, they became famous. Everyone in the continent knew what kind of place the Black Wasteland was. The Buddha clan being sent there was tantamount to being sentenced to death. Because of this, everyone in the continent remembered the Buddha clan. Secondly, there was an antidote for the water of nothingness. For the great clans and the Radiant Church in the continent, this was a heavy blow. In the past, the great clans of the Radiant Church used the water of nothingness as a deterrent weapon. They used it specifically to deter experts. No expert was willing to lose their strength. It was worse than being killed. Because of this, many experts had no choice but to rely on the great clans or the Radiant Church. This was because only these great clans and the Radiant Church had the water of nothingness. But now that there was an antidote for the water of nothingness, this was definitely a good thing for experts. This was because they didn't need to fear the water of nothingness anymore. Naturally, this was a huge blow to the Radiant Church. The third was the matter of the 9th-rank experts. This time, the Radiant Church and Boric had joined forces to dispatch 4 9th-rank experts. Moreover, they had also dispatched 2 high-level divergent ability users. However, such a lineup was completely annihilated in less than 2 hours. This made everyone who was paying attention to this battle feel their throats dry up and their hearts madly beating. It was too frightening. Compared to the outcome of the war, these matters were what the major forces of the continent were paying attention to. At the same time, the forces controlled by the Radiant Church had no choice but to face up to the role played by the dark magicians on the battlefield. After a long period of no war, some people had forgotten the fearsomeness of dark mages. This also made them forget the benefits of dark mages. But this time, the war in the Purcell Duchy allowed everyone to see the elegance of dark mages. Dark mages were definitely people who could change the outcome of a war. This was the consensus of all who were paying attention to the war. Compared to the attention of these people, Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to these things. After he eliminated the rank 9 experts, he began to move on the mercenaries who were still in the Purcell Duchy. These mercenaries obviously didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to deal with the rank 9 experts so quickly. They didn't even think that Zhao Hai would be able to defeat the rank 9 experts. These people didn't run far. On the contrary, they were preparing to attack Kasa City at any time. Because of this, when Zhao Hai's undead attacked, the mercenaries didn't expect this at all. Because of the gap in strength, they were immediately defeated. In the end, only 100,000 of them managed to escape from the Purcell Duchy. The remaining 100,000 would forever be part of Zhao Hai's undead army. After doing all of this, Zhao Hai bid farewell to Evan and left Kasa City. In any case, he came to the Purcell Duchy to fight a war. He didn't care about other things. Evan also knew what Zhao Hai meant. Now that the Purcell Duchy had a lot of things to deal with, he didn't keep Zhao Hai and directly let Zhao Hai leave. Zhao Hai also knew that Evan was in a difficult situation. Casa City was a big city, but it didn't produce food. All of its food was transported from the outside. Although the Purcell Duchy had some food in reserve, it was still difficult to feed the entire city. Moreover, although the Purcell Duchy wasn't able to capture Casa City, it still caused a certain degree of damage to the food production areas around Casa City. Because of this, the Purcell Duchy once again had a food problem. Of course, this time, they wouldn't be short on food. Many merchants didn't take the opportunity to increase the price of food. They knew that using this method to deal with the Purcell Duchy wouldn't work. When Zhao Hai left, he left a lot of food for Evan. This way, the Purcell Duchy wouldn't have a food crisis. After all, the Purcell Duchy wouldn't be able to buy food. If they bought food, they might as well buy it from him. After dealing with the Purcell Duchy, Zhao Hai didn't immediately return to Skywater City. Instead, he returned to Iron Mountain Fort. He was ready to carry out the next step of his plan. He wanted to turn all of the 9th-rank experts in the Carrion Swamp into his own subordinates. Only then would he have the confidence to challenge the major forces of the continent. Although he wasn't afraid of those major forces, he could still hide inside the space. However, if those major forces really wanted to deal with him, then he could only hide inside the space for the rest of his life. He didn't want to live that kind of life. He wanted to live a glorious life in front of people. Therefore, he needed strength, formidable strength. Although his status wasn't low, his status came from Megan. Only a few people in the continent would take the Buddha clan seriously. What they cared about was the Calci family. But Zhao Hai was very clear that just relying on the Calci family wouldn't be enough, nor would relying on Charlie. He needed his own strength, only his own strength was real, everything else was fake. The Calci family was a great family, they would sacrifice everything for the family's benefit, just like before. Although he was now the son-in-law of the Calci family, a great family like the Calci family would be willing to sacrifice anyone for the family's benefit, so a son-in-law wasn't a big deal at all. At the same time, Zhao Hai didn't want to carry the name of the Calci family's son-in-law for the rest of his life. He wanted people to think of him as the Buddha clan's patriarch and not as the son-in-law of the Calci family. This time, Zhao Hai planned to stay in Iron Mountain Fort for a few days. Not only because he wanted to carry out his plan, but also because he wanted to stay here and see if anyone from the continent would come to the Black Wasteland to investigate. Zhao Hai was almost certain that people would come to see him. Because of his identity, the entire continent knew that he was a member of the Buddha clan. And since the Buddha clan's fief was in the Black Wasteland, these people would certainly send people to investigate. If it was an ordinary person, then it would be very simple to just kill them. But if it wasn't an ordinary person and was a 9th-rank expert, then it would be very troublesome. Because of this, when Zhao Hai arrived at the Black Wasteland, he immediately sent out all of his undead, about 800,000 of them. These undead roamed the Black Wasteland. As long as there were intruders, they wouldn't be polite. Similarly, Zhao Hai also had Megan take a good look at the Black Wasteland. At this time, the entire Black Wasteland was covered by Kyr's poison mist. And Zhao Hai had also improved the soil here. As long as the soil was turned over and sowed, it would turn into fertile fields. In order to maintain these fertile fields, Zhao Hai had already started to prepare the irrigation system. As long as the irrigation system was completed, along with some greenery, the Black Wasteland would become the most fertile field. In the future, it would certainly become the continent's largest granary. Megan was shocked these days. She didn't think that the legendary Black Wasteland would look like this. It was currently winter, so the land outside was covered in snow. Megan grew up by the sea, so she had seen this kind of scene before. This made her very excited every day. The other person who was as excited as Megan was little Jean. This fellow had never seen snow before, so after arriving here, he was a bit scared at first. But in the end, he completely adapted to the weather and played with Megan in the snow every day. At the same time, the factory inside Iron Mountain Fort was an eye-opener for Megan. Especially the assembly line production that Zhao Hai created, it was an eye-opener for Megan. Although Megan didn't care about the Calci family's matters, she still learned a lot of things during this time. Naturally, she also understood that assembly line production could greatly improve work efficiency. Naturally, there were some products that couldn't be produced using assembly lines. For example, the Beastman's carpets and rugs could be produced using assembly lines. However, Zhao Hai didn't allow this. This was because the carpets and rugs produced by assembly lines would have a different flavor, making them no different from those produced by a processing machine. When a person makes something with their heart, it would carry the person's feelings. And this feeling would be passed on to the person who bought it. This was the biggest difference between machines and handmade products. One had to recognize that sometimes, things made by machines were better, they could even be said to have no flaws. But sometimes, perfection was the biggest flaw. It was impossible for things made by hand to have no flaws. And these flaws were often where the feelings of the product lay. People weren't perfect, and things were also necessary. Things that didn't have flaws didn't exist. Zhao Hai didn't allow them to use assembly lines to produce carpets and rugs, but other things were different. Zhao Hai also had a lot of products that could be produced using assembly lines. Zhao Hai didn't forbid Megan from telling the Kelsey family about assembly lines. In fact, Zhao Hai didn't want Megan to tell the Kelsey family about Iron Mountain Fort. Zhao Hai knew that Megan liked him, but because of this, Zhao Hai didn't want to make things difficult for Megan. Letting Megan keep Iron Mountain Fort's secret was fine, but he couldn't make her keep everything secret. Otherwise, when Megan returns to the family, she wouldn't be able to talk to them. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't want to happen. After staying in Iron Mountain Fort for a few days, Zhao Hai began to prepare to deal with the magic beasts in the Carrion Swamp. In fact, Zhao Hai could already treat the Carrion Swamp as his backyard. However, the animals in his backyard weren't very obedient. What he needed to do now was to make them obedient. After Zhao Hai greeted Green and the others, he led Laura and the others to Flower City. When they arrived at Flower City, Megan was shocked. Although Iron Mountain Fort was now another Flower City, it was still very small. Flower City was a big city that could house 500,000 people. This was the first time that Megan saw such a big city. Most importantly, almost everything here was made up of Kair. Looking at the sea of flowers, Megan almost lost herself. This place was really beautiful. Not to mention Megan, even people like Laura and the others who had seen Flower City before would be shocked every time they come here. This was because this place was too beautiful, too spectacular. In order to make Megan happy, Zhao Hai and the others played around in Flower City for 3 days. At the same time, Zhao Hai also sent Zhao Wen out to see what the 9th ranks in the Carrion Swamp were doing. Then she would look for a target. On the 3rd day after Zhao Hai's group arrived at Flower City, some death warriors began to appear in the Black Wasteland. These people were carrying antidotes as they entered the Black Wasteland and began to explore. However, they quickly discovered that they were wrong. They drank the antidotes and were temporarily immune to the poison. They could move freely in the Black Wasteland, but they would soon be besieged by a large number of undead. Moreover, these undead were very formidable. Moreover, because they were undead, they didn't need to see with their eyes. Because of this, stealth techniques were useless against them. As for hidden weapons, they were completely useless against the undead. It can be said that the most troublesome thing for death warriors in the continent were the undead. This was because they didn't have many ways to deal with the undead. Hidden weapons were useless, poisons were useless, and assassinations were also useless. This made the death warriors in the continent feel a headache when dealing with the undead. For ordinary undead, death warriors were already a headache. Dealing with the undead that Zhao Hai released, there was only one outcome for them, death. Zhao didn't let the undead instinctively deal with the death warriors. Every 1,000 or so undead, he assigned one high-level undead to command the battle. When the death warriors first entered the Black Wasteland, the high-level undead wouldn't attack them. But once the death warriors penetrated deep into the Black Wasteland, the high-level undead would surround them and kill them. Zhao Hai already knew about this when the first death warrior entered the Black Wasteland. He didn't care about it, he already knew that this day would come. As long as those who entered the Black Wasteland couldn't return alive, then nobody would dare to enter the Black Wasteland in the future. At this stage, the other party wouldn't send a 9th rank expert into the Black Wasteland. Ninth ranks weren't cabbages, they couldn't be casually dispatched. Generally, ninth rank experts wouldn't make a move so late, especially in the Black Wasteland. The Black Wasteland was very close to the Carrion Swamp, and almost all ninth rank experts knew that the ninth rank magic beasts in the Carrion Swamp were very strong. Most ninth ranks in the continent weren't their opponents. The most important thing was that in the past few months, the seven-colored poisonous fog from the Carrion Swamp had spread to the Black Wasteland. Almost no one who went in came out alive. Even if there were a few who came back alive, the poison was very strong and they died soon after. This was almost the same situation as the Carrion Swamp. Because of this, ordinary people would not enter the Black Wasteland. Naturally, all of this was arranged by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai wanted these people to understand that the Black Wasteland had become a second Carrion Swamp. Zhao Hai's plan was very useful. In the beginning, when the seven-colored poisonous fog spread to the Black Wasteland, some people came to check it out. Since then, no one entered the Black Wasteland. In their view, the Black Wasteland had become a scourge. Of course, the changes in the Black Wasteland made the people of the Purcell Duchy feel very uneasy. They were very close to the Black Wasteland. If the seven-colored poisonous fog really floated out, then they would be the first to suffer. Therefore, the Purcell Duchy attached great importance to the Black Wasteland. However, the seven-colored poisonous fog didn't have any movements. After it filled the entire Black Wasteland, the poisonous fog didn't spread out. It was just that the poisonous fog in the Black Wasteland was getting thicker and thicker. In the beginning, there were still people who came out alive, but later on, no one came out alive. However, since Zhao Hai raised the Buddha clan's banner in the Purcell Duchy, more and more people came to the Black Wasteland. These people were all death warriors from different countries. They also made thorough preparations, using all kinds of antidotes and protective masks. But it was useless. Those who went in didn't come out alive. In fact, if it was only the poisonous fog, then some people could still come out alive. Unfortunately, the Black Wasteland didn't only have poisonous fog. After those death warriors entered the Black Wasteland, they were like stones sinking into the sea. This made the people of the great clans very surprised. They didn't think that the Black Wasteland would become so terrible. But contrary to Zhao Hai's expectations, they didn't send a rank 9 expert to investigate. Just as Zhao Hai thought, a rank 9 expert wasn't a cabbage. They wouldn't easily come to such a dangerous place. If something really happened, then they wouldn't even be able to find their weapons. Although the great clans were somewhat afraid of the Buddha clan, they weren't afraid of them. After all, the Buddha clan's exile wasn't something that could be decided by one or two people. Except for people like Boris, who had a death grudge with the Buddha clan, most people wouldn't put the Buddha clan in their eyes. It was true that Zhao Hai had good things in his hands, but he also had control over the entire continent's prices. For a lot of nobles, if you don't cut off their source of income, then everything would be fine. But if you cut off their source of income, then they would really go all out against you. It can be said that Zhao Hai wasn't a threat to their interests, so they didn't want to provoke Zhao Hai. Naturally, the Radiant Church and Boris were different. The hatred between the Radiant Church and Zhao Hai was too deep, it wouldn't be easy to resolve. Zhao Hai didn't think about these things. As long as no rank 9 expert entered the Black Wasteland, then he could carry out his plan in the Carrion Swamp. In the Black Wasteland, there were undead on the ground and blood hawks in the sky. The entire place was tightly surrounded. Even if a rank 9 expert wanted to enter the Black Wasteland, they would certainly be discovered. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't worried about anything. After playing around in Flower City for 3 days, Zhao decided to carry out his plan. But before that, Zhao decided to take the things from the Carrion Swamp into the space. Whether it was the soil or the plants in the swamp, Zhao decided to move them into the space. Zhao Hai chose a place in the swamp and then took the entire place into the space. There were some small insects, plants, and mud. Then he made a small island and took everything into the swamp. These 2 harvests allowed Zhao Hai's space farm to reach level 45. Now, he can grow most of the plants. But unfortunately, the ranch didn't level up this time. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't know what would happen when the ranch reaches level 30 and the farm reaches level 40. After doing this, Zhao Hai began to prepare to deal with the rank 9 experts. The carrion swamp might be difficult for other people, after all, they weren't familiar with the place. But for Zhao Hai, it wasn't difficult. With Kai Er and Zhao Wen, the carrion swamp was undoubtedly Zhao Hai's last resort. After asking Kai Er about the location of the rank 9 experts, Zhao Hai began to choose the first person to deal with. One must know that rank 9 experts weren't easy to deal with. If they let the rank 9 expert escape, then it would attract the attention of the other rank 9 experts in the carrion swamp. Maybe they would send the Flower Protection Alliance to deal with them. When that time comes, Zhao Hai's plan would be ruined. Because of this, Zhao Hai was very careful. For the first operation, Zhao Hai needed to pay attention to the selection. He needed to choose someone who didn't have much contact with other people and wasn't very strong. This way, the success of the operation would be guaranteed. After discussing with Kai Er and Zhao Wen for a long time, they finally chose a 9th rank expert. This 9th rank expert was an evolved flying-type magic beast. His original form was a swamp skylark. He can fly very fast and can use poison magic. Swamp skylarks were very timid, so they didn't often come in contact with other 9th ranks. His strength could only be considered average in the swamp, he wasn't much stronger than Zhao Wen. Therefore, Zhao Hai chose him in the end. Because of this characteristic of the skylark, he was assigned to a very remote location. This meant that he wouldn't be attacked. With all of these reasons added together, Zhao Hai chose him. However, Zhao Hai was still very careful. No matter what, a rank 9 expert wasn't easy to deal with. Otherwise, rank 9 experts wouldn't be as powerful as nuclear weapons. There weren't any changes in Flower City. Zhao Hai and the others went directly to Flower City from the space. Because of this, the rank 9 experts that were guarding the city didn't pay attention to the city. Kai Er and Zhao Wen had only been inside the space for a few months. Since there weren't any changes in Flower City, the rank 9 experts shouldn't have changed their positions. For rank 9 experts, time didn't have much meaning. What they needed to do was to comprehend the heavenly Tao in order to become a supreme existence. Generally, rank 9 experts would go into seclusion for a few years. Because of this, Zhao Hai's arrival in the carrion swamp didn't cause any waves. After choosing the people, Zhao Hai and the others began to move. Zhao Hai released Zhao Wen from the space and then flew towards the northwest of Flower City. Zhao Wen was still holding the ghost staff in her hand. This direction was the area that the skylark was guarding. However, before entering the skylark's area, they still needed to pass through another rank 9 experts area, the platypus's area. Platypus were also distributed in other parts of the continent. Moreover, in people's impression, platypus were generally very docile magic beasts. If you don't attack them, then they wouldn't attack you. However, the platypus in the carrion swamp were different. This was because the platypus used poison as a defense. Moreover, they lived in a place like the carrion swamp. Because of this, the platypus in the carrion swamp were more aggressive than the platypus in other places. Their levels were higher, and their fighting strength was stronger. The reason why Zhao Wen dared to pass through the territory of the duckbill beast was because although the duckbill beast was very aggressive, its temperament was still considered good in the carrion swamp. Moreover, it also took care of 9th ranks like them. Because of this, Zhao Wen dared to pass through its territory. However, if one wanted to pass through his territory, then they would need to greet him first. This was a form of respect for the strong. Unlike the humans, the beastmen were very respectful towards the strong. As long as they didn't encounter a situation where they had to fight, then they wouldn't challenge those who were older than them. When Zhao Wen arrived at Duckbill's territory, she stopped and then used her divine sense to send a message, "Blood-devouring mosquito greets Sir Duckbill." Before long, a gentle voice was heard, "So it's you. What did a little mosquito like you come here for?" Zhao Wen immediately replied, "Sir, I want to pass through your territory and go to Skylark's territory to do something. I specifically came to greet you." Just as Zhao Hai's voice fell, a duckbill beast appeared in front of her. This duckbill beast was very huge, its body was about 50 meters long and it was about 20 meters tall. Zhao Wen, who wasn't considered small, immediately turned into a small dot in front of this duckbill beast. This duckbill's body was covered with golden fur. The fur was gently fluttering in the wind, looking very soft. It had a pair of small eyes, a big duck beak, thick and short limbs, and a short tail. Although it was very large, it didn't look scary at all. On the contrary, it had a charmingly naive appearance. Zhao Wen didn't dare to be careless. Although ninth-rank magic beasts can change their size, ninth-rank magic beasts generally prefer to maintain their original size. This was because they would feel more comfortable and awe-inspiring. Naturally, the duckbill beast was such a ninth-rank magic beast. Zhao Wen looked at Duckbill and said, "I've seen Sir. I want to go to Skylark's territory. If I want to go there, then I'll have to pass through your territory, so I came to see you." The duckbill beast smiled and said, "You're quite interesting. It seems like you're still new to ninth rank and aren't used to it. Most people don't just wander around. Why are you going to Skylark?" Zhao Wen looked at Duckbill, then she suddenly had an idea and said, "My lord, when I obtained this staff, I discovered that it seems to be a spatial artifact. Moreover, I had my subordinates go inside and they all came out alive. Later on, I also went inside and discovered that the space inside the staff was very big. I couldn't even reach the end of it. I heard that Skylark's speed is very fast, so I wanted to invite him to explore the space with me and see what kind of place this is." Zhao Wen looked at Duckbill and said, "My lord, I just obtained this staff." Zhao Wen was getting smarter and smarter. She said this in order to lure the duckbill beast. If they can lure the duckbill beast into the space, then they would be rich. Later on, in the Carrion Swamp, they wouldn't need to fear ninth ranks. Sure enough, when he heard Zhao Hai, the duckbill beast looked at the ghost staff in Zhao Wen's hand with a strange expression and said, "Is there really such a big space? I've heard about spatial artifacts before. It seems like they're specially used by clans. Among us, only Old Rat can use spatial energy. However, his spatial energy can only open up a small space. It's not very useful for storing things. Is your staff space really that big?" Zhao Wen saw that the duckbill beast was tempted, so she quickly said, "Of course it's true. The space inside the space is really big. I've been flying for 10 days and still haven't reached the end. Therefore, I want to invite Skylark. The two of us will fly in 2 different directions. We must find out how big the space is." The duckbill beast was really tempted. He looked at Zhao Wen and said, "Can you open up the space and let me take a look? I haven't seen such a mystical space before." Zhao Wen quickly replied, "Of course." Zhao Hai was watching Zhao Wen's performance inside the space. When he heard Zhao Wen's words, his mind immediately moved. A spatial rift appeared next to Zhao Wen. Zhao Wen relaxed, then she turned to the duckbill beast and said, "Sir, please." Then she stood in front of the spatial rift. This was to make the duckbill beast feel relieved. One must know that spatial energy was enough to kill a 9th rank expert. The duckbill beast was also afraid that Zhao Wen was deceiving him. If he went to the middle of the spatial rift and it suddenly closed, then he would die. Now that he saw Zhao Wen's expression, the duckbill beast felt relieved. He nodded, then his body swayed as he entered the space through the spatial rift. Zhao Wen also entered the space. As soon as Zhao Wen entered, she heard a prompt from the space, "Mutated duckbill beast detected. Strong attack power, very dangerous. Space's subjugation function has been activated. Duckbill beast has been subjugated. Once it reaches level 50, it can be raised in the space. It can eat 4 grains of food per hour, which can be sold in the space's shop. Can give birth 8 times, 6 babies each time. Ranch upgraded to level 31, meeting the requirements to become a medium world. The ranch and the farm will merge into one, becoming a medium world. Host has the right to name a medium world and has absolute control over it. Medium world can achieve a perfect biosphere. From now on, host doesn't need to feed all the creatures in the space. In addition to the 1,000 mu of land that needs special management, host can use the rules of the medium world to allow the creatures to grow naturally." Just as the prompt finished, a white light flashed in the space as the ranch and the farm merged into one. Zhao Hai could clearly see the magic beasts that were raised in the ranch began to run around the farm. Besides the land, the villa, and the processing plant, the magic beasts could go anywhere. Moreover, Zhao Hai could also see the sea from the villa. Next to the villa, there was a river that was filled with fishes. From time to time, they would jump out of the water. After walking out of the villa, one would arrive at the beach. The beach was covered with fine white sand, it was very beautiful. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to appreciate the beautiful scenery. He quickly opened a document that appeared on the screen. A paragraph of text entered his mind, allowing him to understand the current situation of the space. Now that the space had leveled up, the farm and the ranch had merged into one. Zhao Hai could freely raise any magic beasts that he wanted to buy. He could also plant anything that he wanted. However, besides the land and the farm, the other places wouldn't accelerate the growth of plants. The plants would grow normally. The same was true for the magic beasts in the space. Besides the 10,000 magic beasts that could be digitized, the other magic beasts would grow naturally. Naturally, Zhao Hai could hunt and kill these magic beasts. This was because he had supreme authority over the space. Inside the space, he could do whatever he wanted. Even if a 9th rank expert were to enter the space, as long as Zhao Hai said a word, that 9th rank expert wouldn't be able to use any energy inside the space. Zhao Hai was the creator of the space, every word that he said was a divine decree. Zhao Hai could freely control the animals inside the space. For example, if he digitized 10,000 argali today, then when the argali reached their growth period, he could turn them into ordinary argali and have them grow normally. Then, he could digitize another batch of argali. In any case, he could do whatever he wanted. Moreover, the space had also changed. It was no longer divided into the ranch and the farm. Now, it only counted the space's level. The space's level was now level 38. This was the result of dividing the farm and the ranch by 2. If Zhao Hai wanted the space to have a big change, then he would have to wait until level 50. However, even if he could buy level 45 seeds, he could only buy level 31 animals. Although he could digitize the 9th rank duckbill beast, he could only raise it to level 6, just like an ordinary duckbill beast. It wasn't like what Zhao Hai had imagined, a 9th rank duckbill beast would also give birth to a 9th rank duckbill beast's offspring. This wasn't something that Zhao Hai could calculate. Because of the combination of the ranch and the farm, Kai'er and Mu'er's abilities complemented each other. At this time, Kai'er could also manage the magic beasts. The ranch also had 9th rank strength, so it could be used by Zhao Hai to fight outside the space. At the same time, it could also take care of the plants inside the farm. As for the bread trees that Kai'er planted, once they grow, Zhao Hai could let them live naturally. He could also have Kai'er control them so that they wouldn't be attacked by the magic beasts. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to do this. Most of the magic beasts inside the space were herbivores. They eat grass, trees, and breadfruits. However, Zhao Hai didn't plan to manage them. In any case, he had the red earth, which was enough for him to use. Also, it was impossible for the magic beasts to eat all of the trees. He could still get a lot of things that he could use. Now that the space was a world, its area wasn't any smaller than the Ark continent. After the space leveled up, Zhao could use Kai-Er to attack, he could use the devouring blood mosquitoes, he could use Mu-Er to attack, he could use the space's spirit beasts, he could use the undead, he could use the mysterious ice liquid, and he could also use the fly swatter. Although the farm and ranch were now one, Zhao could still use the basic functions of the farm and ranch. These changes were definitely good for Zhao Hai, it would greatly increase his attack power. Although he still hasn't reached the 9th rank yet, what was certain was that even if he didn't use Zhao Wen, Duckbill Beast, or even Kai-Er, he would still be able to fight against a 9th rank expert. When Zhao Hai fully understood the space's current situation, he discovered that Laura and the others were standing inside the villa, looking at the magic beasts outside the space. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled, "What are you doing inside the house? Go out and take a look, those magic beasts aren't afraid of you." This was one of the space's functions. Everyone who was close to Zhao Hai would be considered as close to the space. Because of this, when the magic beasts saw Zhao Hai and the others, they didn't hide. On the contrary, they were very close to Laura and the others. When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai's voice, they immediately turned their heads. It was at this time that Zhao Hai discovered that Laura was holding Platypus in her arms, Megan was holding little Jean, and Zhao Wen was on Meg's shoulder. Good heavens, they were holding a 9th rank expert in their arms. If outsiders were to know about this, they would surely go crazy. Zhao Hai also saw the shrunken platypus every time he looked at it. It was really cute and adorable, Laura would surely like it. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, can we really do that? If we go out, won't we be scared of them running away? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, They won't, they're very close to you. Don't worry, let's go out and play. Laura and the others cheered before they ran out. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he turned to Moore and said, Moore, you don't need to worry about the space anymore. I think you should come with me. I'll wrap you around my waist and use it as my belt. Moore smiled faintly, then turned to Moore and said, Moore, you don't need to worry about the space. Moore didn't oppose, he was an obedient child. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been bullied by Kair. Moore's body moved and then slowly turned into a dark golden belt that coiled around Zhao Hai's waist. Moreover, no matter what, it was low-key yet noble, it was very beautiful. Zhao Hai looked at the belt that Moore had turned into and nodded with satisfaction. Then he went outside. When he went outside, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Laura and the others were playing with some magic beasts that hadn't grown up yet. The adult magic beasts weren't dissatisfied, they were just leisurely eating grass on the side. The harmonious scene of people and nature was something that Zhao Hai had only seen on TV before. Most of the time, it was just a show. However, Zhao Hai knew that everything here was real. In this world, people and nature could coexist in harmony. Zhao Hai suddenly remembered that he could now give the space a name. He didn't think much about it and directly named the space paradise. This place was a paradise. After playing in the space for a day, Zhao Hai returned to the space at night. Then he invited Green and the others to the space and told them about the changes that had happened in the space. While inviting Green, Zhao Hai also discovered that the space had changed. After the space's upgrade, the number of transmission points had increased. This time, it wasn't just 1 or 2 transmission points, it wasn't just 8 or 10 transmission points. Instead, it was a qualitative change. As long as it was a place that Zhao Hai had been to before, he could go there at any time. No matter where it was, as long as it was on the space's map, he could go there at any time. This function was too powerful. With the addition of the space's map, Zhao Hai felt that the Ark continent had turned into an Ark village. Naturally, the places that Zhao Hai had been to weren't a lot, but they weren't few either. As long as he went to a place, the space would record it and turn it into a part of the space's map. Because of this, the places that Zhao Hai could go to weren't few. After telling Green and the others about the space's changes, Green and the others were very happy. For them, this was definitely a good thing. The more powerful the space was, the more benefits it would bring to them. Seeing Green's happy expression, Zhao Hai smiled and said, Actually, Zhao Wen's actions today reminded us that we don't need to fight, we can just lure those magic beasts into the space and subdue them. Now that we have Zhao Wen and Duckbill in the space, the two of them should be able to invite 9th rank magic beasts. I believe that they would succeed. Grandpa Green, what do you think? Zhao Hai nodded and said, What do you think? Green thought for a moment, then he nodded and said, We can give it a try. The space's current strength isn't weak. We already have 5 9th ranks. However, it would be better if we don't use force. Otherwise, it would be bad if we get injured. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Let's see if we can lure them into the space first. If we can, then it would save us a lot of trouble. If we can't, then we'll do it. Green nodded and said, Alright, our strength isn't weak. However, we still need to deal with the Carrion Swamp as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the magic beasts from the Carrion Swamp were to come to the Black Wasteland, then the damage to us would be too great. If those 9th rank magic beasts appear, then it would be even more troublesome. Therefore, it would be better to deal with this matter as soon as possible. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Rest assured, this time, we must deal with this matter completely. Otherwise, it would always be a hidden danger. After resting in the space for a day, the next morning, Zhao Hai released Duckbill and Zhao Wen. Their goal this time was still Skylark. Duckbill and Zhao Wen stopped outside Skylark's territory. They were very clear that if they went to Skylark's territory, then Skylark would think that they were attacking him. With Skylark's timid nature, he would immediately run away. With his speed, it wouldn't be easy for Duckbill and Zhao Wen to catch up to him. However, as long as they don't enter Skylark's territory, then Skylark wouldn't run away. After the two stopped, Duckbill opened his mouth and said, "Skylark, come out and meet me." Duckbill's status was higher than Skylark. Therefore, he wouldn't be as polite as Zhao Wen. If he was too polite, then he would scare Skylark. Sure enough, after a while, a petite Skylark emerged from the seven-colored poisonous fog. This Skylark was not small, but compared to the duckbill beast, it was very petite. It was even smaller than Zhao Wen's enlarged body. However, although this Skylark was very petite, it gave people a feeling of dexterity. Although her body was very big, she still looked somewhat cute. When Skylark saw Duckbill and Zhao Wen, she stared. Then she calmly said, "Why did the two of you come here?" Her voice was soft and clear, but one could hear that it was a woman's voice. It was very light and crisp, with a little bit of birdsong in it. Duckbill looked at Skylark and smiled, "Sister Skylark, we came here this time because we have something to tell you. Some time ago, Little One obtained a magic staff. This magic staff turned out to be a spatial door. The spatial door is very big. The two of us went in and explored it, but in the end, we found the edge of the spatial door. Therefore, we came here today to ask you to go with us and find out where the edge of the spatial door is. I wonder if Sister Skylark is willing to help us." Skylark stared. She didn't think that Duckbill would come looking for her for this matter. She looked at the two and said, "Is what you said true? But even if we find the edge of the spatial door, what can we do? What's the use of it?" Duckbill smiled faintly and said, "To tell you the truth, the spatial door has a lot of magic, but it's too big. We're afraid that there might be other experts inside. If we offend them, they might attack us while we're cultivating. Because of this, I want to explore the spatial door. As long as there aren't any experts inside, we can rest assured that we can cultivate inside. I believe that sooner or later, we'll be able to reach the Great Tao." Skylark stared blankly for a moment, but he was somewhat tempted. All ninth-rank experts wanted to reach the Great Tao and become a supreme existence. If that space really had that kind of ability, then it would be worth looking at. However, Skylark was still worried, so she said, "Why did you come here? Why didn't you look for someone else?" Duckbill smiled and said, "Of course we came here to look for you. You're the closest to us. Little One also just got her staff, so she wanted to look for you. But since she wanted to pass through my territory, she invited me to look for the spatial door. The two of us weren't able to find the edge of the spatial door, so we wanted to pull a few more people in. This way, even if something happens inside, we can deal with it. You're the closest to my territory, so we came here to look for you. What do you think? If you agree, then you can go to the spatial door and see if I'm right. If I'm right, then we'll look for someone else. If you don't agree, then we'll just turn around and look for someone else." When Skylark saw that the two didn't seem to be lying, she couldn't help but hesitate. She was very timid, so she was very cautious. However, she had to recognize that Duckbill Beast was stronger than her, and Zhao Wen wasn't much slower than her. If the two really wanted to deal with her, then they wouldn't need to waste so much effort. After looking at the two, Skylark began to believe their words. Skylark thought for a moment and said, "If it's true, then I'll agree. But I'll have to go to the spatial door first." "Right, you'll have to accompany me." Duckbill Beast smiled and said, "All right, it's fine. Little Wen, open the spatial door." Zhao Wen nodded, then she raised her staff and immediately opened a spatial rift. This was what they had agreed with Zhao Hai in advance. As long as they raised their staffs, Zhao Hai would immediately open a spatial rift. When the spatial rift opened, Zhao Wen didn't go in. Instead, Duckbill Beast looked at Skylark and said, "Sister Skylark, I'll be going in first." Then he flashed and entered the spatial door. Zhao Wen stayed outside. She looked at Skylark and said, "Big Sister Skylark, I'll be waiting for you at the spatial rift. If I go in, then the spatial rift will disappear." Then she stood at the spatial rift's entrance. Skylark looked at the two and didn't hesitate. Her body flashed and entered the space. As soon as she entered, a prompt was immediately heard. In the end, Skylark was evaluated to level 45. She can also be raised in the space. Naturally, the space also subdued her. However, to say that Duckbill Beast and Zhao Wen lied to her wasn't correct. This was because the magic elements inside the space were very dense. Moreover, because of the plants that were planted inside the space, the magic elements inside the space were getting denser and denser. Plants grew by absorbing the nutrients in the soil. After they died, they would rot and become the nutrients in the soil again. Their fruits, on the other hand, could become food for animals and humans. They could be considered the most selfless creatures. Because of this principle, the space was able to provide nutrients for the plants to grow. While the plants were growing, they would also release energy to the space. As the space leveled up, more and more plants would appear inside the space. Now that the space had turned into a small world, the energy released by the plants was even more formidable. At the same time, the animals were also able to release some of their energy. Because of this, the magic elements inside the space were getting more and more intense. Xianxia and the others were inside the space every day, so naturally, they wouldn't be able to feel anything. On the other hand, Skylark and Duckbill Beast were able to feel it when they entered the space. This was also one of the reasons why Fei Jin liked to stay inside the space and didn't want to return to Ape Island. After subduing Skylark, Xianxia and the others naturally went to the next target. With Skylark's addition, their deceiving team had increased by 1. At the same time, they also became more credible. This was very beneficial to Xiaohai's plan. If Xiaohai's plan was to deal with a 9th-rank human expert, then he wouldn't necessarily succeed. This was because the 9th ranks of the human race had experienced all kinds of ups and downs, as well as all kinds of schemes to reach their current status. They were very wary of people and wouldn't easily trust people. Because of this, it was impossible for them to be deceived into entering the space. However, the 9th ranks of the magic beasts in the swamp weren't the same. The world that they lived in didn't have many schemes and plots. What they wanted to do was to protect Flower City and cultivate. Because of this, even if they were very cautious like Skylark, they weren't as cunning as the humans. Because of this, they were easily deceived into entering the space. As more and more 9th ranks were deceived into entering the space, the strength of the space was also getting stronger and stronger. At the same time, the credibility of the space was also getting higher and higher. These 9th ranks didn't believe that so many 9th ranks would be able to scheme against them. This was because there was simply no need for it. If these 9th ranks really wanted to deal with him, then he wouldn't be able to escape. Because of this mentality, these 9th ranks didn't have to fight against each other before they were deceived into entering the space. They became a part of the space's defensive strength as well as a part of Xiaohai's strength. However, Xiaohai didn't restrict their freedom too much. They can cultivate inside the space or in their own territory in the carrion swamp. Xiaohai didn't force them to do anything. However, Xiaohai also discovered that the 9th ranks who came out of the carrion swamp had a special characteristic: they needed to absorb the 7-colored poisonous mist to cultivate. They would slowly store the toxins in their bodies, and in the end, the toxins would become their means of attack. The space didn't have any poison, but Kai's main body was here. Additionally, the space had insecticides that were much more poisonous than the 7-colored poisonous fog that Kai released. Therefore, it wasn't a problem for them to cultivate. The environment of the space didn't deteriorate after becoming a small world. On the contrary, after becoming a small world, the environment of the space became much better. Back on Earth, Zhao had heard people say that in nature, there was only one thing that was the same as humans, and that was viruses. Viruses would destroy wherever they went, and humans were the same. No matter where they lived on Earth, they would definitely destroy the environment there. Compared to Earth, humans were more like viruses in the body of the Earth. Humans were more like viruses in the body of the Earth. Although there were a lot of animals in the space, one shouldn't forget that this place wasn't destroyed by humans. It can be said that this was a completely undeveloped world. In this world, everything slowly developed according to nature. Although the space can be digitized, which was tantamount to cheating, it wasn't a problem for the space as a whole. At this point, Xiaohai had subdued all of the 9th ranks in the carrion swamp. After subduing them, Xiaohai found out that there were 36 9th ranks in the carrion swamp. If Kai, Little Jean, and Mu were included, then Xiaohai's total of 39 9th ranks had reached an astonishing number. This was enough to make him the strongest force in the continent. However, Xiaohai wasn't prepared to use too many 9th ranks. After all, that would be too frightening. Moreover, he didn't have the ambition to dominate the world. He only wanted to protect the Black Wasteland and the Carrion Swamp. In fact, he didn't want to be involved in other matters. In fact, Zhao Hai was a selfish otaku. Back on Earth, because of the different era, people only pursued material things. If you ask him about his great ideals, it would simply be impossible. He didn't care about the country at all, he only cared about his own income. Of course, Zhao Hai also had this problem. However, he was also aware of one thing, and that was responsibility. A man who understood his responsibilities and knew how to be responsible would be a true man no matter where he went. Although Zhao Hai had his shortcomings, one couldn't help but recognize that he understood his responsibilities and knew how to be responsible. This was one of his biggest strengths. Zhao Hai didn't want to casually kill people, he didn't want to start a war. Therefore, even if he had the strength, he could only guard his own land and live a simple life. He didn't want to be bullied by others. He didn't want to dominate the world, that would only cause wars. And in wars, the ones who would suffer the most would be the commoners. The ones who would die the most would also be the commoners. Zhao Hai didn't want to become a war maniac. Because of the addition of so many 9th ranks, the space's level had now reached level 45, the same as the farm's level in the past. Regarding this, Zhao Hai was still somewhat dissatisfied. However, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, the farm and the ranch were now one. And with a high level, leveling up was very difficult. Although level 45 wasn't bad, it didn't have any effect on the farm. Zhao Hai could only farm level 45 crops at most, there wasn't much of an improvement. The ranches. Leveling up was also very limited. At this time, Zhao Hai still couldn't raise the divine beasts. However, he was still satisfied. After all, he was only 5 levels away from level 50. But Zhao also knew that level 50 wasn't that easy to reach. More than 39th rank experts were needed to raise the space to level 45, which was less than 10 levels. He really didn't know where to find more than 39th rank experts to raise the space to level 45. However, Zhao Hai only felt distrust for a moment before he calmed down. He was now preparing to deal with the Carrion Swamp before he returned to Skywater City. God's Grace Day would arrive in less than 10 days, so he should return to Skywater City to take a look. Not only Skywater City, but also Jadewater City. This time, Megan had been with them for a long time, so the Kelsey family must be very anxious. Moreover, this year's God's Grace Day would be celebrated in the Kelsey family's territory. No matter what, Megan was the Kelsey family's little princess, and the most favored one at that. Zhao Hai needed to give the Kelsey family some face. Actually, the Carrion Swamp wasn't that big of a problem. What Zhao Hai needed to solve was the problem of the Carrion Swamp's poison. Those magic beasts that didn't reach the required level would need to detoxify themselves from time to time. This was the reason why they went to the Black Wasteland to cause trouble. Zhao Hai also wanted to solve this problem before. Therefore, he made a small river near the Carrion Swamp. The water in this river was the lake inside the mountain. After being improved by the space's water, the water could now be used to detoxify the poison. It was more than enough for those magic beasts. However, there were a lot of magic beasts in the swamp. Some of them simply didn't have time to detoxify themselves in the Black Wasteland. Therefore, they could only detoxify themselves in other places. As the poison in the Carrion Swamp got stronger and stronger, the magic beasts needed less time to detoxify themselves. If Zhao Hai were to detoxify the magic beasts in the Carrion Swamp, then it wouldn't be a good thing for those magic beasts. After all, without the poison, the magic beast's attack power would be greatly affected. If Zhao Hai were to detoxify the magic beasts in the Carrion Swamp, then it wouldn't be a good thing for those magic beasts. After all, without the poison, the magic beast's attack power would be greatly affected. However, if Zhao Hai didn't detoxify them, then the damage to the magic beasts would be very fast. According to the 9th ranks in the swamp, aside from Zhao Wen, there weren't any other 9th ranks in the swamp. Moreover, this situation had been going on for a long time. This was because the magic beasts in the swamp couldn't withstand the poison in the swamp. After detoxifying the poison, the swamp's toxicity would increase. In the end, the poison would return to their bodies. Because of this, a lot of magic beasts died. Zhao discussed with the 9th rank experts in the swamp and finally decided that Zhao would come forward and use the space to transform several springs in the swamp into detoxifying water sources. Then the 9th rank experts would come forward and make the spirit beasts drink from these water sources when they need to detoxify the poison. This way, the problem would be solved. At this point, Zhao Hai had already recorded the entire terrain of the Carrion Swamp in the Spaces map. Zhao Hai calculated that the area of the Carrion Swamp and the Black Wasteland wasn't smaller than the Oxu Empire. It was even bigger than the Oxu Empire. One must know that the Buddha clan's fief was permanent. It was also recognized by the Radiant Church and the other empires. Even if the empires changed, the Buddha clan would be able to keep their fief forever. Because of this, Zhao Hai hoped that the bigger the fief, the better. In the past, even if Zhao Hai improved the Carrion Swamp and the Black Wasteland, he wouldn't dare say anything about it. He didn't have the strength to protect these two places. However, it was different now. Now that he had the ability to improve these two places, he could immediately spread the news. Even if those people were jealous, it would be useless. If they had the ability, they could come and snatch it from him. He would beat them to death. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to reveal the Black Wasteland situation right now. He didn't want others to know about the Black Wasteland situation. After all, the Black Wasteland still needed to be rebuilt. This would require a lot of materials and manpower. If the Radiant Church were to know about this, then they would certainly impose a blockade on Zhao Hai. At that time, Zhao Hai's troubles wouldn't be small. What Zhao Hai wanted was to quietly make a fortune. Therefore, after collecting all the magic beasts in the Carrion Swamp, Zhao Hai immediately followed the 9th rank experts to improve the Carrion Swamp into detoxifying springs. The 9th rank experts also used Zhao Hai's method to make the magic beasts drink from the springs when they need to detoxify. At this point, the Black Wasteland situation had been completely solved. There would be no more worries in the future. Zhao Hai could now focus on developing the outside world. It took Zhao Hai almost a month to solve the Carrion Swamp's problems. Now, there were only 5 days left until God's Grace Day. The Kelsey family had already sent a letter to Zhao Hai, asking him to quickly go to Skywater City. It wasn't only the Kelsey family, Charlie also sent a letter, asking him to go to Jade Water City. Naturally, Charlie would occasionally go to Jade Water City to see Zhao Hai. However, Charlie wanted to invite Zhao Hai to visit his mansion in Carson City. Zhao Hai didn't object. In any case, no matter where he was, he could return to Iron Mountain Fort as soon as possible. No matter where he spends God's Grace Day, he would be spending it in Iron Mountain Fort. Because of this, he didn't feel anything. After making the decision, Zhao Hai immediately prepared to go to Skywater City. Megan was also somewhat homesick these days. Although she didn't say anything, Zhao Hai could still see her irritable expression. After informing Green and the others, Zhao Hai and the others left. Green and the others didn't oppose. They knew that ever since they raised the Buddha clan's banner, Zhao Hai would have a lot of things to deal with. Moreover, the eyes of the continent's major powers would be fixed on them. At this time, Zhao Hai needed to maintain a good relationship with the Kelsey family and Prince Charlie. Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others appeared outside Skywater City. This time, Zhao Hai didn't hide his whereabouts. Instead, he found a remote place and took out his giant horned ox carriage before heading towards Skywater City. Giant horned ox carriage, wild dragon banner, and alien. These 3 things had become Zhao Hai's symbol. No matter which one it was, people would immediately know that Zhao Hai had arrived. Because Zhao Hai was riding the giant horned ox carriage, when he entered Skywater City, he was immediately escorted by the city's guards towards the city lord's mansion. Even if the guards didn't give Zhao Hai face, they wouldn't dare to not give Megan face. After all, Megan's position in Smith's heart was something that the guards were very clear about. And after a month of spreading, Zhao Hai's reputation had already spread throughout the continent. The people of the continent already knew about this new dark mage as well as the Buddha clan. The major powers of the continent didn't expect that the Buddha clan would return in such a strong manner after disappearing for less than a year. If one really wanted to count, then the Buddha clan had already returned for a long time. Not long after they were sent to the Black Wasteland, Zhao Hai appeared. in the continent. Since then, he had been moving around the continent, attracting the attention of the major powers. But no one thought that Zhao Hai was the Buddha clan's patriarch, the famous playboy of the Oxu Empire. What made people even more curious was the fact that Zhao Hai had the antidote to the water of nothingness. This made him the focus of the entire continent. These years, the water of nothingness was like a huge rock that pressed down on the bodies of the experts. They were afraid that someone would plot against them and unknowingly drink the water of nothingness. If that happened, then they wouldn't be able to find a way to cry. But Zhao Hai's powerful appearance seemed to have removed a big rock from their hearts. Since he was able to remove the water of nothingness from his body, then naturally he could also remove the water of nothingness from other people. For these experts, this was good news. It can be said that Zhao Hai's status in the continent wasn't any worse than a patriarch of a great clan. This was because of his strength. Naturally, people knew that in the Battle of Kasa City, not only did Zhao Hai obtain more than 100,000 undead, he also eliminated several 9th ranks. A 9th rank expert wasn't attacked, it was eliminated. Eliminating a 9th rank meant that Zhao Hai also had 9th ranks in his hands, and a lot of them at that. Upon hearing this news, the people of the continent were startled. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would have such means. They knew that the Buddha clan's previous disaster was because they didn't have any 9th ranks. Now that the Buddha clan had 9th ranks, who would be able to deal with them easily? The one who was most surprised by this news was the Calci family. Before, Zhao Hai said that as long as they don't send 4 9th ranks, he would be able to make all of them die. But whether it was Smith or Randolph, they didn't believe it. The only reason they let Zhao Hai go was because there were too many things involved in dealing with him. Zhao Hai's actions were just too much to handle. However, ever since they learned that Zhao Hai had killed several 9th rank experts in Kasa City, Smith and Randolph couldn't help but feel a burst of fear. They knew that although the Purcell family had a very powerful 9th rank expert, Origin Sword Saint, it was still difficult for a single fist to fight against 4 hands. The other side had 4 9th rank experts as well as 2 advanced divergent ability users. Zhao Hai and Origin Sword Saint were able to kill them all. This meant that Zhao Hai wasn't lying, he really did have the strength to do so. In this case, Smith and Randolph couldn't help but question Zhao Hai. One must know that even for the Calci family, it was impossible for them to casually eliminate 4 9th ranks. If they were attacked by 4 9th ranks, then even if the family won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. But Zhao Hai didn't seem to have suffered any losses, he was still able to eliminate 4 9th ranks. This was a huge shock to Smith and the others. In the past, they always looked at Zhao Hai with a condescending gaze. If Megan wasn't going to marry Zhao Hai, then it would be hard to say what would happen between them and Zhao Hai. Even if Megan said that she wouldn't marry anyone other than Zhao Hai, Randolph still thought of canceling the engagement. This was because in his opinion, Zhao Hai's status couldn't be compared to Megan's, the difference was too big. But now it was different, Randolph and Smith had already placed Zhao Hai on the same level as them. They no longer thought that Zhao Hai wasn't worthy of Megan. At the same time, they also wanted to reposition Zhao Hai in their hearts. Their relationship with Zhao Hai and their attitude towards him also needed to be changed. Zhao Hai didn't think about these, but the reason why he participated in the war against the Purcell Duchy was to establish his prestige. He wanted to let the entire continent know about the strength of the Buddha clan, so that nobody would dare to look down on the Buddha clan. Before long, Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the city lord's mansion. When Zhao Hai and the others got off the carriage, they couldn't help but stare. This was because they were going through the main entrance of the city lord's mansion. The main entrance of the city lord's mansion wasn't something that ordinary people could use. If one's status wasn't high enough, then it would be impossible for them to use the main entrance. Because of this, Zhao Hai came through the side entrance. This was because his relationship with Smith was very good, and he was also engaged to Megan. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to use the side entrance. But this time, when Zhao Hai and the others came back, Smith actually opened the main entrance to welcome them. And most importantly, Smith was standing in front of the entrance. Zhao Hai stared when he got off the carriage, then he immediately walked towards Smith and bowed. "Uncle Smith, why did you come out personally?" "Right, why did you come through the main entrance this time?" "I'm not used to it." Smith looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and saw that he didn't change because of what happened this time. This made him very happy. He immediately smiled and said, "This is my father's idea. My father said that you are now qualified to walk through the main entrance. Our Kelsey family needs to give you a proper name in the continent." Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled as he walked towards the mansion with Smith. Zhao Hai was very clear about what Smith meant. In order for a family to become a great clan, they needed the recognition of some old nobles. The Kelsey family opened the main entrance to welcome Zhao Hai. This meant that they recognized the Buddha clan status. This was very important for the Buddha clan. The Kelsey family's influence in the continent was very big. Although they were suppressed by the Radiant Church in the past, these old nobles weren't easy to suppress. Although the suppression had some effect on the Kelsey family, the overall effect wasn't that big. The Kelsey family's high-profile recognition of the Buddha clan status had a huge impact on the Buddha clan status in the continent. Smith wasn't polite to Zhao Hai. He directly invited Zhao Hai to the back residence where Randolph was waiting for Zhao Hai. The back residence wasn't a place that ordinary people could enter. Since Zhao Hai was engaged to Megan, he was considered one of their own, so he was invited to the back residence. Randolph didn't put on airs this time. He stood in front of the living room and waited for Zhao Hai. When he saw that Zhao Hai had arrived, Randolph's face couldn't help but show a smile. Zhao Hai went forward to give his greetings. Although Randolph wasn't very enthusiastic, his attitude was much better compared to the last time he saw Zhao Hai. After the group entered the living room and sat down, Randolph looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "Not bad, Zhao Hai. You've done a good job this time, showing off the might of dark mages. Good, let's see if those fellows in the continent would still dare to look down on dark mages." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's time to let them know. There haven't been any wars in the past few years, so they've already forgotten how formidable dark mages are. The Radiant Church has been doing their best to suppress them, and the reason why they were able to succeed was because dark mages don't seem to be very strong. At the same time, they can also bring a lot of benefits to the great nobles. This time, I want to let those people know that dark mages are the ones who rule the battlefield. The Radiant Church can give them benefits, but they also need money to raise their army. The benefits they receive aren't enough for them to raise their army. This time, I've let those people know how formidable dark mages are. I believe that a lot of people will change their view of dark mages." Randolph nodded and said, "Right, these years, the opportunities for dark mages to act have become less and less. Some nobles feel that it's not worthwhile to raise dark mages. This time, you've made them understand that dark mages aren't to be trifled with." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "In a few days, it will be God's Grace Day. I'm afraid we'll have to celebrate today. But tomorrow, I'll have to go to Jadewater City." "Grandpa, do you have any orders?" Randolph shook his head and said, "I don't have any orders. Tomorrow, I'll be heading back to Carson City. If I hurry, I should be able to reach Carson City before God's Grace Day. Smith and the others will also be going." "Little Hai, if you're going to Jadewater City, will you still have time to go to Carson City?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The third prince also wants me to go to Carson City. I'll also be going to his mansion to visit him. Tomorrow, I'll go to Jadewater City and deal with the matters there as soon as possible. Then I'll immediately rush to Carson City." Randolph nodded, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, recently, His Highness the Third Prince has a lot of marine specialties in his hands. Do these things have something to do with me?" Zhao Hai didn't hide it from Randolph. He smiled and said, "Yeah, I got them 2 days ago when I went out to sea. You should know that I have a lot of undead under me. It would be a pity if I don't use them. I'll just let them go and get some specialties." Randolph didn't want to offend the third prince, not because he was afraid of him, but because he didn't want to go against the third prince. Currently, there were several princes vying for the throne, and each of them had a chance to ascend to the throne. He didn't want to support any of them, but he also didn't want to offend any of them. Because of this, Randolph didn't want to get involved in the marine business. Zhao Hai also didn't tell Randolph about the beer and liquor business. At this time, liquor and beer couldn't be mass-produced, so Zhao Hai didn't want to take them out too early. Beer and liquor were definitely unique industries in the continent. Zhao Hai wasn't prepared to cooperate with anyone, so the third prince and the Kelsey family would be involved in this business. Zhao Hai turned to Randolph and said, Grandpa Randolph, me helping the third prince shouldn't affect you, right? If I don't help the third prince, then I would be offending the third prince, which wouldn't be good for us. Randolph nodded and said, It doesn't matter, the matter between you and the third prince won't affect us too much. Rest assured, it's all right. Actually, in the continent, the great nobles also participate in the struggle for the throne. But if they fail, they won't be affected. But if they succeed, they would get a lot of benefits. Before you helped the third prince, you already had a grudge with the Kelsey family. After you helped the third prince, you got engaged to Megan. Therefore, the Kelsey family was already aware that you helped the third prince. This matter wouldn't affect the Kelsey family. Zhao Hai nodded and said, That's good. No matter what, now that I'm engaged to Megan, I'm no longer an outsider to the Kelsey family. Therefore, when I do things, I have to think about the Kelsey family. This time, the reason why I brought out the Buddha clan's banner was because I wanted to give Megan an explanation. I want the people of the continent to know who Megan is marrying, and how strong her husband is. I don't want the people of the continent to see Megan as a joke. Zhao Hai nodded and said, That's good. At this time, Megan was already sitting beside Randolph. When she heard Zhao Hai's words, her eyes couldn't help but turn red. She didn't think that Zhao Hai would do this for such a reason. Randolph nodded and said, Very good, little Hai, you've done well. Megan didn't misjudge you, you're now a member of the Kelsey family. Alright, I won't say anything else, let's go eat. I've already prepared something good for you, let's welcome you today. After eating, Zhao Hai returned to the Sweet Plum courtyard to rest. Megan naturally returned to her own courtyard. She wanted to stay in the Sweet Plum courtyard, but the madam wanted to talk to her. Therefore, she returned to her own courtyard. After Zhao Hai arrived at the Sweet Plum courtyard, he followed Laura and the others back to the space. They were now more and more accustomed to staying inside the space. In any case, they didn't have many things to do in the past, so staying inside the space was much better. Megan followed the madam back to her room. After the two sat down, the madam looked at Megan and said, Megan, how was your trip with Zhao Hai? Did you encounter any danger during the battle? Megan shook her head and said, I didn't. Mother, how could I encounter any danger? I didn't need to go to the front lines, we just stayed in a safe place inside Casa City. We didn't encounter any danger, we didn't even go to the battlefield. The madam nodded, then she said, This time, there were really 4 9th ranks attacking Casa City? And there were also 2 divergent ability users? Megan nodded and said, Of course it's true. 4 9th ranks, 1 is a light element mage, 3 are warriors, and 2 are divergent ability users. They seem to be very famous in the continent. I heard from Brother Hai that the 2 of them have a nickname called the 2 Stars of Fortune. Mother, have you heard of these 2 people? Megan nodded and said, Yes. The madam stared for a moment, then she nodded and said, I've heard of them. These 2 are metal element divergent ability users, their ranks are very high. Moreover, they haven't fought for several years. Megan nodded and said, Right, I also heard Big Brother Hai say that. But these 2 people have already been turned into advanced level undead. Big Brother Hai also said that I'll take the gold coins that these 2 have accumulated over the years. I heard that it's quite a lot. Megan nodded. The madam smiled and said, Little Hai really knows how to make money. These 2 have been desperately trying to make money these past few years. Moreover, they only want gold coins, they don't want anything else. I'm afraid that Little Hai would be able to get a lot of gold coins this time. Megan smiled and said, I haven't taken it yet. It took me a long time to deal with the aftermath of the battle. It's really not easy. The madam looked at Megan and smiled, Really? Right, did Little Hai really fish up those marine specialties? Where did he fish them up? Megan had already thought of an excuse with Zhao Hai. Now that the madam asked, she immediately replied, Of course it's true, there's nothing to lie about. He fished them up near Abe Island. Almost nobody goes there, so he was able to fish up a lot of good things. However, Zhao Hai didn't have everything that he needed. Regarding those magic beasts, he also chose some of the bigger ones. Zhao Hai said that he didn't want to fish up those things near the shore. That way, he wouldn't be able to fish up anything in the end. The madam nodded, then she looked at Megan and said, after the battle, where did you go? Did you go to the sea? Did you go to the Buddha clan's camp? Where is their camp? Megan looked at the madam and said, yes, we went to the Buddha clan's camp. But mother, I can't tell you where the Buddha clan's camp is right now. Big brother Hai only told me because he trusts me. He said that the Buddha clan's camp isn't the right time to be known, so you shouldn't ask about it. Looking at Megan's appearance, the madam couldn't help but sigh. She knew that Megan would be like this. She knew Megan's character too well. If she didn't want to talk about it, then she wouldn't talk about it. The madam sighed and said, all right, I won't ask. How has Zhao Hai been treating you these past few days? How is he? Is he the same as Laura and the others? Megan smiled and said, Big brother Hai is very good to me, he's the same to me and Laura. We're usually very free, and no matter what happens, we always discuss it together. Big brother Hai said that he wants to go to the sea in the future. If there are more things in the sea, then I would like to cooperate with the family. Moreover, there are other things that we can cooperate with. Right, speaking of this, I just remembered something that I need to talk to Grandpa about. Then she stood up and walked out. When the madam saw her, she quickly pulled her back and said, what's the matter? Why do you need to talk to Grandpa? Can't you just tell me? Megan smiled and said, it's not that I can't tell you, but it's useless. You can't do anything about it. I need to talk to Grandpa. Mother, let's go together. Then Megan pulled the madam's hand and walked out. Randolph and Smith were also in the study, they didn't go to rest. Today, they saw Zhao Hai, and to be honest, they were very happy. Not only because Zhao Hai's attitude towards them didn't change, it was also because of Zhao Hai's attitude towards Megan. Zhao Hai's attitude towards Megan was very good, he was very considerate towards Megan, this was what they wanted to see the most. If Zhao Hai and Megan had a good relationship, then Megan would have a good home to return to, this would make them satisfied. And with the relationship between the two, Zhao Hai and the Kelsey family would become closer. Everything he does would be done with the Kelsey family in mind, this was definitely a good thing for the Kelsey family. At this point, Zhao Hai's strength was known to all the major forces in the continent. His strength wasn't any worse than an old great clan, he was even stronger than the Purcell family. The only thing that the Buddha clan was lacking in was their connections. However, Zhao Hai's current connections weren't that weak. His relationship with the Purcell family was certainly different. Although the Purcell family wasn't the top among the old great clans, after so many years, their connections in the continent couldn't be underestimated. Zhao Hai had helped them a lot this time, so in the future, if Zhao Hai needs help, they would certainly help. This allowed Zhao Hai to have a lot of connections. Additionally, Zhao Hai was the son-in-law of the Kelsey family. If Zhao Hai needs help, they wouldn't just sit back and watch. This was another connection. With the addition of the third prince and the Shelley family, Zhao Hai's current connections couldn't be underestimated in any country in the continent. Facing Zhao Hai, the Kelsey family couldn't find any fault with him. Therefore, Randolph and the others had already considered Zhao Hai as one of their own. This was also the way great clans handled matters. If they consider someone as one of their own, then they would do their best to pull them in and support them. Only then would they be able to get the corresponding rewards. Randolph and Smith discussed for a while, then Randolph sighed and said, little second, I've been hard on you these past few years. I'm now old, I've been staying in the family all day long. My understanding of the continent's situation isn't as good as yours. Your eldest brother and fourth brother are good, but they lack the ability to become great clan patriarchs. Little third is only focused on cultivation, he can't be counted on. I only hope that one day he can break through 9th rank, that would be a great contribution to the family. Randolph sighed, he wasn't a fool. As the patriarch of one of the great clans in the continent, how could Randolph be a fool? He liked Juan too much in the past, causing him to make some mistakes in his judgment. But now, it wasn't the same anymore. To be honest, Randolph was very disappointed with Juan. Juan was definitely a short-sighted person. If the Kelsey family was handed over to him, then the family's downfall wouldn't be far away. How could Randolph do such a thing? Smith looked at Randolph's expression and didn't know what to say. He was wholeheartedly thinking about the Kelsey family, But to say that he didn't have any ambitions for the patriarch's position was impossible. On the contrary, he had great ambitions for that position. He believed that as long as he sat in that position, the Kelsey family would certainly be better than it is now. At the same time, this was the first time that Smith saw Randolph's expression. This was the first time that Randolph admitted his mistakes in front of him. For Smith, this was a bit inconceivable. He suddenly discovered that his father was getting old. He also had times when he was weak. Smith also sighed and comforted Randolph. "Father, it's all right, it's not as serious as you said. Although little Fife's work isn't good, you can't deny that he's still useful. Also, our Kelsey family isn't under his control, he wouldn't be able to stir up any storms." Randolph smiled, then he sighed and said, "My vision isn't as good as Megan's." "Haha, forget it, let's not talk about this. Little Hai is indeed good." At this time, he suddenly revealed his Buddha clan's identity, making the people of the continent not dare to move against him. He also shook the Buddha clan's prestige. He does things in an orderly manner, neither too fast nor too slow. When he needs to be soft, when he needs to be firm, he can also be ruthless. From his attitude towards Megan, I can see that he also likes Megan. This made me feel relieved. In the future, we must treat him as one of our own and fully support him. I found out that he is a person who values friendship and righteousness. If we support him, our Kelsey family will surely gain some benefits. Randolph smiled and said, "Haha." Smith smiled and said, "Father, you can rest assured, I've already seen through Little Hai's character. Otherwise, I wouldn't have helped them get married." Randolph nodded, then he smiled and said, "With Little Hai's support, the third prince's chances of ascending the throne would be greatly increased. This is very good for our family. I think that in the future, we should fully support the third prince. No matter what, Little Hai is now a member of our Kelsey family. If he fails, then it wouldn't be good for us." Randolph nodded and smiled, "That's right." Smith nodded. At this time, Phil's voice was heard from outside. "Young lady, madam, why did you come? The young master is in the room discussing something." When Randolph heard that it was Megan and the madam, he quickly said, "Megan and Gemma? Come in." Gemma was the madam's name, but very few people called her that. Megan didn't care too much, she pushed the door and walked in. When she saw Randolph, she immediately ran to his side and said, "Grandfather, I just thought of something, so I came to see you." Randolph looked at Megan and said, "You little crazy girl, you're already engaged. Don't be so impatient in the future." When Megan heard Randolph, she couldn't help but pout and said, "Grandfather, do you want to listen? This matter is related to the development of our Kelsey family. If you don't want to listen, then I won't talk about it." When she said this, Randolph and the others couldn't help but laugh. Megan didn't care about this matter before, but now she suddenly said that it was related to the Kelsey family's future. Megan looked at Randolph and snorted, "If this matter wasn't very important to the Kelsey family, then I wouldn't have told you about it. Grandfather, the Kelsey family has a lot of factories, but I dare say that none of our factories can compare to Big Brother Hai's. Big Brother Hai only needs 100 people in his factory. Even if we have 300 people in our factory, we still wouldn't be able to match Big Brother Hai's." When Randolph heard Megan, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately understood what Megan meant. His face turned serious as he said, "Megan, you mean that Little Hai has a method to increase production? And you already know about this method?" Megan looked at Randolph and said with a proud expression, "I already know how Big Brother Hai increased his factory's output. Hee, Big Brother Hai is really smart, we didn't think of this method before." Randolph nodded, then he said, "All right." Randolph looked at Megan and said, "What method? Megan, quickly tell me, do you want to make grandfather anxious?" Megan smiled and said, "Big Brother Hai said that it's called assembly line production. Let's take our family's pottery factory as an example. Nowadays, if a potter wants to make a piece of pottery, it would take several days. But Grandpa, haven't you thought about it? Taking the earth, mixing the mud, making the clay, and painting the flowers would be done separately. The people who dig the earth would be responsible for digging the earth, the people who mix the mud would be responsible for mixing the mud, the people who make the clay would be in charge of the clay, and the people who paint the flowers would be in charge of the process. This way, the pottery production process would be like water flowing through the hands of the workers. Randolph and Smith were smart people, so when they heard Megan, they immediately understood. Although they haven't tried it out, they thought that it was reasonable. Randolph excitedly stood up and said, "Good, good, very good, this method is very good." Right, Megan is right, if we do this, then our pottery production would certainly increase. Ha ha ha, little Megan, you really didn't lie, this is related to our Kelsey family's future. Randolph nodded and said, "Good, good, good." Suddenly, Randolph stopped, he turned to Megan and said, "Megan, did Little Hi agree with you telling us about this matter? Don't let this affect your relationship with Little Hi. You should know that if Little Hi didn't mention this method of production, then most people wouldn't think of it. This method of production wouldn't be leaked to outsiders." Megan smiled and said, "Don't worry, Big Brother Hi agreed, it's fine." Randolph nodded with satisfaction, then he smiled and said, "Little Hi has a factory? How many people does he have in his factory?" "Megan's is his factory, and Little Hi's, Megan's factories." Randolph, Megan, Megan. Randolph nodded, he didn't ask where the Buddha clan's residence was. In his mind, it was impossible for it to be in the Black Wasteland, it had already become a forbidden area in the continent. So Zhao Hai's residence should be in a very secret place. As for its specific location, Zhao Hai wouldn't reveal it. Seeing that Randolph didn't ask about the Buddha clan's residence, Megan relaxed, but she still said, "Grandfather, Big Brother Hai said that the Buddha clan's residence is a secret. It's not the right time to talk about it, so I can't tell you right now. Don't be angry." Randolph looked at Megan's expression and smiled, "What? He doesn't want you to tell Grandfather, so you won't tell Grandfather?" Megan replied, "Grandfather, Big Brother Hai trusts me so much, how could I do something that would be unfair to him? Therefore, I can't tell you about this matter." "I'm sorry, Grandfather." Randolph laughed, then he stroked Megan's hair and said, "Silly girl, why would Grandfather be angry? What you did was right, Little Hai didn't do anything wrong to our Kelsey family. Now that you're engaged to Little Hai and he trusts you, this is a blessing for you. You're now a member of the Buddha clan, so naturally you need to worry about the clan. Grandfather isn't angry." Megan gently hugged Randolph, her eyes were red, but she didn't speak, she just whispered to Randolph, "Grandfather, Big Brother Hai trusts me, he didn't do anything behind my back, he treated me as well as Meg and Laura. You should know that Meg grew up with Big Brother Hai, Big Brother Hai is her sky. Laura and Meg gave Big Brother Hai all of their properties and family to Big Brother Hai's territory. Big Brother Hai trusted the two of them. Our family is one of the great clans in the continent, but Big Brother Hai still treated me like this, I'm very moved. So Grandfather, I can't tell you too much, I just want to tell you that Big Brother Hai's strength is more formidable than you can imagine. What you know is just a small part of Big Brother Hai's strength. I hope that the Kelsey family and the Buddha clan won't have any conflicts in the future, otherwise, the Kelsey family will surely suffer losses." Randolph stared, then he looked at Megan with a surprised expression. "Megan, is what you said true? Is Little Hai's strength really that formidable? You should know that our Kelsey family doesn't only have 1 or 2 ninth ranks. Does he really have the strength to make our Kelsey family suffer a loss?" Megan smiled bitterly, Randolph didn't expect that Zhao Hai would have the space as a cheat. Not to mention the Kelsey family, even the Rosen Empire wouldn't be able to resist an army of 800,000 8th ranks. Not to mention the Kelsey family, even the Rosen Empire wouldn't be able to resist. And with the addition of 49th ranks, not to mention making the Kelsey family suffer a loss, even exterminating the Kelsey family wouldn't be a problem. Randolph looked at Megan and didn't need her to say anything, he already understood what was going on. He nodded and said, "All right, don't worry, Grandfather knows what to do." "Right, Megan, are you going back to Carson City with me tomorrow or are you going to Jade Water City with Zhao Hai?" Megan smiled and said, "I'll go to Jade Water City and take a look. Brother Hai has a store there and he wants to take a look. The manager of the store is one of Laura's subordinates. Because there was an emergency last time, Brother Hai handed over some matters to him. This time, he wants to see how the matter is going." Megan smiled and said, "I'm going to Jade Water City to take a look." Randolph nodded and said, "You following Little Hai is also good. This way, he can go directly to his home in Carson City." Alas, I really made a mistake. Otherwise, this business would have been ours. It would have brought us a lot of benefits, it's a pity. Megan smiled and said, Grandfather, don't worry about it. We'll still have a share in the marine business in the future. But the current production is quite low, so there's no way for us to get a share. Randolph smiled and said, that little Hai really has a gift for doing business. And with Laura by his side, it seems like the Buddha clan would have a hard time in the future. No wonder Megan wants to learn how to do business. Ha 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 ha. Megan was embarrassed by Randolph's words, her face turned red as she looked at Randolph and said, Grandfather, don't talk nonsense. The Buddha clan's current situation is very good. You don't know how they were in the past, but they're much stronger than before. This is all thanks to Big Brother Hai's hard work, he's very formidable. Randolph smiled and said, all right, don't flatter your Big Brother Hai. You've been working hard these past few days, you should go back and rest. Didn't little Hai say that he's going to Jade Water City tomorrow? I'm afraid you'll have to hurry. Megan nodded, then she smiled and said, all right, Grandfather, then I'll go back and rest. Then she stood up and returned to her courtyard. After Megan left, Randolph turned his head to Smith and said, little fool, do you think that Megan is telling the truth? Smith forced a smile and said, I'm afraid that it's true. Although that girl's heart is now focused on Zhao Hai, she still wouldn't joke about her family's matters. It seems like Zhao Hai still has some unknown power in his hands. This kid isn't simple. Randolph nodded, then he forced a smile and said, what's most frightening is that kid's intelligence. He might have already thought that someone would look for his residence. Therefore, he didn't say anything and let those people enter the Black Wasteland. I've heard that the Black Wasteland has a 7-colored poisonous fog just like the Carrion Swamp. Those people who went in didn't come out alive. I heard that the Purcell family's Wind St. Buffy wasn't convinced and went in. It's been a month since he came out, so it seems like he was met with misfortune. The great clans also sent a lot of people to the Black Wasteland in order to find Little Hai's residence, but none of them came out alive. That guy must have tricked those people again. It wasn't only Randolph who thought this, almost all of the great clans in the continent who sent people to the Black Wasteland had the same idea. They all believed that Zhao Hai's lair couldn't be in the Black Wasteland. This was just a trick that Zhao Hai used to trick people. It wasn't strange for them to have such an idea. After all, the poisonous fog of the Carrion Swamp had already existed. The Black Wasteland was adjacent to the Carrion Swamp, so it wasn't strange for the poisonous fog of the Carrion Swamp to spread to the Black Wasteland. Everyone knew that the poisonous fog of the Black Wasteland had no antidote. It would be strange for Zhao Hai to set up his residence there. However, it was clear that they had forgotten something else that happened to Zhao Hai. It was the water of nothingness that was known to have no antidote in the continent. Therefore, it wasn't strange for him to be able to cure the 7-colored poisonous fog. Currently, the people of the continent didn't connect this matter with the 7-colored poisonous fog. This was because the water of nothingness was invented by people while the 7-colored poisonous fog was naturally produced. Because of this, the people of the continent generally didn't connect these two matters together. Randolph also thought the same. In his opinion, Zhao Hai must have already discovered that the poisonous fog of the Carrion Swamp would spread to the Black Wasteland. Therefore, he left the Black Wasteland early on and found a secret place to camp. It was very likely that he obtained the support of some hidden great clans. Otherwise, he wouldn't have his current scale. Zhao Hai didn't know about this, he also didn't monitor Randolph and the others, there was no need for that. After Megan returned to her room, Zhao Hai immediately took her to the space. Megan liked to stay inside the space, this was because the air inside the space was very good. There were also a lot of animals to accompany her, this made her very happy. Moreover, among the group, Megan's level was the lowest. Zhao Hai also wanted Megan to cultivate inside the space. Megan was a water mage, so she can eat gold metal fruits. But since her level was too low, Zhao Hai wanted her to cultivate inside the space before eating the gold metal fruit. No matter what, she must reach 8th rank first. When Megan entered the space, she immediately told Zhao Hai about what happened today. Seeing Megan's scared expression, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's alright, I'm already happy that you told me this. After all, they are your closest people. Do you really want to go to Jade Water City with me tomorrow? Megan nodded, of course I want to go with you. If I don't rest inside the space, I wouldn't be able to sleep. Really, this is all your fault. Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others couldn't help but smile. The environment inside the space was really good. People who have been resting inside the space for a long time wouldn't be able to adapt to the environment outside. After laughing, Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, Big Brother Hai, I reckon that Jade Water City wouldn't have any problems. After that, we'll head to Carson City. When we arrive at Carson City, when do you plan to see His Highness Charlie? Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, after arriving at Carson City, I'll immediately see His Highness Charlie. After that, I'll return to the Kelsey family. Since the family is on the same side, we don't need to be polite. However, we still need to pay attention to His Highness Charlie. Moreover, if we go to His Highness first, nobody would think that the Kelsey family was involved in His Highness matter. Megan looked at Zhao Hai and didn't speak. She was still too inexperienced in dealing with such matters. Therefore, she could only listen at this time. Zhao Hai turned to Kai and said, Kai can we also collect some things from the sea? It's almost God's Grace Day. If we bring these things to Carson City, they would be in high demand. We can keep some for ourselves and sell the rest to Charlie. Kai nodded and said, yes, we can harvest from the sea, rivers, and the hot springs. This time, we can bring them all to Carson City. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Laura and said, Laura, leave some good things for Muan and the others. They aren't familiar with Jade Water City, it's already very good for them to be able to do what they did today. Laura smiled and said, it's alright, didn't you see? They've been living a good life recently. Although Jade Water City isn't as good as Sky Water City, it's still an important port city of the Rosen Empire. You also gave them enough money. And with their current business, they won't suffer any losses. Zhao Hai nodded and said, don't worry. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's good, Muan and the others have been working very hard. They've become the only tentacle that we can extend to the outside world. But I think that we can open a shop in Sky Water City. What do you think? Laura nodded, then she turned to Megan and said, I think Megan has the most right to speak about this matter. Megan, you've been listening and not speaking for the past few days, you can't do that. Come, tell us. Megan stared when she was suddenly called, but she immediately replied, I can't, I don't understand these things. How can I just talk about it? I won't talk about it. Zhao Hai looked at her and couldn't help but smile faintly as he said, it's alright, what do you think about opening a shop in Sky Water City? When Megan heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but lower her head and think for a moment before she said, alright, now that you're engaged to me, and father likes you a lot, I also told grandpa about it. I think that the Kelsey family wouldn't embarrass you in the future. But if we want to get our information, we can't just rely on the Kelsey family. Therefore, we should build a shop. Zhao Hai and Laura slowly nodded. Megan's words showed that she was already a member of the Buddha clan. She didn't think that she was the Kelsey family's little princess, this was definitely a good thing for them. Zhao Hai smiled and said, alright, then we'll open a shop in Sky Water City. But this matter will have to wait until after the new year, when the time comes, we'll have to depend on Megan. Megan nodded, then she shook her head and said, I can't do that. Although I grew up in Sky Water City, I don't know much about the city. If we open a shop, then I wouldn't be able to help. Zhao Hai smiled and said, let's give it a try. In any case, among us, you're the most familiar with Sky Water City. Moreover, you're the Kelsey family's little princess. In Sky Water City, there wouldn't be anyone who wouldn't give you face. Megan looked at Zhao Hai and knew that Zhao Hai wanted her to give it a try. She didn't say anything, she just nodded and said, alright, I'll give it a try. Zhao Hai nodded and said, it's already late, we need to rest as well. Tomorrow, we'll go to Jade Water City. Although there isn't much to do there, we still need to see Trezebo. Laura and the others nodded, then they got up and went to rest. The space's situation was very good for them, so Zhao Hai and the others weren't in a hurry. The next morning, after having breakfast with Randolph and the others, Zhao Hai and the others left. This time, they left via the sea. Zhao Hai released the haven last night, so the ship was now waiting for Zhao Hai at the pier. However, Randolph and the others knew that Zhao Hai releasing the ship was just for show. Although they didn't know how Zhao Hai arrived, they were certain that he didn't use a ship. After Zhao Hai and the others boarded the ship immediately left the harbor. Zhao Hai and the others didn't immediately use the space to go to Jade Water City. If people knew that Zhao Hai arrived at Jade Water City as soon as he boarded the ship, then they would certainly think that Zhao Hai had a spatial ability. This was because in this world, besides teleportation, there were no other abilities that could allow one to travel that fast. Zhao Hai and the others didn't enter the space, they just sat on the ship and looked at the sea. It had been a long time since they went to the sea. Sitting on the ship and smelling the scent of the sea felt very good. While sitting on the ship and looking at the ships coming and going, Zhao Hai sighed and said, "We're back at sea. I didn't feel it when I was at sea a few days ago. Now that I'm back on the continent, I can feel how cold it is." Laura also sighed and said, "Right, the continent is very cold. Fortunately, Cairo is an Iron Mountain fort, so I don't feel cold. It's really good, I actually like Iron Mountain Fort a lot." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Megan, you should like it here, right? You grew up here, the weather here is very cold, I don't like it." Megan smiled and said, "Actually, I've adapted to Iron Mountain Fort. I still like Iron Mountain Fort, it's really good. Speaking of which, I'm quite used to Skywater City, but the winter here is really annoying." Zhao Hai smiled, then he looked at the time and said, "Let's wait for a while before we head to Jade Water City. When we get there, we need to deal with the matters there as soon as possible. After that, we'll head to Carson City. No matter what, we still need to prepare for the festival." Megan and the others smiled, then the group chatted on the ship for a while. 2 hours passed by unknowingly. When Zhao Hai and the others left Skywater City's waters, Zhao Hai and the others immediately entered the space and arrived at Jade Water City. This time, the location they chose was still outside Jade Water City. When they arrived outside the city, they didn't ride the bull-drawn carriage, instead, they rode their horses to enter the city. First, they went to Muin's shop. Muin's shop was still very busy, God's Grace Day was approaching. This was the time when all kinds of goods were sold in the continent, and Muin's shop was filled with goods from the space. Although Haven's products weren't very famous in Rosen Empire, Haven's brand had been slowly accepted by the people of Rosen Empire due to its excellent quality. Because of this, when God's Grace Day comes, people would want to eat something good. Not only were Haven's products good, they were also cheap. For the poor, these were the best things to eat during the festival. When Zhao Hai saw how busy the shop was, he couldn't help but smile. Then he turned to Laura and said, "It seems like Muin has done a good job. In the future, our income wouldn't be low just by relying on these expensive goods." Laura smiled and said, "I don't think it's because Muin has done a good job, it's because of the space's products. Also, you're Charlie's favorite, so people wouldn't dare to not give you face. Because of this, your business is very good." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "No matter what the reason is, if Muin's ability wasn't good enough, then the business wouldn't be this good. Let's go and talk to Muin, then we'll head to the City Lord's mansion. After meeting Trezebo, we'll immediately head to Carson City." The group chatted and laughed as they arrived at the backyard. When Muin's family saw them, they immediately called Muin over. Now, aside from some important people, Muin didn't need to personally receive them. After Muin welcomed the group into the room, Zhao Hai looked at Muin and smiled, "Muin, you've done a good job. Right, the last batch of seafood, have you dealt with it?" Muin smiled and said, "Muin, you've done a good job." Muin nodded and said, "It's been dealt with and handed over to Trezebo. The accounts have also been recorded, I'll bring them over to the young master." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't need to look at it. You'll be in charge of the seafood business from now on. Just report to Laura from time to time, I don't have the mood to look at those things." Laura smiled, then she turned to Muin and said, "God's Grace Day is coming, how is it going? Have you prepared everything at home?" Muin quickly replied, "Everything has been prepared, you can rest assured." "Young lady, where will you be celebrating today?" Laura smiled and said, "It's good that we're prepared. This year, we'll be accompanying Megan to the Kelsey family. Naturally, we'll be celebrating at Divine Grace Fort." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's not talk about this. I'll leave you some seafood from the human realm. You don't need to sell these things, they're for you to celebrate the new year. If I find out that you've sold them, I won't be polite. Muan understood Zhao Hai's meaning. He smiled faintly and said, young master can rest assured, I promise that I won't sell them. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Laura, then he turned to Muan and said, we'll go to Trezebo's place and then head to Carson City. We'll return to Jade Water City after the new year. If there's anything you need, have a blood hawk send me a message. Muan nodded and said, alright, young master can rest assured. If anything happens, I'll inform you as soon as possible. Zhao Hai nodded and said, those undead that I've left for you, don't touch them unless it's absolutely necessary. If people find out, you'll be in big trouble. Muan nodded, then Zhao Hai gave him some instructions before he led Laura and the others to the city lord's mansion. When they arrived outside the mansion, Zhao Hai could see that there were a lot of people present. Many of them were in carriages with a lot of good things on them. One could see that they were here to deliver gifts. Moreover, the line of carriages was very long. Looking at this situation, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly. He felt that this was very interesting. On Earth, if one were to blatantly give a gift, then they would be cursed to death. The next day, they would be removed from their position. But in the Ark continent, giving a gift was something that could be done in the open. A lot of people also saw Zhao Hai and the others. Some of them recognized Zhao Hai and immediately ran over to greet Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also smiled and greeted them. After chatting with these people for a while, they arrived at the city lord's mansion. Just as Zhao Hai arrived, another person came over to greet Zhao Hai and said, brother, who is that person? Why are you treating him with more respect than the city lord? They were surrounded by a lot of people. Some people who didn't know Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. However, those who knew Zhao Hai didn't make a sound. The person looked at the person who spoke to him, then he smiled disdainfully and said, of course you don't know him, you don't have the qualifications to know him. Let me tell you, you should treat him with more respect than the city lord. This is because he is called Buddha. His name is Zhao Hai, the patriarch of the Buddha clan. He is someone that Prince Charlie fancied. He was the one who used his undead to destroy the enemy's army of 200,000. He also killed 6 ninth ranks. How dare you treat him with respect? When the person heard this, he stared, then he said with a shocked expression, is that Zhao Hai? Heavens, he is known as the most invincible dark mage on the battlefield. I didn't expect him to be so young. Then one of the women that followed him was Megan? The people who didn't know Zhao Hai were shocked. They were very clear about Zhao Hai's status in the continent. Although their status among the nobles wasn't very high, they were still very well informed. Naturally, the news that they heard was somewhat exaggerated. For example, Zhao Hai only killed 100,000 people, but they said that he killed 200,000. Zhao Hai only killed 4 ninth ranks and 2 divergent ability users. However, the news that they received was that Zhao Hai killed 6 ninth ranks. Although this was the case, they couldn't help but recognize that Zhao Hai's status in the continent was much higher than theirs. Therefore, when they heard that the one who just passed by was Zhao Hai, they were very surprised. Zhao Hai didn't know about this. When they arrived in front of the city lord's mansion, Trezebo came out. He didn't pay attention to the people who were trying to curry favor with him. Instead, he walked towards Zhao Hai and smiled, little Hai, you're back. I thought that you wouldn't be coming back. Trezebo smiled and said, little Hai, you came back. Zhao Hai looked at Trezebo's attitude and couldn't help but stare. Although Trezebo's name didn't seem like much, this was Trezebo's brilliance. This way, they could get closer to each other. At the same time, this was also a test to see if Zhao Hai's attitude towards him had changed. Zhao Hai smiled and said, how can I not come? Isn't it a holiday? I'm planning to go to Megan's house and see His Highness on the way. When Trezebo heard Zhao Hai, his eyes flashed with happiness. He immediately said, all right, let's go inside. After inviting Zhao Hai inside, Trezebo took out several crystal cards and gave them to Zhao Hai. Little Zhao Hai, these are the money that you got from selling the seafood. Is this all of your money? How about it? Do you want to look at the account book? Zhao Hai smiled and said, no need, there's no need to look at the account book. Do you think that you can cheat me out of my money? I won't be coming here often, so you can give this money to Muen, you don't need to give it to me. Trezebo smiled and said, alright, then I'll give this money to Muen. You can ask him to look at the account book. Zhao Hai smiled and nodded, then he said, since it's the festival, I came to see you. I'll leave some seafood for you. These are things that I've recently acquired, they're of the highest quality. Don't give them to His Highness, keep them for yourself. I've already prepared some for His Highness. Trezebo smiled and said, alright, then I'll accept it. Right, wait a moment, I also have something to give you. Then he went to the back room and took out a set of clothes. This set of clothes looked very ordinary, it was a very common noble's clothing. It wasn't a traditional noble's clothing, it looked more like a casual noble's clothing. There were a lot of changes on it, making it easier for people to wear. Trezebo handed the clothes over to Zhao Hai and said, this is a good thing that I obtained, I heard that it was made by the dwarves. Don't think that the dwarves would make mistakes, the clothes that they make are also very good. These clothes seem to be made by the dwarves using an unknown metal. It's very light, but its defense is very good. Its magic resistance is also very good. There are only a few of them in the continent. I obtained it by accident, I originally wanted to give it to His Highness, but since you're here, then I'll give it to you. Zhao Hai stared, Laura exclaimed, clean iron robe, it's actually a clean iron robe. Zhao Hai stared, then he turned to Laura and said, clean iron robe? What is this clean iron robe? Laura looked at the robe and said, this robe's original name is the pure iron robe. The dwarves originally made 5 of these robes. Of these 5 robes, there are only 3 left in this world. 2 of them were destroyed by 2 9th-rank experts. These pure iron robes are the most important treasures of the dwarves. I heard that the dwarves have one of them, while the other one was in the hands of the Radiant Church's Pope. I didn't expect the last one to end up here. Laura looked at the robe and said, that's right. Trezebo obviously didn't know as much as Laura, he looked at Laura and said, I asked Miss Laura to explain, I really don't know what's so special about this set of clothes. Laura nodded and said, the clean iron robe was inadvertently made by the dwarves from a type of metal. This set of clothes is not only as tough as metal, it also has a strong defense. Most importantly, this set of clothes can clean the body and absorb the impurities that come out of the body. It can also prevent impurities from touching the body. Moreover, it can keep the body warm in the winter and cool in the summer. This set of clothes is a rare treasure. But the most precious thing about this set of clothes is that it was made from a material called clean iron. Zhao Hai and the others looked at Laura with a puzzled expression. Looking at their expressions, Laura continued to explain, Mother Iron is a type of metal that the dwarves discovered. This metal can turn the surrounding ordinary stones into metal. At that time, it took a long time for the dwarves to research the Mother Iron. When they first obtained the poison iron, they didn't know anything about it, so they used the Mother Iron to make weapons. But in the middle of the poison iron, there was a piece of metal that they couldn't melt even after spending a lot of effort. That piece of metal was also very light. Later on, the dwarves didn't know the secret of the Mother Iron, so they didn't use it to make weapons. Those weapons that were made from the Mother Iron were preserved by the dwarves. As for the piece of metal that came out of the Mother Iron, they didn't dare to touch it. Speaking up to here, Laura paused. Zhao Hai and the others looked at Laura with a puzzled expression. According to Laura's explanation, this set of clothes shouldn't have appeared, right? Laura looked at the group and continued, but later on, the dwarves discovered that as long as the Mother Iron was processed, it would lose its ability to turn stone into iron. Since the Mother Iron was no longer useful, the dwarves called it pure iron, meaning the purest iron. The dwarves had a problem, the better the metal was, the more they wanted to turn it into something useful. Since the Mother Iron had been turned into weapons, the pure iron could also be processed. After many years of experimentation, the dwarves finally found a method. They used the golden silkworm to eat the pure iron and then used the silk it swallowed to make clothes. Finally, the pure iron clothes were made into pure iron clothes. Zhao Hai and the others knew that the golden silkworm wasn't a particularly famous magic beast, but it was still a very troublesome magic beast. It had a mild temperament and would never attack people, nor did it have any means to attack. However, it was a magic beast that fed on metals. No matter what kind of metal it was, it would be able to eat it. Because of this, its defensive ability was very strong. Even ninth-rank experts wouldn't be able to do anything to it. After eating a piece of metal, it would produce a metal wire. This wire was almost the same as the metal it ate. If you let it eat a piece of gold, it would be able to produce a pile of gold wire. Moreover, the amount of gold wire produced would be more than what it ate. Trezebo didn't expect the robe to be made this way. It wasn't simple. He didn't think that the robe would be this precious. If he knew that it was this precious, then he wouldn't have given it to Zhao Hai and would have kept it for Charlie. Zhao Hai also saw Trezebo's expression. He smiled faintly and took the pure iron robe. Then he turned his hand and gave it back to Trezebo. Trezebo, I can't take this robe. Give it to His Highness, it's too precious. If His Highness knew that you didn't give him such a good thing, then he would be very angry. Forget it, I don't have it. Trezebo looked at Zhao Hai with gratitude and said, I'm sorry little Hai, I really didn't know that this robe was this precious. You should also understand my difficulties. Zhao Hai smiled and said, of course I understand. You can take it back. Right, take it back. If other people know about it, then they might try to steal it. When Trezebo heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. He thought for a moment, then he clenched his teeth and handed the pure iron robe back to Zhao Hai. Little Hai, I'll give this robe to you. When you go to Carson City, please give it to His Highness, I'm begging you. Zhao Hai smiled and said, there's no need to be so polite. Rest assured, I'll give it to His Highness, I won't take your credit. Trezebo laughed and said, you're insulting me. Alright, I won't give you the gift, but you still have to eat with me. Come, let's go, and have a drink. You'll be leaving for Carson City tomorrow, you should be able to make it in time, right? Zhao Hai laughed and said, I can, of course I can. Let's go and have a drink. Naturally, Zhao Hai was very happy. This was because when he received the pure iron clothes into the space issued a prompt. Discovered a peculiar radioactive metal. It can affect the surrounding environment and turn things into metal source energy. Space has increased production and types of metal ores. Space has leveled up to level 48. This prompt made Zhao Hai happy. He didn't think that the pure iron robe would have the same function as Mother Iron. However, it might have been damaged before, so this ability was reduced to the point that people couldn't detect it. However, the space was a digitized thing. As long as you have this ability, it would be strong. Whether it was strong or weak didn't matter to the space, it could absorb this ability and strengthen itself. Now that the space obtained this ability, Zhao Hai was very happy. He believed that the amount of pure iron and Mother Iron inside the space would increase. In the future, as long as he obtains the golden silkworm, he would be able to make pure iron robe. Therefore, he didn't put this robe in his eyes. Laura and the others didn't know about this, but they didn't think about it too much. For them, the space was the most important thing. What could a robe do? After having a meal at Trezebo's place, Zhao Hai and the others left behind some seafood for Trezebo. Then they went to Muin's place and rested for a while before they boarded a ship to go out to sea. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to go out to sea was because he didn't want people to know about his whereabouts. He wanted people to think that he was unfathomable. This way, he would be safe. Naturally, with Zhao Hai's current strength, he wasn't afraid of the Radiant Church. However, if he were to reveal his full strength, then Zhao Hai believed that he wouldn't have a good time. On the contrary, the people of the continent would certainly unite against him. This was because he was too strong. For those rulers, he was a bigger threat compared to the Radiant Church. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't want to reveal his full strength until the very last moment. People would always have a resistance towards things that were too strong. This was because in front of these things, people simply didn't have the ability to resist. Because of this, people would generally think of ways to eliminate powerful existences in order to protect their own interests. Zhao Hai didn't want to be that kind of existence. He would rather let people not know about his strength. This way, he would be able to maintain a sense of mystery. Although people were curious about mysterious things, they wouldn't immediately eliminate them. Zhao Hai believed that there weren't a lot of people in the continent who would dare to make a move on him. He even dealt with a 9th-rank expert. Even if people wanted to make a move on him, they would need to think twice. This was a display of strength. Once he showed his strength, people wouldn't dare to make a move on him. Sitting on the ship and looking at the sea, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. He had just drunk some water from the space, so his body no longer smelled like alcohol. Laura and the others were standing beside Zhao Hai. Laura and the others liked to accompany Zhao Hai like this. It was very quiet, but also very warm. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at Laura and the others, then he smiled and said, "Now that the space has reached level 48, I didn't expect the pure iron clothes to bring me such great benefits. Although we can't get the clothes, we still got a lot of benefits." Laura smiled and said, "It's good that the space can level up. Right now, it's only 2 levels away from level 50. I really want to know what kind of changes the space will undergo once it reaches level 50. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "It's not that easy. Pure iron can be regarded as a heavenly treasure in the continent. It's something that can only be found by chance. Moreover, it's something that the space needs. Even so, it was only able to upgrade the space by 3 levels. At this time, it's very difficult for the space to upgrade by 1 level. I think it'll be very difficult for it to upgrade by 2 levels." Laura smiled and said, "What's there to be afraid of? I think our luck is very good. Look at how much the space has leveled up recently. I believe that it won't take long for it to reach the next 2 levels." Zhao Hai smiled and didn't speak. When the sky turned dark, they finally left Jade Water City's waters. Zhao Hai and the others looked around and saw that there were no ships or people around. So they immediately stored the haven into the space and went to rest. Since the sky was already dark, they wouldn't be able to enter Carson City's gates, so they could only wait. Zhao Hai hadn't been to Carson City before, so he could only release the Blood Hawk and have it carry the magic staff to Carson City. Then they would go out. Megan told the Blood Hawk the direction to Carson City. Then she told Kai about the city's special signs and told her to pay attention to it. Then the group went to rest. The next morning, after eating breakfast, they went to the living room and saw that the Blood Hawk was already in the sky above Carson City. This made Zhao Hai very happy. Outside Carson City, they looked for a place where no one was present and then exited the space. Then Zhao Hai took out his giant horned ox carriage and slowly headed towards Carson City. Zhao Hai wanted to go to Charlie's place first before going to the Kelsey family. Megan didn't oppose, she also knew where Charlie's mansion was. Although she didn't come to Carson City often, she would still stay in the city for a month or 2 every year. So she knew about the mansions of Carson City's influential people. When they arrived outside Carson City, Zhao Hai and the others were able to see how majestic the city was. The walls of Carson City were actually about 600 feet high and 100 meters thick. No wonder when Zhao Hai read a book about Carson City, it said that the city's walls took 5 years to build. It also used countless laborers and mages to work together to build it. Outside the city was a moat with a bridge that was 100 meters wide. After crossing the bridge, one would arrive at the east gate of Carson City. The east gate of Carson City was called the Sea-Gazing Gate. The gate had 12 gates of different sizes. The 3 gates in the middle were the widest and the tallest, about 30 meters high and 20 meters wide. According to Megan's introduction, these 3 gates weren't for ordinary people, only nobles could use them. The remaining 9 gates were for commoners and merchants. Because God's Grace Day was approaching, there were a lot of people waiting to enter the city. Only the 3 gates in the middle had fewer people waiting. The commoners and merchants who wanted to enter the city had to pay taxes as well as undergo a simple inspection. On the other hand, the 3 gates in the middle didn't need to pay taxes as well as undergo a simple inspection. Because of this, they were much faster compared to the other gates. Zhao Hai and the others naturally went through the 3 gates in the middle. With their current status, they had the Buddha clan's emblem on their carriage. Although they were counts, there weren't many people in the continent who dared to look down on them. When Zhao Hai's carriage stopped, it immediately attracted the attention of countless people. There was no other way, the giant horned ox carriage was the only one in the continent. Because of Zhao Hai, it had already been remembered by all the people in the continent. Now that they stopped here, it would be hard for them to not be noticed. The convoy slowly moved forward and soon arrived at the city gate. There was a person in charge of recording everything. He was responsible for recording which family the carriage belonged to and why they came to Carson City. When Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the city gate, the person in charge of recording the Buddha clan's name was already recorded. Then after asking Shu and Shun who were driving the carriage, they were allowed to pass. Zhao Hai and the others went through the city gate and entered the city's main street. When they arrived at the main street, Zhao Hai could see how lively the place was. People were coming and going, the streets were filled with shops. Even Skywater City couldn't compare to Carson City. It was truly worthy of being the capital of the continent's most powerful nation. Zhao Hai and the others were walking when they saw a group of cavalry approaching. These cavalry wore heavy armor, and from the emblem on their bodies, one could see that they were from the Kelsey family. It seems like they were here to receive Zhao Hai and the others. Sure enough, when these people arrived at Zhao Hai's carriage, they bowed and said, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Zhao Hai and his group inside the carriage?" Zhao Hai opened the door and smiled faintly at the person. "Right, it's us. Are you here to receive us?" The knight immediately bowed and said, "This one has seen Mr. The patriarch ordered us to receive Mr. Please?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to rush. This time, I've been entrusted by a friend to go to Prince Charlie's mansion. Please lead the way." The knight didn't dare neglect, he complied and led the way towards Charlie's mansion. At this time, another group of knights appeared in front of him. This group of knights were also wearing heavy armor, but their armor was golden in color. The insignia that these people wore was the insignia of the Rosen Empire's imperial family. When the group arrived in front of Zhao Hai's group, they stopped and bowed to Zhao Hai's carriage. "Mr. Zhao Hai is inside the carriage. His Highness sent us to greet Mr. and send Mr. off." Zhao Hai came out of the carriage, he looked at the knight and said, "Are you people from the third prince's mansion?" The knight bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "We are." "Is Mr. Zhao Hai here?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, I'm going to visit the third prince's mansion. Please lead the way." The group of knights stared for a moment, then they immediately complied and went to the front of the group. On the other hand, the knights of the Kelsey family had already retreated to the back of the carriage. The group passed through the city and went straight to Charlie's mansion. In the Rosen Empire, once a prince reaches adulthood, he would build his palace outside the imperial palace. Naturally, his mansion wasn't too far from the imperial palace. Before long, Zhao Hai's group arrived at Charlie's mansion. From the outside, Charlie's mansion looked very imposing. It wasn't any worse than a Grand Duke's mansion. And Charlie's title was already a Grand Duke. All kings in the continent had this rule. Only princes with the title of Grand Duke would have the opportunity to compete for the throne. Otherwise, they wouldn't have any chance at all. When Zhao Hai's carriage stopped in front of Charlie's mansion, Charlie immediately walked out of the mansion. When Zhao Hai came down from the carriage, Charlie immediately greeted him. He laughed and said, "Little Hai, you actually didn't visit the Kelsey family when you arrived in Carson City. Instead, you came to see me. Aren't you afraid that Miss Megan would be angry?" At this time, Megan also came down from the carriage. When she heard Charlie, she couldn't help but smile and said, "If His Highness said that, then I would be angry." "Big Brother Hai came to see you, how could I be angry?" At this time, there were a lot of people outside Charlie's mansion who wanted to see him. Seeing Charlie's enthusiasm towards Zhao Hai, even personally coming out to greet him, they understood that Zhao Hai's position in Charlie's heart. These people couldn't help but be envious. But they also knew that this kind of thing couldn't be envied, only strength could speak. When they arrived at the living room and sat down, Charlie smiled at Zhao Hai and said, "Why did you come here first?" "Right, you did a great job in the Purcell Duchy last time. Ha ha ha, you made a name for yourself. Now, nobody in the continent would dare to look down on a count like you." "Right, I've thought about it, I'll give your Buddha clan a higher title in the Rosen Empire." Zhao Hai knew that some great nobles had titles in several countries, some even had territories in several countries. This kind of thing wasn't uncommon in the continent, so Charlie's decision was understandable. After all, the Buddha clan was only a count in the Oxu Empire, and their fief was in the Black Wasteland. In other people's eyes, having a fief was the same as not having one. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Then I'll have to thank your highness." "Right, Terzibo had me bring you a gift, you must accept it." Then he took out the pure iron armor and placed it on the table. Charlie looked at the pure iron armor and nodded. Actually, he already received Trezebo's letter and knew about the pure iron armor, so he wasn't surprised. Charlie also knew that Trezebo wanted to give the armor to Zhao Hai, but Zhao Hai didn't accept it. Thinking of this, Charlie couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Zhao Hai, you should accept it." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Your Highness, these clothes are useless to me. You can keep it for yourself." "Right, I came here to give you some gifts, some seafood." "But they're all food." "These seafood are the best that I picked out, they're much better than the ones we sell." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You're right, I'm here to give you gifts." Naturally, Charlie also knew about this matter, so he smiled and said, "Alright, then I won't be polite. However, those seafood products are very popular. The seafood that you sent us has brought us a lot of benefits." "Little Hai, I really have to thank you." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, then I'll be impolite." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Your Highness is too polite. Not only did you make money, I also made a lot of money. This time, I came to see your Highness in order to wish you a happy God's Grace Day in advance. After God's Grace Day, we'll still be busy. After some time, our wine will be ready for the market. At the same time, when spring comes, my business with the beast men will begin. I hope that your Highness can prepare well, otherwise, you might lose your Highness money." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You're right." Charlie laughed and said, "Don't worry, I guarantee that there won't be any problems here. How could I not be involved in making money? Don't worry." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the sky and said, "Your Highness, I have to go back to the Kelsey family. After all, I just arrived, it wouldn't be good if I don't go. When I'm not busy, I'll come back and eat with you." Charlie smiled and said, "Alright, I know about your situation. You're busy, I'll always welcome you." Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed Megan outside. Charlie escorted Zhao Hai to his carriage. At the same time, he also had the group of knights that he sent to greet Zhao Hai. Then he sent Zhao Hai to the Kelsey family's Dark Soldier Fort. The Kelsey family was a great family in Rosen Empire, but their mansion wasn't in Carson City. Instead, it was in a small mountain called Dark Soldier Mountain. On top of that mountain was a castle called Dark Soldier Fort. On the other hand, the Kelsey family only had a small mansion in Carson City. There were only some servants living there. The core members of the Kelsey family lived in Dark Soldier Fort. Zhao Hai and the others had no choice but to take a carriage out of Carson City and arrive at Dark Soldier Fort. Fortunately, Dark Soldier Fort wasn't very far from Carson City, it only took them about an hour to arrive. On the way, Zhao Hai also discovered that there were castles built on the mountains outside of Carson City. Naturally, the people who lived in these castles were the great nobles of Rosen Empire. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to get their hands on these castles. These castles formed the first line of defense around Carson City. If one wanted to attack Carson City, they would have to break through this line of defense first. Moreover, there was another purpose in doing this. If something were to happen inside Carson City, these nobles outside the city would be able to immediately mobilize their troops and enter the city to rescue the emperor. Because of this, these nobles who lived outside the city were the most loyal existences to the Rosen Empire. Dark Soldier Fort was located at the peak of Dark Soldier Mountain. From the bottom to the peak, there was only a bluestone path, which was about 10 meters wide. There were many trees planted on the mountain, and these trees were quite old. They were lush and green, and on top of these trees, one could faintly see the top of Dark Soldier Fort. It looked very mysterious and elegant. In front of the road at the top of the mountain, there was a crossbar that blocked the path. Next to the crossbar was a small house, it was the reception area. Before Zhao Hai's carriage arrived at the entrance, two servants came out of the small house and removed the crossbar. They stood there respectfully, it was obvious that they had received news of Zhao Hai's arrival, so they were already prepared. Charlie's cavalry escorted Zhao Hai to the bottom of the mountain before leaving. Zhao Hai also asked Megan about the Kelsey family's cavalry in Carson City. They were responsible for guarding the Kelsey family's residence inside the city. Generally, the Kelsey family's people would go directly to Dark Soldier Fort when they return home. Naturally, there were also some who would go to Carson City. The cavalry would escort them back to their residence inside Carson City or escort them to Dark Soldier Fort. Under the escort of the cavalry, Zhao Hai and the others arrived outside Dark Soldier Fort. Upon arriving outside, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because Dark Soldier Fort was very similar to Iron Mountain Fort. The only difference was that Iron Mountain Fort was built at the foot of Iron Mountain while Dark Soldier Fort was built on top of a mountain. Outside the fort, there was also a moat and walls. All of these showed that this was a fort that could be used for war. It wasn't built just for the sake of looking good. At this time, the gate of the fort was opened. In front of the gate, there were 2 heavy armored soldiers. On the other side of the drawbridge was an old man. This old man was wearing a steward's uniform. Although he wasn't young, his posture was still straight and his temperament was extraordinary. When Zhao Hai and Megan came down from the carriage, Megan immediately ran to the old man and said, "Grandpa Gon, why did you come out personally? Do you really need to do this kind of thing personally?" The old man's serious face was now filled with a smile. He looked at Megan and said, "Since you're back, of course I have to come out to greet you. Otherwise, you would say that I don't care about you." Although the old man was wearing a steward's uniform, he still spoke casually to Megan. He didn't act like a servant at all. On the contrary, he acted as if he was Megan's elder. Megan was already used to the old man's way of speaking, so she didn't mind it at all. Instead, she pulled the old man's arm and said, "Am I that ignorant? If Grandpa Gon says that again, then I'll tell Grandma Faline." Gon smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, he turned his head to Zhao Hai. Looking at the old man's appearance, Zhao Hai knew that he had a good relationship with Megan. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't dare to neglect him as he immediately bowed and said, "I've seen Grandpa Gon, I'm Zhao Hai." Gon sized up Zhao Hai, then he nodded and said, "Good, young man, you're very good. I've heard about what you did. Good job, good job. That brat Juwen was already an eyesore to me. You did the right thing. Those grandsons of the Radiant Church really think that they're gods. They meddle in other people's business. Good job, ha 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 ha." The old man's words made Zhao Hai speechless. For a steward to directly scold Juwen, this made Zhao Hai understand the old man's status. It seems like this old man wasn't as simple as a steward. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly at the old man and said, "I was forced to do that. Who wouldn't want to live a peaceful life? But they didn't want us to live a happy life. So I had no choice but to resist." The old man laughed and said, "Good kid, you're very honest. Let's go, the family is waiting for you." Then he led the way towards the castle. The castle was divided into 3 sections. The first section was where the guards lived, the second section was where the servants lived, and the third section was where the main castle was located. After Zhao Hai's group entered the courtyard, a carriage was immediately brought over. Zhao Hai and the others were invited to board the carriage. These were the carriages used by the Kelsey family. Anyone who arrived at Dark Soldier Fort would have to leave their means of transportation outside the fort and hand it over to the Kelsey family. After entering the courtyard, the Kelsey family would provide you with a 2-person courtyard or a 3-person courtyard. This was the custom of the Kelsey family. It was still in use to this day. The carriage provided by the Kelsey family was very big. The interior decoration was also very luxurious. It wasn't any worse than Zhao Hai's carriage. Moreover, even with so many people inside, it didn't feel crowded at all. Gon looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, you need to be prepared. The elders of the family are currently waiting for you in the living room. Among them is Juwen. Because that guy lost his power, he put all the blame on you. When the time comes, he might make you look bad. You need to be mentally prepared." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Rest assured, Grandpa Gon, I'll be fine. After all, he's now Megan's 5th uncle, he's also my elder. I won't go too far with my elders, you don't need to worry." Gon looked at Zhao Hai and nodded. He was very satisfied with Zhao Hai. This young man didn't seem to be spoiled or impatient, he was also very polite. This was very good. Actually, Gon didn't know that Zhao Hai was a very traditional person in his bones. Chinese people were very respectful towards their elders. Respecting the old and loving the young was a traditional virtue of the Chinese. Zhao Hai had received such education since he was a child, so he was very respectful towards the elderly. Naturally, if someone didn't respect him, then he wouldn't tolerate it. Chinese people don't have arrogance, but they have pride in their bones. Zhao Hai was like this, he wouldn't look down on anyone. But if someone looked down on him, then he wouldn't be polite, he wouldn't treat them with a smile. When the carriage stopped, Zhao Hai took a deep breath and got down. He didn't like to escape, he would always find a way to face the situation, and this time was no different. Zhao Hai looked around and saw that they were now in front of the three-way courtyard. The three-way courtyard was a place where only the closest people or the most trusted people could enter. Everyone had to get down from the carriage to enter, even Randolph, the patriarch of the Kelsey family. Zhao Hai followed Gansu into the three-way courtyard. The courtyard didn't have anything special about it, there was only a statue in the middle of the courtyard. This statue was of a dark mage with his name engraved on it. This was the statue of the Kelsey family's patriarch, the one who established the Kelsey family's foundation. Megan had already told him that no matter who came in front of the statue, they would have to give it a salute before entering the main castle. This was the Kelsey family's rule. When Zhao Hai heard Megan's words, he couldn't help but feel that the great family had a lot of rules. With so many rules, it was unbearable to listen to, it was really hard for them. After giving a salute to the statue, Zhao Hai and the others entered the main hall. Upon entering the hall, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. The hall was full of people, the youngest among them was Juan, the rest were middle-aged and elderly people. Randolph was sitting in the main seat with an expressionless face. Smith was sitting next to him, quite far away from him. Randolph was accompanied by a few elderly people, it was obvious that they were people of high status in the Kelsey family. Zhao Hai looked at these people and couldn't help but stare. Then he calmed down. Zhao Hai first gave a salute to Randolph and Smith, then he gave a salute to the other people in the room. Then he stood there and didn't say anything, he just looked at the people in the room as if he was watching a play. Randolph looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and couldn't help but chuckle. Actually, although Randolph was the one who made the decision to deal with Zhao Hai, the people in the room also had a lot of ideas. Up until now, Randolph had accepted Zhao Hai, but the people in the room didn't. Therefore, they put on this posture, wanting to give Zhao Hai a show of strength. At this time, Juan was sitting not far away from Smith. He looked at Zhao Hai with a face full of resentment, as if Zhao Hai had killed his father. Zhao Hai also noticed Juan's gaze, but he didn't care about it. With his current strength, Juan simply couldn't move against him. For such a person, Zhao Hai didn't have any interest in looking at him. These people were calmly looking at Zhao Hai. Most people would feel uncomfortable under this kind of gaze, but Zhao Hai just stood there calmly with his eyes closed, as if he was sleeping. Megan and Laura didn't enter the living room, they were instead invited to the backyard to rest. Therefore, they didn't know what was going on. These people looked at Zhao Hai for a while and suddenly felt that the situation wasn't good. They thought that Zhao Hai would feel uncomfortable under the gaze of so many people. As long as Zero showed a bit of emotion, they would be able to talk to Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai didn't show any expression at all, he just stood there as if nothing happened. This made these people not know what to do. Randolph began to appreciate Zhao Hai more and more. In fact, he was also very annoyed with these people. However, he couldn't do anything about it, these people were from the Kelsey family, they were his relatives. He didn't want to go too far. But now, Zhao Hai's performance made these people lose face. This made Randolph very happy. Both sides didn't speak, they were in a deadlock for a while. The people from the Kelsey family were very embarrassed. They didn't speak at first because they wanted to overwhelm Zhao Hai with their momentum. But they didn't succeed. If they were to speak first, then it would mean that they had lost to Zhao Hai. Then it would be very difficult for them to suppress Zhao Hai. At this point, they felt like they were riding a tiger and couldn't get off. Zhao Hai didn't care about any of this. He was currently communicating with Kyer in his mind. He wanted to see how Laura and the others were doing. Laura and the others had been arranged to stay in the Smith family's courtyard. They were also given a room. For a great family like the Kelsey family, there were a lot of branches. Only the patriarch could live in the main fort, it was mostly used for public affairs. The others had their own courtyards, and their courtyards weren't small. Since Smith had been outside for many years, it was natural for him to have his own courtyard inside Dark Soldier Fort. Zhao Hai, strictly speaking, was a member of Smith's branch. Because of this, he was also arranged to stay in this courtyard. Laura and the others were Zhao Hai's fiancés, so naturally they would also live in this courtyard. Seeing that Laura and the others had settled down, Zhao Hai felt relieved. However, he wasn't in the mood to look at the faces of these people. He turned his attention to Dark Soldier Fort. It can be seen that the fort had been expanded and rebuilt several times, but the main fort was still intact. Moreover, it can be seen that the fort was very useful in battles. As long as there were enough troops, even if 30 to 50,000 people came, it would still be difficult to break through this fort. Zhao Hai was studying the uses of the fort. In the future, Iron Mountain Fort would also need to be expanded. Moreover, Zhao Hai also wanted to build other forts in other places to form a defensive system. Otherwise, if something were to happen in the future, then the villages built in the Black Wasteland wouldn't be able to stop the enemy. It would also be very detrimental to the safety of the civilians. While Zhao Hai was looking around, the people in the room couldn't sit still. From the initial silence, the room was now filled with whispers. Although they didn't know what to say, these people couldn't help but recognize that they were defeated this time. Randolph saw that the situation was almost settled. He coughed twice and said, "All right, quiet down. Today is Zhao Hai's first visit to our family. He is already engaged to Megan, so he will be part of our family. If there's nothing else, then let him go back and rest." Zhao Hai also looked up and looked at these people. However, he didn't say anything. He believed that these people wouldn't let him off so easily. Sure enough, just as Randolph's voice fell, an old man sitting next to Randolph said, "What's the hurry? Zhao Hai is a newcomer. Naturally, we need to ask him. I believe Big Brother won't object, right?" Randolph looked at the man. It was his third brother. In the past, he competed with him for the Patriarch's position, but in the end, he was defeated. Since then, he has been opposing Randolph. This time, it seems like he doesn't want Zhao Hai to have an easy time. However, Randolph didn't stop him. He just nodded and closed his eyes. Seeing that Randolph agreed, the old man's eyes couldn't help but flash with pride. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, I am Megan's third grandfather. Why didn't you give me a salute?" Zhao Hai looked at his third grandfather and smiled faintly. "Hello, third grandfather. This is my first visit to the Kelsey family. It's also my first time meeting the elders, so I don't know who you are. But I just gave third grandfather a salute. Did third grandfather not see it?" When third grandfather heard Zhao Hai, his face couldn't help but sink as he said, "Impudent, how can you talk to your elders like that? You dare to talk back to your elders? Do you think that the Kelsey family doesn't have any rules?" Zhao Hai looked at the third grandfather and smiled faintly. "I don't know if the Kelsey family has a family or not, but my Buddha clan does have its own rules. The first rule of the Buddha clan is that anyone who speaks ill of the Buddha clan will be treated as an enemy of the Buddha clan. Depending on the severity of the situation, the punishment will be meted out. But since we're a family, this rule isn't suitable for us to use." I don't know if third grandfather is satisfied with my answer. Third grandfather stared. He didn't know what to say. Megan was engaged to Zhao Hai, so according to the rules of the continent, she was now a member of the Buddha clan. And since Zhao Hai was the patriarch of the Buddha clan, he wasn't bound by the rules of the Kelsey family. Using this matter to pressure Zhao Hai wasn't something that the Kelsey family could do. However, Zhao Hai's words made the people of the Kelsey family dislike him even more. It was like a dog biting a hedgehog. Zhao Hai's words were reasonable. Zhao Hai and Megan were only engaged, they weren't married yet. Their relationship with the Kelsey family wasn't that big. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was the patriarch of the Buddha clan. The Kelsey family should have received Zhao Hai with the appropriate etiquette. They shouldn't have put up such a display. Juwen wanted to see Zhao Hai make a fool of himself, but he didn't expect that Zhao Hai would be able to easily resolve the situation. Moreover, he even made third grandfather speechless. This made Juwen's anger burn even more. He stood up and looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, don't be too proud. You're just a gigolo who relies on Megan. What's there to be proud of? You haven't married Megan yet. Do you believe that I won't make you marry her?" Zhao Hai looked at Juwen, who was acting like a mad dog, then he smiled faintly and said, "I don't believe it." Then he didn't say another word. He didn't even look at Juwen. He completely ignored him. This made Juwen almost die from anger. Seeing Zhao Hai's behavior, the people in the room became even angrier, the buzzing sound became louder. These people were the elders of the Calci family, and the Calci family was one of the great clans of the Rosen Empire. When did someone dare to talk to them like this? How could they stand this? Randolph looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and couldn't help but secretly smile. He felt that Zhao Hai was doing a good job. This time, he went to Skywater City and saw Zhao Hai's strength. This made him reflect on his family's actions. At this point, Randolph didn't have a good impression of these people. The people in the room buzzed for a long time, but they didn't know what to do with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's current status wasn't something that they could easily deal with. Even if they were angry with Zhao Hai, they still didn't dare to go too far. If they were to make things difficult for Zhao Hai, then it wouldn't be good for them. After all, Zhao Hai was someone who could even kill a 9th-rank expert. Randolph looked at the people in the room, he coughed and said, "Is there anyone else who wants to ask Zhao Hai?" "If there isn't, Gon, take Zhao Hai to rest." Gon nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he gave Randolph and Smith a salute. Then he gave a salute to the other people in the room before he turned around and left. In terms of etiquette, one couldn't find anything wrong with him. After Zhao Hai left the room, Gon suddenly laughed and said, "Good, Zhao Hai, you did a good job. Ha ha ha, those guys really think that they're some big shot. Ha ha ha, they really think that they're some big shot." Zhao Hai was sure that Gon's voice could be heard by the people in the room. But Gon said it without any scruples. This made Zhao Hai even more curious about Gon's identity. Gon didn't look like a servant at all, this was very strange. Gon looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, "Do you want to know why I didn't give them any face? Moreover, I'm still alive?" Zhao Hai nodded honestly. Gon laughed and said, "Kid, if you shook your head, then I wouldn't have told you." "Since you nodded, then I'll tell you that I was adopted by the Calci family's previous generation. When I was adopted, the Calci family didn't have a successor. According to the convention of the continent, I have the right of inheritance. Moreover, I was in the army at that time and had the highest military merits. If you really want to count, then I would be the patriarch of the Calci family. My adoptive father liked me very much and wanted me to inherit the patriarch's position. He also retired and tried to break through to 9th rank. But my temperament and Randolph's temperament were very good. I know that I'm not suitable to be the patriarch. Therefore, I took the initiative to tell my adoptive father that I would be the steward and let Randolph be the patriarch. My adoptive father also agreed, so Randolph became the patriarch. Later on, my adoptive father successfully broke through to 9th rank and is now a 9th rank expert. My relationship with my adoptive father is the best, so none of those guys dared to offend me. Although Randolph is the patriarch now, he still has to be honest in front of my adoptive father." Zhao Hai nodded, he now understood why Gon dared to be so unscrupulous. He really had the qualifications. His adoptive father was the patriarch of the Calci family and was now a 9th rank expert. Only a crazy person would dare to offend him. Before long, Zhao Hai and the others arrived at Smith's courtyard. The courtyard was very big, it was called the Rustling Tree Residence. Inside, there were towering ancient trees, it looked very elegant. Zhao Hai liked this place very much. Gon led Zhao Hai to the front door and told the two servants about Zhao Hai's identity. Then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "All right kid, I'll leave you here. When I have time in the evening, I'll look for you to have a drink or two. For now, I have to go back to work." Zhao Hai respected this candid old man, he immediately bowed to Gon and said, "All right, when I'm done, I'll go visit you with Megan." When Zhao Hai entered the courtyard, a servant immediately came over and led him to the small courtyard that Smith had prepared for him. Rustling Tree Courtyard was a very large courtyard. This large courtyard was divided into several smaller courtyards. Zhao Hai and the others occupied one of the smaller courtyards. The servant led Zhao Hai to the courtyard and then left. Zhao Hai pushed the door open and entered the courtyard. Upon entering, he saw Shu. Shu gave a salute to Zhao Hai and then loudly said, "Young master, you've returned." Upon hearing Shu's voice, Laura and the others came out of the house. They were now wearing their home clothes, making them look more casual. What made Zhao surprised was that Megan was also there. Zhao Hai greeted the group and then led them to the living room. When Megan saw Zhao Hai sitting down, she immediately asked, "Brother Hai, did they embarrass you?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's all right, it's all in the past. They didn't embarrass me." "Right, if you have time, you should go and look for Grandpa Gon. I'll give him the seafood from the space. No matter what, this can be considered as our gift." Megan nodded and said, "All right, I'll go and talk to Grandpa Gon." "Brother Hai, what happened in the living room today?" Zhao Hai looked at Megan and knew that if he didn't tell her what happened in the living room, then she wouldn't feel at ease. So Zhao Hai told Megan about what happened in the living room. When Megan heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but smile and said, "Good, Brother Hai is right. You don't know, but third grandpa has always been against grandpa. He wanted to marry me off for a long time. Fortunately, father and grandpa stopped him. However, they were also under a lot of pressure. Third grandpa roped in a lot of people in the family to put pressure on father and grandpa. The reason why grandpa didn't strongly oppose our marriage was also because of this matter." Zhao Hai nodded. This kind of internal struggle was inevitable. This was because people were greedy. If they had less, they would always want more. If they had more, they would want more. This kind of struggle was inevitable. Zhao Hai nodded. This kind of struggle was unavoidable. Megan continued, "Fifth uncle already has a grudge against you. Moreover, because of you, Grandpa no longer favors him. I think he will vent his anger on you. However, he doesn't have much influence on Grandpa, so you don't need to worry." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's nothing for me to worry about. With my current strength, even the Rosen Empire wouldn't be able to move against me. Don't worry, I don't care." Megan relaxed and said, "I'm not worried about your safety. I'm just afraid that if fifth uncle makes me angry, you would deal with the Kelsey family. The Kelsey family wouldn't be able to stop your attack." When Zhao Hai and the others heard Megan, they couldn't help but laugh. Megan also laughed, but what she said wasn't a joke. The other people of the Kelsey family didn't know about Zhao Hai's strength, but she did. If Zhao Hai really wanted to deal with the Kelsey family, then the family would be finished. After laughing, Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, you should prepare for the next few days. Maybe you'll have to attend some banquets." Zhao Hai stared, then he knit his brows and said, "Banquets? Can I not attend?" Megan forced a smile and said, "I'm afraid that would be difficult. It's not only the Kelsey family that will be hosting banquets, the other nobles in the city will also be hosting banquets. Even the princes will be hosting their own banquets. Even if you don't attend other people's banquets, the Kelsey family's banquets and Prince Charlie's banquets can't be ignored. But I think it would be best if you attend the banquets of the other nobles. This would be very beneficial for the Buddha clan. Sometimes, connections can be built in this way." Zhao Hai nodded, but he couldn't help but sigh. He also had the same problem as most otakus, he didn't like to socialize. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't have a good impression of these banquets. However, what Megan said was also true. For a noble, these banquets were something that Zhao Hai had to attend. This was also the reason why Zhao Hai was distressed. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly. "It's all right, brother Hai. You don't need to worry about it. If you want to participate, then go. If you don't want to, then we don't have to. As long as the Buddha clan has enough strength, then even if we don't participate, they would still cooperate with us. Nobles are like this." Megan didn't object, she just nodded and said, "With our Buddha clan's current strength, we don't need to participate in those banquets. But the problem is that only a few people know about our strength. Although we managed to kill a few 9th rank experts in the Purcell Duchy, it seems like the people of the continent have already put the blame on Origin Sword Saint's head. Otherwise, they would have already tried to contact our Buddha clan. Because of this, I think that it's still appropriate for us to participate in those banquets." Megan nodded and said, "All right." Zhao Hai turned his head to look at Laura. Laura also nodded. With the current situation of the Buddha clan, they should properly participate in these banquets. This was especially true for the banquets held by the great clans. This way, they could slowly make the Buddha clan's name known to the great nobles. Regardless of whether or not they would cooperate in the future, at the very least, they would be able to get familiar with the Buddha clan. Seeing that Laura agreed, Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'll participate." But make sure to select a few, I don't want to spend all my time in these banquets. Laura smiled and said, rest assured, nobody would want you to waste your time in these banquets. After God's Grace Day, it wouldn't be long before the continent would begin to develop. When that time comes, we'll have to go to the Beastman Prairie. There are still a lot of things waiting for us to deal with. When the time comes, it would be impossible for you to participate in these banquets. At this time, Shu's voice was heard, Grand Duke Smith has arrived. Zhao Hai stared, he didn't know what Smith would do at this time. But he still immediately stood up and led Laura and the others out. Seeing Smith and the madam enter the courtyard, Zhao Hai quickly led them to the living room. After they sat down, Laura and the others served them tea. Smith took a sip of the tea, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, your performance today was very good. Not only did you not lose the Buddha clan's face, father was also very happy. I'll be holding a banquet tonight, I'll be inviting eldest brother, third brother, and fourth brother. You should also go, they want to see you. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, I'll be there when the time comes. Smith nodded, then he sighed and said, today, you contradicted third uncle, this isn't a big deal. But it just so happens that you had a conflict with the clan. Father went to Skywater City to stop Megan from marrying you. But when he came back, he suddenly changed his mind. This made some people in the clan very dissatisfied. Today, I want eldest brother and the others to see you. Us brothers are now in the clan's departments, if we unite, then the clan wouldn't dare to do anything. Otherwise, you might suffer a lot of disdain in the future. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, you don't need to worry about this, I don't plan to stay here for too long. After God's Grace Day, I'll leave. But I think that there shouldn't be any problems in the next few days, I just need to go out as much as possible. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, you don't need to worry about this. Smith looked at Zhao Hai and sighed, he really didn't know what to say. He knew that Zhao Hai wasn't a person who liked to cause trouble. Almost everything that happened to Zhao Hai was caused by someone provoking him first. But if someone really did provoke him, then he wouldn't be polite. This was what Smith was afraid of. Although Smith didn't know Zhao Hai's true strength, he knew that Zhao Hai's strength wasn't weak. If the Kelsey family really offended Zhao Hai, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. When the time comes, things would become even more troublesome. Megan looked at Smith's expression and couldn't help but smile. Grandpa, there won't be any problems. With Grandpa gone watching over the family, nothing will happen. Once we go outside, they might find trouble with Big Brother Hai. You don't need to worry about the family. Right, if there are any great nobles holding banquets in the city, you should pay attention and see if there are any suitable ones for Big Brother Hai to attend. Smith stared for a moment, but he immediately understood what Megan meant. He turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, which family are you going to attend? With my face, it doesn't matter which family it is, I'll send you an invitation. Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, if I had to choose, then I'd rather not attend. But uncle should know that Bu Hai's status in the family is still quite high. I still need to get in touch with them, so I can't just not attend these banquets. Smith smiled and said, you're right, in this case, it's impossible for you not to participate. Alright, I'll keep an eye out for you and have you visit some families that have good relations with the Kelsey family. This would be good for your development. Zhao Hai nodded, he also knew that with the Buddha clan's current situation, there wouldn't be many people who would pay attention to him if he went to the banquets. He just wanted to get acquainted with the Kelsey family. Smith letting him participate in the banquets held by the Kelsey family was also for his own good. If he went to those who he wasn't familiar with, then it's possible that some unpleasant words might be said. Smith looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and smiled faintly, alright, let's not talk about this. I'll go back and prepare. When I'm ready, I'll send someone to call you. Zhao Hai nodded, then Smith led Laura and the others to leave. Seeing Smith leave, Zhao Hai immediately turned his head to Megan and said, Megan, what kind of people are your first uncle, third uncle, and fourth uncle? Are they easy to get along with? Are they like your fifth uncle? After Megan's introduction, Zhao Hai had a certain understanding of the Kelsey family's successors. It must be said that the Kelsey family's successors were very good, each of them had their own abilities. Aside from Juwen, the others were all people who could take charge of their own affairs. The first brother, Peter, has always been in charge of the family. He was also in charge of the League of Dark Mages. His position in the league was very high. The second child was Smith. Smith was now the Kelsey family's money bag. Although the Kelsey family had other fiefs, the most profitable one was Skywater City. Because of this, Smith's status in the family was also very high. The third brother, Dillard, was a cultivation maniac. He was also the one who had no interest in the patriarch's position. In his opinion, the patriarch's position was more important than cultivation. He was also very determined. He was still young, but he was already an 8th rank expert. In a few days, he would be able to break through to 9th rank. The fourth brother, Mike, was the Kelsey family's diplomat. He was a smooth and slick character. He had helped the Kelsey family a lot in the past few years. Because the Radiant Church had been suppressing the Kelsey family, if it weren't for Mike's help, then the Kelsey family might not be able to maintain their current position. These people were very important to the Kelsey family. Although Dillard didn't care about the family's matters, he was the one who had the highest chance of becoming a 9th rank expert. As long as he becomes a 9th rank expert, then Randolph's branch would be able to sit firmly in the patriarch's position. Nobody would be able to move them. Just as Megan finished talking to Zhao Hai, a servant came outside to invite Zhao Hai over. Smith was already prepared. Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed Megan. Laura and the others didn't join in the fun, but they weren't unhappy. Laura and the others knew that Zhao Hai didn't want to go, but they had no other choice. Zhao Hai and Megan arrived at the main living room of the Rustling Tree courtyard. Inside the living room, only Smith and his wife were there. Nobody else could be seen. After Zhao Hai gave the two a salute, Smith invited Zhao Hai to sit on the opposite sofa and said, "Today is just a family banquet. I already had Kristen and Dia invite Uncle and the others. I believe that they would arrive soon. Since you are a junior, I called you here in advance." Zhao Hai didn't oppose. In the eyes of Peter and the others, he was indeed a junior. Moreover, today was just a family banquet. It was normal for him to come here in advance to greet the guests. At this point, he can be regarded as a member of Randolph's branch, a member of the second branch. There were some rules that needed to be followed, especially during family banquets. Although he couldn't follow as many rules as Kristen and the others, there were still some rules that needed to be respected. Naturally, this was only in front of Smith. If it was Juwon, Zhao Hai wouldn't have followed the rules. If people respect me, I will respect them 10 times over. This was Zhao Hai's principle. Before long, a servant's voice could be heard. The eldest young master has arrived, the third young master has arrived, the fourth young master has arrived. Along with the voice, the 3 people entered the courtyard. Zhao Hai and Smith quickly stood up to greet them. Zhao Hai looked at the 3 people. They were dressed differently. The one walking in the middle was an ordinary noble. There was nothing special about him. He looked very similar to Smith, but he seemed to be older than Smith. This should be Peter. The one walking on Peter's left was a person wearing a magic robe. His magic robe was the most traditional dark mage robe. It looked airtight. This person was very thin, but if he was a bit fatter, he would look very similar to Peter and the others. Although he was very thin and had a pale face, he still had the temperament of a sickly scholar. This person should be Dillard. The one walking on Peter's right was a fat man wearing a gorgeous noble robe. This person wasn't very fat, but compared to Peter and Dillard, he was a lot fatter. However, he didn't look ugly, his face was rosy, and he had a smile on his face. He looked very approachable. This person should be Mike. Sure enough, Smith immediately stepped forward and gave a salute to the person in the middle, Big Brother. Then he turned to the fat and thin person and said, "Third brother, fourth brother, you came." At this time, Zhao Hai also walked over and gave a salute. Zhao Hai also discovered that he had seen these people before. But at that time, these people didn't speak, they just sat there quietly. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't know their identity. Peter and the others also turned their gaze to Zhao Hai. Seeing Zhao Hai salute them, Peter couldn't help but smile and said, "Zhao Hai, right? Ha ha ha, I've heard about you. Good kid, you're quite arrogant, very good." Zhao Hai quickly replied, I don't deserve Uncle's praise. This kid is afraid that Uncle would blame me for being rude. Peter laughed, then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and didn't say anything. At this time, Dillard suddenly said, Zhao Hai, do you really have 10,000 Beastman undead cavalry? Zhao Hai already knew that Dillard was a cultivation fanatic, but he didn't think that Dillard would ask about this. He quickly replied, replying to third uncle, it's true. Some time ago, when I was in the Beastman Prairie, I helped the Herculean bulls. These Beastman undead were collected from the prairie, they are fighting bull cavalry. Dillard said, let's see. Zhao Hai was surprised for a moment, then he turned to look at Smith. Smith smiled and said, let's see, third brother likes to study these things. Zhao Hai nodded and waved his hand, releasing a fighting bull undead cavalry. Dillard went in front of the Beastman cavalry and carefully looked at it. At this time, the cavalry had the appearance of a skeleton. Dillard carefully looked at the skeleton, then he tapped it twice with his hand. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, this is an advanced level undead? Zhao Hai knew that he couldn't hide it from Dillard, so he didn't try to hide it. He nodded and said, yes, and they can also turn into zombies. Then he waved his staff, and the Beastman skeleton cavalry immediately turned into a zombie cavalry. At this time, it wasn't only Dillard who was attracted, even Peter and the others were also attracted. Looking at the zombie cavalry, Peter and the others couldn't help but be surprised. They had studied dark magic since they were young, so they were very familiar with it. However, they had never heard of this kind of dark magic. It can actually make an undead transform between a skeleton and a zombie. One must know that in the black magic system, skeletons and zombies belong to two different systems. Even if skeletons were strengthened, they would slowly become black iron skeletons, bronze skeletons, silver skeletons, gold skeletons, and so on. Zombies would also become iron skeletons, bronze skeletons, silver skeletons, gold skeletons, and so on. They had never heard of a skeleton turning into a zombie, nor had they heard of a zombie turning into a skeleton. Dillard continued to study for a while, but he still couldn't find anything. At this time, Smith recovered. He knew that he couldn't let Dillard continue his research. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to eat today's meal. Smith quickly turned to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, put it away first. Let's go inside and talk. Zhao Hai nodded, then he received the undead. Dillard wanted to have Zhao Hai release the undead, but he was stopped by Smith. Then the group went inside and sat down. After sitting down, Smith looked at Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, what's going on? Why is your undead so mysterious? Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, I don't know. It might have something to do with the magic staff in my hand. At this time, Zhao Hai was holding the ghost staff that hadn't transformed. It was made of bones and bones, giving it a gloomy appearance. Zhao Hai handed the magic staff to Dillard and said, I accidentally found this magic staff in the black waste. At that time, I drank the water of nothingness and was completely disheartened. I wanted to go to the carrion swamp to commit suicide, but I didn't expect to find this magic staff in the swamp. Out of curiosity, I picked it up to take a look, but I didn't expect that the skull on the magic staff would move and bite me, sucking a lot of my blood. At that time, I fainted and was rescued by Grandpa Green, but this magic staff has always been with me. I couldn't throw it away even if I wanted to. At the same time, I found out that the water of nothingness in my body had been detoxified, making it very convenient for me to use all kinds of magic. When I use dark magic, I can use it more easily. Moreover, this magic staff seems to have a blessing effect on all the undead that I make. Just by using the lowest level bone forging technique, I can make advanced undead, and it also has the ability to transform. Later on, I found out that this magic staff can't be used by others. No matter where the magic staff is, as long as I have a thought, the magic staff will return to me. Even now, I still don't know the origin of this magic staff. Zhao Hai had already prepared this story. In any case, no one knew about this matter, and Green and the others wouldn't betray him. With his previous experience in writing novels, making up this story was a piece of cake. Sure enough, when Dillard heard this, he couldn't help but raise the magic staff to test its effect. However, there was no effect at all, it was as if he was holding a stone. After fiddling with the ghost staff for a while, Dillard discovered that he couldn't use it. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, didn't you say that this ghost staff would return to your hand as long as you have a thought? Let me see if you can use it. Zhao Hai smiled and nodded. Then Dillard held the ghost staff tightly. Xiao Hai looked at him and smiled. Then with a thought, Dillard felt his hand become lighter. Then the ghost staff disappeared from his hand and then reappeared in Xiao Hai's hand. Smith and the others were also staring at the two. Now that they saw this situation, they couldn't help but stare blankly. They stared blankly as the ghost staff disappeared from Dillard's hand and then reappeared in Xiao Hai's hand. They had never encountered such a thing before, they hadn't even heard about it. After some time, Smith and the others looked at each other, then they looked at Xiao Hai in amazement. Xiao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly. This thing is very mysterious. I don't know what's going on. I still haven't fully understood its abilities, I'm still slowly exploring it. Smith nodded and said, so it's like that. No wonder your strength increased so much in such a short time. So it's because of this ghost staff. Xiao Hai nodded. Then Mike, who was sitting on the side, looked at Xiao Hai and said, Xiao Hai, what level are you now? Xiao Hai smiled and said, I'm already 8th rank. I can use 8th rank magic now. Smith and the others' eyes lit up. An 8th rank expert could already run amok in the continent. Smith said, no wonder the third prince is so polite to you. So it's because of this. Xiao Hai nodded, indeed. His Highness the third prince knows about my strength, so he wanted to win me over. Although I agreed, I can't be regarded as his subordinate. We're only in a cooperative relationship, I help him and he helps me. If we really count it, then I can be regarded as his aide. Xiao Hai nodded, that's right. His Highness the third prince knows my strength, so he wants to win me over. Advisors were also common in noble clans. These people were similar to consecrated people, but they had more freedom compared to consecrated people. They were only in an employer-employee relationship with the main house. If they get along, then they stay. If they don't get along, then they leave. Generally, the advisors were some famous people in the continent. Not only did they have to be powerful, they also had to be very allied. They could give advice to the main house. Such people were very high in the main house. Smith nodded and said, Xiao Hai's choice. Xiao Hai didn't sell himself to the third prince. Otherwise, it would be more troublesome. Alright, let's not talk about this. Let's go have a drink. Then he invited the group to the dining room. When they arrived at the dining room, Smith invited them to sit down. Madame and Megan had already retreated, leaving the dining room to the men. Then a servant came to serve the food and wine. Smith sat on the main seat and smiled. God's grace day will soon arrive, so us brothers decided to have a gathering with these youngsters. Originally, I wanted to invite fifth brother, but fifth brother and Little Hai had some grudges, so he didn't want to come. I had no other choice but to invite you today. I don't have any other intentions, I just wanted Little Hai to get acquainted with you so that he wouldn't offend you in the future. Xiao Hai also raised his glass and looked at the group with an embarrassed expression. When Peter and the others saw Xiao Hai's expression, they couldn't help but chuckle. Although they were fighting for the throne, they were all smart people, they wouldn't do anything that would harm the Calci family. They were different from Juwen, and because of this, their relationship with Juwen wasn't very good. Because of this, Juwen rarely participated in their gatherings. Mike looked at Xiao Hai's appearance and smiled faintly, I don't think so. Although this is the first time I met Xiao Hai, I can already see a thing or two about Xiao Hai. In addition to what I've heard before, I'm sure that if little brother didn't provoke Xiao Hai, then Xiao Hai wouldn't have made a move. Also, third uncle made things difficult for Xiao Hai, otherwise, Xiao Hai wouldn't have done that. Xiao Hai smiled faintly, he raised his glass to Mike and said, fourth uncle is overpraising me. This kid is just an ignorant junior, I don't deserve your praise. Mike smiled faintly and said, Little Hai, you're too polite. You've done very well. If you didn't do well, then the Buddha clan wouldn't have reached its current position in such a short period of time. Even if you're strong, it would still be useless. Haha, alright, let's not talk about that. Come, let's drink. Smith and the others raised their glasses and drank the wine. They were currently drinking Xiao Hai's milk wine. This milk wine was roughly processed by Xiao Hai, its degree wasn't very high, so it could be drunk in one gulp. Peter and the others didn't talk too much about the family's matters, they just chatted about their daily lives. they only talked about their brotherly feelings. This made Zhao Hai somewhat confused. He didn't understand what they meant. Could it be that they only came here today to talk about their feelings? After a while, seeing that they were still chatting about their daily lives, Zhao Hai slowly understood. Although they were very polite, they were still competing for the position. Naturally, they wouldn't talk too much about their family's matters, so as to avoid being tricked by others and affect their harmony. Fortunately, they only talked about their daily lives. This was better. Zhao Hai calmly sat there, looking at Smith and the others chatting. He suddenly felt very bored. These people seemed to be respectful towards each other on the surface, but they were actually fighting each other behind the scenes. It was very hypocritical. After eating their meal, Zhao Hai and Smith sent off the 3 people before returning to the living room with Kristen and the others. After the group sat down, Smith looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, did you see something?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I saw something. In fact, this is also very good. Everyone can fight, but they must rely on their own abilities and not harm others. This is called healthy competition. I think it's good. The person chosen this way would certainly be a talented person, only this way would the Kelsey family be able to develop better." Smith looked at Zhao Hai and nodded. "Right, Little Hai, your observation is very careful. In fact, besides the elder group, the family also has a law enforcement elder group. This law enforcement elder group is directly controlled by a 9th-rank expert of the family. Even the patriarch doesn't have the right to interfere. However, this law enforcement elder group also doesn't have the right to participate in the family's internal affairs. Because of this, even though the Kelsey family's people are competing, there aren't any big problems. Little Hai, your Buddha clan's vitality has been greatly damaged. Although your strength is tyrannical now, in the end, there were a lot of short-lived clans that perished. For our Kelsey family to be able to develop to this point, there are a lot of things that you can learn from. This will also save you a lot of detours. Do you understand?" "Do you understand?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I understand. Uncle can rest assured, I will certainly study hard." Smith looked at Zhao Hai and sighed. "Your Buddha clan's development has always been closely related to the Oxu Empire's royal family. This way, you will never be able to become a great noble. Although your Buddha clan has suffered a great disaster, this is also a chance for you to rise from the ashes. You can officially break away from the Oxu Empire's royal family and establish a millennium-old great clan." Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think about this point. But he immediately felt that he lacked confidence. He was just an otaku. Now that someone suddenly said that he could establish a millennium-old great clan, although he had the help of the space, Zhao Hai still lacked confidence. Smith saw Zhao Hai's hesitation, so he said, "Zhao Hai, don't blame me for talking too much. You are very good, you have the ability to handle matters, you have strength, and you treat people very well. The people around you are also very loyal to you. The only thing you lack is your lack of confidence. You always plan for the worst and then do the best. Although this will make you less likely to make mistakes, it will also make you lose a lot of opportunities. You can't be like this." Zhao Hai looked at Smith and smiled bitterly. "I also know this, but there's no other way. My character is like this. Also, you don't know about the Buddha clan's current situation. Our Buddha clan doesn't have a lot of farmland, we only have a few factories. In those factories, besides the 100 human slaves that we bought, we only have 1,000 giant horned bull slaves that we got from the cow-headed race. Our population is too small, and with the status of these people, it's impossible for them to walk openly in the continent. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to run around everywhere." Smith nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Your factory's assembly line production is very good. Father is already preparing to implement it in the family. Your factory should be very good, right?" Zhao smiled and said, "I'm not afraid to tell you that although the assembly line makes things faster, the things that are made must be standardized. In my job, there are some things that I don't use the assembly line to make, I still use the old method. Although this method is bad, the quality is better and more durable, so the price of these things is more expensive than the assembly line. People might not be able to feel it now, but they will slowly understand. When the time comes, those with status will still use the old method to make things, so the price of those things will be higher. I don't have a lot of people in my job, so I can only use this kind of high-quality route." Smith smiled and said, "Kid, you have a good plan. But you're right, our Kelsey family's factories have a lot of people, so it's impossible for us to produce goods like you. Therefore, assembly line production is more suitable." Xiaohai nodded and said, "It's precisely because of this that our management cannot be the same as yours. It can be said that the Buddha clan's benefits are tied to me, so I don't dare take any risks." Smith nodded and said, "You're right. Don't worry, just develop slowly. In any case, you're now an 8th rank expert, you can still live for a long time. As long as you lay a good foundation, the Buddha clan will be better in the future." Xiaohai nodded, then he sighed and said, "I didn't dare to think about this before. How long can a person with the water of nothingness live? Now that the water of nothingness has been detoxified, I can finally feel relieved." Smith naturally knew about the water of nothingness's fierceness. Because of this, he didn't feel anything wrong with Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai gently shook his head and said, "Let's not talk about this, uncle. After the new year, I'll go to the sea and get some things for Charlie. After that, I'll go to the prairie, I still have a lot of things to do there." Smith nodded and said, "I don't care about your matters. But if you have any good business in the future, you must do it in Skywater City." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I've already thought about it. After the new year, I'll go to Skywater City and choose a place to open a shop. I'll let Megan be in charge of this matter, I'll have her discuss it with you later." When Smith heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You really want Megan to be in charge of your shop in Skywater City? She hasn't done this before." Kristen and Dia also looked at Zhao Hai with surprise. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would let Megan come forward. Megan used to be a delicate young lady. She can eat, drink, and play, dress up, and so on. But to let her choose an address and do business? Is this okay? Zhao Hai looked at the surprised expressions of the three and smiled, "All right, I've already talked to Megan. She grew up in Skywater City since she was a child, so she's most familiar with the city. Therefore, I'll let her do this. I think she's very happy." Smith smiled bitterly, he didn't know that Megan had such a side to her. In the past, she only knew how to dress up, but now she was entrusted with such an important task. Zhao Hai looked at the sky, then he turned to Smith and said, "Uncle, it's already late, I have to go back." Smith nodded, then Zhao Hai stood up and gave a salute before leaving. After Zhao Hai left, Kristen turned to Smith and said, "Father, Zhao Hai still doesn't trust us. Otherwise, why didn't he tell us the location of the Buddha clan's residence?" Smith smiled bitterly and said, "It's just like what he said, the Buddha clan is still too weak. Most importantly, they don't have anyone. Therefore, he couldn't say anything. Otherwise, if their residence were to be destroyed, then they would be finished. But I think that their residence shouldn't be too far from the Beastman Prairie. Otherwise, he wouldn't run to the Beastman Prairie. Moreover, they can receive some Beastman slaves there. Therefore, I guess that their residence shouldn't be too far from the Beastman Prairie." Kristen nodded and said, "This can't be blamed on Zhao Hai. He had offended the Radiant Church before. The Radiant Church's influence in the continent is very big. I'm afraid that only the Beastman Prairie would be able to protect his family." Smith nodded and said, "You two should pay attention to the banquets that are being held by great nobles in the city. It would be best if we have a good relationship with them. Have Zhao Hai participate in a few banquets. No matter what, Zhao Hai is now engaged to Megan. Even if it's for Megan's sake, we must also make the Buddha clan better. If the Buddha clan is better, then Megan's days would be better." After returning to his courtyard, Zhao Hai sat in the living room and let out a long breath. When Laura saw Zhao Hai's appearance, she immediately poured Zhao Hai a cup of tea and said, "Brother Hai, what's wrong? You look tired, don't you? What did Smith say to you?" Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "He didn't say anything, he was very polite. But dealing with them is very tiring, it's more tiring than fighting a war." When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but smile and said, "Of course it's more tiring than fighting a war. In any case, you just sat in the back and commanded. You're not tired at all." Zhao Hai looked at Laura, causing her to laugh. At this time, Megan came in from the outside. When she entered the living room, she looked at Zhao Hai with a smile and said, "Brother Hai, it seems like Uncle and the others have a good impression of you. that's great. With the support of Uncle and the others, we'll be able to do things more smoothly in the future. Zhao smiled and said, it's not that good. Today, when I was eating with Uncle, I noticed that Uncle didn't talk about family matters. They just talked about daily life, which shows that they are still opponents. If Uncle help us at this time, it will only help Uncle. I don't think Uncle would do such a thing, so you should just give up. Zhao smiled and said, Uncle, you don't need to worry about it. When Megan heard Zhao Hai, she sighed and didn't say anything. She knew that what Zhao Hai said was true. Her uncle and the others were still very friendly towards their family. But if they were to fight for the throne, then they wouldn't be polite. Zhao Hai looked at Megan's expression and comforted her, alright, it's alright, you don't need to think too much about it. I can see that Uncle and the others are people who know the severity of the situation. Moreover, Uncle also told me that the Kelsey family has their own methods of surveillance. So there shouldn't be any problems, you don't need to worry too much. Megan nodded, but it can be seen that she wasn't very happy. Zhao Hai couldn't do anything about it, this kind of fight for the throne could happen in any family. Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he changed the topic, in a while, we'll send the seafood to Grandpa Gon. The festival is in 2 days, so I think we should go to the city to play. Carson City is filled with all kinds of goods from all over the world. Now that the festival is coming, there will definitely be more goods. We should go shopping and buy some good things. Megan looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, alright, we'll go to the city tomorrow. Brother Hai, what do you want to buy? Zhao smiled and said, I haven't thought about it yet. I just want to see if there are any good things to buy. Tomorrow, take me to the slave market. Don't you think we should buy some slaves in the future? Zhao smiled and said. Megan nodded and said, yes, but Big Brother Hai, can we buy slaves now? Don't forget, after the new year, 100,000 Beastman slaves will arrive in the Black Wasteland. Zhao Hai smiled and said, don't worry, I certainly didn't forget. Beastmen slaves don't know how to farm, but human slaves do. After we buy human slaves, we can also have Beastmen slaves farm. Moreover, human slaves can also build simple houses, while beastmen are used to living in tents. There are a lot of differences in their living habits. Therefore, buying some human slaves would be good for us. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Megan nodded and said, alright, but the slave market isn't in the city, it's outside the city. I think we should wait until after the festival. During the festival, the slave market will have a lot of people. We should wait until there are fewer people before we go. Zhao Hai stared, why would there be a lot of people at this time? If there are a lot of people and we're late, then wouldn't the slaves be taken away by others? Megan smiled and said, during the holidays, a lot of great clans would be very busy. So they would find some decent slaves and have them come to the mansion to help. If these slaves do well, then they would have a better life in the future. Moreover, during this year, there were a lot of slaves who died of illness and exhaustion. So most great clans would use this opportunity to buy new slaves. Don't worry, Brother Hai, there are a lot of slaves in the slave market, they wouldn't be able to pick them out. Zhao Hai frowned and said, where do these slaves come from? Why are there so many of them? Laura smiled and said, Brother Hai, you don't know about this. Some of these slaves are commoners who can't pay taxes, but they can't pay back the money they borrowed. Therefore, they were bought as slaves. There are also people who have been slaves for generations. Once their children grow up, or old slaves who can't do any work, they would be sold. Because of this, there's never a shortage of slaves in the continent. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Zhao Hai sighed and didn't say anything. He knew that this was the current situation of the continent. With his current ability, it was impossible for him to change it. He could only do his part and help the people that he can help. Megan also knew about Zhao Hai's thoughts. When she first saw Zhao Hai restoring slaves to commoners, she was very surprised. However, she was also a kind person, so when Megan explained it to her, she immediately understood Zhao Hai's thoughts. She approved of Zhao Hai's approach. Now that she saw that Zhao Hai wasn't happy, she immediately changed the topic and said, Brother Hai, let's go and deliver the seafood to Grandpa Gon. This way, he can prepare himself. Zhao Hai nodded, then he stood up. Laura and the others also stood up and smiled, we'll go as well. Let's take a look at Dark Soldier Fort and see how it differs from our Iron Mountain Fort. Megan smiled and said, alright, but there are some places in Dark Soldier Fort that people aren't allowed to enter. However, there are other places that we can visit. Let's go, I'll take you there. Then Laura and the others went out. Zhao Hai could only smile bitterly as he followed behind them. When they went out, a servant immediately came forward to greet them. Megan had the servant lead them to Gon. Gon's status in the mansion was very special, even Randolph respected him. If he didn't like someone, he would just open his mouth and scold them. Although he had a fiery temper, he was very good to his servants. Because of this, the servants in the mansion were very respectful to him. If they made a mistake and got scolded by Gon, they wouldn't hold a grudge. Zhao Hai and the others quickly found Gon. Gon was currently in the kitchen. Since God's Grace Day was approaching, a place like Dark Soldier Fort would need to have a lot of ingredients. This was because there would always be banquets going on here. If there aren't enough ingredients, then it would be very shameful. At this time, Gon was inspecting the kitchen's warehouse. Because of this, Gon didn't have any impatient expression as he carefully inspected the warehouse. When Zhao Hai entered the warehouse, he couldn't help but stare. There were a lot of things inside the warehouse. There were even some ingredients that he hadn't seen before. At this time, the servant went to Gon's side and said something. Gon stared, then he turned his head and saw that it was Zhao Hai and the others. Gon's impression of Zhao Hai was very good, so he quickly walked over and laughed. Little Hai, little Megan, why did you come here? Do you want to see what's good to eat? Don't worry, if there's something good to eat, I won't forget about you. Megan ran to Gon's side and hugged his arm as she said, Grandpa Gon, Brother Hai came to give you something. If you don't want it, then you'll regret it. Gon stared, then he turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, do you have something good? What is it? Let me take a look. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then with a wave of his hand, a large pile of things appeared in the courtyard. Among them were swordfish, crabs, and the like. These things weren't small at all. These were things that Zhao Hai had cultivate. They were much bigger than the ones in the sea, making them very eye-catching. When Gon saw these things, he couldn't help but be surprised. Then his eyes shone, these things were very good, especially those swordfish and crabs. These things were very rare in the continent, even if they were seen, they wouldn't be this big. If these things were made into dishes, then when the banquet was held, it would surely shock the people who came to the banquet. In the past few years, there weren't any new ingredients in the banquets. Everyone only ate the same things, there was nothing new. Therefore, with these things, the Calci family's banquet would surely be very interesting. The things that Zhao Hai took out were all dead, they were frozen. However, this wasn't a problem for Gon. Everyone in the Calci family had their own cold storage. Large magic formations were used to cool things, they could also be used to cool things down during the summer. After looking at them for some time, Gon turned his head to Zhao Hai and laughed, Good kid, you really do have some good things. Good, with these things, our Buddha clan's banquet will surely be very interesting. Very good, very good. Megan looked at Gon and smiled, What do you think, Grandpa Gon? I told you that Brother Hai has good things in his hands. You should quickly take them away, otherwise they would melt. Alright, let's go. Laura and the others said that they want to visit the mansion, I'll show them around. Gon didn't stop them, he just nodded and said, Go, go. Little Hai, why don't you go with the girls? Come with me, let's have a good drink. Zhao Hai nodded, then he stayed behind while Megan and the others chatted and laughed as they left. Gon wasn't polite to Zhao Hai, he directly led Zhao Hai to the kitchen and had the cook prepare 2 side dishes. Then he took out a pot of wine and sat down to drink with Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai was on Earth, he would often drink with 2 or 3 of his old friends. He wouldn't drink too much, he would just drink while chatting. But ever since he came to the Ark continent, he didn't have such an opportunity. Now that Gon was here, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel warm. Gon originally thought that Zhao Hai, who grew up in a noble family, wouldn't be accustomed to this kind of environment and wouldn't drink with him. But he didn't expect that Zhao Hai would actually be very happy. He drank with him and chatted with him. Zhao Hai's expression was even more comfortable than Gon's, this made Gon feel even happier. After drinking a glass of wine, Gon said, "Little Hai, I can see that you're a good kid. But I want to make it clear to you, I've watched little Megan grow up. Although this little girl grew up in a noble family, she has a kind heart and is as pure as clear water. If you dare to treat little Megan badly, then even if I have to risk my life, I'll deal with you." Zhao Hai quickly smiled and said, "Grandpa Gon, you're thinking too much. Megan and I have a very good relationship, it's impossible for me to treat her badly. You can rest assured, this Zhao Hai isn't that kind of person." Gon nodded and said, "If there's anything in the future, just send a letter to me. In the Caosi family, there aren't many people that I can't order around. In the Rosen Empire, there aren't many people who wouldn't give me face. You don't need to worry about those fellows in the family. If something happens, I'll take care of it, you can rest assured." Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Although he wasn't afraid of the Caosi family, because of his relationship with Megan, he didn't want to fall out with the family. Therefore, he was very grateful for Gon's words. Gon looked at Zhao Hai's expression and felt satisfied. He smiled and said, "Little Hai, your ability isn't small. But remember, if there's anything good in the future, don't forget to tell your Grandpa Gon. Your Grandpa Gon doesn't have any hobbies, but I like to drink. Your milk wine is really strong. If you have any good wine in the future, don't forget to give it to me." Zhao Hai stared, he didn't think that what Gon wanted wasn't benefits, but good wine. This made him somewhat surprised, but this made him admire the old man even more. Zhao Hai faintly smiled, then with a flip of his hand, 2 bottles appeared. These 2 bottles were filled with good wine, one bottle was black beer, while the other bottle was rice wine. These 2 bottles of wine weren't made by Zhao, but by the universal processing machine. Of course, Zhao didn't want to use the machine to make wine. He just wanted to use the machine to make a variety of wines, and then give them to those who studied wine. He wanted them to understand what these wines looked like, and then let them study it themselves. These 2 bottles of wine were left behind at that time. Gon stared blankly at the 2 bottles in Zhao Hai's hand. These 2 bottles were transparent, one could see what was inside at a glance. Naturally, Gon was able to see the color of the things inside. These 2 things were both transparent and slightly black, this made Gon very puzzled. Zhao Hai opened the bottle of dark beer and poured out the beer inside. The foam of this beer was very rich, so Zhao Hai deliberately poured it in a large cup. Therefore, half of the cup was filled with foam. Zhao Hai handed the bottle to Gon and smiled, "Grandpa Gon, try it. This is a new wine that I'm currently researching. However, this wine hasn't been mass-produced yet. This bottle is the most successful one." Gon looked at the half-filled cup of wine and smelled it. It didn't have a strong smell. He couldn't help but be curious. He took a sip, but he didn't expect that he would only taste some bubbles. Zhao laughed and said, "Grandpa Gon, this wine isn't strong at all. You should drink the entire cup in one gulp to taste the flavor." Gon nodded and said, "Grandpa Gon, this wine is not strong at all." Gon didn't blame Zhao Hai. Instead, he drank all of the wine in the cup. After drinking all of the wine, Gon's eyes couldn't help but shine as he said, "Good wine, it's really good. Although the taste isn't strong, it has a different fragrance. However, it doesn't suit my taste." Zhao Hai looked at Gon and knew that he liked strong wine. He didn't say anything and just poured Gon another cup of rice wine. Rice wine was divided into many types. Generally, rice wine brewed by farmers wasn't distilled. Because of this, the alcohol content was very low. Even children could drink 2 cups of it. Generally, rice wine produced by farmers was distilled. Although it was slightly sweet and didn't go to the head, it was still a strong wine. What Zhao Hai took out this time was the latter. It was a relatively strong rice wine. This was also related to Zhao Hai being a northerner. Because the weather in the north of China was very cold, people drank more liquor, and the rice wine they brewed themselves was not strong enough. Therefore, there were very few people in the north of China who brewed their own liquor like the south. Northerners also did not like to drink liquor that was too light. If one person drank half a kilogram of rice wine that was not very strong, they would be even more displeased. Northerners drank more liquor that was above 40 degrees, and the last one was 60 degrees. Not to mention a kilogram, if an ordinary person could drink half a kilogram and not get drunk, they would be considered good drinkers. The rice wine that Zhao Hai took out had a 40% alcohol content. In the north, this was already considered a low alcohol content wine. Moreover, the wine had a sweet taste, so it shouldn't be too strong. Gon looked at the cup of rice wine and immediately picked it up. He smelled it. This wasn't milk wine. Milk wine had a milky fragrance, but this rice wine didn't have a milky fragrance. It only smelled like wine. When Gani smelled the fragrance of the wine, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he immediately took a big gulp. Then he couldn't help but frown. The alcohol content of this wine was much higher than milk wine. It was a real liquor. Gon breathed out the smell of alcohol, then he laughed and said, "Good wine, it's really good wine. Zhao Hai, if I have this kind of wine, you should give me some." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "This wine hasn't been mass-produced yet. This is just a sample bottle. You can keep this bottle and drink it. When the research is done, I'll give you as much as you want." When Gon heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "All right, then I'll wait for someone to give me some wine. Come, let's not keep this bottle, we'll drink it today." Zhao Hai saw that Gon was in such a good mood, so he didn't stop him. He and Gon continued to eat, and before long, the bottle of wine had been emptied. With Zhao Hai's current capacity for alcohol, he was starting to feel a little dizzy, so he quickly called for a stop. After saying goodbye to Gon, he returned to Rustling Tree Courtyard. After returning to the Rustling Tree Courtyard, Zhao Hai immediately drank some spatial water. To be honest, although today's wine was very simple, it was the most enjoyable wine that Zhao Hai had in the past few days. Blockhead and Rockhead were inside the room. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "Tomorrow, we'll go to the city and buy some things. Then we'll send them back to Iron Mountain Fort. No matter what, there are more than 1,000 people in Iron Mountain Fort right now. This God's Grace Day, we must make sure that they have a good time." Blockhead and Rockhead nodded. Then Zhao Hai said, "Tomorrow, we'll go back as well, there's no need to come back. Iron Mountain Fort should be very busy right now. You should go back and help Grandpa Green and the others. Although the Beastmen are celebrating God's Grace Day, they're still here, we'll let them have some fun." Blockhead and Rockhead nodded. Now these 1,000+ people were equivalent to the Buddha clan's people. They naturally had to treat them well. After some time, Megan and the others returned. When Megan saw Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but smile and said, "Brother Hai, I don't see anything wrong with you. I just saw Grandpa Gon's face turn red, it seems like he can't handle it. His alcohol tolerance isn't low. You actually drank with him and didn't feel anything?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Who said that I didn't feel anything? You think that Grandpa Gon's alcohol tolerance is fake? I almost couldn't go back, I had to drink some spatial water to get better." Megan also knew that spatial water can cure alcohol. When she heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but chuckle. Zhao Hai didn't care about it, he looked at the sky outside and said, "It's going to be dark soon. Will Grandpa ask us to have dinner tonight? I've been eating all day, I didn't do anything else." Megan and the others laughed. Megan smiled and said, "Don't worry, he won't. I've already told Father and Mother to tell Grandpa that there won't be any banquet tonight." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's a good thing. I'm already tired. I'll go to the space and rest for a while. You can play outside. When you want to enter the space, just tell Kair." Then his body flashed and entered the space. Laura turned to Megan and smiled, "It seems like Brother Hai is really tired today. Megan, we'll go to the city tomorrow and prepare some good things. Iron Mountain Fort will be celebrating the New Year soon, we need to prepare some good things." Blockhead smiled and said, "Miss Laura, rest assured. Young Master already said that we'll go shopping yesterday. Rockhead and I will return to Iron Mountain Fort to help." Laura nodded and said, "It seems like Brother Hai already thought about it. Right, Iron Mountain Fort doesn't lack food. I think we should prepare some good things. After all, Iron Mountain Fort doesn't produce these things." Megan nodded and said, "All right, then we'll go to the Eastern Market tomorrow. The Eastern Market specializes in these things. I think we should go to the Western Market as well. There are a lot of good things to eat there. I think we should buy some for the people of Iron Mountain Fort." This is the first year that the Buddha clan has reappeared in the continent, we need to make it lively. Laura looked at Megan and smiled, good little Megan, now you're talking about our Buddha clan. You can't wait to marry Big Brother Hai. When Megan heard Laura, her face couldn't help but turn red. She turned to Laura and said, you've been with Brother Hai for a long time, aren't you more impatient than me? Laura's face also turned red. She turned to look at Meg, who was snickering and couldn't help but say, I'm not as impatient as Meg. She's been with Brother Hai since childhood, she's certainly the most impatient. Meg blushed and rolled her eyes at the two of them. Don't talk about me. I grew up with young master since I was a child. I'm the least anxious one. Humph, I think I'll have to tell Grandpa and Grandma to let young master get married 2 years later. The next morning, Zhao Hai and the others sat in their carriage as they entered Carson City. They went straight to the Eastern Market. The Eastern Market was the largest market in Carson City. It was a wholesale market for daily necessities, both wholesale and retail. Compared to other places, the Eastern Market was much cheaper. Because of this, it was very popular among Carson City's commoners. When Zhao Hai's carriage reached the outskirts of the Eastern Market, they couldn't enter. Zhao Hai looked at the people in the market and couldn't help but shake his head. He suddenly thought of the situation back on Earth when he participated in the temple fair. The people in the Eastern Market were almost the same as back then. Zhao Hai turned his head to the others and said, all right, let's go down and walk. The carriage certainly can't enter. Shu, you stay here and look after the carriage. She nodded, then Zhao Hai and the others got down from the carriage and slowly walked towards the market. The people in the market looked at Zhao Hai's group, they were very curious. Zhao Hai looked around and found a problem. There were a lot of people on the street, but there weren't any people wearing noble robes. Most of them were commoners, there weren't even any servants. Zhao Hai turned his head to Megan and said, Megan, how come there aren't any nobles here? Look at the way these people are looking at us. Megan smiled and said, Brother Hai, you really don't know. In the continent, nobles don't come out to buy things. They have their own people who deliver things. If they want something, they can just tell them. There's no need to buy it. Zhao Hai nodded, then he didn't pay any more attention to it as he walked towards the Eastern Market. It was currently winter, and although the Roland Empire was much warmer than the prairie, the 4 seasons were still very distinct. Winter was also very dry. In front of many shops, there were a lot of goods waiting to be sold. The shops were also very lively. After a while, Zhao didn't follow the crowd. Instead, he walked while looking around. Blockhead and Rockhead were at his side, while Shun was at the front leading the way. When the civilians saw them, they immediately hid far away. Why would they stay on the road? As they walked, Zhao Hai's gaze was suddenly attracted by a shop. The shops in the Eastern Market were very beautiful, the houses were also very standard, all of them were 2-story buildings. But the shop that Zhao Hai saw was a bit different, it was a 3-story building. Most importantly, it was a standalone shop, it wasn't close to the other buildings. Moreover, there weren't many people going in and out of the shop. When Zhao Hai saw this situation, he couldn't help but ask Megan, Megan, whose shop is it? Why is there nobody there? Megan looked at the store and smiled, that's Grandpa Robert's store. His family is the Rosen Empire's largest wholesale store for daily necessities. They don't receive retail customers, everyone knows that. Because of this, very few commoners would go there. Megan smiled and said, that's Grandpa Robert's store. Zhao Hai nodded and said, then let's go there and take a look. I really want to know what they have. Megan smiled and said, I also wanted to go to his store. His products are definitely the most comprehensive in the entire Rosen Empire. Then the group entered the store. Just as they arrived at the front of the shop, a shop assistant immediately came in. The shop assistant bowed to Zhao Hai and the others and said, Mr., Miss, please come in. The shop assistant could see that Megan and the others were dressed like young girls. It was obvious that they weren't married yet, so he called them Mississippi. Zhao Hai nodded and entered the shop. Upon entering the shop, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but turn bright. The furnishings of the shop were very similar to the supermarkets that Zhao Hai had visited before. However, the shelves here weren't big, and the things on them were all samples. Each product had a sample on it, and there were also labels on the bottom of the product. Zhao Hai looked at the labels and saw that the products here were indeed cheaper compared to the ones he bought before. In front of the door, there was a counter, and an old shopkeeper was standing there. When he saw Zhao Hai, he didn't care. But when he saw Megan, the shopkeeper's eyes couldn't help but turn bright. He immediately went out of the counter and walked towards Megan and said, "So it's Miss Megan, I've neglected you. Little 5, take Miss Megan and the others to a private room to rest. Also, bring them the best tea." The shop assistant who led Zhao Hai and the others inside immediately complied and led them to the back of the shop. The shopkeeper whispered a few words to the shop assistant next to him. Then he followed behind Zhao Hai and the others to a private room in the back of the shop. This was the first time that Zhao Hai saw a business like this. There was actually a private room in a grocery store. The layout of this private room was different from a restaurant's private room. There was no dining table here, only a sofa. There were also some blooming flowers and oil paintings hanging on the wall. It looked very elegant. When Zhao Hai and the others sat down, the shop assistant immediately brought them some hot tea. Then the shopkeeper came in and bowed to Megan. "I've seen Miss Megan." Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "May I know who this is?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Zhao Hai, I heard from Megan that your shop has the most complete stock. I just happened to need some things today, so I came here to take a look." When the shopkeeper heard Zhao Hai, he immediately knew about Zhao Hai's identity. Zhao Hai's identity wasn't a secret in Rosen Empire, everyone in the great clans knew about it. The shopkeeper immediately replied, "Miss Megan is too kind. But our shop does have a complete stock. May I know what Mr. Zhao Hai needs?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he took out a list and handed it over to the shopkeeper. "These are the things that I need, there's also the quantity. Take a look and see how long it will take to prepare them." The shopkeeper respectfully took the list from Zhao Hai's hand and looked at it, then he said, "Our shop has everything that Mr. needs. If Mr. needs it right away, then we can prepare it within 3 hours." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then prepare it. I'll come and get it in 3 hours." The shopkeeper complied and then turned around to leave. Seeing the shopkeeper leave, Zhao Hai turned to Megan and said, "Megan, the people in this shop seem to be very familiar with you. Do you know them?" Megan smiled and said, "I know them. The Robert family and our Kelsey family are old friends. Because of this, I often go to their house to play. A lot of people in the family know me, but I don't know them. Just like the shopkeeper, I don't know him." Zhao Hai nodded, then he took a sip of tea and said, "They need 3 hours to prepare, we can't just wait here. I think we should go to the West Market and take a look." Megan nodded and said, "There's a lot of delicious food in the West Market. There's also a food street there. The things there are unique to Carson City, you won't be able to eat them anywhere else. Let's go and have a taste." Zhao Hai smiled and agreed. The group went out of the shop and greeted the shopkeeper. Then they left the East Market and headed towards the West Market. The West Market wasn't too far from the East Market, they were only separated by the main road of the city. Because of this, one side was called East City while the other side was called West City. These two markets were called East Market and West Market respectively. The East Market mainly sold daily necessities. Naturally, there were also some restaurants, but there weren't many of them. They were mainly for people who wanted to buy things and eat there, their quality wasn't very high. On the other hand, the West Market was mainly for food. It was divided into Snack Street, Food Material Street, and Kitchenware Street. Needless to say, as long as it's something that can be found in the continent, it would be sold there. Even things that can be found in the sea were sold there. However, the sea specialties that were sold there weren't anything special. Compared to the ones that Zhao Hai brought out, the quality was much worse. As for the Kitchenware Street, besides kitchenware, there were also daily necessities. However, they weren't as complete as the ones in the East Market. Moreover, the prices were also slightly more expensive. In fact, a lot of the things that were sold here were imported from the East Market. Zhao Hai and the others weren't interested in kitchenware. They first went to the Food Material Street and bought some things that Zhao Hai's space didn't have. Naturally, what Zhao Hai wanted were living creatures. For example, some magic beasts that Zhao Hai didn't have in the space. After throwing these things into the space, Zhao Hai was disappointed. This was because the space didn't level up. The food material street wasn't short. Walking from the beginning to the end would take more than an hour. Zhao Hai and the others bought hundreds of magic beasts, but the space didn't level up. This made Zhao Hai very disappointed. After coming out of the food material street, they immediately went to the food street. This was the main place that they came to today. Carson City's snacks were famous throughout the continent, and this food street was a collection of all of Carson City's snacks. Naturally, Zhao Hai and the others wanted to eat their fill. Before long, the group was holding a delicious snack in their hands. They were eating while walking. There were also a lot of people like them on the street, so it wasn't strange for them to do this. Not only did Zhao Hai eat, he also bought a lot of things. These things couldn't be bought anywhere else. After strolling around for nearly an hour, Zhao Hai and the others sat in the car and headed towards the Eastern Market. When they arrived in front of the Robert family's store, Zhao Hai and the others stopped their car. Then a young man walked out of the store. This young man didn't seem to see anyone else as he walked straight towards Megan. With a smile on his face, he said, "Megan, why didn't you tell me that you came? When did you come back?" Megan looked at the young man and smiled, "Brother Terry, I just came back yesterday. Today, I came to accompany Big Brother Hai to buy some things." Then she leaned towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he looked at Megan. Although Megan had a smile on her face, her smile seemed distant. Although he couldn't see any disgust in her eyes, he couldn't see any happiness either. Zhao Hai understood, then when the young man turned his head to look at him, he smiled and said, "Hello, I'm Zhao Hai." The young man looked at Zhao Hai with a smile on his face. He looked very handsome. However, his eyes flashed with contempt and killing intent, which was caught by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai could be said to be a seasoned veteran. Now that someone was hostile to him, he could immediately feel it. Not only did he feel an enemy from Terry, he also felt killing intent. Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but sink. He naturally understood why the other party was acting this way. However, he didn't show it. Terry didn't feel the change in Zhao Hai's expression, he just smiled and said, "Hello, Mr. Zhao Hai's name is like thunder in my ears. Mr. is really a promising young man, you're much better than a playboy like me." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Mr. is overpraising me. Zhao Hai is just a child, how can I compare to the Robert family's business? I'm ashamed." Terry smiled and said, "Mr. is too modest. Don't stand outside and talk, let's go inside." Then he looked at Laura and Meg who were beside Zhao Hai, but he didn't say anything. When Zhao Hai saw Terry's expression, he couldn't help but think that Terry liked Meg very much. Because of this, he was happy to see Meg. And because he liked Meg, he wanted to kill Terry. After the group entered the private room, the servants served them tea as usual. Terry didn't touch the cup of tea, he just looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, are you planning to celebrate today's festival in Carson City? The Kelsey family is a great family, it's very lively every year." What he said didn't sound wrong, but after thinking about it, Zhao Hai was the patriarch of a family. This time, he came to the Kelsey family to celebrate God's Grace Day to accompany Meg. At the same time, he also wanted to see Charlie and build up his relationship with the Rosen Empire's nobles. But Terry's words made it seem like Zhao Hai came to the Kelsey family specifically to eat and drink. One must know that not all of the Kelsey family's relatives lived well, there were some who didn't. Because of this, during the festival, these relatives would come to the Kelsey family and give them small gifts. They would also say a few good words and take away a lot of money. Terry's words clearly placed Zhao Hai among these people. Meg and Meg's complexion couldn't help but change, even Meg's expression wasn't very good. Zhao Hai didn't seem to notice, he just smiled and said, "Right, the Kelsey family has a lot of people, so Carson City is very lively. But this time, I came here to discuss with Grandpa Randolph about my marriage with Meg next year." When Zhao Hai said this, Terry's complexion couldn't help but change. But it didn't take long before he smiled and said to Zhao Hai, "That's good, when the time comes, I'll be sure to attend the wedding." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Welcome, welcome. Looking at Meg's appearance, it seems like she didn't treat you as an outsider. When the time comes, Mr. Terry should come early." Terry's face twitched slightly, but his smile didn't change, he just laughed and said, "All right, I'll prepare a big gift when the time comes. Jiao Hai smiled and said, then I'll be waiting for Mr.'s gift. Right, Mr. Terry, it's already quite late, I don't know if the things I asked for are ready? Jiao Hai's eyes were closed as he sat inside the car. His face didn't show any sadness or joy, his expression was calm. However, his heart wasn't as calm as his appearance. Megan looked at Jiao Hai with some unease. Ever since Jiao Hai came out of the Robert family shop, he had been thinking about something with his eyes closed. This made Megan even more uneasy. Megan wasn't afraid of anything else, she was just afraid that Jiao Hai would misunderstand her relationship with Terry. That would be troublesome. In fact, Megan and Terry were childhood sweethearts. But after she went to Skywater City, the number of times they met decreased. A few years ago, she discovered that Terry was a very deep schemer. Moreover, Smith was also against her relationship with Terry. And since Megan didn't have any special feelings towards Terry, she slowly alienated herself from him. Later on, Megan slowly discovered that all the men who came in contact with her, as long as they weren't her relatives or had a strong background, would have bad luck. Moreover, it was very likely that these things were done by Terry. Megan wasn't worried about Jiao Hai's safety. But today, Terry was very enthusiastic towards him. This made Megan very nervous, she was afraid that Jiao Hai would misunderstand her. Moreover, Jiao Hai didn't say anything when he got inside the car, he just sat there without making a sound. This made Megan even more nervous. Laura also noticed Megan's expression. She was an exquisite person, so she immediately understood what Megan was worried about. However, she thought that Megan's worries were unnecessary. She believed that Jiao Hai wasn't worried about this. But in order to prevent Megan from worrying, Laura opened her mouth and said, Brother Hai, what are you thinking about? Jiao Hai opened his eyes and looked at the group before he said, this Terry isn't simple. I can see that this guy is interested in you. Moreover, when he looked at me, his eyes were filled with killing intent. However, he concealed it very well. Moreover, when he was doing business with us, he didn't play any tricks. Such a person isn't easy to deal with. I think that he would definitely use some underhanded methods to deal with me. Upon hearing Jiao Hai, Megan relaxed. Jiao Hai's words meant that he didn't have any suspicions about her relationship with Terry. This made her feel relieved. Megan let out a long breath and said, Don't worry, Brother Hai, there's no need for you to be afraid of Terry. Although Terry is the Robert family's first successor, he still can't cover the sky with one hand. There are a lot of people who are eyeing his position. The Robert family is different from our family, their successors are directly passed down to their eldest grandson. The eldest grandson has a very high status in the family. Terry is the eldest grandson of the Robert family. But at the same time, they also have several successors. If the eldest grandson makes a mistake, they would immediately abolish him and choose another one. Moreover, their family doesn't have the means to monitor the situation. Jiao Hai nodded and said, Of course I'm not afraid of him. It's just that I don't want to use the power I have right now. If I do, I would be exposed. Because of this, Terry would be troublesome for us. Don't forget, although I'm engaged to you, I'm still an outsider to the people of the Rosen Empire. If I don't show any mercy to Terry, then the nobles would unite against me. When that time comes, I'm afraid that the Kelsey family wouldn't be able to suppress this matter. Megan didn't oppose this time, she just nodded. She had been in contact with a lot of things, so she naturally knew how formidable the nobles were. If the nobles really unite against Jiao Hai, then Jiao Hai's troubles wouldn't be small. Not to mention the Kelsey family, even the imperial family wouldn't be able to suppress this matter. Laura nodded and said, Brother Hai, you're right. But I'm afraid that Terry also understands this. Because of this, he dared to make a move. When the time comes, it would be more troublesome. Jiao Hai nodded and said, Right, this kind of person is very insidious. Therefore, we need to be careful when dealing with him. We need to pay more attention to him in the future. Megan nodded and said, Brother Hai, I'll talk to grandfather and have him pay attention to him. If he really dares to make a move against you, then I wouldn't spare him. Jiao Hai looked at Megan and smiled, What's wrong? I can see that you don't have a good impression of that guy. What happened? Did he offend you? Megan shook her head and said, He didn't offend me, but he's very insidious. Brother Hai wasn't the only one who said this, my father also said this. Our two families are old friends, so we grew up together. Our relationship was very good, but after we moved to Skywater City, we didn't have much contact with each other. But every year when we returned to Carson City, we would still play together. Later on, my father told me that he's too insidious, so he didn't allow me to have any contact with him. I also discovered this, so I didn't have much contact with him. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Uncle Smith said so, then it shouldn't be wrong. In the future, you need to be careful of this kind of person. This kind of person is a hypocrite. While they were talking, the ox cart had already left the city and was about to reach the foot of Dark Mountain. Megan thought for a moment and said, Little Hai, I think that there will be a lot of banquets in the city in the next few days. Terry will certainly participate, so you need to be careful of him. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Don't worry, I'll be fine. If he really dares to annoy me, then I'll destroy his Robert family. Megan didn't think that Zhao Hai was joking. If Zhao Hai was really annoyed, then the Robert family wouldn't have a good time. When the time comes, not only the Robert family, but also the entire Rosen Empire would be turned upside down by him. Before long, the carriage stopped at Dark Soldier Fort. After Zhao Hai and the others got off, they entered the fort and returned to Rustling Tree Courtyard. Upon arriving at the courtyard, a servant immediately greeted them and said to Zhao Hai and Megan, Young Master Zhao Hai, young lady, the patriarch just passed down the order that the Kelsey family will be having a banquet tonight. Everyone must participate. Megan nodded and said, All right, I understand. You can go back to your work. The servant nodded and then turned around to leave. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, We still can't avoid this banquet. It's better to eat at home. Megan smiled and said, This banquet is different from other banquets. This banquet is held every year by the Kelsey family, all the servants must participate. It will be held in the castle's plaza. There aren't many rules, everyone will just sit there and eat. It's the Kelsey family's most popular banquet. When Zhao Hai heard Megan, his eyes shone and he said, That's good, that's good. Then we must prepare well today. Right, we bought a lot of things today, including a lot of snacks. Let's bring them to the plaza. Right, we need to inform Grandpa Gon. Megan nodded and smiled, All right, we'll inform Grandpa Gon later. I think there's nobody here right now. Let's give the things we bought to Grandpa Green. Iron Mountain Fort needs these things for the festival, we don't need to make things difficult for Grandpa Green. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked around and smiled, Then let's go. Blockhead, Rockhead, you don't need to come back with us. Make sure that Iron Mountain Fort is well taken care of. Blockhead and Rockhead nodded, then Zhao Hai led the group to their room. After closing the door, they entered the space and returned to Iron Mountain Fort. Iron Mountain Fort was about to celebrate God's Grace Day. Although the things here were very simple and crude, Zhao Hai could feel that the atmosphere in the fort was very lively. Regardless of whether the people were working or not, they were all busy cleaning the place, preparing new clothes for themselves and their families, and preparing delicious food. Everyone's face was filled with smiles. Actually, this couldn't be blamed on them, the slaves here had never celebrated God's Grace Day before. Although they knew that God's Grace Day was on that day, their previous masters had said that God's grace wouldn't be given to slaves. Because of this, they could only watch others celebrate God's Grace Day. For them, God's Grace Day was no different than any other day. Zhao Hai looked at the appearance of these people and became very happy. Then he found Green and gave him the things that he bought. He also gave Green a lot of seafood. Zhao Hai also gave Green a blade scale whale. This thing was very big, Zhao Hai wanted Green and the others to eat it during God's Grace Day. Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he didn't say anything. After giving everything to Green, Zhao Hai and the others returned to the Rustling Tree Courtyard. No matter what, they were still living in the Kelsey family, this place was still very inconvenient. After returning to the living room of the Rustling Tree Courtyard, Zhao Hai and the others sat down. Megan looked at Zhao Hai and said, Big Brother Hai, on God's Grace Day, will you be returning to Iron Mountain Fort? Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, I'll definitely go back, but I'm afraid that there will be too many things to do on that day. Right, how do you spend God's Grace Day every year? Megan thought for a moment and said, actually, God's Grace Day is the most boring day. Grandfather and father would go to the imperial palace to participate in a banquet and would only come back very late. We would also make some delicious food in our courtyard. After eating, we would light up the lanterns and then we would be free to move around. Zhao Hai's eyes shone. I didn't think that it would be like this. That's good. After we eat and light up the lanterns, we'll return to Iron Mountain Fort. What do you think? Laura nodded and said, all right, but Megan will definitely have a lot of things to do on that day. Can you spare some time? Megan nodded and said, rest assured, I'll certainly be able to. I want to go with Brother Hai to Iron Mountain Fort to participate in God's Grace Day. I want to see how they spend God's Grace Day. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I also want to see how they spend it. Among these people, besides Grandpa Green and the others, it would be the first time for them to experience God's Grace Day. Hee, I'm really looking forward to it. After discussing, Zhao Hai and the others went out of the Rustling Tree restaurant. They wanted to look for Gon and give him some snacks so that he could eat them in the evening. Ganjin was busy in the kitchen. He was really busy today because there was going to be a family banquet tonight. Everyone in Dark Soldier Fort had to participate, even the servants had to participate. Therefore, there were a lot of things to eat and drink, which had to be prepared in advance. Zhao Hai looked at Gon who was busy drinking, then he immediately smiled and said, Grandpa Gon, I'm busy. When Gon heard Zhao Hai's voice, he turned his head and looked at Zhao Hai. Then he smiled and said, Kid, it's you? What's wrong? Did you come to drink with me again? Not today, there are too many things to do. Let's do it another day. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Grandpa Gon, do you really think that I'm a drunkard who drinks every day? Today, I came to look for you. You don't have to make so many dishes. When we went out today, Megan took us to the food street. There are all kinds of snacks in Carson City. I bought a lot of them, so let's keep them for dinner. Then he took out a large pile of snacks. Looking at the snacks, Gon's eyes lit up. One must know that Carson City's specialties weren't food for commoners. Many of them were famous in the continent, and Gon liked them very much. These things were a perfect match for wine. After thinking about this, Gon immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, all right, don't take them out. These snacks aren't for dinner. You can take them out when the banquet starts. When Zhao Hai heard Gon, he didn't oppose. He nodded and received the snacks. Then he said goodbye to Gon before he led Megan and the others away. Time passed by quickly. When the sky turned dark, Smith specifically called Zhao Hai. Then the group slowly walked towards the castle's large square. Usually, everyone was busy with their own things, so they couldn't see anything. But now that they were all together, they could see that there were several thousand people living inside Dark Soldier Fort. This number wasn't small at all. When Smith and the others arrived, the servants and warriors immediately came forward to greet Smith. Many of them gave a salute. Smith also politely greeted them and chatted with them. What surprised Zhao Hai was that Smith was able to call out the names of many people. This made Zhao Hai very impressed. Zhao knew that being able to call out someone's name would leave a very good impression on them, especially someone like Smith. As a master, he was able to remember the name of a servant. This would make it easier for the servant to have a good impression of him, which would make it easier for the servant to keep his heart. Zhao Hai, Kristen, and Dia were by Smith's side. On the other hand, Megan and the others followed the madam outside to greet the women. There were a lot of servants inside the castle who haven't seen Zhao Hai yet. Now that they saw Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but feel disappointed. Zhao Hai's appearance was too ordinary. In their opinion, Zhao Hai wasn't worthy of Megan. Megan wasn't only liked by Smith and the other members of the Kelsey family. Even the servants inside the castle liked Megan. This was because Megan was very kind, she didn't put on the airs of a young lady. She was also very kind to the servants. All the servants inside the castle liked Megan very much. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about this. When Smith introduced him to the servants, he also smiled and gave them a salute. Although the servants hurriedly saluted, their impression of Zhao Hai was still very good. Getting along with people was very simple. If you respect others, then you will naturally gain their respect. Except for those who don't know how to respect others, most people would have a good impression of you. This was especially true for the servants. Zhao Hai's identity was now half a master. Although the servants didn't say anything, they were still very moved. Before long, the people inside the castle arrived. The square was also filled with more and more people. At this time, more than a dozen bonfires were lit, illuminating the large square. The night was already cold, but the bonfires dispelled the chill. Next to each bonfire was a large table. Each table could seat more than a dozen people. Ganjing arranged the seats for these people. It didn't take long before everyone was seated. After all, the Calci family held a banquet every year, and today was the most lively day in Dark Soldier Fort. Because of this, it didn't take long for Ganhai to arrange the seats. Then the servants began to serve the dishes. After the dishes were served, the servants immediately looked for a table and sat down. Then Randolph gave a speech before eating. This was the entire process of the Calci family's banquet. After the dishes were served, Randolph stood up and looked at the people in the square. Then he loudly said, "Today is our Calci family's year of harvest. Our income is very stable. Most importantly, those guys from the Radiant Church have suffered a huge loss in our hands. Our Calci family can finally vent out our resentment." After Randolph said this, the square was filled with thunderous applause. These servants were the children of the Calci family. Their honor and disgrace were closely related to the family. In the past, the Calci family was suppressed by the Radiant Church. Naturally, they didn't have any face left. But today, they made a beautiful comeback and swept away the Radiant Church's influence inside the Rosen Empire. This was definitely good news for everyone. After the crowd calmed down, Randolph continued, "This year is also the year that our Calci family's little princess Megan is engaged to the Buddha clan's patriarch, Zhao Hai. Our little princess has grown up and is about to get married." After Randolph said this, the square became even more lively. A lot of people loudly cheered. The Calci family had a rule that on this day, the servants didn't need to follow the rules. Because of this, these people dared to be so presumptuous. Megan didn't think that Randolph would talk about this during the banquet. Her face couldn't help but turn red, but she still stood up. When Zhao Hai saw Megan stand up, he also stood up. The two bowed to the people in the square before they sat down. Randolph was very satisfied with Zhao Hai's performance. He nodded and said, "In short, this year is a good year for our Calci family. Alright, I won't speak anymore. Let's eat." Then he sat down. When Zhao Hai saw that everyone was about to eat, he immediately stood up and walked towards Randolph's table with a glass of wine. Randolph's table was filled with important people, the Calci family's higher-ups. Smith was also there. Zhao Hai's table was filled with people from Smith's family. With Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others, it was just right. Zhao Hai took his glass and walked towards Randolph's table. Then he bowed to Randolph and said, "Grandpa Randolph, elders, this is my first time participating in the Calci family's banquet, so I didn't prepare anything. When I went out today, I bought some snacks along with Megan. I wanted to have Grandpa Gon serve them, but Grandpa Gon told me to take them out. Since I'm happy tonight, I decided to add 2 side dishes to the banquet. Does Grandpa Randolph agree?" Randolph laughed and said, "Why wouldn't I agree? Our Carson City's snacks are famous throughout the continent. I've been wanting to eat them for a long time. Alright, bring them out." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he waved his hand and took out 2 plates. The plates were very big and were filled with snacks. There weren't a lot of snacks, but there were quite a lot of them. Zhao Hai placed the plates on the table and said, "Grandpa Randolph, please enjoy. I'll go to the other tables and deliver some." Randolph nodded and said, "Go, deliver some to everyone." Zhao Hai nodded and then turned around to leave. Zhao Hai also delivered some snacks to each table. Although it wasn't much, it was enough. This was especially true for the servants. Zhao Hai also chatted with them. This made the servants have a better impression of Zhao Hai. They felt that Zhao Hai was much more pleasing to the eyes compared to before. After delivering the snacks to everyone, Zhao Hai knew the names of all the servants. He also knew the names of the Calci family members. Zhao Hai's memory wasn't as good as Smith's, but he had the space. The space has a recording function. Even if Zhao Hai couldn't remember, the space could. The space could even record a map of the continent, not to mention the names of these people. Zhao Hai also saw Smith's method, so he thought of using this trick. Zhao Hai was an otaku, so he couldn't compare himself to these people who were educated by nobles. Therefore, he had a lot of things to learn. After delivering the snacks, Zhao Hai returned to his table. The madam looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, "Little Zhao Hai, you're really sensible. Alright, sit down and eat, you're the busiest one tonight." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Didn't I sell some snacks during the day? I gave some to everyone, making them lively." "Haha, come, let's eat." Since the table was filled with family members, nobody was polite. They laughed and chatted as they ate. The atmosphere in the square was getting more and more lively. The family banquet lasted until midnight before everyone was able to enjoy themselves to the fullest. Because of this, a lot of people drank a lot, so the square wasn't cleaned up. They would clean it up the next morning. This was the custom of the Kelsey family. Zhao Hai and the others also drank a lot today. Zhao Hai didn't think that some of the servants would come over and offer him wine. It wasn't only him, there were also a lot of people who offered wine to Randolph's table. On this day, Randolph and the others put down their pride as the masters and ate and drank with the servants. Moreover, the first one to get drunk was Randolph, the others didn't fare any better. Although it was just an ordinary family banquet, Zhao Hai still managed to learn a lot of things. He was an otaku, so how could he manage so many people? Although he learned a lot of things from reading books, it was still very difficult for him to use them in practice. There were too many things that he needed to learn. The next morning, Zhao Hai came out of the space. When he arrived at the courtyard, he saw Smith. Smith was standing in the courtyard. When he saw Zhao Hai, Smith couldn't help but smile and said, "You're up? Did you drink a lot yesterday? Do you have a headache?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Fortunately, I drank some hangover soup last night, so I didn't suffer much." "Uncle, are you okay?" Smith smiled bitterly and said, "There's only one day in a year, it's normal for me to suffer a bit with my family. Alright, let's eat together." After eating breakfast, Zhao Hai prepared to go out and see the situation in Carson City. Suddenly, a servant came in with an invitation. The servant bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Young Master Zhao Hai, someone sent you an invitation." It was sent by Prince Charlie's servant. Zhao Hai nodded, then he opened the invitation and saw that it was an invitation to a banquet. Charlie was holding a banquet tonight and he was invited to attend. Zhao Hai gently knit his brows, then he nodded and said, "Alright, tell the servant that I'll be there." The servant nodded and then turned around to leave. Zhao Hai quietly looked at the invitation. He wasn't afraid of meeting people, he just didn't like to participate in banquets. However, he also knew that with his current status, it was impossible for him to avoid it. After sighing, Zhao Hai received the invitation. At this time, Laura and the others came in from outside, laughing and chatting. They had just returned from visiting Lin Tao's courtyard. When Laura saw that Zhao Hai's complexion wasn't good, she couldn't help but be curious. "Brother Hai, what happened?" "What happened?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly as he took out the invitation and handed it over to Laura. Laura took the invitation and looked at it, then she smiled and said, "This is a good thing. It seems like Charlie wants to introduce you to his subordinates. Moreover, there's an official invitation. It seems like there will be a lot of people coming tonight. You might even meet some of the great clans." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I also know that I can meet people from the great families. Charlie did this to mark me with his label, letting everyone know that I'm his person." "Megan, you don't need to go tonight, I'm afraid that this might affect the Kelsey family." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You don't need to go tonight, I'm afraid that this will affect the Kelsey family." Megan shook her head and said, "No, I want to go, why wouldn't I? Big brother Hai, don't worry about it. Even if they think that the Kelsey family supported Charlie, what can they do to the Kelsey family? Even if Prince Charlie fails to seize the throne, as long as you support him, they wouldn't dare to do anything to him. As long as Prince Charlie's position is still there, they wouldn't dare to go too far. And with you, I think that Prince Charlie's chances of ascending the throne are the highest." Zhao Hai looked at Megan and smiled, "Alright, then we'll all go." "Right, do you have formal attire? We can't lose the Buddha clan's face." Megan smiled and said, "We don't, it doesn't matter. I'll have the family's clothing room make a new set of attire for Big Brother Hai." Then she turned around and ordered a servant to look for someone from the clothing room. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big Brother Hai, it seems like Terry will also be going. You need to be careful, Terry might make things difficult for you during the banquet. Terry is a very sinister person, he might not appear personally, but he has a lot of people under him. I asked Megan 2 days ago, the Robert family's status in the Rosen Empire isn't low." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I know, don't worry, nothing will happen. They can't do anything to me." "Right, go and prepare." Laura nodded. Before long, the people from the clothing room arrived and measured Zhao Hai's size. Before long, a black evening attire was delivered to Zhao Hai's hands. This evening attire was a very traditional noble attire. The workmanship was very fine and it even had the Buddha clan's emblem embroidered on it. Zhao Hai didn't think that the Kelsey family's people would act this quickly. From this point, one could see the gap between a new noble and an old noble. Zhao Hai and the others tried on the clothes and found that they fit, so there was nothing else to prepare. However, Zhao Hai still told Smith about this matter. He didn't expect Smith to already know about it. It turns out that the Kelsey family also received an invitation. As the sky slowly darkened, Zhao Hai and the others sat on the giant horned ox carriage and headed towards Carson City. During God's Grace Day, Carson City's gates wouldn't be closed at night. However, entering and exiting required a very detailed registration. Shun and the others had already been to Charlie's mansion, so they didn't need anyone to lead the way. Along the way, Zhao Hai could see carriages passing by them. These carriages looked at Zhao Hai's carriage, some of them even stopped to greet Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai took note of these people, most of them were Charlie's subordinates. Before long, the giant horned ox carriage stopped in front of Charlie's mansion. When the servant in front of the door saw Zhao Hai's carriage, he immediately came forward and bowed. "Are you Mr. Zhao Hai?" Zhao Hai opened the carriage door and looked at the servant. "I am Zhao Hai." The servant immediately replied, "Mister, please come to the backyard. His Highness ordered that Mister's carriage can enter the mansion directly from the back door. When Mister visits in the future, this way please." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Lead the way." The servant complied and walked beside the carriage towards the backyard. The backyard of the mansion wasn't a place that just anyone can enter. Generally, other than the family members, other people wouldn't be able to enter through the back door. This was because the back door was directly connected to the mansion's hinterland. After entering the backyard from the back door, the servant immediately led Zhao Hai forward. Before long, they arrived at the living room. Charlie was standing in front of the living room with several people behind him. These people were also wearing formal attire and had family badges on their bodies. Zhao Hai looked at them and saw that their ranks weren't very high. It was obvious that there weren't any old nobles among them. Zhao Hai led Laura and the others to give a salute to Charlie. Charlie smiled and said, "Little Hai, you came. Why don't you give me your carriage? I'll get you a better carriage." "Don't you think that the carriage is too slow?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "If your Highness likes my carriage, then I'll just give it to you. But I don't want your carriage, it's too fast and unstable. I'm not used to it." Charlie smiled and said, "You're really generous. Come, let's go to the living room and sit for a while. I also have some people that I want to introduce to you." Zhao Hai followed Charlie into the living room. Laura and the others were led by the servants to the side hall where Charlie and the other nobles were present. However, none of the nobles were like Zhao Hai, bringing several women to a banquet. After entering the living room, Charlie introduced several people to Zhao Hai. Actually, these people belonged to the same family. Zhao Hai already knew that these people were Charlie's loyal subordinates. Ever since Zhao Hai opened his shop in Jade Water City, these families had been very close to Zhao Hai's shop. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to recognize them. After the group greeted each other, they sat down. Charlie looked at the group and smiled, "Since you're all here today, I won't beat around the bush. You're all people that I trust the most. From now on, you'll be a family. I hope that you can get closer to each other in the future." Zhao Hai nodded and smiled, "Certainly. Your Highness can rest assured, we're all your people. If there's any trouble, then we wouldn't be causing trouble for your highness. A tall person sitting next to Zhao Hai nodded and said, right, what Mr. Zhao Hai said is reasonable. Your highness can rest assured. This person was from the Yinmi family. The Yinmi family was a new family that had only been around for 100 years. They also held the title of count. However, their family had been generals for generations, so they were very good at leading troops. But now that the Rosen Empire was the continent's most powerful country, most people didn't dare to provoke them. Because of this, the Yinmi family didn't have any opportunities to gain merits. This person was called Xianxia. He was a typical warrior with a very straightforward temperament. However, it was precisely because of this character that the Yinmi family didn't have a good time. This was because the family wasn't good at doing business. Just relying on the income of the territory wasn't very satisfactory. However, Zhao Hai actually liked this person. Among the nobles, there weren't many who had such a straightforward temperament. This was because such a temperament was very disadvantageous to the nobles. Upon hearing Zhao Hai and John, the others also agreed. Charlie nodded and said, Father is now in his prime, so although he wants us to develop ourselves, he doesn't want us to form cliques. Your families aren't in the core of the imperial capital, so you won't attract attention. However, I hope that you can pay attention to your actions and be careful. Charlie nodded and said, Father is in his prime. The group nodded, then Charlie continued, now that Mr. Zhao has joined me, it can be said that it will have a certain impact on me. My brothers don't have an expert like Mr., and the most important thing is that I can't invite a 9th rank expert. This will be of great help to me, but my brothers will be jealous. I'm afraid that even Father will pay attention to me. Therefore, I hope that everyone will be low-key in the future, so as to not leave any room for gossip. When Zhao Hai heard Charlie, he couldn't help but apologize. I've caused trouble to your highness. This Zhao Hai didn't think it through. Charlie waved his hand, then he smiled and said, no, Mr. Strength might bring me some trouble, but it wouldn't be too big of a problem. Mr. doesn't need to worry about it. On the contrary, with Mr. here, those who want to make a move against us would have to think twice. Mr.'s help to us is even greater. The others nodded, they also agreed with Charlie's words. Among the princes, the crown prince had always been in the capital. It can be said that he had the most influence. The second prince had also developed well in the past few years. He was also very high profile, his strength wasn't weak. On the other hand, Charlie had always been low-key. Although he didn't attract attention, those who wanted to rely on him would have to think twice. Because of this, Charlie's strength wasn't that great. But now that Zhao Hai had joined, things were different. Zhao Hai could invite 9th ranks as well as powerful undead. Most importantly, he was also the son-in-law of the Calci family. With these identities, nobody in the continent would dare to look down on Zhao Hai. And now that Zhao Hai was Charlie's subordinate, nobody dared to look down on Charlie. Some of the smaller nobles who were on the sidelines had already joined Charlie's side, increasing the strength of Charlie's subordinates. However, Charlie had a clear understanding that although his subordinate's strength had increased recently, there weren't many who were truly loyal to him. Most of them were fence-sitters. Although they seemed to have a lot of influence, there weren't many who could be of use if something were to happen. It was because of this that Charlie had them keep a low profile. Zhao Hai appreciated this point. He also knew that Charlie's influence was very big recently. He was afraid that Charlie would get carried away by this superficial phenomenon, but now it seems like he was thinking too much. Zhao Hai looked at the group and smiled, Your Highness, you're flattering me too much. But if you have any problems in the future, you can tell me. We're all in your Highness camp, we should help each other. Right, Brother Jean, I think that after God's Grace Day, we should discuss our cooperation. I have a lot of grains in my hands, would Brother Jean be interested? When Jean heard Zhao Hai, he didn't understand what was going on. He was very clear that Zhao Hai's grains were all peach blossom rice. And peach blossom rice was already quite famous in the Rosen Empire. No matter who gets the right to sell peach blossom rice, Zhao Hai was helping him. Jean looked gratefully at Zhao Hai and said, I have to thank Brother Zhao Hai. If it weren't for His Highness' help in the past few years, I'm afraid that I would have been in debt a long time ago. You really helped me a lot. Zhao Hai smiled and said, His Highness disdains the grain business. I don't have any distribution network in the Rosen Empire, so I need to find someone to cooperate with. Instead of looking for someone else, it's better to find someone to cooperate with. Charlie laughed and said, "Good, Little Hi's words are good. Good words, don't let your fertile water flow into your own fields. In the future, everyone should be like this. Remember, we're all one family. If one day we succeed, then I, Charlie, swear to God that I won't mistreat you." The group immediately gave their thanks. In the continent, swearing to God was already considered a heavy oath. Charlie really valued them very much. Charlie shook his head and said, "There's no need. Acting might not be able to deceive those people, but it might cause those who want to follow me to give up. The gains might not make up for the losses. We need to be united right now, but we need to be low-key. Just like Xiao Hai and John, no matter who needs help, we need to help them." The group nodded. Charlie turned his head to look at the sky, then he said, "All right, then let's go to the front. Those who should be here by now." Just as Charlie got up, suddenly, footsteps could be heard outside the door. These footsteps were very urgent, but they weren't very heavy. Charlie's expression couldn't help but sink. He already told the servants not to let anyone disturb him at this time. Moreover, the servants outside were all his confidants. He was very familiar with these footsteps, so he knew who they were. However, he was sure that these footsteps didn't belong to any of the servants. When Xiao Hai saw Charlie's expression, he immediately knew that there was a problem. He immediately stood up and took out his staff. When the others saw Xiao Hai's expression, they also knew that there was a problem. They immediately moved. At this time, a voice was heard from outside, third brother, are you here? How come the guests are here, but the host is nowhere to be seen? Come out quickly." Upon hearing this voice, Charlie couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "All right, don't be nervous. My ninth sister is here." When Jean heard Charlie, he couldn't help but stare. "Ninth sister? Your Highness, are you talking about Princess Lizzie?" Charlie nodded, then he smiled bitterly and stood up, then he raised his voice and said, "Little sister, come in." When Xiao Hai and the others heard Charlie, they also relaxed. Just as they relaxed, the door to the living room was pushed open. Then a person wearing a princess dress came in. Upon seeing the princess, Xiao Hai's first thought was that her figure was very good. Yes, Princess Lizzie's figure was very good. She was about 1.7 meters tall, but her figure could only be described as hot. It can be said that this princess had the best figure that Xiao Hai had ever seen. Looking at Princess Lizzie's face, Xiao Hai couldn't help but stare. She had big eyes, a small and straight nose, thick but very sexy lips, wheat-colored skin that was as smooth as oil, light brown hair, and light green eyes. It wasn't an exaggeration to describe her as a national beauty. However, this wasn't the reason why Xiao Hai was in a daze. It was because this Princess Lizzie looked like a person. A person that Xiao Hai wasn't very familiar with, but he knew who she was. Jilly Hazel, the Premier League street babe, was a sexy goddess who was both sexy and elegant. Even Angelina, who was recognized by the whole world as the sexy goddess, couldn't compare to this Premier League babe in the world's sexiest 100. It could be seen how gorgeous she was. On the other hand, Charlie's little sister was actually called Lizzie. Although the name was reversed, her appearance didn't change. This was too surprising. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the Ark continent had something to do with Earth. Otherwise, why would there be so many beautiful women appearing one after another? Lizzie didn't think that there would be so many people in the room. She stared for a moment. At the same time, Xiao Hai and the others reacted. Therefore, they bowed to Lizzie and said, "We have seen Your Highness the Princess." Lizzie recovered, she immediately put on the princess's posture as she bowed her head and said, "You may dispense with the formalities." The group stood up. Charlie looked at Lizzie and said, "Little sister, why didn't you wait for me in front? Why did you come here?" Lizzie looked at Xiao Hai and the others, then she pretended to be a cold princess and said, "The guests have already arrived, but you haven't appeared yet. Therefore, I came here to take a look." Charlie nodded and said, "I'm just about to go out." "Little Hai, let's go out and take a look." Charlie specifically called out to Xiao Hai. However, Jean and the others weren't jealous at all. First, it was because of Xiao Hai's strength. If they had Zhao Hai's strength, then Charlie would have also recruited them. But unfortunately, they didn't. Second, it was because Zhao Hai had a lot of profitable businesses. Although Charlie didn't care about these businesses, for middle nobles, these businesses were a rare way to make money. They wanted to get these businesses from Zhao Hai, so how could they offend Zhao Hai in this matter? It can be said that in Charlie's circle, Zhao Hai's status was the highest after Charlie himself. When Lizzie heard Charlie call out to Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's name wasn't unfamiliar to Lizzie. She also heard about what happened in the Purcell Duchy some time ago. She also knew about Megan's engagement. One must know that she and Megan were known as the twin flowers of the imperial capital. And now, one of them was already taken. However, Lizzie was very clear that whether it was Charlie or Megan, both of them were people with eyes at the top of their heads. Ordinary people wouldn't even enter their eyes. However, this ordinary-looking person was able to obtain the appreciation of both of them at the same time. This meant that this person wasn't simple. Lizzie also didn't stare at Zhao Hai. She was a princess, so she had seen a lot of things. For her, she was just curious about Zhao Hai. Charlie led the group out of the living room. At this time, Laura and the others were already waiting for them outside. Charlie introduced Lizzie to Laura and the others. Then Lizzie went to Megan's side and greeted Laura and the others. Naturally, Laura and the others also gave Lizzie a salute. Charlie didn't care about them, he just led Zhao Hai and the others to the front courtyard. In front of Charlie was a large hall. This place was usually used as a temporary resting place for his guests. Now, as long as the chairs were rearranged, it would become a large hall. It was the best place to hold a ball. When Charlie and the others arrived outside the hall, a servant at the door immediately announced, "Prince Charlie has arrived." Along with the voice, Charlie entered the hall. At this time, there were no less than 100 guests in the hall. Fortunately, the hall was big enough, otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to accommodate so many guests. Inside the hall, the servants were like butterflies as they delivered drinks to the guests. In the middle of the hall, there was a row of long tables with various kinds of food on them. There were also clean and shiny plates, as well as forks and knives that people can use at will. On the walls of the hall, there were also chairs for those who were tired to rest. There was also an orchestra playing soft music in the innermost part of the hall. When the people in the hall saw Charlie, they immediately gave him a salute. Charlie also returned the salute before greeting the guests. Zhao Hai wasn't far from him as he called out the names of the nobles. Then he used the space to record their names. At this time, Lizzie had already pulled Laura and the others to the side to chat with the other women. Women talked about things like clothes, jewelry, and gossip. Laura and the others had dealt with these women before, so they naturally knew how to deal with them. Meg was also the same, she grew up in the Buddha clan. When the Buddha clan was in its prime, they would often hold banquets. Naturally, Meg knew how to deal with these ladies. Needless to say, Megan's circle was made up of these ladies, so how could she not know how to deal with them? Zhao Hai also noticed that Charlie only invited some nobles to this banquet. He didn't invite the other princes. In the royal family, besides Charlie, there was only Lizzie. From this point, it can be seen that Charlie's relationship with his brothers wasn't very good. At this time, a servant's voice was suddenly heard from outside. His Highness the Crown Prince, young Master Terry, and young Master Jason Crook have arrived. When these three names were announced, the hall turned silent. Almost everyone knew that the relationship between the Crown Prince and the third prince wasn't very good. This was because they were competing for the throne. Therefore, it was impossible for Charlie to invite the Crown Prince to this banquet. This wasn't strange at all. But what was strange was that Terry and Jason came together with the Crown Prince. There was a lot to learn about this. Terry was the successor of the Robert family. The Robert family was a great noble family that wasn't inferior to the Kelsey family. This was something that everyone in the continent knew. On the other hand, Jason Crook wasn't a simple character. The Crook family was very famous in the continent. Although they couldn't be compared to the Robert family and the Kelsey family, they were still a very strong force in the Rosen Empire. These two people suddenly appeared in Charlie's banquet along with the Crown Prince. What did this mean? Did this mean that the Robert family and the Crook family were under the Crown Prince's banner? When the servants announced the names of the Crown Prince and Terry, almost everyone in the hall had this thought in their minds. Xiao Hai slowly walked towards Charlie's side. Charlie was currently in a daze. Xiao Hai went to Charlie's side and softly said, "Your Highness." Charlie recovered, he turned his head to look at Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai looked at the entrance of the hall. Charlie immediately understood what Xiao Hai meant. He gave a grateful nod to Xiao Hai, then he immediately calmed down and walked towards the entrance of the hall with a smile on his face. Xiao Hai didn't follow, he just stood there and looked at Charlie. When Charlie arrived at the entrance of the hall, 3 people came in. The one in front of the 3 was a middle-aged man who looked about 40 years old. This man looked very similar to Charlie, but he had a small mustache that was neatly combed. This made him look very dignified, but there was also a sense of familiarity in his dignified appearance. When Charlie saw the 3 people, he immediately laughed. Then he gave a slight bow to the person in front and said, "Welcome, Big Brother." I thought that Big Brother was too kind, so I didn't dare to disturb Big Brother. I didn't think that Big Brother would actually give me face, this makes me very happy. When the Crown Prince heard Charlie, he smiled faintly and said, "I heard that Third Brother's place was filled with talents, so I came to take a look. It just so happened that I met Terry and Jason on the way, so I brought them along. Third Brother wouldn't blame me for coming uninvited, right?" Charlie smiled and said, "Of course, Big Brother came, this little brother is very happy. How could I blame Big Brother? Big Brother, please come in. Terry, Jason, you don't need to be polite." Terry and Jason gave Charlie a salute, then they walked towards the hall. The other people in the hall also gave the Crown Prince a salute, Xiao Hai was no exception. But what surprised Xiao Hai was that the Crown Prince saw Xiao Hai. Then he walked towards Xiao Hai and smiled faintly, "Mr. Xiao Hai?" Xiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I am indeed Xiao Hai. I didn't expect His Highness the Crown Prince to recognize me. I'm really flattered." The Crown Prince laughed and said, "Mr. is too modest. Who in the continent doesn't know about Mr.'s strength? I don't know if Mr. has time to visit my residence?" Xiao Hai smiled and said, "If I have time, I'll certainly visit." The Crown Prince smiled and said, "Then I'll welcome you with open arms." "Right, I heard that Mr. Xiao Hai has a lot of unique businesses. Would it be possible for us to cooperate?" Xiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I don't have any unique businesses. Would you like to cooperate with me?" "That's hard to say. Right now, almost all of my business deals are with His Highness the Third Prince. Moreover, we have already signed a long-term cooperation agreement. If Your Highness wants to cooperate, I'm afraid you can only talk to His Highness the Third Prince." The reason why he wanted to work with Xiao Hai was because he wanted to ask Xiao Hai if there was a chance for them to work together. He wanted to see if Xiao Hai had the possibility of turning to him. On the other hand, Xiao Hai's answer was very clear. He was now Charlie's subordinate, and it was impossible for him to turn to someone else. When the two asked and answered, it was almost as if they were speaking openly. The people in the hall were smart, so it was impossible for them not to understand. When the Crown Prince heard this, his expression couldn't help but turn ugly. But he still forced a smile and said, "That's a pity." Then he turned around and left. When he heard the Crown Prince's words, Charlie's face changed. But now, his face was flushed red. It was obvious that Xiao Hai's answer made him very happy. Xiao Hai also knew that he had lost his only chance to make friends with the Crown Prince. However, he didn't regret it. He couldn't always be half-hearted, otherwise, there wouldn't be any good results. At this time, Terry and Jason arrived in front of Xiao Hai. Terry smiled and said, "Xiao Hai, I didn't expect you to come. If I knew that you would come, then I would have already arrived." When Xiao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. This was because the two of them weren't that close. Terry's actions were clearly meant to make their relationship closer. However, Xiao Hai wasn't happy because of this. On the contrary, he became even more careful. This was because he already knew from Megan that Terry was a sinister villain. Moreover, he was now Terry's rival in love. The more Terry treated him with enthusiasm, the more it meant that he wanted to deal with him. Although he was thinking about this, Xiao Hai didn't show it on his face. Instead, he smiled and said, "Brother Terry is too polite. I believe that Big Brother should know about my relationship with the Third Highness. How could I not come to such an occasion? Terry wanted to use this title to make their relationship closer. So Zhao Hai went along with it and used this title to confuse Terry. Actually, Zhao Hai didn't lower his guard against Terry. When Terry heard Zhao Hai, he seemed to be very happy. He smiled and said, I know that you have a good relationship with the Third Highness. But I thought that since God's Grace Day is approaching, you would be helping in Dark Soldier Fort. I didn't expect you to come. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Megan and the others said that they wanted to come, so they came. Megan and the others are also chatting with His Highness Ninth Duke. Then Zhao Hai turned his head to Jason and said, Is this young Master Jason from the Crook family? This one is Zhao Hai. Nice to meet you. I've heard of young Master's name. Seeing you today, I can see that you're really extraordinary. Jason looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled faintly and said, I've also heard of Mr. Zhao Hai's name. But seeing you today, I'm very disappointed. Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that Jason would be this impolite. One must know that in aristocratic gatherings, everyone would be polite. Even if they were mortal enemies, they would still pretend to be friendly. But Jason didn't give him any face. This was beyond Zhao Hai's expectation. Zhao Hai couldn't help but glance at Terry. He saw that Terry's eyes were also filled with shock. This made Zhao Hai even more surprised. Since Jason and Terry came together, then they should be together. Now that Jason said this, Terry obviously didn't expect it. Could it be that they didn't discuss this before? Although his mind was racing, Zhao Hai didn't show it on his face. He just smiled faintly at Jason and said, I'm sorry to disappoint young Master Jason. Jason stared blankly at Zhao Hai's smile. Zhao Hai's smile didn't have a trace of arrogance. This was beyond Jason's expectation. Jason appreciated Zhao Hai's indifference towards honor and disgrace. His eyes flashed with appreciation, but his mouth still said, I really feel bad for Miss Megan. Miss Megan is one of the most beautiful women in Carson City, but she has to marry an ordinary person like you. This is really a loss. Jason stared at Zhao Hai's smile. His eyes flashed with admiration. Terry couldn't listen anymore. He turned to Jason and said, Jason, don't talk too much. Zhao Hai smiled and said, young Master Jason is right. Actually, I also feel that Megan is a loss. But there's no other way. I also want to look bad, but my father didn't make me that handsome. This is really a disaster. When Jason and Terry heard Zhao Hai, they stared for a moment before they laughed. Jason suddenly patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, Brother, I like the way you talk. Ha ha ha. Good. You're a worthy friend. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Good. Zhao Hai looked at Jason, who didn't look like he was faking it. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Your standards for making friends are really low. Do you want to find someone who isn't handsome? Or is it because you're handsome? Then I have to say, you found the right person. When Zhao Hai said this, the three laughed again. Jason patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, I didn't expect you to guess my thoughts. You're amazing. Zhao Hai smiled and said, even if I guessed it, you don't need to hug me. I'm a mage. If you pat me a few more times, I'll suffer internal injuries. The two laughed and chatted as if they were old friends. Terry was pushed to the side. This made Terry's expression difficult to smile. However, he still smiled along with the two, but his smile was somewhat forced. People like Terry had been spoiled since childhood, so they were used to being the center of attention. No matter where they went, they would be the center of attention. Even if they were with the Crown Prince, Terry wouldn't receive less attention than the Crown Prince. This was because his status as the successor of a millennium-old family wasn't any lower than the Crown Prince. But today, when he looked at Zhao Hai and Jason chatting, he suddenly felt that he was an outsider. The two seemed to have forgotten about him. This made him very uncomfortable. At this time, a servant passed by the two with 2 glasses of red wine in his hands. Jason immediately took the 2 glasses and gave one to Zhao Hai while taking the other for himself. Then he raised his glass to Zhao Hai and said, I thought that this would be a boring banquet. I didn't expect to meet an interesting person like you. Come, let's have a drink, we'll be friends from now on. Zhao Hai didn't think that Jason would be this straightforward. Whether it was true or not, he also raised his glass to Jason and said, "Alright, let's have a drink. From now on, we'll be friends. Cheers." Jason also raised his glass and clinked it with Zhao Hai's before saying, "Alright, cheers." The two didn't care about etiquette as they directly drank the wine in their glasses. There were a lot of people who were paying attention to the two. When they saw the appearance of the two, they couldn't help but stare blankly. A lot of people knew about Jason. He wasn't very popular among the nobles. This was because his temper was too straightforward. He never gave face to anyone, he just said what he wanted to say. Such a person wouldn't be able to mix with the nobles. However, with Jason's status, most people wouldn't dare to not give him face. Therefore, in banquets and balls, people would send invitations to the Crook family. But when Jason came to a banquet, no one would talk to him. They were afraid that he would say something embarrassing. When Jason and Zhao Hai were talking, some of the people around them had already heard it. These people were waiting to see Zhao Hai's embarrassed face. But they didn't expect that Zhao Hai's few words of self-mockery would resolve the situation. This was beyond their expectations. Those who didn't hear the conversation were also paying attention to the two. This was because Jason's embarrassing behavior had already become a show. Everyone wanted to see how Zhao Hai would react. Although they couldn't hear what the two were talking about, they could see from Terry's expression that Jason didn't say anything good. Naturally, Laura and the others were also paying attention to the situation. When Megan saw Jason and the Crown Prince, she immediately told them about Jason's situation. Because of this, Laura and the others were also paying attention, fearing that Jason would embarrass Zhao Hai. However, what happened next was beyond their expectations. When they saw Zhao Hai and Jason chatting happily, Megan and Laura couldn't help but look at each other. Then they smiled faintly and didn't say anything. However, they understood each other's meaning, they had confidence in Zhao Hai. At this time, Lizzie went to Megan's side and said, "Megan, do you know what Zhao Hai said? Why is that bastard Jason talking and laughing with him? You should know that bastard doesn't give face to anyone." Megan looked at Lizzie's appearance and couldn't help but smile. Jason was truly a strange person, he didn't give face to anyone. He even offended Lizzie, this was why Lizzie called Jason a bastard. Megan shook her head and said, "I don't know, but you should know what kind of person Jason is. He might not have said anything good, but I'm sure that Big Brother Hai didn't care." Hee hee. Lizzie looked at Megan and said, "Didn't care?" In such an occasion, people would say embarrassing things or ask embarrassing questions. How could he not care? Wouldn't that mean that he doesn't have any courage? Megan smiled and said, "What do you mean by a blood monster? Does getting angry in a banquet mean that he has courage? Also, Jason isn't a bad person, he just likes to say things that people don't like to hear." But didn't you notice? Most of what he talked about was strength, but there are fewer and fewer people who like to listen to the truth. Unfortunately, Brother Hai is one of those people who likes to listen to the truth. I think it's because of this that Jason was able to talk to Brother Hai. Lizzie looked at Megan in surprise, then she said, "Megan, do you really like that Zhao Hai? I don't see anything special about him. Although he isn't ugly, he's still very ordinary. There are a lot of talented young men in this world. Also, you want to share a man with other women, are you really willing?" Megan smiled faintly and said, "What's there to be unwilling about? Outsiders wouldn't understand how good Brother Hai is." Hee hee. Forget it, you wouldn't understand even if I told you about it. Let's go eat something, I'm really hungry. Charlie was also paying attention to Zhao Hai's situation. He attached great importance to Zhao Hai, naturally, he would pay more attention to him. Charlie also understood Jason, so he was worried about Zhao Hai's reaction. It wasn't only Charlie, the Crown Prince was also the same. Actually, the Crown Prince was also telling the truth. He met Jason on the way, but Terry actually came with him. Then when they met Jason, the Crown Prince dragged Jason along with him. The Crown Prince did this to make Charlie misunderstand Jason. He wanted Charlie to think that Jason was with him. If Charlie offended the Crook family because of this, then the Crown Prince would help the Crook family and take them under his wing. But now, it seems like this matter was destroyed by Zhao Hai. The Crown Prince was very clear about Jason's mouth, most people wouldn't be able to stand it. However, he didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to deal with Jason in just a few words. This completely destroyed the Crown Prince's plan. After thinking about this, the Crown Prince's eyes couldn't help but turn cold. He was now jealous of Charlie. How could such an excellent person fall into Charlie's hands? If Zhao Hai was his subordinate, then the Crown Prince's position would be in the bag. But now that it was impossible for Zhao Hai to follow him, there was only one way for the Crown Prince to deal with him, and that was to destroy him. If he didn't, then he would be a huge threat to the Crown Prince. Charlie looked at Zhao Hai and Jason. He couldn't help but feel surprised. Jason was famous for being difficult to deal with, but he didn't expect to meet Zhao Hai today. Zhao Hai and Jason were chatting and laughing as they drank wine together. The two didn't pay much attention to Terry. However, Terry kept following Zhao Hai, as if he was very close to him. Zhao Hai couldn't understand what Terry wanted to do, but he knew that the more Terry behaved like this, the more it showed that he had a guilty conscience. Zhao Hai was now almost certain that Terry would deal with him, perhaps during this banquet. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. He wanted to know how Terry would deal with him. This was Charlie's residence. If they wanted to deal with him here, then it would be very difficult. However, what surprised Zhao Hai was that the banquet was already halfway through, but nothing happened. At this time, a dance floor was opened in the middle of the venue, and some noble men and women were dancing in the middle. Zhao Hai didn't know how to dance, so he sat by the wall with a glass of red wine in his hand, drinking it from time to time. Jason was sitting next to Zhao Hai, and Terry was also sitting there. Jason looked at the dancing men and women. He couldn't help but smile disdainfully. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, I heard that you already have 3 fiancés. Moreover, all 3 of them are very beautiful. Isn't Megan, one of the 2 flowers of the imperial capital, the most beautiful among them?" Zhao Hai looked at Jason. To be honest, he and Jason were chatting quite well. Jason didn't seem like a noble, he was more like one of Zhao Hai's friends back on Earth. This made Zhao Hai feel very interested. Upon hearing Jason's question, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "What's wrong? Are you jealous? Let me tell you, don't look at how handsome you are compared to me. When it comes to women, you're still far behind." Jason gave Zhao Hai a bad look and said, "Don't be so proud. I don't believe that with this Jason's character and appearance, I'm worse than you." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "What's wrong? Do you think that you can't compare to me in terms of quality, so you want to win in terms of quantity? If that's the case, then I'm really going to be defeated. Also, are you embarrassed to talk about your character? Who in the Rosen Empire doesn't know that you have no character, yet you still talk about character? Do you see it? If you let him hear this, then your golden teeth would fall out of your mouth." After he said that, Zhao Hai pointed at an old noble in the middle of the stage. In the Ark continent, people had already begun to wear golden teeth. The old noble was standing not far away from Zhao Hai and the others. He was staring at the dancing women in the middle of the stage. His mouth was wide open, his saliva was almost flowing out. His appearance was enough for 100 people to look at for 3 years, it was too wretched. Jason was drinking wine, but when he saw the old noble that Zhao Hai pointed at, he couldn't help but spit out the wine in his mouth. He coughed again and again while Zhao Hai laughed from the side. Terry looked at Zhao Hai and Jason, his eyes were full of disdain. At the same time, he was even more puzzled. He didn't understand why Megan would take a liking to a person like Zhao Hai, it was too tasteless. After some time, Jason calmed down. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "This guy, you were acting like a human just now. How did you become so?" Zhao Hai looked at him and said, "Calm on the outside, right?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Jason's eyes shone as he said, "Right, calm on the outside, this word really suits you. Ha 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 ha. Kid, you're really self-aware." Zhao Hai snappily said, "Get lost, I'm the only one who can stand your foul mouth." "Right, after God's Grace Day, what do you plan to do? Do you want to stay in the capital every day? What's the point of that? Why don't you go out to sea with me? Let's go out and have some fun." Jason didn't think that Zhao Hai would have such a suggestion. He stared blankly. At the same time, he felt strange. He and Zhao Hai had known each other for less than 2 hours, but they felt as if they had known each other for decades. Jason had never seen someone be so impolite to him, this feeling was very strange. However, he immediately said, "All right, going out to sea is also good. I'll go out to sea and see what kind of business you're doing. Later on, I'll also do the same." Zhao Hai looked at him with contempt and said, "If you really have the ability, then I'll be happy. Then it's settled, when I leave, I'll call you. When the time comes, don't say that you don't have time." Jason knit his brows and said, "It might be a bit difficult. You know my identity, I don't have as much freedom as you do." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Then it's up to you. As long as you have time, just tell me and I'll take you out. If you don't have time, then forget about it. We'll talk about it when you have time. You should be content with what you have. I want to find someone to take care of me, but I can't find one." Jason was also aware of Zhao Hai's situation. He just smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly noticed that the Crown Prince and Charlie were heading towards the backyard. It seems like the two were discussing something. Zhao Hai frowned, but he didn't say anything. He just gave Kaier an order in his mind to pay attention to the situation. Zhao Hai also paid attention to Laura and the others. At this time, Lizzie was sitting with them. They were all beautiful women, so they were very eye-catching. A lot of people went over to ask them to dance, but all of them refused. This made people very disappointed. After a while, a servant came over to Laura and the others and said a few words to Lizzie. Lizzie stood up and said a few words to Laura and the others before leaving. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to Lizzie. He already had 3 fiancés, so he was very satisfied. Moreover, Lizzie's status wasn't something that he could afford to provoke. Zhao Hai was now secretly hating himself for not being able to dance. Otherwise, he would have asked Laura and the others to dance. Unfortunately, Adam didn't know how to dance in the past. His reputation was too bad, so nobody invited him to dance. Additionally, he didn't like to learn how to dance, so he didn't know how to dance. Needless to say, back on Earth, he was just an otaku. At that time, except for those dancers, no one would learn this kind of formal dance. If he went up and did a slow dance, it would make people laugh to death. Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh in regret. At the same time, he felt sorry for Laura and the others. Girls generally like to participate in these kinds of dances. They like to show their most beautiful side to people. But unfortunately, Zhao Hai didn't know how to dance, so they could only sit in a corner. Jason also noticed Zhao Hai's expression. He smiled faintly and said, "What's wrong? Do you want to dance with your fiancé? Then go ahead. What are you doing there?" Zhao Hai gave him a bad look and said, "Don't waste your breath. If I could dance, then I would have already done so." Jason looked at Zhao Hai with a shocked expression. "You don't know how to dance? How can that be? Isn't this a basic lesson that all nobles have to learn? You actually don't know how to dance?" Zhao Hai snorted and said, "In the past, my family invited someone to teach me, but it was an old man. At that time, I only liked beautiful women, I wasn't interested in old men. Therefore, I beat the old man away. Since then, nobody taught me how to dance." When Jason heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Brother, you're good, you're really good. Why didn't I think of this trick at that time? Beating the teacher away, that's a good idea." Zhao rolled his eyes as he looked at the men and women dancing on the dance floor. This Jason was too suitable to be a bad friend. At this time, a servant suddenly came to Zhao Hai's side and said, "Mister, His Highness asked you to go to the backyard. He has something to discuss with you." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Jason and said, "I'll go out for a bit." Then he turned to Terry and said, "Brother Terry, I'll go out for a bit." Terry smiled and said, "Go, we'll wait for you here." He didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but Zhao Hai heard a trace of excitement in Terry's voice. This made Zhao Hai somewhat puzzled, but at the same time, he raised his vigilance. Zhao Hai followed the servant to the backyard. The servant led Zhao Hai to a small living room. After asking Zhao Hai to sit down, the servant poured a cup of tea for Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, please take a seat here. His Highness is about to send off the eldest Highness, he'll be back soon." Zhao Hai stared, he looked at the servant and said, "The eldest Highness is leaving?" The servant nodded and said, "Yes, the eldest Highness is leaving. His Highness is about to send him off. Mister, please wait for a moment." Zhao Hai looked deeply at the servant, causing the servant's hair to stand. Then the servant bowed and left the living room. The reason why Zhao Hai looked at the servant like this was because he knew that the servant was lying. This was because Kyer told him that Charlie was chatting with the eldest prince, and that the eldest prince didn't have any intention of leaving. Why was he lying? What did he want to do? Zhao Hai's heart was full of doubts. If the servant wasn't familiar with the mansion, then Zhao Hai would have thought that the servant was someone sent by the eldest prince. But looking at the servant's appearance, it was clear that he was very familiar with the mansion. This made Zhao Hai somewhat puzzled. At this time, Kyer suddenly told Zhao Hai that the servant hadn't gone far. He was hiding in a corner of the courtyard, watching him. End of chapter 461. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.